The prison in front of me is holding 4 billion of Blue Star's top-tier criminals, yet there is only one guard. Even so, no one has managed to escape, and in the end, all of them are willingly imprisoned. This is because 3 years ago, the man came to the prison and said, "You can take away the personal freedom of all the prisoners, including escaping or assassinating me if you wish." However, even when 4 billion criminals collectively revolted, not a single person managed to step out of the prison. No matter who they were, whether it was the #1 assassin in the killer rankings, a top-level agent from the Snow Wolf Nation, or a cyborg on that day, they all lay in front of the man. Since then, the man has single-handedly suppressed Blue Star's criminal prison. But today, a sandstorm swept across the sky, and a military helicopter slowly landed in front of the prison. As it entered the shabby backroom, a document was thrown onto the table. "Divorce, Yi Xiao, you no longer deserve me." A woman with delicate features arrogantly said, "Although your parents have supported my family for years, that was their own choice. Our family won't return a single cent to you. Also, my company's shares and assets now have nothing to do with you. You better not have any thoughts. If you refuse to sign, I will get a lawyer to talk to you." After speaking, the woman cast a contemptuous glance at the man across from her. "I never thought this shabby place would be where he stayed for 3 years. Thankfully, after we got married, he came here. Otherwise, I would have really lost out. I was dressed in a blue prison guard uniform, a matchstick hanging from the corner of my mouth. This woman is called Lu Ruyan, my nominal wife, but there was no affection between us. The marriage was arranged by both of our parents. Before marriage, the Lu family only ran a small workshop, relying on my parents' 5 million in cash and 10 million in investment to slowly grow. Have you thought it over?" I said calmly. Though the marriage was due to my parents' arrangement, she had stayed loyal to me for 3 years. I had planned to wait until the mission ended to cultivate our relationship. At this moment, a man in a suit who came with Lu Ruyan sneered, "Yi Xiao, your family did help Ruyan's family back then, but that's not a reason for you to cling to her now. You're just a lowly prison guard, while Ruyan is the CEO of a company worth billions. What makes you worthy of her? Look at the people around you, either old or disabled. You, a lazy bum who lives off others, will never amount to anything in your life." The man in the suit glanced at the scruffy old man sitting on the threshold smoking, and the cripple sweeping the ground outside. "This is your final warning. Don't be ungrateful." I raised an eyebrow. It seemed the relationship between this guy and Lu Ruyan wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan stood up. "Yi Xiao, whether you sign the divorce papers today or not, I will divorce you." She turned and walked out. She couldn't stand this stuffy, filthy place any longer. However, the man in the suit didn't follow her. Instead, he laughed and said, "Yi Xiao, don't marry a beautiful woman when you're poor, or it will bring trouble. Let me give you some good news. Next month, Ruyan and I are getting engaged. I really pity you. You never even got to touch such a beautiful wife, and now she's mine." Ha ha ha. For the man's sarcastic mockery, I remained unfazed, quickly signing the divorce papers. The man in the suit grew frantic. "Yi Xiao, you probably don't know, but your parents' company has gone bankrupt. They've run off with the money and might even be getting hunted down. So stop showing off your rich boy attitude. You're nothing but a poor beggar now." Hearing this, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. In a flash, I was standing in front of him, grabbing his collar and demanding, "Tell me, when did this happen? My parents can't go bankrupt. My father and mother work for the country. The so-called company was just a front. Unless Dragon Nation falls, bankruptcy is impossible." The man in the suit jumped back in fear. "Yi Xiao, let go of me, or you'll never get a burial." I pressed the suit against his stomach. His face twisted in pain, and he said, I coldly spat one word, and the man in the suit immediately froze. It turned out that half a month ago, my parents' company suddenly declared bankruptcy, and then they disappeared without a trace. No wonder Lu Ruyan came to divorce me. So that's why. But this woman was too short-sighted. The man in the suit staggered out of the room, pointing at me and cursing, "Yi Xiao, you're finished. I have people who can endure. Poison Wolf, give him 10,000 and cripple him now." He shouted at the muscular man outside smoking. That man was a retired Special Forces soldier he had hired. However, at this moment, Poison Wolf stood dazed, smoking. The old man with the smoking pipe looked so much like the Snow Wolf Nation's oligarch, or Anmu, and the cripple sweeping the floor seemed to be the former king of the underground world of Dragon Nation, Shuezun. The muscular man swallowed hard and said solemnly, "We need to leave. Something's wrong here." "Leave? What are you talking about?" "Cripple him." The man in the suit refused to back down. "Tian Hao, we've accomplished our goal. It's not good to cause trouble here in a prison. I'll compensate you after we return." Lu Ruyan stopped the man in the suit. Hearing this, the man in the suit's eyes lit up. "All right, Yi Xiao, today, I'll spare you for Ruyan's sake." After they left, I picked up a satellite phone and dialed several numbers. As expected, they were all turned off. Finally, I dialed a number I hadn't called in 3 years. "Old man, what happened to my parents?" The old man on the other end raised an eyebrow, then comforted me, "Little Yi, calm down. I don't care. I'm asking you something." I interrupted him without hesitation. The old man chuckled. It had been decades since anyone dared to speak to him like that. "I have nothing to say."
Okay, so this is the game you want to play? The 3-year agreement is over, and I'm done. You send someone to take over in half a day.
After hanging up the phone, the old man tugged at his lips. He then turned serious and said to his deputy, inform the 5 major countries. Within 12 hours, gather 100,000 elite soldiers and rush to Tianchi.
If these people escape from the prison, they will be responsible for the consequences. The deputy was stunned. Second elder, what's going on?
This was the first time he had seen the second elder, who controlled the military of the Dragon Nation, so panicked.
The old man sighed. That little prison chief we have, he's about to escape. He regrets not listening to advice and signing a longer contract.
The officer's face was filled with horror. In the 5 great nations of Earth, there was only one person who could be called the Warden of Hell, and that was the ruler of the world's top prison.
One person controls one prison, this is what it means to be the warden. Chapter 2 I am leaving.
In a broken house, Yi Xiao walked into a secret room, taking the elevator down to a real prison, dozens of meters underground. This place was different from the crumbling building above, the 6 walls were all reinforced with thick concrete. At this moment, the underground prison was crowded with people. Countless bare-chested criminals formed a circle, whistling and shouting, cheering on 2 inmates in the center.
Tyrant, are you a sissy? Hurry up and get him. Dark Ghost, what are you doing? Dig out his eyes.
The 2 fighting inmates in the circle were attacking each other with all their might, and the atmosphere of slaughter was growing stronger. At that moment, someone shouted, "The warden is here." Suddenly, the dozens.
Are you leaving? After a brief silence, the prison erupted into joyful cheers. The Demon King is finally leaving.
They had all been high and mighty, worshipped by thousands, yet here they were, ridden by a young brat.
They were tired of these days long ago.
However, after the cheer, some prisoners began to feel desolate again. Yi Xiao is gone, and they would soon welcome countless troops to suppress them again, and then be thrown into tightly sealed iron cages, forced to chat with cockroaches and rats. Thinking about it, they surprisingly felt a bit reluctant to see Yi Xiao leave.
Warden, I, the tyrant, have only followed you in this life, can you please not leave?
Warden, I'll give you 20 diamond mines, just stay.
Warden.
Yi Xiao suddenly turned around, not saying another word. Naturally, he could not stay for these people, ruling the world's #1 prison was just a journey in his life. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao left on a military plane. After he left, the area within 500 miles was sealed again. Beneath the military plane, in the vast camps of the 5 great nations, all soldiers voluntarily walked out of their tents, saluting the gradually flying military plane. Hours later, Jiangnan, Lingzhou Airport. Zhao Qiuping and Shi Tianhao had just disembarked when a team of military police drove them out of the airport.
I tell you, my cousin is a military chief.
If you dare treat me like this, when I go back, I'll have my cousin strip your clothes off.
Shi Tianhao cursed arrogantly.
Zhao Qiuping was also very displeased, it wasn't a time of war. These military police came up and chased people away, which was too rude.
Hearing Shi Tianhao's words, one of the leading military police snorted, do you know who is coming?
It's General Sun Hongzhang. Your military chief is nothing.
What? General Sun?
Upon hearing this, Shi Tianhao immediately deflated like a rooster with its feathers plucked. A general is a powerful figure, far surpassing his cousin's status. Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but gasp. Sun Hongzhang was the hottest figure in the military right now, having defeated an army of 4 countries invading the Dragon Kingdom's waters 6 months ago, forcing their fleets to retreat over 1,000 nautical miles. If such a general were to come to Lingzhou, it was only natural for them to be on high alert. Many people lingered outside the airport upon hearing that General Sun Hongzhang was coming, seeking even a glimpse of the general's bearing, which they would consider a great honor in their lives. At this moment, Shi Tianhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Zhao Qiuping, Qiuping, do you want to meet and talk with General Sun?
Is that possible?
Zhao Qiuping said doubtfully. Of course. My cousin was once one of General Sun's favored subordinates. As long as I mention my cousin's name, General Sun will definitely give her some face. Shi Tianhao said triumphantly. Zhao Qiuping said happily, Tianhao, you are so great. If you can really get General Sun to meet me personally, I will definitely reward you well tonight. Zhao Qiuping had no doubt about Shi Tianhao's military background. This trip to find Yi Xiao was arranged by Shi Tianhao's cousin through military means. Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but dream of her future. The Yi family could no longer assist her career in any way, and if she married Shi Tianhao, her family's company would rise even higher. She would soon be able to meet a big shot like Sun Hongzhang, and as for that Yi Xiao, he was probably still eating sand. And at that moment, Yi Xiao, whom Zhao Qiuping thought was eating sand, was lounging comfortably in a spacious reception room at Lingzhou Airport.
Chapter 39 Tokens.
Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform, with 2 5-pointed gold stars on his shoulders, appeared. He pushed the door and walked into the reception room. Yi Xiao slightly raised his head and glanced at the man, revealing a bronze, square face with sharply defined and deep facial features, his every move exuding great authority.
You must be Sun Hongjian.
Speak up if you have something to say, I don't have all day. He had just gotten off the plane and was brought here, being told that Sun Hongjian wanted to meet him, yet he had to wait 5 minutes for his arrival, which left Yi Xiao quite displeased. An officer behind Sun Hongjiang, witnessing Yi Xiao's rudeness, was about to scold him but saw Sun Hongjiang approaching with a broad smile. Lord Yi, it's Hongjiang's fault for the inadequate reception. Please forgive me. Hiss. The officer gasped. He had never seen Sun Junho be so polite to a young kid before.
Even the second generation of noble families from the capital didn't receive such treatment.
Seeing the good attitude from the other side, Yi Xiao didn't want to make things worse.
Alright, no more pleasantries, let's get straight to business.
Sun Hongjiang sat down next to Yi Xiao and said with a smile, Lord Yi, I am here in Jiangnan province for 2 tasks.
The first one is to bring you 2 items at the request of Elder 2. After finishing, the officer standing nearby quickly presented a box. Sun Hongjiang opened the box and took out a medal and a key from inside.
The officer couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was actually the Xianyuan medal.
Could it be that it was going to be awarded to this young kid?
Half a year ago, Sun Junho defeated 100,000 navy troops from 4 nations to receive a Xianyuan medal.
What merit did this kid have?
Yi Xiao glanced at the medal, unimpressed, and said, why not have Elder 2 exchange it for cash? I've guarded for 3 years, it's worth at least 1 billion or 8. After Yi Xiao left, the 5 major nations dispatched 100,000 troops to guard the world's #1 prison. 1 billion or 8 was probably just the food expenses for those soldiers for a year, and yet he had done it for 3 years. And in the end, he was just given a worthless piece of metal. Sun Hongjiang smiled helplessly, Lord Yi, I'm just passing it on, please don't make it hard for me. Then he quickly changed the subject, this key was left by your parents. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's gaze was drawn to the key. Compared to the medal, he obviously cared more about this key. He believed this key was the clue his parents left for him, so he hurriedly took it.
Is that all? I'll be leaving now.
After obtaining the key, Yi Xiao couldn't wait to uncover the truth behind his parents' sudden disappearance.
Ahem. Sun Hongjiang cleared his throat twice, Lord Yi, the second matter of my visit to Jiangnan is to take charge of the Jiangnan Province War Department. I hope you will keep an eye on me from now on.
Someone who could replace 100,000 troops was naturally worth Sun Hongjiang saying such words. Yi Xiao nodded, sounds good, sounds good. Since a military lord came a long way to deliver a key to him, he naturally needed to show some respect back.
After leaving the reception room, Yi Xiao smoothly exited the airport.
Yi Xiao's appearance was immediately noticed by Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao. Both were quite puzzled. All non-military personnel in the airport had already been cleared out, so how did Yi Xiao just come out now? Didn't he get driven away by the military police? This truly was a surprising spectacle. It was like a modern-day story. I bet he was just missed while using the restroom.
Qi Tianhao offered a reasonable explanation, in his opinion.
Zhao Qiuping quickly agreed with Qi Tianhao, unless she couldn't understand how Yi Xiao could appear now, he couldn't have been detained by Sun Junho for a chat, right? Qi Tianhao spoke in a sarcastic tone, Qiuping, I think this Yi Xiao must have come to negotiate with you about dividing your marital property. He seems so calm in prison, it must just be to maintain his little bit of pride.
It's no wonder you rushed over so urgently.
Zhao Qiuping deeply agreed with this. Yi Xiao's parents' company has gone bankrupt, and now Yi Xiao is just a small prison guard.
Claiming post-marriage assets is his only way to get rich.
So she called out to Yi Xiao, who was walking out.
Yi Xiao, you better not have any thoughts about my family's company. And don't even think about causing trouble at my house. We are no longer from the same level.
Pester me endlessly will have no effect and won't change my mind. Zhao Qiuping's tone was extremely cold, and her voice was filled with disgust. The onlookers nearby, hearing Zhao Qiuping's words, all looked at Yi Xiao with contempt. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was just the type of person who was dumped by a woman but couldn't let go, then followed her around begging for reconciliation. But while Zhao Qiuping and the crowd waited to see Yi Xiao make a fool of himself, Yi Xiao didn't even glance at Zhao Qiuping and continued walking toward the airport. This woman no longer had anything that interested him.
Seeing Yi Xiao's calm expression, Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. She was ignored. Did Yi Xiao come to Lingzhou not for her? Humph. Narcissus won't bloom, yet pretends to be a garlic.
At that moment, someone shouted, look, Sun Junho is coming out. Many people waved at Sun Hongjiang, calling loudly, hello, Sun Junho. Sun Hongjiang politely nodded to everyone.
Suddenly, Qi Tianhao shouted, Sun Junho, my sister is Qi Tianwu, can I invite you to lunch?
After shouting this, Qi Tianhao wore a big smile waiting for Sun Hongjiang's response, and Zhao Qiuping was also filled with hope. If she could have lunch with Sun Hongjiang, her status in Lingzhou would definitely rise. However, Sun Hongjiang seemed not to hear and walked past the two without a word.
The smile on Shi Tianhao's face froze as if covered with glue. Zhao Qiuping's hopeful expression also turned to one of defeat. Yi Xiao took a taxi to Jiangnan Bank, where the key from Sun Hongzheng came from. He used the key to open a safe, which contained only a letter. The letter was written by his mother. "Shower, by the time you read this letter, Zhao family girl has likely come to divorce you. This is all because mom has bad judgment. To soothe your wounded heart, mom has chosen 9 girls for you this time." Upon reading this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. 9. He could almost imagine his mother's iconic upward curving mouth when she wrote the letter. "Shower, don't think of avoiding this or taking it lightly. I gave each of these 9 girls a token. You can only find me and your father once you gather all 9 tokens. I hope when you find us, you are bringing my grandson. No more talking, good luck." After finishing the letter, Yi Xiao was both crying and laughing. Truly, no one knows their child better than their mother. If his mother hadn't used meeting them as a threat, he would absolutely not go to this blind date arranged by his parents. But now, he had no choice but to go. His mother is ruthless enough, only giving him the information about the first girl. For the other 8, he can only get the next girl's corresponding information after collecting 1 token. Is this really biological? Or is this just an excuse to abandon me? Before long, Yi Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. "Mom, you have your brilliant strategy, I also have a way. If I can't solve the problem, can't I solve the one who created the problem?" At worst, he could use the excuse of breaking off the engagement to get the tokens from those girls' families. This way, gathering 9 tokens shouldn't take too long. Without further ado, Yi Xiao's gaze turned to the information about the first girl. Song family, Song Qingxue. Chapter 4, I am here to cancel the marriage. Soon, Yi Xiao appeared outside the luxurious villa of the Song family. Inside the villa, the 3 generations of the Song family were arguing about something. Song Qingxue's mother, Huang Mei, looked at the old man Song Qigong, who was sitting in the main seat, and said, "Dad, you should talk to Qingxue. She's not young anymore, and the young master Lu I introduced her to is really excellent." Song's father, Song Guanqing, hurriedly said, "No way. The Lu family only runs a few hotels, but the one I introduced is the son of President Hong from Jiangnan Bank. Qingxue will definitely be happy marrying him. Dad, just convince Qingxue to at least meet with young Master Hong." Before the old man could speak, a beautiful woman with her arms crossed pouted and said, "First, Mom and Dad, can you stop worrying about me? I absolutely will not accept an arranged marriage. I, Song Qingxue, will marry a man that I choose myself." After saying this, Song Qingxue confidently glanced at her grandfather. He had always spoiled her since childhood. She believed he would not force her into marriage. Ahem. At that moment, the old man Song Qigong coughed twice. "You all don't need to say anything else, I have already decided on Qingxue's marriage." The 3 were stunned, especially Song Qingxue, whose eyes widened like light bulbs, completely unable to believe this was true. "Dad, which family's son is it?" Huang Mei stood up excitedly. The old man's judgment was always unique. The person he chose must be better than the one she and her husband recommended. Song Guanqing and Song Qingxue also looked at the old man with curiosity. "He is." Just as Song Qigong was about to say this name, suddenly a servant walked in. "Sir, there's a young man named Yi Xiao outside who wants to see you. Hurry and send him away." Song Guanqing snapped impatiently. He did not want to interrupt his father's words because of an unrelated young man. However, upon hearing this name, Song Qigong stood up suddenly. "Quick, please invite him in. Qingxue, this Yi Xiao is the marriage partner I have chosen for you. I assure you he is better than all the young men." Song Qigong smiled like a child at 70. "Ah. Is he here so soon?" Song Qingxue never expected her grandfather to be more anxious than her parents. He had even invited someone home. It's a trap. A trap. She really should not have come back today. Humph. Do you think this can make me yield? Even you, Grandpa, cannot decide my marriage. At most, when we meet, I will keep picking at him until he leaves. Song Qingxue thought to herself. Before long, the servant led Yi Xiao in. The moment Huang Mei saw Yi Xiao, she was disappointed. This Yi Xiao looked too ordinary. Although his appearance was acceptable, being good-looking alone couldn't fill one's stomach. Surely the old man had not fallen for a scam. Song Guancheng also frowned tightly. This kid looked nothing like he came from a wealthy family. Could it be that the old man's eyes were failing him? Song Qingxue remained with her arms crossed, her beautiful and cold eyes scrutinizing Yi Xiao with a critical gaze. Other than his decent looks, she found no reason why he was good enough for her. Once Yi Xiao entered the room, his eyes quickly scanned the 4 of them, and when he saw Song Qingxue, he couldn't help but be stunned. Even though he had seen many beautiful women while on missions around the world in previous years, this girl could be considered top tier.
With her picturesque brows, rosy cherry lips, an oval face, and a delicate figure paired with a white dress, she looked like a fairy descending from heaven.
No. Women will only hinder my speed with the sword. I must not forget my original intentions. I am here to annul the marriage. Yi Xiao forcibly shifted his gaze away. Ha, you must be Xiao Xiao. You really are a handsome young man. Song Qigong laughed heartily.
Xiao Xiao, quickly sit next to Qingxue. Song Qingxue raised her elegant brows and glared fiercely at Yi Xiao, as if to say that if he dared to come over, she would kill him with her eyes. But Yi Xiao had no intention of sitting down. After all, what he had to say might offend people.
It was better to get straight to the point. Mr. Song, I am here to annul the marriage. Ah. Annul the marriage?
Mr. Song's brows furrowed deeply, looking like a worried old man. Song Guanqing and Huang Mei couple immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least this kid recognized his place and came to annul the marriage himself.
But Song Qingxue did not think so. She was one of the 3 great beauties of Lingzhou. How could she be annulled by someone else?
If there was an annulment, it should be her annulling others, especially someone with nothing but looks, she thought angrily.
Xiao Xiao, I must have misheard. Aren't you here to fulfill the marriage pact? Song Qigong was still not giving up. Do you think my Qingxue is not good enough, or not pretty enough?
Yi Xiao wanted to deny it, but as the words were about to slip out, he quickly hit the brakes and pretended to be calm while glancing at Song Qingxue.
She's just average. What? Average.
Song Qingxue's fists clenched tightly, gritting her teeth, feeling as if her proud heart had taken 1,000 points of damage.
Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? You should know that if you walked down the street, I wouldn't even glance at you. You toad, stinky snail, shelled turtle.
Due to her strict upbringing, Song Qingxue rarely cursed, and now she was using her most disgusting words to curse Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao was completely unaffected by Song Qingxue's insults. This level of vulgarity was nothing compared to the daily greetings of prisoners in a jail, and he had long been immune to it.
Mr. Song, you see, Miss Song is not satisfied with me, so let's annul the marriage.
Also, please return the token left by my mother.
Yi Xiao said, seizing the opportunity. Song Qigong glared at his granddaughter. Qingxue, sit down. How will you get married in the future if you act like this? After that, he smiled at Yi Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I believe you've heard the saying that marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. The marriage pact was set by your parents and mine. If it is to be annulled, your parents must come to do it. He knew Yi Xiao's identity. How could he give up such a rare grandson-in-law? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and only then did he seriously examine this tricky old man. Mr. Song was about 70 years old, with graying hair, some age spots on his face, but his eyes were bright and spirited. He looked like a cunning old fox. Mr. Song, while your reasoning is sound, I'm not sure if you understand me. If we can't reach an agreement, I will retrieve the token in my own way. Yi Xiao's words implied a threat. As the warden of the world's #1 prison, he had countless ways to make this old man hand over the token, and he didn't believe this old man's resolve would be tougher than that of the prisoners in his jail. When Song Qigong heard this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. However, he was experienced in the world and was not easily intimidated, and he quickly picked up that Yi Xiao seemed very concerned about that token. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said with a smile, Xiao Xiao. Annulment is okay, and I can give you the token, but I have a condition. Mr. Song, feel free to speak. Yi Xiao exhaled. He did not want to resort to violence against an old man who couldn't even tie a chicken. I want you to protect my granddaughter closely for 3 months. After 3 months, if you still insist on breaking off the engagement, I will not oppose it. Song Qigong planned to retreat to advance. A lot could happen in 3 months, and he believed that with his granddaughter's brilliance, 3 months would be enough to make Yi Xiao fall for her. Close protection? 3 months? Yi Xiao hesitated a lot. 3 months wasn't short for him. Wasting it on this girl seemed unwise. But he could reluctantly accept it. After all, Song Qigong had not limited his freedom, and he could still look for other girls. I disagree. Song Qingxue stood up angrily. Grandpa, give him back that token. I'm breaking off the engagement myself. Song Qigong's head was in pain. He had barely thought of a clever way to appease Yi Xiao, and now his granddaughter was stirring trouble again. Qingxue, Grandpa promises that as long as you agree to date Xiao Xiao for 3 months, I will never interfere in your love life again. If you refuse, then you will have to attend the blind dates arranged by your parents every day. This. Song Qingxue's beautiful eyes were darting around, as if weighing the pros and cons. All right, I agree. Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue said in unison. Ha, look, you two are already so sync with each other. Song Qigong laughed. All right, Xiao Xiao should have just arrived in Lingzhou. Qingxue, you take Xiao Xiao back to settle him in. Humph. Song Qingxue glared coldly at Yi Xiao, grabbed her handbag, and walked away without looking back.
Yi Xiao nodded to Song Qigong, Song's father, and Song's mother, then followed them out of the room.
Dad, is this decision too hasty? Giving such a useless kid as a personal bodyguard to Qingxue will ruin her reputation.
Huang Meyer said with a worried face. Meyer, just trust me on this matter. Arranging the engagement with Xiao Zhao's parents was the wisest decision I made in my life.
One day you will understand. Song Qigong said leisurely.
Half an hour later, Song Qingxue took Yi Xiao back to her own villa. As soon as Song Qingxue stepped in, she kicked off her high heels, changed into a pair of comfortable cartoon slippers, and then turned around, crossing her arms, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiao, saying, Yi, I'm setting the rules. First, you will live on the first floor. Without my permission, you are not allowed to go to the second floor. Second, we are only in a bodyguard and employer relationship. I will pay you 8,000 a month, and you cannot say we have an engagement. Third, you cannot interfere in my personal matters, and I will not interfere in yours. Yi Xiao shrugged indifferently, okay. Just treat it as co-renting for 3 months, and he didn't even have to pay rent. After saying that, he picked up his suitcase and walked towards a room on the first floor, not treating himself as an outsider at all.
Seeing Yi Xiao's calm demeanor, Song Qingxue got angry. After all, she was one of the top 3 beauties in Lingzhou, yet here with Yi Xiao, she felt as ordinary as cabbage in a market, lacking any charm. Endure it for a moment and maintain calm. Taking a step back only made her more upset. Back in her room, Song Qingxue called her best friend. My grandpa set up an engagement for me. The amazed voice of a girl came from the phone. Song the rich, quickly tell me, is he handsome? From which wealthy family?
Song Qingxue pursed her lips. He looks okay, but he's just a prison guard.
What?
The voice on the phone suddenly shot up several decibels. A small prison guard is not worthy of you, Song the rich, you must not agree to this marriage. Marrying such an ordinary man, you will regret it for a lifetime. I know, but my grandpa insists that I be engaged to him and even let him be my bodyguard.
He has already come back to my villa with me.
Continuing her complaints, Song Qingxue said.
The sound of a woman stomping her feet came from the phone. What? He went home with you already? Song the rich, let me tell you.
You are in danger, there is not a good man out there, he will definitely come to kick your door tonight. Hurry and move some things to barricade the door, and make sure to wear clothes to sleep tonight.
The defense spray I gave you must be kept under your pillow.
If that frog dares to rush in, spray him right in the face. The woman spoke to Song Qingxue like a military strategist.
Song Qingxue was somewhat speechless. Is that really necessary? He doesn't seem to have any intention of doing that to me. The woman on the phone was frustrated. Song rich lady, haven't you heard the saying?
Nowadays, when a poor man meets a noble person, he builds a career. When he meets a good person, he starts a family. When he meets a rich lady, he builds a career and starts a family.
So wake up. This must be an act from that frog, pretending to be harmless to let your guard down.
Think about it, he is just a prison guard with a monthly salary of a few thousand.
He probably wants to marry you for your family's wealth.
I bet he wants to cook the raw rice into cooked rice, and then you'll have no choice but to marry him.
Song Qingxue was stunned. It seemed like her friend's words were quite reasonable. She was one of the 3 great beauties of Lingzhou, from 99 years old to those just learning to walk. What man wouldn't be attracted to her charm? The only one who seemed so indifferent was Yi Xiao. Now thinking back, it might just be a disguise. So what should I do, Yi? Song Qingxue started to panic a bit. After a slight pause, the woman on the phone said, okay, you do exactly what I just said. If anything seems off, call me immediately. I'll arrange for some people to come early tomorrow morning to drive that guy out of your villa. After hanging up, Song Qingxue followed her friend's advice, and because she was so anxious, she barely slept all night. But throughout the night, nothing happened at all. The next day, when Song Qingxue came down with 2 panda eyes, Yi Xiao was happily slurping noodles. I made you a bowl too, come down and eat. Yi Xiao said without looking up. Song Qingxue glanced at the noodles topped with a golden fried egg and thought, this prison guard isn't as useless as she thought, at least he cooked the noodles pretty well. But then she quickly dismissed that thought, this must be part of his disguise to confuse her. I won't eat such greasy food. Won't eat? Alright then. Without another word, Yi Xiao pushed the noodles he prepared for Song Qingxue to his side. Dense man, you deserve to be single. Song Qingxue was once again annoyed by Yi Xiao's casualness. Couldn't he think of convincing her a bit? Maybe if he tried convincing her 5 or 6 times, she might just consider eating his noodles after all. Just as Yi Xiao was about to slurp up another bowl of noodles, dingling. The doorbell of the villa rang. Chapter 6, Dreams Are Full. Song Qingxue knew it must be the people her friend had arranged, so she tried to act nonchalant as she went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a huge bouquet of 199 roses appeared in front of her. Song Qingxue was taken aback at first, but when she saw the person holding the roses, her brows furrowed. She didn't expect her friend to find this person.
At the door stood a young man, around 26 or 27 years old, dressed in a white taekwondo uniform.
Miss Song, good morning. Bai Haito said with a big smile.
Bai Haitao was one of Song Qingshue's many pursuers. He was the son of the head of the Tianhua Taekwondo Club and brought her roses every time they met, making her quite annoyed. While Song Qingxue was in a daze, a slightly chubby girl behind Bai Haitao winked at her, and only then did Song Qingxue accept the roses from Bai Haitao.
Come in. Song Qingxue said indifferently.
This sentence left Bai Haitao ecstatic. This was the first time after pursuing Song Qingxue for so long.
The first time he was invited in. Though he was only invited by Lu Yi to work, to him, it was a great chance to get close to the goddess. Bai Haitao entered with 3 other people. One was the director Lu Yi, and the other 2 were taekwondo disciples in white training uniforms. As soon as Lu Yi entered, her gaze swept over Yi Xiao, who was slurping noodles loudly, instantly filled with disdain, truly a gourd vine bearing a rotten pumpkin. He didn't even care when his fiancée was given flowers by another man.
Once Bai Haitao came in, he looked at Song Qingxue like a lovesick puppy. Qingxue, did you have breakfast?
Should I invite you to the Golden Coast Western restaurant for breakfast? Ahem. Lu Yi cleared her throat twice, reminding Bai Haitao that there was serious business to attend to.
Only then did Bai Haitao regain his focus. He glanced at Yi Xiao sitting at the dining table, a sharp look flashing between his brows. Just a weak little guy.
There's no difficulty at all to drive him away.
After making an okay sign to Song Qingxue and Lu Yi, he led his 2 goons towards Yi Xiao's direction. The 3 of them arrived in front of Yi Xiao. Bai Haitao boldly pulled out a chair and sat down. Kid, you must be Miss Song's bodyguard.
What ability do you have to protect Miss Song? If you know what's good for you, scram.
If you dare to bother Miss Song again, I'll break your 3 legs. Yi Xiao didn't bother to respond. He had noticed them when they entered, having never seen anyone come to deliver flowers in taekwondo uniforms. Clearly, they had ulterior motives.
He continued eating his noodles without changing his expression. What if a pig wrestled against him? Won't this be too much?
I don't think Yi Xiao is as terrible as you say. He didn't even go upstairs last night. Song Qingxue felt a bit reluctant. After all, Yi Xiao was relatively honest, and he had cooked noodles for her this morning. If he ended up getting beaten by Bai Haitao just because of her and her best friend's suspicions, she couldn't help but feel guilty. But Lu Yi spoke with a tone that pierced through everything. Song, rich lady, save your sympathy.
Do you want this guy to keep living with you?
Don't be deceived by his exterior. The better he pretends, the bigger his scheme. Once this toad plays with you and swindles your family's assets, you won't even have a place to cry. So, Song Qingxue fell silent. On Yi Xiao's side, Bai Haitao was increasingly impatient with Yi Xiao. He thought this kid would be angered by him, giving him a reason to beat him up, but unexpectedly, this was a coward, having no courage to even speak back when he provoked him. He gestured to a nearby goon. The goon understood immediately, rolled up his sleeves, and menacingly walked in front of Yi Xiao. Waste, didn't you hear what young Master Bai just said to you? Eat, 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 I'll let you eat. The goon swung his hand, flipping Yi Xiao's bowl of noodles over.
Smash! The bowl shattered, noodles and soup splattered all over the ground.
Yi Xiao raised his eyes and glanced at the goon. That glance was as sharp as an ice blade, making the goon shiver involuntarily. You, kid, stop looking at me with those eyes. If you want to keep eating, get down on the ground like a dog and lick. The goon quickly regained himself and continued to taunt Yi Xiao. Bai Haitao smirked with mockery, greatly appreciating the goon's actions. Now this kid should be furious. Yi Xiao wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. How empty is the prison, the world is so arrogant.
Do you know what I hate the most in our prison? Wasting food. Once, a big shot from Mexico disliked the prison food. He poured all the food out, and as a result, Yi Xiao directly ordered the tyrant to feed him 3 big buckets of leftovers, completely curing that man's picky eating problem from then on. I'll give you a chance to pick up the noodles on the ground and eat them, otherwise, you're going to be in for a bad day, Yi Xiao said lightly. A bad day? Ha ha ha.
The little brother laughed recklessly. I'm standing right here, let's see how you make me have a bad day. Bai Haitao and another little brother burst into laughter as well. The little brother in front of Yi Xiao was a first-degree black belt, and this kid was too unaware of his own limits, thinking a small nobody could make a black belt have a bad day. What nonsense! Beside them, Lu Yi excitedly clenched her small fist. Qingxue, get ready for the show.
This toad is going to suffer a big loss.
Just as Lu Yi's words fell, Yi Xiao moved. With a lightning-fast kick to the little brother's knee, the latter lost his balance and fell forward. Yi Xiao casually grabbed his hair and pressed him down onto the noodles.
Smack! A kick and a press, all in one flow. Bai Haitao's smile instantly froze, and Lu Yi's mouth opened wide enough to swallow an egg. How is this possible?
Song Qingxue was also scared. She never expected Yi Xiao to have such a violent side. If he had used this move against her last night, she probably wouldn't have had time to get her pepper spray out before he pinned her down.
So scary. Yi was right, this person must be driven away. Bang! Bai Haitao slammed his hand on the table, roaring, Kid, do you even have any shame, launching a sneak attack? He certainly wouldn't admit that his little brother was outmatched, that would be slapping his own face. Sneak attack? Indeed, it's this Toad sneak attack, otherwise, how could he overpower a first-degree black belt? Louis firmly believed in Bai Haitao's words. Hee, do you want to give it a try? Yi Xiao grinned, his gaze shimmering with mockery. Damn, kid, with your kind of skill, how could Bai Xiao come into play? I can take you down with just one hand, another little brother boastfully stepped forward. Then come on. Yi Xiao beckoned the little brother with his finger. Since these three disrupted his good mood of eating noodles, he naturally wanted to make them unhappy in return. The little brother squinted his eyes, slammed one hand on the table, and sprang up like he had springs under his feet, then swiftly kicked sideways towards Yi Xiao, who was sitting across the table. This little brother was also a first-degree black belt, and Bai Haitao did not believe Yi Xiao could dodge this kick. Louis became even more excited. She had seen this little brother perform a sidekick at the taekwondo gym before, and he could kick through 5 wooden boards. If this Toad got hit, he would definitely end up as a vegetable. Humph, let's see if you still dare to mess with my Qingxue. Song Qingxue worriedly tugged at her clothes. What if Yi Xiao really got kicked into a vegetable? What if Grandpa made her take responsibility for him? She didn't want to marry a vegetable. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is full of surprises. Yi Xiao casually raised his hand, blocking the little brother's unstoppable sidekick steadily, then wrenched him over like pulling a radish, immediately followed by a high kick on the little brother's back. Clunk! With a sound, another face landed in the noodle soup. Gulp! This was the sound of Louis and Song Qingxue swallowing hard. Bai Haitao couldn't help gasping in shock. If the first time Yi Xiao acted had a sneak attack element, this time it was their side that acted first. The result was that he sat in his chair without even moving his butt and subdued another first-degree black belt. Even he couldn't do this. At this moment, Bai Haitao finally felt a hint of fear. Chapter 7, He Must Be Driven Away. But losing to a person is one thing, losing to a god in front of a goddess is another. Bai Haitao pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted, "Kid, do you know who my dad is?" He knew he probably wasn't a match for Yi Xiao, so he wanted to use his father to intimidate him. But Yi Xiao simply asked back nonchalantly, "What? Didn't your mom tell you?" This sentence turned Bai Haitao's face a deep shade of purple. His father was a black belt master, the 8th Dan. He thought this kid would be intimidated by his father's name, but he never expected Yi Xiao to play so unconventionally. "Kid, I'll kill you." Bai Haitao roared, throwing a punch toward Yi Xiao's head. He wasn't completely brainless. Now that Yi Xiao couldn't move either his left hand or right foot, he felt confident that he could launch a surprise attack under these circumstances. This punch from Bai Haitao was very sudden and executed with seamless movements, without any wasted actions. Even professional taekwondo athletes might struggle to produce such an effect. However, Louis and Song Qingxue were no longer looking at it optimistically, fearing they would be slapped in the face by Yi Xiao's lightning speed. In fact, their concerns proved to be entirely correct. Yi Xiao did not dodge or evade and threw a punch to meet Bai Haitao head-on. The next second, there was a loud crack, followed by a sound of bones breaking. Bai Haitao's body flew out like a broken sack and crashed heavily against the wall, sticking there for 2.56 seconds before slowly sliding down. Hitting someone feels like hanging a painting. It shows how powerful Yi Xiao's punch was. Seeing Yi Xiao easily take down 3 people, Song Qingxue and Louis were almost left speechless, thinking Yi Xiao was just a small third wheel, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a wild criminal. Amidst their shock, both women felt extremely disappointed in Bai Haitao. Is this what a taekwondo genius is? Such a waste of expression. But the mess caused by the 3 still needed the 2 women to clean up. Yi Xiao, they are still my friends, can you just let it go this time? Song Qingxue said awkwardly. Yi Xiao gave Song Qingxue a meaningful glance that look clearly said, "I know what you want." But he didn't say much and simply let go of the 2 people he had pinned to the ground. Bai Haitao and the others no longer had the face to stay in the villa and left without even saying goodbye. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao finally understood why spare tires are round, because it's convenient to roll away. After the 3 left, Louis pulled Song Qingxue and raced upstairs with heavy footsteps. "Song rich girl, didn't you say this kid was useless? How can he have such impressive skills?" As soon as they entered the room, Louis couldn't wait to question her friend. Song Qingxue was also confused. "I don't know. He only said he is a prison guard. How would I know prison guards have such good skills now?" Louis began to pace in the room. "Let me think, good skills are nothing special. With his status, he's not worthy of you. I must find a way to drive him away." At this moment, Song Qingxue suddenly said, "How about I confront him directly? I'll give him some money to make him leave." "No way." Louis directly denied her friend's idea. "Song rich girl, why do I feel like your IQ is running low right now? Think about it, if he marries you, he can enjoy your family's wealth. What's a little money to him?
In 3 months, he can have both money and a partner, only a fool would accept money to leave.
Song Qingxue nodded, feeling that there was truth to her words. Hey, I have it. I have a way to make that kid back down on his own.
Louise suddenly stopped in her tracks, a sly curve spreading across her lips, her big eyes narrowing into a thin slit, like a little witch. The two girls discussed for half the day in the room before coming downstairs.
They saw Yi Xiao lazily lying on the sofa, watching a football game.
Louis pushed Song Qingxue lightly and whispered, "Remember, make him go to your company." Song Qingxue took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset before walking over and saying, "Yi Xiao, I'm going to the company now, you should come with me."
"No time."
Yi Xiao replied flatly. He only wanted to loaf around for 3 months and then get the token from Old Man Song to leave, not to work as a bodyguard. Song Qingxue, annoyed, clenched her pink fist. "Yi Xiao, my grandfather wants you to protect me, not to laze around and wait to die."
"If that's the case, then you can get out of the villa right now." "Oh, my. Has this woman lost her mind? How dare she speak to me like that?"
If a prisoner in jail dared to speak like that, Yi Xiao would at least throw them in a cage and starve them for 3 days. Song Qingxue became determined to drive Yi Xiao away after seeing his strength.
If 3 taekwondo experts weren't his match, did she have any chance of resisting if Yi Xiao truly wanted to harm her?
Looking at Song Qingxue's unyielding gaze, Yi Xiao sighed.
Fine, I'll go with you, okay?"
It seemed like wanting to be a lazy fish wasn't going to work out.
Soon, the two took Song Qingxue's red BMW and arrived at the Song Group.
Upon arriving at the group, Song Qingxue directly called for the head of the security department, Hua Dagwan. He was a sturdy retired special forces soldier and was highly valued by Song Qingxue.
"Minister Hua, this is my bodyguard Yi Xiao. He'll be stationed in your security department from now on. Please take him down to familiarize himself with the company," Song Qingxue said indifferently.
Hua Dagwan sized Yi Xiao up and, finding him not very strong, realized this was not a real bodyguard. He was probably a poor relative of the CEO who used connections to get in.
"Yes, CEO Song, you come with me." Hua Dagwan acted decisively and directly took Yi Xiao away.
In the security department's office, Hua Dagwan pointed to an empty seat and said arrogantly, "This will be your desk from now on." Hearing this, Yi Xiao walked straight to the desk and sat down without a care. This stunned Hua Dagwan.
Did this kid not understand the rules? Didn't he know who was the boss here?
Now he was even more certain that Yi Xiao had only gotten in through connections, so he prepared to teach him a lesson to establish his authority in the security department. "Yi Xiao, I don't care what your relationship with CEO Song is, but remember this, our security department does not support idlers.
Your first task is to guard the parking lot, right now."
However, before Hua Dagwan finished his sentence, Yi Xiao interrupted, "Minister Hua, I think you've got it wrong.
I'm Song Qingxue's bodyguard, not a company security guard."
Though bodyguard and security guard differ by just one word, their functions are worlds apart. Hua Dagwan clenched his fist tightly, seeing Yi Xiao's words as a challenge to his authority.
"I don't care what you are. Once you enter my security department, you must follow my orders. I have matters to attend to now. If you haven't been to the parking lot in an hour, I will personally report to CEO Song and have you fired." With that, Hua Dagwan turned and left. Yi Xiao scoffed, not taking Hua Dagwan's words seriously at all. He was appointed by Old Man Song, even Song Qingxue couldn't fire him, let alone a security department head. So, he crossed his legs, took out his old phone from 3 years ago, and started playing a game. Chapter 8, The Most Malicious Woman's Heart. Seeing Yi Xiao's reckless attitude, the other security guards in the office watched with eager eyes. This kid is probably in big trouble. He dares to disrespect Director Hui of the security department. From now on, he'll either be sidelined or directly kicked out of the company. In the president's office, Song Qingxue had completely lost her focus on work today. Her mind was filled with Louis's plans, and she kept looking at her watch, finally managing to endure until 11 in the morning. She closed the documents and wanted to call Yi Xiao, only to find that she didn't have his contact information at all. She decided to go find him directly. Meanwhile, time flew by for Yi Xiao as he played games. Unknowingly, he had been at his workstation for over an hour. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was violently kicked open, and Hua Dagwan stormed in, filled with anger. "Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Do you think my words mean nothing?"
Hua Dagwan glared at Yi Xiao furiously.
"Tsk tisk, it's been a while since we've seen Director Hua this angry.
The last time he lost his temper, he almost knocked out a colleague's front teeth for sleeping during work hours. This new guy is in for a rough time.
Who says otherwise?
He just joined and dares to go against Director Hua.
Doesn't he know that Director Hua has a background as a special forces soldier?
With that little physique, he'll likely get knocked out with a single slap."
But Yi Xiao just calmly put away his phone and said nonchalantly, "Director Hua, did you understand what I just said?"
Hiss. The security guards all gasped.
Even at this moment, this kid still dares to talk back? Does he really not know how to write the word death?
Hua Daguang's fists, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Just as he was about to give Yi Xiao a lesson and set an example, a voice suddenly came from the doorway.
Yi Xiao, come out with me. Hello, President Song. Hello, President Song.
The security guards all stood up to greet her. Upon hearing Song Qingshue's words, Hua Daguang naturally hesitated to act further.
President Song, about Yi Xiao, I wanted to tell you.
Since he couldn't act against him, Hua Daguang. The decoration inside is also splendid and luxurious, even the paintings hanging on the walls and the ornaments in the hallway are genuine antiques.
Truly the best restaurant in Lingzhou. After entering the private room, Lu Yi immediately called a waiter to order food. Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask, aren't there still customers? That person can't come for now.
Since we're all here, it wouldn't make sense to leave empty-handed.
Lu Yi gave a fairly reasonable explanation.
However, her next move left Yi Xiao even more dumbfounded. Although there were no other guests, Lu Yi showed no signs of holding back at all, ordering the most expensive items from the menu. French cheese lobster, soy sauce steamed East Star grouper, premium fresh sirloin beef, emerald oyster king abalone slices, lotus leaf flavored 8 treasure duck, 3 egg steamed blue crab. In no time, she ordered over a dozen dishes and even added a bottle of Bordeaux 1885 red wine worth 100,000. Meanwhile, Song Qingxue didn't say a word, clearly agreeing with Lu Yi's choices.
What are these two women thinking? Is it really necessary to be so extravagant just for a meal? Can 3 people even finish this much food?
However, Yi Xiao didn't speak up. His role now was just to be a bodyguard, so he continued to enjoy his own meal. After a dozen minutes, the dishes Lu Yi ordered began to be served one by one.
Lu Yi immediately had the waiter open the Bordeaux red wine, then poured 3 glasses.
Come on, Yi sir, let's drink a toast to welcome you,
Lu Yi said with a light laugh.
However, her smile made Yi Xiao feel quite strange, as if the words ill intentions were clearly written on her forehead. It was obvious she was smiling on the outside but plotting something malicious on the inside.
Where did Yi Xiao come from?
In the prison, everyone had their own tricks. He managed to subdue those people for 3 years, so he was definitely not simple-minded. Yet, since a beautiful woman was toasting him, he couldn't refuse to drink. So the 3 of them clinked their glasses. Just as he set down his glass, Lu Yi's phone rang. Mr. Zhou, you're here?
Great, great. Qingxue and I will come out to pick you up. After finishing the call, Lu Yi said to Song Qingxue, Mr. Zhou is available now, let's go out to pick him up.
Okay.
Song Qingxue nodded somewhat uneasily, then grabbed her handbag and left with Lu Yi.
Just as they reached the door, she hesitated, but Lu Yi pulled her away. At the front of the restaurant, Lu Yi took out a stack of money and handed it to the waiter. The bill for room 808 is covered by that gentleman inside.
Yes, yes.
The waiter happily accepted the tip. After instructing the waiter, the 2 women got into the car.
Are we being too much? Song Qingxue felt a little guilty.
She knew Yi Zhao's situation. Having 1,000 yuan on him was already good. The dishes Lu Yi just ordered were at least around 150,000. Lu Yi sneered, shaking her fist. When dealing with a poor guy, you must strike hard and not hold back. Only when you make him hurt will he know you're not easy to mess with. Damn toad thinking it can eat swan meat, just wait to wash dishes in the restaurant for the rest of its life.
Let's go, Qingxue, we're off for Western cuisine.
In the private room, Yi Xiao waited for about 10 minutes but still didn't see the 2 women return. He decided not to wait any longer and began to feast on the delicious spread before him. The prison food had been the same few dishes over and over again. He was already tired of it, so now was a good time to treat himself. After eating and drinking his fill, Yi Xiao walked out with a toothpick in his mouth. The waiter immediately approached him. Sir, your total spending is 158,000.
Would you like to pay in cash or by card?
Yi Xiao replied calmly, I'm just an employee of Song Group, you should ask President Song to pay the bill. Sorry, sir, Miss Song said that this meal is on you. Yi Zhao's smacking action stopped, his eyes quietly narrowed. He never expected that Song Qingxue could actually do such a thing. He had thought that the 2 women were deliberately finding an excuse to leave, but he believed that Song Qingxue was not that kind of person. He never expected he was wrong.
Women's hearts are the most poisonous. Chapter 9, Do I Still Need to Pay? Seeing that Yi Zhao's expression was a bit off, the waiter suddenly became alert. Sir, you can't be unable to pay for the meal, right?
I've said it before, I'm just an employee of the Song Group, I won't pay for that meal. Yi Xiao would not suffer this kind of loss. The waiter didn't say much and directly called security over the intercom. When 7 or 8 strong security guards arrived, the waiter spoke loudly with confidence. Our man Hin Lu has never had a case of eating and running. Since you can't pay, you can forget about leaving today. Soon, the news of someone eating and running at Manhan Lu spread throughout the restaurant, and many people gathered to watch the excitement.
TSK, this kid looks decent, yet he's a freeloader. Truly, one can't judge a book by its cover. He didn't bother to inquire about the background of Manhan Lu. Daring to eat for free here is simply asking for trouble. Just then, a cold voice came. What's going on? A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, walked over. Seeing him, the waiter switched to a fawning tone. Deputy manager, this person ordered $150,000 worth of food and can't pay. He wants to eat for free. Eating for free? The deputy manager looked Yi Xiao up and down coldly, and when he saw Yi Xiao's plain clothes, he became even more disdainful. He waved his hand and said, "What are you still standing there for? Why waste words on trash like him? Hurry up and take him to the back for a beating, then have his friends send money. If he can't gather enough money within an hour, just send him to the police station. Do your job smartly. If you see such lowly people again, don't let them in next time. They not only waste our time but also lower the status of our Manhan Lu." Yes, deputy manager, you're right. The waiter nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Several security guards also didn't dare to delay, stepping forward to prepare to take Yi Xiao away. Yi Xiao frowned slightly, his right hand subtly forming a gripping gesture. If the criminals from the top prison saw this movement, they would surely be terrified, because they knew this was a sign that the prison chief was about to act. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came. Yi Xiao, is it really you? You dog. What happened? Have you been dumped by Qiu Ping and can't even afford a meal now, reduced to eating like a beggar? Yi Xiao tilted his head slightly and saw Qi Tianhao, dressed in formal attire, striding over with a look full of mockery. Mr. Qi, is this your friend? The deputy manager put away his arrogant expression and asked with a calm tone. Qi Tianhao was their gold card member, and he naturally didn't dare to offend him. Friend? Hee, let me introduce you all. This is the former young master of the Yi group, but now he's just a small jail cop in a place where no one cares. His monthly salary is at most 3,000, ha ha ha. Hearing Qi Tianhao's words, everyone once again pointed fingers at Yi Xiao. So it's the down-and-out young master of the Yi group. The company went bankrupt, and he still has the face to come to Manhan Lu for a meal. I bet he's just trying to show off. Yeah. A monthly salary of 3,000, and he dares to dine at Manhan Lu. Doesn't he know that one meal here could cost him 4 to 5 years of his wages? How ridiculous. A jail cop is about to be caught and sent to prison. If the prisoners in there find out about his identity, they will surely teach him a lesson. Listening to the crowd's ridicule of Yi Xiao, Qi Tianhao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Kid, weren't you very arrogant in that broken prison? You dare to lay a hand on me? Right now, on my turf, I can crush you in a minute. Even so, Qi Tianhao still felt it wasn't enough. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Yi Xiao, since you're Qiu Ping's ex-husband, I actually have a solution. As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Xiao and then at the ground, mocking with a laugh. You need to kneel, knock your head 100 times, and call me dad, then I can help you pay the bill. How about it? You only need to bend your knee and move your mouth, and I'll pay off this 150,000 for you. Isn't that a good deal? Ha ha ha. To Qi Tianhao, spending 150,000 just to toy with Yi Xiao seemed worthwhile. He had already planned that as long as Yi Xiao knelt down and called him dad, he would record the scene and spread the video online, just to see how this guy would live afterwards. At this moment, the onlookers all revealed mocking smiles, waiting to see the show. Hearing this, the winehouse manager laughed awkwardly. Kid, did you hear that? President Qi is kind-hearted and willing to pay for you. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down, call him dad? The crowd chimed in. Kid, you're lucky today to meet such a great person as President Qi. Quickly kneel and show your gratitude. Right, kid, it's just a knee and a bow. Isn't that better than rotting in jail? As everyone mocked Yi Xiao, Qi Tianhao held his head high, waiting proudly for Yi Xiao to bow. Slap. With a crisp sound, a loud slap landed on Qi Tianhao's face. It made half of Qi Tianhao's face swell up, while his body flipped in the air, rolling 3 times before crashing to the ground. Yi Xiao casually shook his hand. The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. Isn't it better to eat your meal properly? Is there salt in your pants, making you feel restless? Yi Xiao's slap instantly silenced the noisy crowd. Hiss. Everyone gasped in disbelief at this scene. How dare he lay hands on President Qi? Isn't he just a poor nobody? TSK, he probably thinks he's the eldest son of the Yi family. What a joke. This is no longer about kneeling. President Qi has a background in the War Department, all it takes is a word, and this kid will be rotting in jail. At this moment, Qi Tianhao had gotten back up from the ground, glaring at Yi Xiao with wide eyes. Very good. I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. His tone was as cold as ice, every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The hotel manager was also startled. Kid, President Qi is kindly buying your bill, and you dare to lay hands on him? Let me tell you, your life is over. Even if President Qi lets you go, the Fan Han building will never spare you. Come on, grab. How could he possibly be the owner of Manhenlu?
I think he must be delusional or pretending to be crazy to escape beating General Chi.
Kid, where did you learn to brag like that? How are you so incredible?
Even claiming that Manhenlu is yours, why don't you say the whole street is yours, or that you're the son of the world's richest man?
Ha ha ha.
Just then, Chi Tianhao suddenly shifted his gaze and said, Mr. Yi, come on, show me, what makes you think you're the owner of this Manhenlu? If you were spreading rumors, that would damage the reputation of Manhenlu, and I believe the real owner would never let you off lightly. He had heard that the real boss behind Manhenlu was the king of the underground world in Long Country, Blood Honor. If Blood Honor finds out about this, Yishao might end up chopped into pieces by Blood Honor's men without even needing to lift a finger. The hotel manager immediately understood Chi Tianhao's intent. This was a plot to kill by proxy. If Chi Tianhao takes care of Yishao, at worst the latter would spend his life in prison, but if that person speaks up, Yishao would surely be dead without a complete corpse. Chi Tianhao looked at Yishao ominously, Mr. Yi, if you can prove this restaurant is yours, I'll pay 10 times today's expenses.
But if you can't prove it, Manager Ho, you know what to do.
The hotel manager smirked coldly, don't worry, Mr. Chi, I will definitely report this matter as it is. Since Chi Tianhao wanted to destroy this ignorant kid, he was also not averse to doing him a favor. The hotel manager and Chi Tianhao played their double act, and Yishao saw right through it, thinking they wanted old man Blood Honor to clean him up? Even if you fed him 180 leopard's galls, that old man wouldn't dare. Yi Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile, Chi Tianhao, right.
Since you've got money to burn, I'll give you a chance to break the bank right now.
Speaking, Yishao pulled a stack of papers from his pocket. He didn't bring much back to Lingzhou, just grabbed a handful of mortgage documents from Jiangnan province. Soon, Yishao pulled out one of the documents.
He dialed the number on the paper. Is this the Albua company? I have a mortgage document that needs executing.
A pleasant female voice came through the phone. All right, sir, please give me the document number. Yi Xiao then reported the number on the document.
Mr. Yi, the Manhenlu in Lingzhou is now transferred to your name. Is there anything else you'd like to instruct?
Yi Xiao glanced at the hotel manager's name badge. Have someone from Manhenlu's headquarters inform a manager named Ho in Lingzhou.
All right, Mr. Yi, I'll relay the message right away. The onlookers were all bewildered by Yi Zhao's maneuver. What's this kid doing, playing tricks? Looks like he's executing a mortgage document. Did this guy escape from a mental hospital? Who would mortgage a cash cow like Manhenlu? I heard the big boss of Manhenlu was a big shot in Long Country. How could such a person be short of money?
Chi Tianhao, smugly lighting a cigarette, scorned Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, you've got 5 more minutes. After that, you can wait for your death. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark Yi Xiao said. How could Manhenlu be Yi Xiao's property? Everything Yi Xiao had done seemed like a fool's errand to him, casually pulling out a piece of paper and seriously claiming Manhenlu was his. Did he really think he was an idiot? Yi Xiao chuckled, not bothering with Chi Tianhao, and continued leisurely cleaning his teeth with a toothpick.
The onlookers also looked down on Yi Xiao with disdain.
He thought he was putting on a brave face, but inside, he was incredibly anxious.
Kid, stop pretending here. You should quickly kneel down and apologize to President Xi.
If you wait too long, you might not only land in jail but also lose your life.
That's right, kid.
Being poor isn't shameful, but vanity can make you detestable.
Do you really think you, with a salary of just a few thousand, can compete with a big boss like President Xi?
Everyone, stop advising him. This ignorant little ant deserves to be taught a lesson by President Xi so he can remember it. Soon, 10 minutes passed.
The restaurant manager wore a forced smile and said, Kid, what's it going to be? You aren't going to ask us to wait another 10 minutes, are you?
Chi Tianhao exhaled a large cloud of smoke and sneered, Yi, remember this, in your next life, keep your eyes open and avoid me, understand?
Don't worry. I'll bring Xiaoping to burn some paper for you on your 7th day. Manager Ho, make your move. Chi Tianhao waved his hand.
Manager Ho cleared his throat, ready to instruct the security to act, when suddenly, a phone rang. He had no choice but to swallow his words and take out his phone. When he saw the caller ID, his hand couldn't help but tremble. It was a call from the headquarters in the capital. Manager Ho instantly switched to a tone as if he were meeting his ancestors, saying, Hello, I'm Ho Yaoguang. A cold voice on the other end said, Manager Ho, the Mr. Yi in front of you is now the owner of the Manhan restaurant in Lingzhou. From today on, all affairs of the restaurant do not need to be reported to headquarters. Everything is under Mr. Yi's full responsibility.
What? Mr. Yi, the boss.
Manager Ho felt the world spinning around him, trembling all over as if he had been struck with epilepsy. He wasn't stupid, he knew exactly who the Mr. Yi mentioned by headquarters was.
Oh my god. How was this possible? Just a moment ago, this kid couldn't come up with 150,000, and now he had become his big boss?
Manager Ho's brain raced, working faster than ever. After a long moment, he finally forced a bitter smile.
Yi, boss, I was just joking with you, please don't take it to heart. At this moment, he was terrified of Yi Xian. How could he afford to provoke someone who had taken over the restaurant? Seeing this scene, Ji Tianhao was stunned, the waiters and security were stunned, and everyone present was in shock. Ha! What just happened? Why did Manager Ho change his attitude 180 degrees after a phone call, now calling this kid the boss? Ji Tianhao frowned and said, Manager Ho, you haven't been infected by this kid's madness, have you? This kid is just a little prison guard, how could he be your boss? Manager Ho turned around and glared at Ji Tianhao fiercely, filled with the urge to strangle him. If it weren't for Ji Tianhao, he wouldn't have offended such a big boss so badly. Ji Tianhao, clean up your mouth. Can you slander the owner of Manhan Restaurant? After saying that, he ordered the security behind him. I just received a call from headquarters. From today on, Mr. Yi is the owner of our Manhan Restaurant. Now, let's greet the boss together. Hello, boss. After instructing his subordinates, Manager Ho immediately bent his waist into a perfect 90 degrees, as if he felt 1 degree less wouldn't be sincere enough. The security guards were momentarily stunned, then followed suit, bowing and calling, Hello, boss. Ji Tianhao's eye muscles twitched violently, and the cigarette he was holding fell to the ground without him realizing. He could hardly believe this scene was real. But Manager Ho's character was well known, he was a sycophant. To let the other person do this step can only mean that Manager Ho was telling the truth. Yi Xiao is indeed the boss of Manhan Restaurant. Chapter 11, Why Suffer So? The expressions of the onlookers were also quite wonderful. Isn't that just a little prison guard? How did he become the boss of Manhan Restaurant? Could it be his twisted sense of humor? How could a man with a restaurant worth hundreds of millions work part-time in a prison? But no matter what, Yi Xiao being a restaurant boss is now confirmed, and some who just mocked him hurriedly backed away, fearing that Yi Xiao might hold a grudge and retaliate. Looking at Manager Ho, who was bending forward at a 90-degree angle in fear, Yi Xiao said indifferently, Manager Ho, do you still want to kick me out or demand my money? Manager Ho's legs went weak, trembling all over, he gave himself a harsh slap and stuttered, Master, just consider what I said earlier is nonsense. Ugh. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Yi Xiao chuckled, recover a bit, I still prefer your earlier rebellious attitude. Only then did Manager Ho lift his head, fearfully asking, Boss, you won't hold me responsible? This was what he was most concerned about, opposing and mocking the big boss and nearly kicking him out could get anyone fired in any company. Yi Xiao glanced at Manager Ho and said casually, you go down and write a self-criticism, send it to the general manager of Manhan Restaurant, and let him handle you. Yi Xiao had guarded the top prison for 3 years, making all those ruthless criminals obey him not because of his cruelty, but because he firmly enforced 3 rules, scare the disobedient, hit if the scare doesn't work, and kill if hitting doesn't make them submit. Yi Xiao planned to manage Manhan Restaurant the same way. Hearing this, Manager Ho immediately sighed in relief. Just as he was about to flatter Yi Xiao, he saw Yi Xiao already walking outside. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came again, don't forget to collect a total of 10 times the price. Yes, boss, I promise to get it done. Manager Ho quickly responded. After saying that, Manager Ho turned to Ji Tianhao with a dark face, Mr. Qi, I advise you to pay up honestly, I'm not in a good mood today. If anything happens to you, don't blame me. What happened to the promise of turning into a pig head? Why does it seem like nothing happened now? Song Qingxue noticed the change in her best friend's expression and quickly turned to look. When she saw that Yi Xiao was unharmed, she was also taken aback. Feeling a bit guilty, Song Qingxue asked, Yi Xiao, they didn't hurt you, right? Yi Xiao gave Song Qingxue a meaningful glance and replied coldly, wasn't it just a meal? What could they do to me? Though he initially came to ask Song Qingxue to break off their engagement, he still had some fondness for this stunning girl, but what happened earlier did disappoint him. Sensing Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude, Song Qingxue felt a sudden pang of anxiety, just as she was about to apologize. Louis, however, spoke domineeringly, Hey Yi, why are you acting all high and mighty? It was just a joke. Can't a big man take a little fun? Yi Xiao didn't say much more to the 2 women and directly turned to leave. Song Qingxue shot her best friend a fierce glare and shouted at Yi Xiao's back, Yi Xiao, come back with me in my car. But Yi Xiao didn't even look back, only tossing out a phrase, I prefer to take a stroll by myself after eating. Song Qingxue didn't expect Yi Xiao to reject her so decisively, after all, she had never invited a man into her car before. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, wishing she could give Yi Xiao a knock on the head. Seeing Yi Xiao looking like a victorious winner made Louis furious. She showed a mix of resentment, fierce determination, and gritted teeth as she said, look at him acting all smug. One day, I will make him kneel before me and sing my praises. When the 2 women returned to the car, Song Qingxue didn't rush to start the engine. How do you think he got out unharmed? Louis shrugged, speaking with a tone that suggested she knew it all, Song rich lady, haven't you figured it out yet? The general manager of Manhenlu, Fong Honggang, is your admirer.
It must have been that toad who gave your name, and Fong Honggang let him go because of your face.
How infuriating. He actually took advantage of that.
I should have contacted Fong Honggang sooner. Song Qingxue thought for a moment and eventually agreed with her best friend's explanation. If it weren't for this, she really couldn't think of any other way Yi Xiao might have escaped.
Humph. I thought Yi Xiao had some ability. Turns out he's just a coward relying on others.
Realizing this, she felt a bit frustrated. Yi Xiao had used her name to escape but then had the nerve to act coldly towards her. This man truly had no decency. Suddenly, Louis's eyes brightened as she said, "Song rich lady, I thought of a way to embarrass Yi Xiao once again. This time, I'll make sure he knows the distance between us and leaves quietly."
Great, you say it, and I'll follow you.
Song Qingxue was feeling angry now, and she would agree to anything that could get back at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao leisurely made his way back to the Song group. Although the lunchtime break was already over, no one in the security office dared to question him. This was someone who could have lunched with General Song, so because of this connection, even if Yi Xiao showed up just 10 minutes before the end of the day, everyone would pretend not to see it. In the afternoon, Yi Xiao spent several hours playing games at his desk, and only at 5 did he put away his phone and clock out on time. As soon as he reached the office door, he saw Song Qingxue. Without any small talk, Song Qingxue directly tossed the car keys to Yi Xiao and said coldly, "I have a banquet tonight, you're coming with me."
Hey! I'm not your driver. Yi Xiao complained. However, Song Qingxue had already turned and walked away.
There was no room for negotiation. Yi Xiao had no choice but to follow along, knowing that if the guys in the prison saw their warden, who commanded them, acting as a driver, they would probably be ecstatic and celebrate with 3 bowls of white rice.
Chapter 12, Not from the Same World. Back at Song Qingxue's villa, Louis was already waiting inside.
Yi Xiao was not surprised. Given how close the two women were, it made sense for Louis to have a key to the villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Xiao first took a shower, then cooked a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach. Finally, after watching television for an hour on the sofa, the two women came downstairs, now dressed. Thankfully, these two women were not his girlfriends, otherwise, he feared he would die from anxiety. However, when Yi Xiao looked over at the two women with little interest, the next second, he froze as if under a spell, unable to even speak. On the left, Song Qingxue looked stunning, her red lips painted beautifully, her egg-shaped face delicate, her slender figure dressed in a flowing white gown that swayed with the wind. She resembled a fairy descending from the moon, ethereal and unforgettable. On the right, Louis was just as striking, radiating charm with every move, her actions possessing a seductive and even enchanting allure. The appearance of the two women was like two brilliantly beautiful flowers, leaving Yi Xiao unsure of whom to admire more.
Ahem. Song Qingxue coughed twice, chiding him with displeasure. Aren't you going to drive? Oh, right.
Yi Xiao responded instinctively. After Yi Xiao walked out, the two women burst into laughter.
Although both had grievances against Yi Xiao, what woman didn't enjoy being admired by a man as if he were infatuated?
Especially since Yi Xiao was so handsome. Once outside, Yi Xiao suddenly realized that he had seemed a bit foolish just now. Indeed, women could really affect how fast he would draw his knife.
20 minutes later, Yi Xiao parked the car in front of a 5-star hotel. Just as he was about to move it to the parking lot, he heard Song Qingxue say, "Let the valet park it. Come inside with us."
Yi Xiao was taken aback but eventually got out of the car. He had only eaten a little bit of noodles, and coming to such a fancy hotel, it would be a shame to miss out on the delicious food. Arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, while Song Qingxue was busy presenting the invitation, Louis leaned over and suddenly said to Yi Xiao, "Mr. Yi, tonight is Miss Shen's birthday party.
Being able to attend such a high-class event is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. But I must warn you, don't embarrass me or Qingxue, and definitely don't cause us any trouble.
Also, I advise you to keep your inappropriate thoughts to yourself.
A girl like Qingxue is not someone a person like you can possess. We are not from the same world."
Yi Xiao smiled lightly, unconcerned, and said, "Not from the same world?
Are you two aliens? ET or monsters?"
Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Louis instantly bared her teeth, as she had spent a long time preparing that remark to strike at Yi Xiao's pride, yet it had all backfired with his response.
Shallow. Crude.
Louis spat at Yi Xiao before turning away and linking arms with Song Qingxue as they entered the banquet hall. As soon as the two entered, they deliberately distanced themselves from Yi Xiao, which had been their plan all along, to make Yi Xiao feel humiliated in a room full of wealthy people, leaving him to be sneered at like a monkey. However, the two women clearly underestimated Yi Xiao's formidable inner strength. The warden who had suppressed countless thugs was not someone who could be easily brought down by mockery or disdainful gazes. Left behind, Yi Xiao enjoyed some peace and directly headed towards the buffet area of the banquet. It's hard to say that this 5-star hotel's buffet is just extravagant. It's no less than what was eaten during the day at the Manhanlu, with Australian lobsters, Iberian ham, and giant snails from the Eiffel Tower. Everything is available. Yi Xiao quickly became immersed in the delicious food, completely ignoring the disdainful gazes of those so-called upper-class people. This scene made Song Qingxue and Louis, who were closely watching Yi Xiao from afar, feel as though they were hitting a fist into cotton. At that moment, on the other side of the banquet hall, a pair of eyes also noticed Yi Xiao. Zhao Qiuping was very surprised. How could Yi Xiao appear at such a high-class banquet? After all, this was the birthday party of the daughter of the real estate tycoon Shen Qinyi in Lingzhou. She had relied on numerous connections just to get an invitation. At this moment, a female companion beside Zhao Qiuping teased, "What happened, Qiuping? Did you fall for some sucker?" Zhao Qiuping then came back to her senses. No. I just saw an acquaintance." "I want to see which acquaintance it is," another female companion giggled. Following Zhao Qiuping's gaze, the next second, that female companion burst into laughter. "I say, Qiuping, your taste is too low. You even have eyes for a little bodyguard who sneaked in to eat like crazy?" "Bodyguard?" Zhao Qiuping was taken aback. The female companion shook the wineglass in her hand. "Exactly. I saw him at the door just now. He's the bodyguard brought by Song Qingxue." Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping laughed, her smile filled with mockery and disdain. "Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, I wondered how you could get in. Turns out you're hugging Song Qingxue's thigh." At this point, Zhao Qiuping's eyes rolled, her lips curling into a venomous sneer. "Sisters, this person has some grudges with me. Later we." Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who was chewing on Iberian ham and drinking 1982 Lafite, suddenly felt a fragrant breeze beside him. He casually caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw three beautiful figures walking towards him on his left. Short skirts, stockings, high heels, all with an air of arrogance. When he saw Zhao Qiuping among the three, he instantly felt bored. "Oh, who is this? It's really funny, showing up in sportswear to attend Miss Shen's banquet. What a ridiculous thing to do," one female companion sneered. "I know, he is the bodyguard brought by President Song Qingxue," another female companion chimed in. He, shouldn't bodyguards be standing at the door? "Kid, look how nice President Song is to you, you should lick President Song's toes." Ha ha ha. The three of them burst out laughing. At this time, more and more people gathered around to join in the fun. When they saw Yi Xiao's attire and heard the female companion's remarks, they all cast scornful and disgusted looks at Yi Xiao. It was like seeing a green-headed fly on a table full of delicacies. A bodyguard shamelessly sneaking into such a high-class banquet really lacked any self-awareness. Louis, seeing Yi Xiao being targeted, excitedly waved her fist. "Look, Qingxue, our plan has finally succeeded. Surely this toad will experience the taste of having his self-esteem rubbed into the ground." However, Song Qingxue beside her couldn't feel happy at all. At this moment, she regretted bringing Yi Xiao in. Building her happiness on someone else's pain, how had she become this way? "Little bodyguard, go get me a glass of champagne, this $1,000 is yours," one female companion pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash, speaking domineeringly. "Hurry up, little bodyguard, don't be ungrateful. This is your hard-earned salary for several days," another female companion chimed in with superiority. Zhao Qiuping crossed her arms, proudly enjoying the good show she had directed. In her eyes, a poor wretch abandoned by her should be begging pathetically in front of her, and if he dared to disrespect her, he deserved to be trampled underfoot. Chapter 13, Shen Luoyan. Zhao Qiuping looked towards Yi Xiao, wanting to see anxiety and shame reflected in his eyes. However, when she truly met his gaze, she was disappointed. Because in Yi Xiao's eyes, she saw only indifference, as if the few of them were no more than stinking bugs or ants to him. "Get lost!" Yi Xiao coldly shouted, putting down his wineglass. This shout consisted of only one word, but it carried a tremendous momentum. It shook the very hearts of those who heard it. The two women who mocked Yi Xiao felt their hair stand on end, trembling in fear. "Who the hell are you, brat? How dare you tell me to get lost? Believe it or not, the moment you step out that door, I can find someone to ruin you." One female companion, feeling very displeased after being intimidated by Yi Xiao, yelled hoarsely. "That's right, you're just Song Qingxue's dog. Look at your conduct, don't you have a mirror at home, or just a urinal? Don't think that just because you're in such a high-end place, you can stand on equal footing with us. I tell you, we only asked you to pour wine because we think highly of you. If you don't obey, you won't make it on the road of Lingzhou." Upon hearing this, the onlookers all looked at Yi Xiao with feigned smiles, thinking he was like a young calf trying to flip over, too proud for his own good. A mere bodyguard had no right to challenge people from their upper-class society, and daring to defy them meant only one path awaited him: death. In the face of these two women's insults, Yi Xiao appeared exceedingly calm, as if he completely disregarded their words, just like a normal person wouldn't argue with two barking mad dogs. However, Yi Xiao's silence was interpreted by the crowd as being without a retort, just as the female companion was basking in her triumph. Suddenly, with a slap, a resounding slap struck her face. Yi Xiao turned to see that the person who had struck was none other than Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue scolded the two women. "Yes, Yi Xiao is my bodyguard, but what has he done to you, or how has he offended you? The humiliation you directed at him, I will count as an insult to me, Song Qingxue, and the Song Group.
Song Qingxue's voice was firm, her gaze sharp. At that moment, the crowd was stunned. They never expected Song Qingxue would stand up for a bodyguard. Even Yi Xiao was a bit surprised. Hadn't this woman been planning to watch him make a fool of himself at noon? How come now she was helping him? The woman who was slapped by Song Qingxue covered her face and screamed, Song Qingxue, what right do you have to hit me? What's wrong with me insulting a bodyguard? Just look, this is Miss Shin's birthday party, not your Song Group's. This woman had malicious intentions, linking Song Qingxue's actions to the banquet, making it seem like Song Qingxue was making a fuss, even disrespecting Miss Shin. Sure enough, among the crowd, some began to gloat, wow, Song Qingxue is so bold. She dares to make a scene at Miss Shin's birthday party, she will definitely be thrown out. Indeed, the Song Group is worth billions, but compared to the Shin family's trillion-dollar valuation, it is not worth mentioning. The Shin family could bankrupt the Song Group with just a flick of a finger. At this moment, Lui Yi hurried over to Song Qingxue, very worried for her friend. After all, causing a scene at someone else's birthday party would leave anyone feeling embarrassed. Moreover, hadn't they planned to bring Yi Xiao along just to embarrass him? How could her friend not resist standing up for that surname Yi? Just then, someone in the crowd cried out, Miss Shin is here. Many people turned to look, and they saw a stunning beauty in a white qipao walking briskly toward them. Shin family's young lady, Shin Luoyan, had a face shaped like a melon seed, her exquisite features radiating a strong air of dominance, instantly commanding the entire banquet hall as she entered. The coldness and pride in her eyes made countless people bow their heads, and many girls couldn't help but shrink back in self-doubt upon seeing her. Miss Shin, you must help me. Look at how arrogant Song Qingxue is, daring to hit me at your birthday party. The woman, who had mocked Yi Xiao, lifted her slightly swollen face and glared at Song Qingxue with resentment, waiting for Shin Luoyan to teach Song Qingxue a lesson. However, instead of a reprimand from Shin Luoyan, she received another slap across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed once more. Now, the woman's face was balanced on both sides. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Shin Luoyan coldly spoke, if anyone dares to cause trouble at my birthday party again, just get out. Miss Shin, how can you? The woman wanted to argue, but she saw Shin Luoyan's sharp and beautiful eyes sweep over her, extinguishing any desire to resist. Qingxue is a friend I acknowledge, anyone who goes against Qingxue is going against me, Shin Luoyan. After speaking, Shin Luoyan directly linked arms with Song Qingxue and walked towards the center of the banquet. Seeing this, the onlookers quickly dispersed, inwardly deciding to keep their distance from both women who had provoked Song Qingxue. Zhao Qiuping, seeing her plan to ridicule Yi Xiaowen in failure, felt as if she had swallowed a mouthful of flies, an unbearable feeling swelling in her heart. Yi Xiao, however, was completely unaffected. He glanced over Zhao Qiuping's face. Mom, your eye for people back then was really poor. He sighed and turned back to dig into the Australian lobster. Soon, the climax of the birthday banquet arrived. The real estate tycoon and head of Shin Group, Shin Shinny, entered. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an extraordinary aura as all the guests rushed to get closer to this real estate mogul. However, Shin Shinny merely nodded slightly and walked straight to the center of the banquet hall, extending his hands downward to calm everyone. Thank you all for attending my daughter's birthday party, I am very grateful. Everyone please enjoy the food and have fun today. Shin Shinny's voice, although gentle, carried an air of authority formed from years of high status. As a wave of applause roared like a tsunami, amidst a birthday song, an 8-layer cake was wheeled in by the hotel staff, followed by Shin Luoyan cutting the cake and making a wish, then the birthday girl, Shin Luoyan, giving a speech. Yi Xiao found all of this boring. He had no intention of flattering the Shin family, nor did he want to sing the birthday song with a fake smile like most people. Instead, he focused on the feast before him. Just as Shin Luoyan finished a segment of her gratitude speech and raised her glass with the guests in celebration, an unexpected incident occurred. The very next second, the poised and generous Shin Luoyan suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her pretty face turned pale, drenched in sweat, and accompanied by a fit of rapid coughing. This sudden scene stunned many people. Ah! What happened to Miss Shin? Wasn't she just fine a moment ago? I heard Miss Shin has congenital heart disease, she must be having an episode. Shin Qianni reacted quickly, supporting his daughter. He rapidly fished a bottle of medicine from her handbag and gave her a pill, but Shin Luoyan's symptoms still did not ease. Doctor, is there a doctor here? Shin Qianni shouted anxiously to the crowd. Only his precious daughter could make this real estate giant lose his composure. Chapter 14, The Doctor Does Not Knock. At that moment, a tall young man stepped out of the crowd. Mr. Shin, I am Yang Guangming, a disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall. Let me take a look at Miss Shin. Although Yang Guangming's tone was calm, in his heart, he was overjoyed. This was a golden opportunity for him. If he could wake Shin Luoyan, he would not only gain fame but also a hefty reward from the Shin family. Moreover, he had just roughly assessed Shin Luoyan's condition and felt quite confident. A disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall, huh? Dr. Yang, please treat my daughter quickly. Shen Qianyi immediately accepted young Guangming's proposal.
The Heavenly Medical Hall was run by the famous miraculous Dr. Wang Ruohai in Lingzhou, so his disciples surely couldn't be bad. Hearing that there was a disciple from the Heavenly Medical Hall, the onlookers quickly made way for Yang Guangming, and soon he approached Shen Luoyan.
He crouched down, casually pulled up her eyelid to take a look, and said, "Mr. Shen, you don't need to worry. Miss Shen is only experiencing a heart attack.
You already gave her medicine, so I just need to perform some massage to help open her meridians and enhance the medicine's effect."
Upon hearing this, Shen Qianyi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, Dr. Yang, hurry and treat her. As long as Luo Yan is alright, I will give you 10 million in medical fees." Shen Qianyi promised generously. Hearing Shen Qianyi's words, young Guangming was applauding in his heart, secretly laughing, but he forcibly suppressed his excitement. "You honor me, Mr. Shen. Saving lives is our duty as doctors."
Just as Yang Guangming was about to lay Shen Luoyan flat on the ground to perform CPR, a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. "Stop, Miss Shen is experiencing acute heart failure due to medication, your massage will have no effect."
Upon hearing this voice, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi trembled, their eyes wide open.
The person speaking was Yi Xiao.
Wasn't he a prison guard? Why was he questioning the doctor from the Heavenly Medical Hall? Yang Guangming's face instantly darkened. He turned to the speaker and, seeing that it was just an ordinary-looking young man, frowned and shouted, "Kid, who are you? Do you think your medical skills are higher than mine as a disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall?"
At this moment, Shen Qianyi also raised his head, staring at Yi Xiao with piercing eyes, filled with a hint of coldness.
He too did not believe that this unknown kid could possess any medical skills. Song Qingxue rushed to Yi Xiao's side, anxious. "Yi Xiao, don't cause trouble. If you delay Miss Shen's condition, you wouldn't be able to take responsibility." Lu Yi disdainfully remarked, "Yi, you know what you are, don't you?"
At this moment, she also began to regret bringing Yi Xiao in. She had warned him not to talk nonsense before entering, yet this guy just ignored her. However, Yi Xiao completely ignored both of them. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter who I am, but I must remind you, Miss Shen's symptoms are not due to a heart attack. Your massage will only worsen her condition, leading to cardiac arrest at best, or sudden death at worst." Yi Xiao had originally been enjoying himself at the self-serve area, but after hearing that Shen Luoyan had fainted, he had come over. He had a good impression of her and thought he could help. However, he witnessed young Guangming misdiagnosing the situation, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. Hearing Yi Xiao's serious words, Shen Qianyi felt a bit conflicted. As the leader of the Qianyi group, he had some discerning ability. When he heard Yi Xiao speak so passionately, It is impossible for someone who speaks lies to look straight ahead. However, at this moment, a voice full of sarcasm rang out, "Yi Xiao, you really know how to put on an act." Zhao Qiuping walked out of the crowd with a mocking expression. "Everyone, I know this person, he can't heal anyone. Before this, he was just a small prison guard, and now he's merely Song Qingxue's bodyguard. What he's saying now is just to attract attention."
As she spoke, Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao, her thin lips curling into a disdainful sneer. "Yi Xiao, I advise you to be smart and leave, don't make a scene here, or if Mr. Shen gets angry, even Song Qingxue won't be able to protect you." Zhao Qiuping's words were deadly, each sentence like a sword. This woman always repays grudges, and just now she failed to retaliate against Yi Xiao, leading to her friend being slapped in the face by Song Qingxue. Now that she had this opportunity, how could she not take the chance to attack both of them? Among the onlookers, some echoed, "That's right, we all saw it, this man is Song Qingxue's bodyguard."
A small bodyguard actually doubts the diagnosis of the Heavenly Medicine Hall's doctor.
Who does he think he is? Is Hua Tuo still alive? It's simply ridiculous. TSK, what a thankless wretch.
Just now, Miss Shen helped him, but now he actually obstructs Dr. Yang from saving Miss Shen.
Does this person still have humanity?
Hearing these words, Song Qingxue's brows tightened, her gaze trembled slightly, she began to panic, realizing that she was truly going to be harmed by Yi Xiao.
Grandpa, what kind of man have you found for me?
He's more of a failure than a help.
Yang Guangming also sneered, "Kid, do you think I don't know your intentions?
It's just because you discovered Miss Shen's noble status and want to earn Mr. Shen's favor. Let me tell you, Miss Shen's precious body is not something you can use to gain profit.
With me here, don't even think about it. If you dare to speak nonsense and delay my treatment of Miss Shen, that's a crime. I'll make sure you rot in jail, believe it or not." Shen Qianyi's eyes narrowed, his gaze fierce. "Young man, I, Shen Qianyi, am not someone to be easily fooled. I won't let anyone touch him, you better take care." Although his instinct told him that Yi Xiao was not lying, he naturally preferred to believe young Guangming since Yi Xiao was just a bodyguard. Although Shen Qianyi didn't explicitly say to chase Yi Xiao away, the meaning in his words was clear, he wanted Yi Xiao to leave.
Everyone understood that Yi Xiao had offended the Shin family, and it seemed unlikely he could survive in Lingzhou after this.
Who would take in someone hated by the Shin family?
However, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "I've said what I needed to say.
If you want your daughter to die, I won't stop you."
After saying this, Yi Xiao turned to leave, as doctors never begged to treat patients. Watching Yi Xiao's departing figure, Song Qingxue felt a hint of loneliness, but after that, she began to worry about her situation again.
She wasn't too close with Shin Luoyan. Shin Luoyan's support just now was only a mutual recognition between outstanding women.
She was unsure if this would ruin their friendship because of Yi Xiao. Beside her, Zhao Qiuping couldn't hide her delight, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "Yi Xiao, you are now just a poor prison guard. Competing with me, I can ruin your reputation with just a few words."
Chapter 15, Tianshan Acupoint Technique. Dr. Yang, why don't you check Luoyan's condition again?
Shin Qianni said. He was ultimately swayed by Yi Xiao's words.
"Mr. Shin, there's absolutely no need."
Yang Guangming replied confidently.
If he were to check again, wouldn't that be letting that young kid lead him by the nose? He certainly didn't want anyone to feel that his eyesight was worse than Yi Xiao's. So, Yang Guangming began the treatment on Shin Luoyan according to the acupuncture methods taught by his master.
However, as soon as his hands pressed on the two acupoints just above Shin Luoyan's heart, suddenly, her lips turned even more cyanotic, her brow furrowed tightly, and her delicate face became purplish red, as if she were about to spit out blood.
Anyone could see that Shin Luoyan was becoming more and more painful. Ah! Could it be that the boy just now was right? Shen Miss's condition really worsened. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were instantly petrified, their eyes wide like Longan. Why did Shin Luoyan's condition change as Yi Xiao said? Did he really understand medicine? Dr. Yang, what is this situation?
Shin Qianni questioned sharply, his face dark as if a storm was approaching. Yang Guangming's muscles twitched at the corners of his eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead. He knew better than anyone how bad Shin Luoyan's condition was. Shin Luoyan's heartbeat and breathing rate had nearly reached a critical point, and if it continued like this, cardiac arrest or sudden death, as Yi Xiao warned, would surely occur. He trembled and said, "Mr. Shin, hurry and take Miss Shin to the hospital.
It will be too late if we wait any longer. Get the hell out of here."
Shin Qianni roared, kicking Yang Guangming over. If it weren't for this quack doctor, his daughter wouldn't be in such a situation. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he crazily squeezed through the crowd, rushing to the hallway, finally seeing that figure.
"Sir, please hold on.
I was blinded just now, believing in slander. As long as you can save my daughter, I will do anything you ask."
Shin Qianni shouted urgently at Yi Xiao's back.
He could tell that his daughter's condition was extremely urgent. How could they still make it to the hospital in time? For now, he can only gamble on this young man who saw through his daughter's condition at a glance. However, Yi Xiao seemed to ignore him, hands in his pockets as he continued to walk forward. The warden of the world's #1 prison was not someone who could be summoned at will, and besides, he had already mentioned the symptoms, which counted as a repayment for Shin Luoyan's previous assistance.
It's just a shame that others didn't believe it.
Seeing that Yi Xiao was unmoved, Shin Qianni steeled his heart and rushed in front of Yi Xiao, kneeling down. "Sir, I was disrespectful to you just now. It was my fault, but my daughter is innocent. If you need to blame someone, take my life instead."
Using his life to compensate?
Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He remembered some things from the past.
Hadn't his mother once pleaded like this to that old man on Qingyun Mountain to save him? Alright, I can give it a try. But I can't guarantee that I can still save your daughter's life.
When Yi Xiao entered the banquet hall for the second time, those who had just mocked him all lowered their heads. Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess what Shin Qianni had just gone out to do, so how could they dare to be reckless?
Damn it!
Zhao Qiuping clenched her fists tightly. But in an instant, her crimson lips stretched into an evil arc. Now that Shin Luoyan's situation was already quite grim, if she ultimately died at Yi Xiao's hands, the blame for improper treatment would inevitably fall, and since Yi Xiao was practicing without a license, if she stirred the pot a bit, the grief-stricken Shin Qianni would surely erupt at Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue was also somewhat worried about Yi Xiao. Emotionally, she naturally hoped Yi Xiao could pull Shin Luoyan back from the gates of hell, but could Yi Xiao really do it? Yi Xiao naturally didn't care about other people's opinions. As he approached Shin Luoyan, he instructed, "Get me a cup of warm water." Shin Qianni, of course, didn't dare to neglect the order and quickly commanded his subordinates to comply, while Yi Xiao crouched down in front of Shin Luoyan. His gaze swept past Shin Luoyan's face, which was as red as a bloodied pig's liver. Her heart pulse was not damaged, there was still hope. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's hands began to move swiftly, forming sword fingers as they flew quickly to Shin Luoyan's acupuncture points like a butterfly dancing among flowers, targeting Zusanli, Baihui, Juk, and kneading. His technique was very special. It was neither simple acupuncture nor the TCM massage that Yang Guangming had just performed. After his sword fingers struck at each point, his thumb rhythmically pressed on the acupoints. Although most onlookers did not understand, they felt Yi Xiao's technique was extremely pleasing, as if it had a natural charm to it. Yang Guangming, watching from the side, was shocked. This seems like the Tianshan acupoint technique my master mentioned. But my master said this technique has been lost for 100 years. How did this kid learn it? After Yi Xiao finished pressing the last acupoint on Shen Luoyan, he gently patted her abdomen. Puff! A large mouthful of blood mixed with wine spewed out from Shen Luoyan. With that burst of blood, Shen Luoyan's complexion instantly returned to normal, and her rapidly beating heart calmed down. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that Shen Luoyan, who was just on the brink of death, would be saved like this. It seemed people could not be judged by appearances. Who said that bodyguards had no real skills? Song Qingshua's anxious heart finally settled down, and she looked at Yi Xiao with an added bit of admiration. It seemed this guy, aside from being handsome, had some skills after all. Zhao Qiuping, on the other hand, could hardly believe this fact. She rubbed her eyes as if wishing the previous scene had been an illusion. Wasn't Yi Xiao just a small prison guard she had abandoned? How could he cure Shen Luoyan? Line. Xinqiani, because of you, my wife and daughter died in a car accident. Today, I will let you feel the pain of losing loved ones. But the heavens do not fulfill people's wishes. The man, with a fierce face, gritted his teeth and screamed at Xinqiani. Xinqiani waved his hand, take him away and hand him over to the police. After finding the killer, Xinqiani became even more admiring of Yi Xiao. This young man not only had excellent medical skills but also remained calm under pressure and thought meticulously. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's timely reminder, he might have let this poisoner escape. Such an outstanding young man must be befriended. Thinking of this, Xinqiani suddenly turned and glanced at Zhao Qiuping. Someone, throw this gossiping woman out. Investigate her background, and my Xin group will never cooperate with any family she belongs to. Although he spoke in a calm tone, the cold light in his eyes was enough to make anyone shiver. If it weren't for this woman slandering Yi Xiao, he might have listened to Yi Xiao's advice and avoided the crisis that nearly caused his daughter's death. Xinqiani would certainly not go easy on someone like her. Yes. Two bodyguards responded immediately, roughly stepping forward to drag Zhao Qiuping out. Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping instantly stood frozen, her dazed eyes filled with fear and cold sweat, making her look particularly disheveled. She knew very well how powerful the Xin group was in Lingzhou, far beyond what her family could contend with. How could this happen? I clearly spoke the truth. Yi Xiao is just a poor prison guard. Damn Yi Xiao, all of this was caused by him. If he hadn't returned to Lingzhou, if he hadn't come to this banquet, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Just wait. Yi Xiao, I will repay this grudge 100-fold. Zhao Qiuping did not reflect on her issues at all, but instead blamed all responsibility on Yi Xiao. After dealing with Zhao Qiuping, Xinqiani finally turned to Yi Xiao with a warm smile. Mr. Yi, your rescue of my daughter today is a favor I, Xinqiani, will never forget. From now on, whatever Mr. Yi needs, my Xin family will surely assist. By the way, to thank Mr. Yi for his help, I will pay you 10 million in compensation. Xinqiani truly was a shrewd businessman. Instead of directly thanking Yi Xiao, he first punished Zhao Qiuping to vent Yi Xiao's anger, then offered his promise and compensation. This way, he could earn even more of Yi Xiao's favor. Facing Xinqiani's 10 million compensation, Yi Xiao did not show any surprise. He simply said calmly, good. 10 million may seem like a lot to most people, but compared to those guys in prison who casually send Yi Xiao diamond mines, it was still too trivial. At this time, Lu Yi muttered softly, what a show. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was the son of a billionaire from the Dragon Country. After the banquet, Yi Xiao and the two women returned to Song Qingshua's villa. As soon as they got home, the two women ran upstairs with bang bang bang, without even changing their shoes, clearly eager to discuss something away from Yi Xiao. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Yi locked the door, kicked off the annoying high heels, and began to pace in the room, pinching her chin. Finally, Song Qingxue grew impatient. Stop walking. My head is spinning. She originally intended to have a serious discussion with her best friend about Yi Xiao's behavior tonight. Although it would have been simpler to ask Yi Xiao directly, she felt too embarrassed. She had even questioned Yi Xiao in person before his treatment. Suddenly, Lu Yi clapped her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with cunning light. Song rich lady, I figured it out. I know how that toad did it. It must have just been a matter of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. You think he is a prison guard? In such a chaotic place, he must frequently encounter situations like this. So this time, we can't say that the toad has any medical skills, it's just that he was very lucky. Lu Yi's moderately full red lips were curling into a smug smile. Is that so? Song Qingxue still had some doubts. Although her best friend's explanation was somewhat logical, Yi Zhao's technique in treating Shen Luoyan was too skilled. If she didn't know about Yi Zhao's identity, she would have thought he was a disciple of a divine doctor. Oh. It must be like that. Think about it, if that toad really had superb medical skills, why would he be a prison guard? Wouldn't it be nicer to open his own clinic?
Lui was forcefully instilling her theory into Song Qingxue, following with a series of affirming phrases like, "Trust me, it's true, it's like this." Eventually, Song Qingxue believed about 80 to 90% of it. "So, Song rich lady, we still need to find a way to drive this toad away. Look, today he received 10 million from Shinxiani without even blinking. What does that mean?" "It means 10 million doesn't matter to him at all, he must be eyeing your family fortune." Lui threw out another shocking point. Song Qingxue fell silent for a moment. If she put herself in that position, she would definitely be excited if someone gifted her 10 million. But Yi Zhao's calm demeanor was just too unsettling. Could it be that he really has bigger plans? In the next 2 days, Lui and Song Qingxue seemed to settle down, and Yi Zhao was forced to live the life of a 9-to-5 worker. As the end of the workday approached, Yi Zhao's phone suddenly vibrated. Looking at the caller ID, it was surprisingly Zhao Fugui. This was Zhao Qiuping's father and Yi Zhao's former father-in-law. Ever since Yi Zhao went to guard the country's #1 prison 3 years ago, they had lost contact. Why was he remembering to call in now? Was it because of Zhao Qiuping's embarrassment at the banquet? Yi Zhao hesitated for a moment but still answered the call. "Uncle Zhao, what's the matter?" "Xiao Yi. You returned to Lingzhou and didn't even tell uncle. Even if your parents went bankrupt, we were still family." Zhao Fugui spoke in a lofty tone, completely unlike the respectful demeanor he had 3 years ago. "Come to Hongye Tea House at 6 this afternoon. Your aunt and I want to see you." After finishing, Zhao Fugui hung up the phone before Yi Zhao could reply. Yi Zhao smiled slightly. How could he not hear what Zhao Fugui was planning? Now, Zhao Fugui was like a nouveau riche wanting to show off in front of him. Thinking about how his father had once received kindness from the Zhao family, Yi Zhao decided to go. It was time to have a conclusion with the Zhao family. At 6 o'clock sharp, Yi Zhao stepped into the Hongye Tea House. It was a commercial tea house, simply decorated yet exuding an air of elegance. Most of the people here were there for business meetings. Yi Zhao had accompanied his parents here once before. Soon, he spotted the Zhao family at a windowside table. Facing Yi Zhao was Zhao Fugui, dressed in a branded suit, wearing a Rolex gold watch, and holding a cigar in his right hand, exuding all the qualities of a newly wealthy person. Beside Zhao Fugui was a glamorous middle-aged woman, his former mother-in-law, Ho Hongying. She was also adorned in designer brands, looking around with a disdainful gaze, her expression radiating the pride of a wealthy woman. As soon as Yi Zhao approached, he was met with Ho Hongying scolding, "Yi Zhao, you have quite the air about you. Making our family wait here, what, do you think you're the young master of the Yi family? Although my Qiuping has divorced you, we are still your elders, right? You really have no upbringing, and you deserve to be just a small prison guard with no future." At this moment, Zhao Qiuping, who had previously turned her back on Yi Zhao, cast a mocking glance at him, full of disdain. The incident at Xin Luoyan's birthday party had made her increasingly disgusted with Yi Zhao, and she had been keeping this matter a secret from her parents. She didn't want them to know that Yi Zhao was now favored by Shinxiani. Zhao Fugui just kept smoking, fully agreeing with Ho Hongying's words. In the past, their Zhao family had to please Yi Zhao's parents for support, so they treated Yi Zhao politely, but now that Yi Zhao's parents were bankrupt, there was no need to pretend anymore. Yi Zhao merely smiled at Ho Hongying's words, showing an expression of "you say what you want, I'll just consider it as losing." He reached out and pulled out a chair to sit down, calmly saying, "Uncle Zhao, and Ho, if you have something to say, just go ahead." Seeing Yi Zhao sit down without their permission, Ho Hongying became even more dissatisfied. A fallen rich kid had no right to be so casual in front of their family. Zhao Fugui flicked the ashes from his cigarette and said, "Xiao Yi, we called you here today mainly to resolve matters between our families peacefully, and also to offer you some compensation." As he spoke, he slapped 2 stacks of bright red cash on the table. "Yi Zhao, over the years, your parents have helped our Zhao family, so this 200,000 is our Zhao family's compensation to you. I know it's not easy for you now, earning a few thousand in dead salary. With this money, you can start a little business or something." Zhao Fugui spoke in a tone of a benefactor, as if he were just sending off a beggar. Yi Zhao glanced at the 200,000 on the table, unable to help but chuckle. After all, his parents' investment in the Zhao family was over 10 million. He really didn't understand what his parents were thinking. How could they not see through such shallow performances from the Zhao family? Or perhaps his parents were too deep in the game, their sense of gratitude to the Zhao family blinding them. "No need, Uncle Zhao. I'm doing fine now. My parents' investment in the Zhao family was really a repayment for the kindness you showed back then. You don't need to feel indebted to me, we can consider it all even. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." As he spoke, Yi Zhao prepared to leave. Yi Zhao's decisive rejection was something the Zhao family did not expect. Because on the day Zhao Qiuping was kicked out of the banquet, she had not seen Shinxiani give Yi Zhao 10 million, so she was still convinced Yi Zhao would accept, and she could use this opportunity to humiliate him. Ho Hongying couldn't help but scold, "Stop right there. What? Do you think the money is too little? Such greed, truly insatiable. Zhao Fu Gui's face also turned gloomy.
To him, Yi Zhao's refusal likely meant he was still calculating to have their family return the 10 million that Yi Zhao's parents had previously invested.
Xiao Yi, don't be in a hurry to leave.
You might think our Zhao family has grown big now, but we still need money for many things. Let Uncle Zhao arrange a job for you, don't go on being a useless prison guard.
Come work under Chiu Ping as a manager instead. Zhao Fu Gui decided to stabilize Yi Xiao first.
If Yi Xiao was forced too much and caused trouble in his company, it would not be good. He was trying to hide the fact that his daughter had been married before, wanting to remarry her into a wealthy family, and if Yi Xiao caused a scene in the company, it would definitely have a very bad influence. Hearing that Zhao Fu Gui wanted to invite Yi Xiao to work in the company, Zhao Qiuping spoke sarcastically, "Dad, I think you shouldn't worry about Yi Zhao's job anymore. Right now, he's working as a bodyguard for Song Qingxue. He's latched onto such a big leg as Song Qingxue, how could he still care about our small company?" Hearing this, Ho Hongying instantly became spirited, immediately mocking, "Not bad. Yi Xiao just divorced Chiu Ping and has already found another woman. But I can understand, for someone as poor and lacking education or skills as you, what's the quickest way to rise up?
Isn't it by depending on a woman?"
Zhao Fugui rolled his eyes and pretended to sternly scold his wife. "Hongying, how can you speak like that? A bodyguard is still a proper job." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care which woman Yi Xiao clung to as long as this leech didn't come stick to his family. Today, Yi Xiao was thoroughly disappointed with the Zhao family, but it wasn't too late to see them for who they were. He shook his head, preparing to leave. At that moment, however, Ho Hongying suddenly stood up, waving towards a direction, enthusiastically calling out, "Manager Wu, over here." At this moment, the smile on Ho Hongying's face was as radiant as a flower, entirely different from her previous indifference to Yi Xiao. Zhao Fugui rushed over like a fly to dung, extending his hand to a round-bellied middle-aged man, nodding and bowing. "Manager Wu, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go to the Tianzi private room now." Their attitude had completely shifted by 180 degrees compared to how they treated Yi Xiao. It turned out that the reason the Zhao family invited Yi Xiao to the Red Leaf Tea House was simply incidental. Their main purpose was to invite Manager Wu.
Manager Wu shook Zhao Fugui's hand lightly, his expression arrogant. "Oh?
Do you still have a guest here?" Zhao Fugui quickly explained, "Not really a guest, just a distant poor relative." After saying this, he turned around, speaking in a commanding tone, "Yi Xiao, this is Manager Wu from the Changha Group.
Hurry up and greet Manager Wu."
However, Yi Xiao looked on with disdain. If it weren't for them blocking his way, he would have turned around and walked out long ago. Seeing Yi Xiao's indifference, Manager Wu's flabby face immediately froze. He didn't expect a brat who hadn't even grown a full beard to be so disrespectful. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, saying, "Zhao, your junior has quite the temper." Ho Hongying quickly scolded, "Yi Xiao, do you understand the rules?
Do you think everyone can meet Manager Wu? Do you know that as long as Manager Wu takes a moment to help you in Lingzhou, you could save yourself years of hard work?"
Yi Xiao responded coldly, "I don't need anyone's assistance." Hearing this, Zhao Fugui's face turned pale. He was currently working on a big project needing collaboration with Manager Wu. But Yi Xiao's attitude could easily ruin the good impression he had made with Manager Wu before. Zhao Fugui's anger boiled over as he shouted, "Yi Xiao, how can you speak like this?
Do you know that I gave you the opportunity to meet Manager Wu all because of your parents? You'd better not be ungrateful."
He hurriedly turned to Manager Wu, fawning and making amends. "Manager Wu, please don't take offense from a little person like this. I just have a bit of old ties with his parents. I certainly will avoid someone like him in the future." Zhao Qiuping, on the side, also gave Yi Xiao a cold stare. In her eyes, Yi Xiao was just putting on an act. Clearly lacking any real ability, yet he insisted on making grand statements that didn't fit his status. Such a person truly deserved to fall from grace.
Chapter 18, Not Familiar with Me.
Manager Wu looked Yi Xiao up and down with a sideways glance, then smiled lightly, revealing a teasing expression.
"Kid, you. What qualifications do you have to say such things? I tell you, Pan Kachang only exists in movies and TV dramas, and never in reality." After saying this, he waved his hand. "Brother Zhao, let's go to the private room to talk. There's no need to waste time on a mere Pan Kachang." After finishing his words, General Wu turned around, feeling that even one glance at a poor Pan Kachang like Yi Xiao was tedious and uninteresting. Seeing that General Wu did not intend to pursue the matter further, Zhao Fugui and his wife finally relaxed their tensed hearts. Both shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare, just as they were about to take General Wu to the reserved private room. Suddenly, a group of people entered the tea house, led by a dignified middle-aged man, who, upon spotting Yi Xiao, immediately strode over in their direction. "My God, that's Mr. Shin!"
Ho Hongying exclaimed.
Shin Xianyi was the top tycoon in Lingzhou, far above their Zhao family in status. At this moment, General Wu and Zhao Fugui also noticed Shin Xianyi. Zhao Fugui's eyes turned, and he flattered, "General Wu, you have great face. Even Mr. Shin is coming over to greet you." General Wu was also confused. He didn't have such a good relationship with Xin Qianyi. He had been rejected several times when he tried to visit, but now Xin Qianyi was heading towards them. Was he not coming for himself? Zhao Gui's tiny company would not attract Xin Qianyi's attention at all. Thinking of this, General Wu, not turning a hair, said, I should not hide it, my company is preparing to collaborate with Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen must be here for the cooperation. Brother Zhao, seeing how understanding you are, I can introduce you when Mr. Shen comes over. Zhao Gui was overjoyed. Getting to know a property tycoon like Xin Qianyi was a huge blessing for him. With Xin Qianyi's support, would his company still lack orders? Only Zhao Qiuping had a faint, bad premonition in her heart. She suspected that Xin Qianyi was coming for Yi Xiao. At this moment, she didn't dare to speak out and could only bury her head like an ostrich. After all, at the last banquet, Xin Qianyi publicly declared to cut off cooperation with her family. Although she had kept this from her parents, if she truly ran into Xin Qianyi, all of this might not stay hidden any longer. Seeing Xin Qianyi walk over, General Wu hurriedly put on a smiling face to greet him, extending his hand directly. Mr. Shen, hello. You are too polite. However, before General Wu could finish his words, he was greatly disappointed as Xin Qianyi merely walked past him without even giving him a glance, approaching Xiao Yi instead, laughing heartily. Mr. Yi, we meet again. What? Xin Qianyi was actually here to greet Yi Xiao. What a joke, Yi Xiao was just a small prison guard. What merit or ability did he have? Seeing this scene, Ho Hongying's face instantly turned as cold as an ice block just taken out of the refrigerator, devoid of any smile. Zhao Gui found himself in an awkward position, like an old sow stuck in a fence, caught between a rock and a hard place. And General Wu's face also turned gloomy, looking as if he had been struck by frost, black and purple. At this moment, he was not only angry at Xin Qianyi for ignoring him but also shocked at Yi Xiao. Who exactly was this kid to receive such treatment from Xin Qianyi? Now thinking back on what he had just said, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Someone whom Xin Qianyi regarded as a guest of honor certainly did not need his introduction. Hello? Facing Xin Qianyi's enthusiasm, Yi Xiao smiled in response. At that moment, Xin Qianyi's gaze turned to Zhao Gui and Ho Hongying beside Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, who are these two? He saw that Yi Xiao's position should be with the two people, so he was very friendly to them. Yi Xiao smiled faintly and said, they have some connections with my parents. At this point, Yi Xiao paused before continuing, but I'm not familiar with them. I plan to keep my distance in the future. When Zhao Gui heard this, his face instantly turned as red as a cooked lobster, because this was exactly what he had said to distance himself from Yi Xiao just a moment ago. Now, hearing it from Yi Xiao was truly a deep irony. He was filled with regret, wishing he had been a bit nicer to Yi Xiao. Perhaps he wouldn't have ended up with such a terrible impression in Xin Qianyi's eyes. It was even possible that he could have used Yi Xiao to connect with Xin Qianyi, but now it was too late for everything. If he had known that the Zhao family was being targeted by Xin Qianyi because of Zhao Qiuping, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. Xin Qianyi was also a clever person. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, he realized there was most likely a conflict between the two and Yi Xiao. So, he no longer showed any goodwill towards the two. Mr. Yi, you are a distinguished guest of the Xin family. If anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Yi, they are disrespecting my Xin family. The cold light in Xin Qianyi's eyes turned into two sharp swords, piercing straight towards the two. Zhao Gui and his wife already had icy hearts, and now it felt even more like a snowstorm had descended upon them. The two of them trembled as if they were in a polar ice cold. Xin Qianyi came to the tea house to discuss business, and after chatting with Yi Xiao for a while, they parted ways. After leaving the tea house, Yi Xiao was about to take a taxi home when his phone in his pocket started vibrating. When the call connected, Louis's furious voice yelled, Yi Xiao, where the heck have you been? Xing Shui is being bullied at the bar, you useless piece of trash, hurry up and go protect her. Do you think you can take responsibility if something happens to her? Yi Xiao looked completely confused. A bar. Being bullied. What was going on? Wasn't Song Qingxue supposed to go home right after work every day? Why did she go to a bar today? But he knew now was not the time to question these things, so he calmly replied, tell me the address. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiao took a taxi to the bar Louis mentioned. Meanwhile, at a booth in the bar, Song Qingxue and Louis, dressed like city white-collar workers, despite being barefaced, still attracted countless greedy eyes. Louis revealed a smug smile, Song rich woman, everything is under control, that toad has taken the bait. This place is protected by my cousin. As long as that toad dares to come, my cousin will have people deal with him. Clearly, the situation Louis mentioned on the phone had not happened, this was another scheme set up by her crafty mind. Chapter 19 Troublemaking. Song Qingxue frowned slightly, she was unaware of her best friend's plan in advance. It wasn't until her best friend called her to the bar that she was informed of the real intention. Seeing Song Qingxue's expression slightly off, Louis teased, Song rich woman, you aren't falling for that toad, are you? No, don't talk nonsense, how could I like him? Song Qingxue hurriedly denied it 3 times. Then that's settled. Listen to me, when dealing with this kind of pesky bug, you need to scare him away with force. Look how much trouble he causes. If it weren't for his luck last time, would the Shin family let us off? But I feel like Yi Xiao isn't really that bad. It's not good for us to just let people beat him for no reason. Song Qingxue still hesitated. Although she wanted to drive Yi Xiao away, they had already used several unscrupulous methods before, which left Song Qingxue feeling very guilty. Louis dismissed this notion, saying, "Song, rich woman, they say that kindness cannot lead troops, and integrity cannot run business. You are now a big CEO, and don't be so indecisive, alright? At most, we can compensate that toad later. Anyway, he came to you for money." Just as Song Qingxue wanted to say more, a bald man with a fat face and a big gold chain around his neck approached. Upon seeing this bald head, Song Qingxue instinctively shrank back, for this bald man's appearance was truly hard to describe, his face long and narrow, eyes big as an ox's, and mouth wide, looking quite like a crocodile from the zoo. But Louis stepped forward. "Song, rich lady, let me introduce you, this is my cousin Lu Dazhong." "Hello, cousin." Song Qingxue managed to squeeze out a professional smile. Lu Dazhong's beady eyes were glued to Song Qingxue's beautiful face and perfect figure, almost drooling. "Miss Song, Yi has already told me about your matter, don't worry, I will make sure that kid receives a deep lesson." Saying this, Lu Dazhong's lips curled up with a chilling smile. "However, after it's done, Miss Song, you must drink a few more glasses with me." Seeing Lu Dazhong's expression, Song Qingxue felt utterly disgusted, but since he was her friend's cousin, she couldn't act out. Louis hurriedly said, "Cousin, as long as you handle this matter well, Qingxue and I will definitely drink with you." "Ha ha ha." Lu Dazhong laughed heartily, although he couldn't have Song Qingxue, at least feasting his eyes was quite nice. At this moment, a little brother leaned close to Lu Dazhong and whispered something, and Lu Dazhong immediately put away his smile, rushing out of the bar without greeting the two women. Soon, a dozen fierce figures pushed the door into the bar, led by a long-haired young man dressed in black fashion, with ear piercings in both ears and a pair of slanted eyes full of femininity. "Hello, young Master Huang." Upon seeing this long-haired young man, everyone in the bar stood up, bowing and nodding and greeting. Even those wealthy young masters did not dare to act unruly in front of him. However, the so-called young Master Huang wore a proud expression, completely disregarding everyone's greetings, strolling straight towards the depths of the bar, stopping only when he reached Louis and Song Qingxue's side. He squinted his lewd eyes, wantonly scanning over the country-toppling beauties, showing a look of astonishment. He frequented this bar, but it was his first time seeing such exquisite women. Yet, the long-haired young man didn't say much and walked past the two women, until he reached the door of a private room in the bar, then he beckoned Lu Dazhong with a finger. Lu Dazhong hurriedly trotted over, wearing a flattering expression. "Young Master Huang, what can I do for you?" "Those two women just now, bring them to the private room later," the long-haired young man said lightly. Snatching women in public at a bar was a game for small gangsters, and the women he set his sights on only needed a casual finger beckon. Lu Dazhong naturally understood what the long-haired young man meant. It seemed that tonight, Louis and Song Qingxue would not escape his clutches. "Young Master Huang, they are my cousins, could you?" Hee, the long-haired young man's lips curled into a smile, but looking closely, that smile was extremely cold. "Lu Dazhong, are you saying you're going too far now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhong's body suddenly turned cold, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I will ensure young Master Huang is satisfied." Meanwhile, on Yi Zhao's side, not long after the long-haired young man entered the private room, he barged into the bar. His gaze swiftly scanned around the bar and finally spotted Louis and Song Qingxue surrounded by 7 or 8 little gangsters at a booth. But the two women didn't look scared at all. Just as Yi Xiao was about to step forward to take a look, Lu Dazhong waved his hand and said, "Bring them inside. I'm going to have a good time with these two girls tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 underlings stepped forward, each grabbing Song Qingxue and Louis and dragging them towards the private room. The two women were quite confused at this moment. This was not part of the plan. However, Louis quickly reacted and shouted at Yi Xiao, "Hey, Yi! Come save us. If we lose even a single hair, I'll haunt you as a ghost." Clearly, she thought this was a drama arranged by her cousin, which also meant she wouldn't have to see Yi Xiao being beaten up, easing her guilt a little. Song Qingxue felt very conflicted. She knew that if they continued with this plan, Yi Xiao would inevitably clash with these punks. But if she stopped it now, she might never be able to drive Yi Xiao away again. So she steeled herself, better to endure short pain than to suffer long, and chose to remain silent. By the time Yi Xiao approached, the two women had already been taken into the private room by Lu Dazhong. However, Yi Xiao didn't rush to take action. Someone who could suppress the cruelest criminals in prison wasn't stupid. Through these encounters, Yi Xiao had roughly figured out the tricks of these two women. This was probably just another of their games. Just like last time when that taekwondo kid attacked him, this time it was also these two women wanting to use the small thugs to create trouble for him. Were women today really this boring? Yi Xiao even considered turning around and leaving. If this were in prison, anyone daring to make such a boring joke with Yi Xiao would certainly find themselves hanging on a utility pole for 3 days.
At that moment, a buzzcut thug pointed at Yi Xiao and reprimanded, "Kid, I advise you to stay out of this.
Those are our Dajong Ge's women. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, you'll come in standing and go out horizontal."
Yi Xiao's eyebrows were like swords as he glanced at the buzzcut thug and calmly replied, "Alright, I don't have time to waste with you.
Go tell Song Qingxue that I'm giving her 5 minutes to come out on her own." Ha!
Several small thugs were stunned.
This was not what they had agreed on. According to the script, wasn't Yi Xiao supposed to rush in and be beaten up by them? Kid, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you, those 2 women are now our Dajong Ge's women. Maybe when he gets bored later, we can have some fun too.
Kid, just wait for your head to grow into a field of grass.
Ha ha ha.
The buzzcut thug intended to provoke Yi Xiao so they could find a reason to strike. Yi Xiao found it very uninteresting.
He saw through Song Qingxue's little scheme at a glance. It was just like a strong player in a high-rank game coming to play in a bronze rank match. He didn't want to waste more time with these people, so he simply turned to walk towards the bar's entrance.
The buzzcut thug panicked. "Kid, did I let you go?
Do you know you just offended me? If you want to leave, kneel and bow to me first."
Since Yi Xiao didn't play along, he could only forcefully find a reason to act. The buzzcut thug was used to bullying others. Creating trouble was his specialty.
Chapter 20, A Fish in a Net.
Hearing this, the buzzcut thug's companions immediately circled around Yi Xiao, blocking his escape route. Seeing Yi Xiao surrounded, the buzzcut thug grew even more arrogant. "Kid, hurry up and kneel.
If you make me unhappy, your life could be at stake. Right now, your life and death are up to me, got it?"
The buzzcut thug was used to bullying others, and in his eyes, someone like Yi Xiao was just a pretty boy. They are absolutely not a match for street fighters like them. At this moment, seeing the signs of a fight, many customers in the bar gathered around to watch.
"Isn't that Boss Dajong's underling? TSK, this pretty boy is definitely doomed today."
"That's right, you know Boss Dajong is from the Flying Tiger Gang.
If you fight in his territory, you won't end well."
Yi Xiao didn't take the chicken head shouting seriously at all. "I'm giving you one last chance, call Song Qingxue out honestly, or I can guarantee you will all have a bad day." Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the chicken head couldn't help but laugh loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
"Kid, why are you so arrogant? You want me to have a bad day first? Brothers, attack. Let this arrogant kid know what happens when he offends us."
But just as the chicken head finished his words, he felt darkness in front of him. A strong wind blew so that he couldn't even open his eyes.
Ow.
The chicken head, who was smiling just a second ago, suddenly contorted his face and let out a miserable scream. With a loud bang, the chicken head flew backward for 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground.
"Tell me, what's the consequence?"
Yi Xiao said arrogantly, standing in the spot where the chicken head had just been. His deep voice echoed throughout the bar, stirring in everyone's hearts. The thugs surrounding Yi Xiao suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, rising in inexplicable fear. The chicken head, covering his swollen cheek, glared at Yi Xiao with fury. "Kid, you're finished. Even if you kneel down and apologize to me, it won't help.
I will definitely chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Why are you still standing there? Come at me." With the chicken head's roar, the thugs surrounding Yi Xiao finally reacted, hastily grabbing bottles and chairs to attack Yi Xiao.
But these weaklings were no match for Yi Xiao. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Xiao made them roll and crawl like turtles chasing a watermelon. Everyone in the bar had their eyes wide open at this sudden scene.
So fast. I didn't even see how he did it.
Yi Xiao casually walked to a booth, grabbed a bottle of foreign wine, and with a flick of his hand, bang, the bottle cap flew off. He happily took a big sip and waited for the 2 girls to come out. He thought to himself, when those 2 girls come out, he would definitely show them some tricks.
Did he think he was a sanitation worker? Cleaning up their mess every day.
Meanwhile, in the private room of the bar. When Lu Dezhong brought the 2 girls into the private room, both girls noticed the long-haired young man they had seen moments before.
"Cousin, what does this mean?" Lu Yi felt something was off. Lu Dezhong laughed and said, "Come on, cousins, Miss Song, let me introduce you.
This is our Flying Tiger Gang's Huang Tianba, young Master Huang."
Ah. Upon hearing the name Huang Tianba, both Lu Yi and Song Qingxue couldn't help but tremble. Huang Tianba was notorious in Lingzhou, relying on his father being the boss of the Flying Tiger Gang. He had done many bullying deeds over the years, truly infamous in Lingzhou. "See cousin, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. How about we leave first?" Lu Yi grabbed Song Qingxue's hand and wanted to head out.
But as soon as they took a step, they were stopped by Huang Tianba's underlings. Huang Tianba shook the bottle of wine in his hand and said with a playful smile, "What's wrong, ladies?
You won't give me Huang's face? Do you think I, Huang Tianba, would eat people?" Lu Dezhong frowned and said, What are you doing? Quickly sit down. Young Master Huang just wants to drink with you." Could your cousin really harm you?
Hearing this, the two girls nervously sat down on the sofa beside Huang Tianba, their expressions tense, as if sitting on needles.
Now both girls somewhat regretted it. Wasn't it better to stay comfortably at home? Why did they have to come to this bar?
After the two girls sat down, Huang Tianba poured each of them a glass of whiskey.
Ladies, it's our first meeting, let me, Huang Tianba, toast to you first.
Saying this, he tilted his head back and downed the drink.
However, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi did not move.
Song Qingxue chuckled lightly, young Master Huang, and I can't handle liquor very well, can we have some juice instead? Huang Tianba's face immediately darkened, he slammed the glass down heavily on the coffee table.
What do you think?
Song Qingxue was greatly frightened by Huang Tianba's action, her pretty face instantly paled, and her eyes flashed with a mix of regret, anxiety, and sadness. Compared to Huang Tianba's arrogance, she would rather continue staying with Yi Xiao, but where could one find a pill for regrets in this world? Lu Yi quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, young Master Huang, Qingxue is right, we really can't drink much.
How about we finish this drink and then leave?
Hee, that depends on how you perform, Huang Tianba smirked coldly, his thin lips curling into a sneer. Although they did not receive Huang Tianba's affirmative answer, the two girls knew they had no choice but to drink this one. So they both lifted their glasses and downed it in one go. Talking about not being able to drink, I see you both can handle it quite well.
Huang Tianba laughed and filled their glasses again.
The two girls immediately put on a sad, worried look.
They realized that Huang Tianba clearly had no intention of letting them leave easily.
Lu Yi turned to Lu Dazhong and pleaded pitifully, cousin, I beg you, for my mother's sake, just let us go.
Huang Tianba narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fierce, want to leave? The women I fancy can't just walk away. Ask Lu Dazhong if he dares? Huang Tianba's true nature was completely revealed.
At this moment, the younger brothers around Huang Tianba began to laugh, each giving Song Qingxue and Lu Yi mockingly scrutinizing looks.
In their eyes, these two women were already captured prey.
Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi trembled even more, but the two girls still placed their last hope on Lu Dazhong, hoping he could speak for them. However, Lu Dazhong coldly smirked and said, cousin, Miss Song, being young Master Huang's women is your honor.
As long as young Master Huang is here to protect you, how could your business not flourish in Lingzhou? You should obediently stay and serve young Master Huang. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting family ties. Between Huang Tianba and the two girls, Lu Dazhong would definitely choose the former.
In terms of power and status, Huang Tianba, the young master of the Feihu society, far surpassed the two girls. Besides, if he pleased Huang Tianba today, his own standing in the Feihu society could also rise.
Cousin, how can you do this? We're family. Lu Yi looked like she was about to cry, showing none of the boldness she had in front of Yi Xiao.
Lu Dazhong smiled coldly, it is precisely because we are family that I am allowing you to serve young Master Huang.
If it were any other women, I wouldn't give them this opportunity.
While the two were talking, Song Qingxue quietly took her phone out of her bag, searching for Yi Xiao's number. Now her only hope was outside the private room, with Yi Xiao. However, before Song Qingxue could dial the number, Lu Dazhong knocked it out of her hand, coldly laughing, Miss Song, still thinking about calling the police? I tell you, even if the patrol comes, it's useless. Saying this, he roughly grabbed Song Qingxue's arm. Forcefully pulling the latter to Huang Baishan's side, Huang Tianba smiled knowingly and immediately went to wrap his arms around Song Qingxue's slim waist.
Little beauty, tonight I'll have fun with you. Song Qingxue was utterly disgusted, humiliated and angry. She slapped Huang Tianba right in the face. Slap. With a loud noise, the caught-off-guard Huang Tianba was hit squarely. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent, everyone frozen in shock. No one expected Song Qingxue to have hit Huang Tianba. Lu Yi was also frightened. She didn't foresee Song Qingxue being so bold. After all, this was the crown prince of the Flying Tiger Society, Huang Tianba. Oh no, this is serious trouble. You dirty bitch, how dare you hit me? Huang Tianba's eyes turned red with anger, and without a second thought, he kicked Song Qingxue in the stomach. Song Qingxue was instantly toppled to the ground, feeling a wave of searing pain in her belly. In a furious rage, Huang Tianba bared his teeth and stood up, ready to kick Song Qingxue again. Seeing this, Lu Yi trembled all over. She wanted to step forward to help, but had no courage even to take a single step. Qingxue, I'm sorry. At that critical moment, the door to the private room was suddenly slammed open, and a wine bottle shot in like an arrow, heading straight for Huang Tianba's head. Huang Tianba's eyelids flickered, he panicked at this unexpected wine bottle. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared behind Huang Tianba, gripping the wine bottle tightly in hand, thereby saving Huang Tianba from a potentially deadly hit. The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. A cold voice entered the ears of everyone in the room. Upon hearing this voice, Song Qingxue felt, for the first time, that this voice was so beautiful. The newcomer was Yi Xiao.
After taking down a group of thugs at the bar, Yi Xiao had expected that Song Qingxue and Lu Yi would come out in embarrassment. However, after waiting several minutes with no response and realizing that no one was answering his call to Song Qingxue, he sensed something was wrong and charged in. Song Qingxue looked timidly at Yi Xiao, her eyes red, her pretty face full of grievance. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Lu Yi hurriedly helped Song Qingxue to her feet and retreated to Yi Xiao's side. Though she had always looked down on him, she now knew he was their only lifeline. The two girls, like children caught doing something wrong, lowered their heads and hid behind Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let it go earlier. Lu Dazhong recognized Yi Xiao right away, and he was quite shocked. He had arranged for 7 or 8 thugs to deal with this kid, yet this kid now seemed unfazed. But now, he had no time to think about that. He jumped out and pointed angrily at Yi Xiao, shouting, "Kid, who the hell are you? Do you know what you just did? How dare you throw a wine bottle at young Huang?" In her heart, she silently cursed Yi Xiao for being reckless. To her, since Yi Xiao had discovered that she and Qingxue were being held captive, the first thing he should have done was to call the police, not charge in here alone. Even if he charged in, at least he should have talked things over nicely. But Yi Xiao didn't even give a hint of a chance for negotiation. This was bad. He must have offended Huang Tianba severely, and it seemed that the 3 of them would not be able to get out today. Song Qingxue looked at Yi Xiao's back with a sense of distraction. This was the first man, besides her father, who stood in front of her and protected her. Huang Tianba shot a sinister glance at Yi Xiao and roared furiously, "Kid, you've got guts. You dare to steal my woman and even hurt my men? Do you even know how to write the word death?" At first, he was indeed intimidated by Yi Xiao, but when he saw Yi Xiao was alone, Huang Tianba instantly felt confident. His side had over 10 underlings, plus a skilled fighter sent by his father. Even if Yi Xiao had some skills, he would still end up being knocked to the ground. Yi Xiao looked calmly at the enraged Huang Tianba, snorted coldly, and smirked, "Death? That word is for my enemies. I don't care who you are or what background you have. I give you one chance to apologize to my friend right now, otherwise, the consequences will be something you cannot imagine." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba laughed out loud, his body shaking with laughter, and his belly aching from it. "I haven't seen someone so arrogant in a long time. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come before me and yell? And you want me to apologize? Do they even deserve that? You know why I'm interested in these 2 worthless women? It's their honor. Apologize? Don't they fear it will shorten their lives?" Huang Tianba said arrogantly. As the young master of the Flying Tiger Club, he felt he had the right to look down on everyone. At this moment, Huang Tianba's underlings also burst into laughter. To them, Yi Xiao's words were nothing but a fairy tale. What status does young Master Huang have? He can walk all over Lingzhou. It's always others begging for mercy and apologizing to him. They've never seen young Master Huang apologize to anyone. This kid really has no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. I remember the last person who dared to talk to young Master Huang like that had grass 3 feet high on their grave. Huang Tianba, I am the president of Song Group. How much money do you want to let us go? Just name your price. Song Qingxue had also calmed down by now. She had no hope for Yi Xiao's so-called apology, nor did she believe he could protect them out. She thought that giving money to avoid disaster might be the best option. Huang Tianba's eyes glinted with amusement as he swept over Song Qingxue from head to toe. "Oh, the president of Song Group. No wonder you look so dignified. I've slept with countless women, but never with a president. If you want to leave, fine. Stay with me for. Apologize? I'll apologize to your mother. Someone get this kid and cripple him." Huang Tianba was done wasting time arguing with Yi Xiao. "Yes." At his command, 4 or 5 lackeys holding axes stepped out from behind Huang Tianba. The lackeys didn't take Yi Xiao seriously at all. Even though Yi Xiao had taken down Lu Dezhong with one move earlier, they thought it was just a sneak attack. Now, facing their axes, if Yi Xiao dared to resist, he'd be lucky if he didn't lose his arms and legs. Seeing the murderous lackeys, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi huddled together in fear, realizing just how dangerous these gang forces were. "Stay behind me and don't move. If you run around, I can't promise I can protect you." Yi Xiao turned his head and calmly warned the 2 women. "Damn, still talking before death. Brothers, kill him." One of the lackeys, holding an axe, was completely enraged by Yi Xiao's attitude. With that lackey's shout, 5 gleaming axes swung down at Yi Xiao's head. However, in the next second, the lackey at the front suddenly felt his hand lighten. He didn't know when, but the axe was already in Yi Xiao's hand. Then, with a single slap, he was sent flying. Bang! He crashed into the person behind him, and both fell to the ground. Then, Yi Xiao quickly crouched down, swiping his leg in a wide arc.
It was like a tornado sweeping the ground, hitting the other three lackeys coming at him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the three lackeys' leg bones were all broken and they collapsed to the ground. With Yi Zhao's leg strength, even 3 thick willow trees could be snapped in one sweep, let alone human legs. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, all 5 attackers were taken down by Yi Zhao. At this moment, the black-clad man who had just caught the bottle Yi Zhao threw slightly narrowed his pupils. This guy is a master. At first, he hadn't taken Yi Zhao seriously, but now, seeing him take down 5 people in the blink of an eye, he had no choice but to take him seriously. Gulp. Gulp. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi behind Yi Zhao swallowed nervously. Although they knew Yi Zhao could fight and had beaten a taekwondo expert, they also knew that taekwondo was just a flashy martial art. But now, seeing Yi Zhao defeat 5 people in a split second, they were truly stunned. Huang Tianba hadn't expected Yi Zhao to be this powerful. He raised an eyebrow and was about to send more lackeys, but the black-clad man interrupted him. Young master, let me handle this. This is a tough one, sending others won't help. Fine. Black Panther, if you can cripple this kid, I'll reward you 1,000,000. Huang Tianba immediately agreed without thinking. Black Panther was one of the Fei Hu Hui's experts, and he had saved him from trouble many times, so Huang Tianba trusted him a lot. Black Panther said nothing more and walked directly up to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao sized him up for a moment. The man had a short buzz cut, a cold and sharp look in his eyes, a muscular build though not exceptionally tall, and his black leather jacket concealed the explosive power in his muscles. Back in prison, Yi Zhao had heard a saying, the shorter a man's hair, the more impressive he is. So, he glanced at this man a little more carefully. I'll say this, wearing black. I see you've trained hard to get this far, but it's not worth ruining your life for a bit of money. If you leave now, I'll let you go, Yi Zhao said casually, following his usual tactic of scaring first, then fighting if necessary. Black Panther smirked, mocking him, kid, I don't want to waste words with someone as arrogant as you. Either you cripple yourself as Huang Xiao says, or either I take action to incapacitate you. But I must tell you, once I strike, I will show no mercy. If I happen to kill you, don't blame me. Yi Zhao couldn't help but curl his lips and chuckle. Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, but you only have 2 arms. After saying that, he beckoned towards the Black Panther with a curl of his finger. Come on. As soon as Yi Zhao's voice fell, the Black Panther let out a roar and moved, making a sound like thud thud thud, as if a warhorse was trampling the ground, shaking everyone's hearts in the room. The Black Panther was as fast as a galloping horse, and in just a few breaths, he rushed in front of Yi Zhao. With a swift motion, the Black Panther aimed his palm like a blade at Yi Zhao's throat. Seeing the Black Panther's lethal move, Huang Tianba's lips curled into a cruel smile. He had seen the Black Panther in action before. Once, a martial artist who had practiced 8th Extreme Fist for years came to trouble him, and Huang Tianba defeated him with this very move, shattering his throat bone. He believed Yi Zhao would be no exception. Yi Zhao, be careful. Song Qingxue couldn't help but call out, feeling that the Black Panther was even more terrifying than the 5 knife wielders from before. However, Yi Zhao merely smiled slightly, stepping into the Bagua stance, dodging with the agility of a leopard, and instantly evading the Black Panther's deadly strike. Too slow. Yi Zhao teased. The Black Panther, seeing his attack not only missed but that Yi Zhao even had the leisure to comment, became extremely furious and pounced at Yi Zhao like a wolf. He transformed his palm into a fist, aiming for Yi Zhao's chin, while simultaneously delivering a knee strike to Yi Zhao's groin. Yi Zhao squinted. This guy's moves were too vicious, aimed at making him unable to have descendants. It seemed he needed to retaliate hard. In a flash, Yi Zhao shot out his claw-like hand, striking first like an eagle's talon, accurately catching the Black Panther's fist, while his right elbow slammed down hard like a heavy hammer on the Black Panther's knee. In a duel of experts, being a moment slow isn't just a gap, it's the gap between life and death. Crack! A sound of bones shattering echoed as the Black Panther's knee collided with Yi Zhao's elbow, and unavoidably, it was crushed by Yi Zhao. Ah! Although the Black Panther was physically stronger than others, he couldn't help but let out a pig-like scream. Following that, Yi Zhao kicked out with great force, striking the Black Panther's abdomen, sending the nearly 200-pound Black Panther flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Although he wasn't dead, he simply couldn't get up. Watching Yi Zhao's cool silhouette, Song Qingxue couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It wasn't just that he bravely walked into dark alleys alone. When something happened, he truly stood up. Chapter 23 Apology. Yi Zhao curled his lips. I told you earlier about the outcome, but you didn't listen. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were filled with shock and disbelief, their mouths agape wide enough to hold a chicken egg. He won. Yi Zhao actually defeated the expert of the Flying Tiger Association. Looking back, their initial plan was truly naive. They had still imagined using the little punks under Lu Dazhong to teach Yi Zhao a lesson. Huang Tianba was just as astonished. The Black Panther was his best fighter. Now, he was easily taken down by this kid. It was simply unbelievable. This scene made Huang Tianba's remaining little brothers feel uneasy, like ducks with their necks pinched, afraid to make a sound. If even the Black Panther wasn't this person's opponent, what could they do against him? Yi Xiao dusted off his hands and looked at Huang Tianba, lightly uttering two words, apologize. When Yi Xiao said this before, he received nothing but mockery and ridicule from Huang Tianba. At this moment, he could no longer smile. But in an instant, Huang Tianba regained his composure. He crossed his legs and said calmly, "Kid, I didn't expect you to actually have some skill, but do you know where I differ the most from you? That is, I can have people cripple you 100 times, but you wouldn't dare to touch me once. If I touch you and something goes wrong, at most I'll lose a few subordinates and spend a little money. But if you touch me, not only will you die, but your whole family and all your friends will go down with you. Because I am Huang Tianba, the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, while you are just an ant." Huang Tianba's expression became ferocious, his eyes flickering with coldness. Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Song Qingxue and Lui, whose hearts had just relaxed, began to shiver with fear again. They knew very well that Huang Tianba was not exaggerating. As the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, everything he said could actually be done. "Yi Xiao, why don't we just let this go?" Song Qingxue said anxiously. "Yeah. Yi Xiao, you can't afford to mess with Huang Tianba. Qingxue and I aren't in too much trouble right now, let's hurry back home." This was the first time Lui spoke to Yi Xiao in such a gentle manner. She knew that without Yi Xiao today, her life could have been ruined by Huang Tianba. Seeing that Song Qingxue and Lui both feared him, Huang Tianba became even more arrogant. "Let it go? Ha! You two worthless ones, this matter is far from over. Can anyone strike my face? Can anyone cripple a member of the Flying Tiger Society?" Huang Tianba's eyes sparkled with mockery. "If you want me not to pursue this matter, then you two worthless ones must kneel and crawl over to serve me. If you serve me well, I might consider letting you go." As he said this, he cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao. As for this kid, there's only one way for him, and that's death. Huang Tianba didn't take Yi Xiao seriously at all, and completely believed that this guy wouldn't dare touch him. After all, his father was the boss of the underground world in Lingzhou. Even government officials had to bow their heads in front of him, for offending him meant endless trouble. "Huang Tianba, right? Do you know what happens to those who talk back to me in our prison?" Yi Xiao said as he walked towards Huang Tianba, a cold smile always at the corner of his mouth. "They have to soak in the filthy pit for 3 days and nights." As Yi Xiao kept approaching, Huang Tianba felt a chill run up his spine to the back of his head. He finally felt afraid. "Kid, you're looking for death." A small brother suddenly pulled out a dagger, attempting to sneak attack Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao seemed to have eyes on the side of his head. Without even looking at him, he waved his hand, and that small brother was sent flying. Now, no one dared to move forward anymore, all of them trembling as they stepped back. Huang Tianba also began to feel uneasy. "Kid, what are you going to do?" "I am." However, before he could finish, Yi Xiao grabbed his hair and pushed him down. Bang! A crisp. Their young master had always been overbearing, a tyrant who acted as if he owned the world. At this moment, he was being pressed against the coffee table by Yi Xiao, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it was true. Huang Tianba screamed in pain, his eyes bulging with rage as he shouted, "Kid, you're dead. Do you know who I am? I am from the Flying Tiger Gang. My father is Huang Feihu." "Huang Feihu?" Yi Xiao smirked, a look of disdain on his face. "That name sounds familiar. Wasn't it the one who used to bring me foot bath water every day 2 years ago? You're outrageous. Kid, even now you dare to slander my father? Do you want to die?" Huang Tianba cursed, uncontrollably furious. This time, Yi Xiao's response was merely to lift his head and smash it down again. Bang! With that sound, a bloody hole appeared in Huang Tianba's forehead, blood instantly soaking his face, blurring his vision and making it hard to distinguish between his eyes and nose. "I want to see which is harder, your head or this tempered glass." Yi Xiao smiled lightly, a mocking expression on his face. Huang Tianba was nearly fainting from the pain, panic and fear flooding his heart. Was this kid insane? Even after revealing his identity, he dared to be so heavy-handed. Just as Yi Xiao was about to slam Huang Tianba's head down again, he was scared enough to hurriedly plead for mercy. I apologize. He confirmed that this was a brainless thug who really might beat him to death. But Yi Xiao still didn't stop. Bang! Huang Tianba's head collided fiercely with the coffee table for the third time. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Yi Xiao said, lifting Huang Tianba's head, his tone slightly apologetic. Huang Tianba gritted his teeth in anger. You clearly did it on purpose. You can dodge a fatal blow from a Black Panther, and you're telling me you couldn't hold back? Is this some kind of joke? But at this moment, with no way out, Huang Tianba could only clench his jaw and endure. Miss Song, Miss Lu, I'm sorry. Huang Tianba mumbled an apology to the two girls. Right now, he just wanted Yi Xiao, this demon, to stop as soon as possible. As for face, it didn't matter at all. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were frozen in place. Although they received Huang Tianba's apology, they couldn't be happy at all because they knew how much he was enduring right now. The retaliation against them would be brutal. Chapter 24, What will you use to settle this? Hey, you two say something. Do you accept his apology?
If you think it's insincere, I can have him say it again, Yi Xiao said casually.
Accept. The two girls dully nodded. They dared not offend Huang Tianba any longer.
After getting this response, Yi Xiao finally released Huang Tianba.
Ah!
Huang Tianba let out a painful cry again because he had just lost 2 more teeth, but he didn't dare to curse, only clenching his teeth to endure the pain. After Yi Xiao left the bar with the 2 dazed girls, his subordinates dared to come forward to support Huang Tianba.
Young master, are you okay? Slap! Huang Tianba immediately slapped that subordinate in the face. A bunch of useless fools. After saying this, he looked toward the direction where Yi Xiao had disappeared, gritting his teeth and saying, "Spread the word, within 24 hours, I want that kid dead, and the Song family must be buried with him." His voice was chilling as if a ghost was crying, filled with cold and brutal murderous intent. Seeing Huang Tianba like this, the group of subordinates gasped in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never seen Huang Xiao this angry. Lingzhou was about to see blood and chaos again. On the way home, none of the 3 spoke. The 2 women seemed to still be in shock from the earlier chaos. Yi Xiao intended to give these 2 foolish women a good lesson. But seeing the 2 of them looking so scared, I couldn't bear it any longer. After returning to the villa, Song Qingxue finally couldn't help but speak up. "Yi Xiao, you should quickly go hide. Huang Tianba definitely won't let you go. If you don't run away immediately, you'll definitely be torn apart by the members of the Flying Tiger Gang." Lu Yi immediately disagreed. "Qingxue, are you crazy? If you let him go, what do we do?"
Her brows furrowed, and her tone revealed a hint of irritation.
After saying this, she turned to yell at Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, you don't want to live anymore, do you? You've made such a fierce move against Huang Tianba. Do you know what trouble this will bring to Qingxue and me?" Even after so long, Lu Yi still felt a lingering fear. After all, he was the son of Huang Feihu.
In Lingzhou, just reporting Huang Feihu's name could make a child stop crying. However, Yi Xiao didn't care at all. "Don't worry, I'll solve this problem. I'm going to take a shower." With that, he tossed the 2 women a view of his back and returned to his room. After Yi Xiao left, Lu Yi jumped up like a cat with its fur bristled. "Qingxue, look at him, acting like he's the president when he's just a little jailer. I really want to hit him a couple of times." At this moment, Song Qingxue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. "Calm down, Yi. Today, after all, it's our fault. If it weren't for Yi Xiao, who knows what would have happened to us with Huang Tianba. We should think carefully about how to deal with Huang Tianba's revenge." Hearing her best friend say this, Lu Yi's expression improved somewhat. In fact, she still felt a tiny bit grateful to Yi Xiao. The next morning, at the Zhao family, Zhao Qiuping walked out of her room, overjoyed while holding her phone. "Mom and Dad, that bastard Yi Xiao is in big trouble, the young master of the... Why must we keep this troublemaker? Now, our whole Song family is going to suffer along with him." Song's father, Song Wancheng, although silent, sat on the sofa smoking furiously as soon as he entered, deeply regretting that he had let Yi Xiao stay. Although the Song family had some connections in Lingzhou, facing the Flying Tiger Club was like hitting a stone with an egg. There was no chance of winning. At this moment, the old man had gone on vacation again, and he felt like the sky was about to fall. Song Qingxue couldn't take it anymore and said, "Mom, about yesterday's incident, it started because Huang Tianba tried to do something inappropriate to me and Yi Xiao acted to help us. Huang Meyer was still relentless. I don't care what the cause is, now that such a big disaster has happened, how are we going to face it as the Song family? Yi, if you are still a man, go find Huang Tianba and kneel down to apologize. Let him beat you if he wants, but don't bring this trouble to our Song family." "Mom, how can you say that? Our Song family is a big business in Lingzhou after all. I believe even the Flying Tiger Club wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Song Qingxue argued back at her mother, though she had no confidence in her own words. "Aunt Huang, you don't need to worry about this, I will handle the Flying Tiger Club." Yi Xiao, who had been silent, said calmly. Upon hearing this, Huang Meyer jumped up like a sprouting bamboo and roared, "You handle it? With what will you handle it? Even our Song family, valued at billions, wouldn't dare to say that. What right do you, a small prison guard, have?" Yi Xiao shook his head and said nothing more. He knew that no matter what he said now, they wouldn't believe him, so he decided to let facts speak for themselves. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Song Qingxue's heart skipped a beat as she looked toward the door in fear, worried that the Flying Tiger Club's people had come. Huang Meyer snorted and walked toward the door, saying, "All of you are either turtles hiding your heads or wolves with white eyes. In crucial times, you still have to rely on me. This is the person I invited to help our Song family through the difficulties. As she spoke, Huang Meyer opened the door and saw a young man dressed in a hand-tailored suit walking inside.
Fong Honggang. Song Qingxue recognized the man immediately. He was one of her suitors, the general manager of Manhan Restaurant in Lingzhou. She suddenly remembered the rumors that the backer of Manhan Restaurant was a big shot in the underground world of the Dragon Country. Maybe Fong Honggang really had the ability to solve this issue. Hello, Aunt Huang, Uncle Song. Qingxue, it's good to see you again. Fong Honggang greeted everyone politely as soon as he entered, but he chose to ignore Yi Xiao. He had long heard Huang Meyer talk about Yi Xiao, thinking of him as nothing more than a toad trying to eat soft rice from the Song family, not worth his attention. Come, Honggang, sit down. This time, our Song family is counting on you. Huang Meyer said with a beaming smile, her attitude a complete 180-degree turn from how she treated Yi Xiao earlier. Song Guanqing quickly put out his cigarette and said eagerly, Honggang, as long as you can help us through this tough time, you can ask for anything, and I will agree. Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang's eyes showed a trace of undisguised joy, but he feigned calmness and said, Aunt Huang, Uncle Song, don't be polite. I have always considered you family. If my family is in trouble, I naturally cannot stand by. Hearing Fong Honggang's confident words, Huang Meyer shot Yi Xiao a disdainful look and remarked sarcastically, Qingxue, see, Honggang is the one who truly cares about you. Unlike someone who has no real ability but loves to talk big. She did not hide her contempt for Yi Xiao at all. Yi Xiao, why are you still dazed? Go make tea for Honggang. Open your eyes and see. Song Guanqing also shouted at Yi Xiao. He also strongly agreed with his wife's words, thinking that Yi Xiao was quite an eyesore here. Just then, Yi Xiao's phone rang, and he walked aside to answer the call. Seeing Yi Xiao leave, Fong Honggang squinted his eyes into thin slits, coldly laughing in his heart. Did a small ant really think he could compete with him for women? It was simply a foolish overestimation of himself. Seeing her parents disliking Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue felt a slight sting in her heart. Although she had only been thinking of dealing with her grandfather to ruin this marriage from the start, after a few days of interaction, her perception of Yi Xiao had greatly changed. Just take yesterday's incident for example. Yi Xiao knew that the other party was the young master of the Flying Tigers, yet he still forced the latter to apologize, something none of her suitors could achieve. But right now, the most important thing was to resolve this crisis, so Song Qingxue could only let Yi Xiao go for now. Song Qingxue sighed and looked at Fong Honggang, saying, Mr. Fong, can you really help our Song family get through this crisis? Upon hearing Song Qingxue's address, Fong Honggang frowned slightly but paid it no mind, believing that with the support of Song's father and mother after this incident, Song Qingxue would eventually accept him. Of course, Qingxue, you should know about the background of Manhan Tower, right? As the general manager of Manhan Tower in Lingzhou, I still have some voice in the underworld, Fong Honggang said proudly. As long as I make a call to Master Hu to clarify things for you, and you come up with some compensation later, this matter won't be a big problem at all. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Song family were still a bit skeptical. Song Guanqing said, Honggang, it's not that we don't trust you, but Huang Tianba has said that our Song family will pay with our lives. Are you really confident? He. Fong Honggang smiled with lifted lips. Uncle, let me let you in on a little insider information. Our Lingzhou Manhan Tower has changed ownership. I suspect the new person's position is at least equal to that one, and he's currently in Lingzhou. As long as I can get in touch with my new boss, not even Huang Tianba's threats or Huang Feihu's direct orders will matter, Fong Honggang said, his eyes revealing an unmistakable arrogance, as if he were waving away the world. Hearing these words from Fong Honggang, Song Guanqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew very well who that person was, Blood Sovereign, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's underground world. To be able to stand on equal footing with such a person, what kind of power must one have? It seemed that the Song family could truly rest easy now. At that moment, Huang Meyer said with a rosy glow, Honggang, our family owes you such a big favor, Auntie really doesn't know how to repay you. Huang Meyer was very satisfied with Fong Honggang. In her eyes, the one with huge connections was the best son-in-law candidate, while that Yi Xiao was not worthy to even carry Fong Honggang's shoes. Fong Honggang immediately understood that Huang Meyer was deliberately creating an opportunity for him. He smiled and said, Auntie, actually, you don't need to repay me. You know my feelings for Qingxue. Anything for her, even if it means going through fire and water, I will do it without hesitation. Song Qingxue frowned slightly, seeing Fong Honggang getting more and more outrageous. She quickly changed the subject. Mr. Fong, does that mean our Song group won't be affected? Of course, Qingxue, you should go work. There's nothing else to worry about. Everything is under my control. Fong Honggang patted his chest and assured. That's truly too kind of you. I'll change my clothes and head to the company right now. After saying this, Song Qingxue didn't wait for anyone to respond and ran up to the second floor with a thump, thump, thump. How could she not see her mother's intention, wanting her to make some promise to Fong Honggang because of this matter? That was absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had also arrived at the balcony and answered the phone. The call was from Xin Qianni, and as soon as he picked up, Xin Qianni got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, I heard you've run into some trouble. Do you need my help? I have some connections with Huang Feihu.
In Xinxiani's view, this was a good opportunity to repay Yi Xiao for his previous kindness. After the last banquet, he had asked someone to look into Yi Xiao's background. Upon learning that Yi Xiao was merely a prison guard, he didn't look down on him. Instead, he thought a young man like Yi Xiao had great potential and decided to invest in him. Yi Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Shin, there's no need for your concern. I can handle this matter myself." Yi Xiao's response surprised Xinxiani. He didn't understand where Yi Xiao got the confidence to say such a thing. Even if he wanted to ask Huang Feihu for leniency, he might have to sacrifice some interests, and Yi Xiao was just a prison guard. After thinking for a moment, Xinxiani didn't press further. "Alright, Mr. Yi, my phone will be on 24 hours a day. If you change your mind, just let me know." After hanging up, a pleasant female voice came from beside Xinxiani. "Dad, what did he say?" The speaker was Xin Luoyan. She thought like her father and also wanted to repay Yi Xiao, but unlike her father, she didn't think highly of Yi Xiao, believing that after this act of kindness, they would be even. Xinxiani gently put down the phone and replied, "He declined my help." "What?" Shen Luoyan's delicate face was full of astonishment and confusion. How could this be? Does he want to rely on the Song family? But the Song family is not strong enough to fight against the Feihu gang. Xinxiani lightly tapped on his phone. "Luoyan, why don't we make a bet, to see if Yi Xiao can get through this tough time without others' help?" Shen Luoyan didn't understand what her father meant. "Dad, is there even a need to bet? Yi Xiao will definitely be eaten alive by the Feihu gang." Xinxiani looked at his daughter and slowly said, "Luoyan, I think Yi Xiao is extraordinary. I believe. But he still has the protection of Feng Honggang. However, whether Feng Honggang would help Yi Xiao is hard to say." Just as she was about to call Feng Honggang, with a bang, the office door was violently kicked open. Huang Tianba, wrapped in a wool coat and with bandages all over his head, walked in with a sinister smile. His playful gaze swept over Song Qingxue. "Miss Song, you look well." Behind Huang Tianba were a dozen key members of the Flying Tiger Club. Among them was the club's top fighter. It was with this person's presence that Huang Tianba dared to come personally to demand an explanation. "Huang Tianba, what do you want in broad daylight? This is the Song group." Lu Yi, although terrified, still stood up to rebuke him. Song Qingxue also stared intently at Huang Tianba. Despite being in her own company, she still felt insecure facing him. Huang Tianba did not respond immediately but walked straight to sit across from Song Qingxue, pulling out a chair to sit down confidently. He then raised his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a wicked arc, and said coldly, "What do I want? Of course, I'm here to settle the score. Where's that dog from yesterday? Call him out to die." Since being beaten by Yi Xiao last night, a deep-seated hatred had kept him awake all night, just waiting for dawn to confront Yi Xiao for revenge. He wouldn't rest until Yi Xiao was dead. Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Song Qingxue immediately raised her eyebrows and replied coldly, "Sorry, you're late. Yi Xiao is no longer with our company." "Ahaha, Miss Song, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I can't see Yi Xiao today, I'll take it out on you. Aren't you high and mighty? Let's see if you can still." Hiss. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's arrogant words, Hua Daguan and the other security guards all gasped in shock. This Yi Xiao really didn't know how to die. If he wanted to show off, he should just step aside. What if he angered Huang Tianba and it caused trouble for them? They had never seen someone so full of themselves. Clearly just a useless person living off the CEO's favors, yet he talked big words that didn't match his strength at all. At that moment, Huang Tianba, instead of getting angry, laughed. "Kid, you probably still don't know who this is beside me. Let me tell you, this is my Feihu Club's #1 enforcer. He has a nickname called Falcon. He has killed an adult brown bear with his bare hands and has crushed the skulls of more than 10 fighters in underground boxing in Country M. Also, you all must have heard about the tragic incident at the Hong family boxing gym 6 months ago, right? It was because they offended my Feihu Club that the entire gym, with over 10 fighters, was destroyed, and the one who took action was Falcon. Once Falcon makes a move, you won't have a chance to survive." Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Hua Daguan, Song Qingxue, and the others felt their scalps tingle. They had indeed heard about the Hong family boxing gym incident. It was the second largest boxing gym in Lingzhou. Many fighters had served as instructors in the police team. Over 10 fighters were taken out by just one person. How strong must that be? Yi Xiao glanced up and down at Falcon and disdainfully said, "Huang Tianba, there's no need for you to say these useless things. Just tell me what you want to do today." Gathering a crowd to break into a private company's office to cause trouble is a crime in Longhua. "Do you want me to give you a coupon for a prison experience?" He. Huang Tianba sneered repeatedly, as he thought Yi Xiao was just scared of him, bringing up the law to argue. "Kid, let me tell you, I'm the son of Huang Feihu, my word is the law. If you don't obey and try to defy me, that's knowing the law and breaking the law. Now I'm giving you a way out. Kneel down before me immediately, or my men will break your limbs one by one." As he said this, an eye-popping scene stared back at them. Louis and Song Qingxue felt a thunderous sound in their heads, dizzy and foolish, standing frozen in place. At this moment, the two women had no idea what expression to wear. Yi Xiao was truly bold beyond reason. How could he dare to take action against Huang Tianba at this time? Hua Daguang and the other security guards from the Song group were just as stupefied, utterly unable to believe this scene was real. They didn't find Yi Xiao to be particularly brave, instead, they thought he was just a complete fool. In their eyes, Yi Xiao should have been obedient, bowing and begging for mercy. Attacking Huang Tianba might feel good for a moment, but then what? Could he alone really take down the entire Flying Tiger gang? Of course, the most shocked was the so-called top expert of the Flying Tiger gang, Eagle. When did Yi Xiao strike? How did he escape his own eyes? Since leaving his master, it was the first time he had seen someone move so quickly that he couldn't catch it. Eagle couldn't help but furrow his brows, his gaze trembling, and a hint of fear crept into his heart. This person's skills were far beyond his own. But soon he regained his composure. The person Yi Xiao was holding was his young master. He couldn't back down. So, Eagle bellowed, "Kid, quickly let go of young Huang. If young Huang loses even a hair, I will tear you apart." At this moment, he didn't dare to act recklessly. If Yi Xiao broke Huang Tianba's throat before he could strike, that would be a huge crime. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba, who could hardly breathe from Yi Xiao's grip, managed to shout intermittently, "Yi, all my people are here. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, I'll turn the Song group into a river of blood. Everyone will die." With a loud slap, Yi Xiao reached out and struck Huang Tianba's face. He coldly scolded, "Bullying the weak and not knowing to repent, right?" Smack. After that, he slapped him again. "Do you want the Song group to bury me along with you?" Smack. Yi Xiao's face was full of disdain. "I dare not touch you?" Smack. Bringing a few stinky fish and rotten shrimp to scare me into submission? You must be out of your mind. Donate that brain of yours. Yi Xiao delivered 3 slaps in a row, not only turning Huang Tianba's face into a pig's head but also reopening the wound Huang Tianba suffered last night after being hit by Yi Xiao. Blood flowed down Huang Tianba's forehead, making him look utterly miserable. Song Qingxue was so frightened that she went limp in the office chair. It's over. At this point even the powerful boss behind Feng Honggang could not protect Yi Xiao. Louis cursed Yi Xiao as an idiot in her heart. To her, a man who seeks momentary pleasure without any regard for the consequences has no responsibility, completely ignoring what kind of retaliation he and Qingxue would face. She knew that driving Yi Xiao away from Qingxue was indeed the right choice at the beginning. She only regretted not being ruthless enough and not getting rid of this troublemaker sooner. Hua Daguang and the group of security guards swallowed hard, their hearts filled with doubt, contemplating whether they should quickly leave this trouble spot. At this moment, protecting Song Qingxue was no longer important, their jobs mattered little, what they needed to focus on was saving their own lives. The hawk's teeth were grinding as he angrily pointed at Yi Xiao, shouting, "Kid, if you have the guts, let Huang Xiao go. Attacking someone who can't fight, what kind of skill is that? Do you dare to fight me?" He was completely at his wit's end, hoping to delay a little time. The tiger should be coming soon. If Huang Tianba got killed now, he wouldn't escape responsibility either. Besides, he didn't believe Yi Xiao would truly let Huang Tianba go and fight him. On his side, there were more than 10 elites from the Feihu Association. Yi Xiao's only chance was to hold Huang Tianba as a hostage to secure his own life. Yi Xiao gave the hawk a cold smile, the corner of his mouth curling into a wicked grin. "Well, since you're itching for a fight, I'll give you a chance to stretch those bones." With that, Yi Xiao threw Huang Tianba out. After doing all this, he beckoned to the hawk with his finger. "Come on. I hope you're a bit stronger than last night." The hawk froze, his heart sinking like a dog with a rope around its neck, barking fiercely when pulled but now dumbfounded at the thought of being released. Do we really have to fight now? Chapter 28, a really impressive title. Song Qingxue and Louis were equally puzzled. What exactly was Yi Xiao thinking? He had just beaten Huang Tianba to this extent, and now he still dared to let him go. Isn't that equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain? Indeed, Huang Tianba, who had slightly regained his breath, roared at the hawk, "Hawk, hurry up and kill this bastard. If you can kill him, I'll give you 5 million. Huang Tianba's hatred for Yi Xiao had already penetrated to the bone. He wished he could tear Yi Xiao apart piece by piece. The humiliation of last night seemed to him the greatest shame of his life, but today when he was slapped in the face by Yi Xiao again, he realized that the greatest humiliation was being repeatedly beaten by the same person. But none of the people he encountered in the past few days could fight. His fists had been itching for a while now. This falcon seemed to have some skill. He should be able to last 3 or 4 moves, better than nothing. Just as both sides were ready to make a move, someone suddenly shouted, "The Tiger Lord is here." Tiger Lord? Hearing this name, Song Qingxue and Louis completely lost hope. In Lingzhou, who else could be called Tiger Lord, except for Huang Feihu, the leader of the Feihu gang? This time, Yi Xiao was really done for. No matter who saw their son beaten to the point of being a dead dog, they would be furious, right? And this was Huang Feihu, the man with immense power who killed without blinking.
Falcon let out a long breath. He really didn't want to fight Yi Xiao. In his heart, he had already estimated Yi Xiao's strength, and he had no confidence in beating him. Also, fighting someone like Yi Xiao meant there would be no stopping once the fight started. Only one side would be left alive or crippled. If he lost, his position, which he had worked hard for, would be gone. Yi Xiao saw that Falcon had no intention of attacking and felt a little disappointed. He couldn't help but curse Huang Feihu in his heart. What a mood killer. As Huang Feihu, the leader of Lingzhou's #1 underground gang, walked into the office, Song Qingxue, Louis, Hua Daguan, and the others all felt a sense of overwhelming pressure, like a dark cloud pressing down on them. Huang Feihu was the epitome of a strong middle-aged man. His skin was bronze, his features sharp, and his aura was so strong that it was intimidating even without him saying a word. Every move he made exuded immense dominance. As soon as he entered, Huang Feihu saw his son lying on the floor, barely recognizable, and his rage ignited instantly. Who did this? Who did this? His voice was calm, but the bodyguards like Hua Daiguan were trembling all over, beads of sweat falling like rain. Even Huang Feihu had come personally. Yi Xiao was definitely done for. No one, not even a god, could save him now. Huang Tianba scrambled to Huang Feihu. Dad, you have to avenge me. Look at what that damn country bumpkin did to me. He's not just beating me, he's slapping your face too. If we don't kill this country bumpkin to set an example, no one will respect the Feihu gang in the future. Huang Feihu knew exactly what needed to be done. Anyone who dared to touch his son would not only lose their life, but everyone related to them would also be dragged down with them. His eyes quickly scanned the office, and when he saw the figure facing off with Falcon, his eyelids twitched. That back looked so familiar. At this moment, Song Qingxue, for reasons unknown, gathered up her courage, walked up to Huang Feihu, and looked up at him clearly saying, President Huang, I know this is serious, but please listen to me. The cause of this incident is that young Master Huang tried to do something improper to me and my friends, and my bodyguard had to act. If you want compensation, the Song family will pay any amount. Though her heart was trembling with fear, and though she knew what she said might not matter, if she didn't do this and just watched Yi Xiao die, her conscience would never be at peace. Seeing Song Qingxue step forward to defend Yi Xiao in front of Huang Feihu, Louis was left dumbfounded. This was Huang Feihu, the #1 boss of Lingzhou. What was Qingxue doing? Was she planning to die with Yi Xiao, that bastard? Yi Xiao, however, gave Song Qingxue a bit more respect. Although this girl usually lacked brains and often caused trouble for him, she had a good heart. Huang Feihu sneered coldly. He leaned forward slightly, looking down at Song Qingxue with a condescending gaze. Who do you think you are? Do I need to listen to your explanations? Who is right or wrong, I don't care at all. In Lingzhou, if you touch my son, it means you are not giving me face, Huang Feihu. I see you're asking for trouble for your Song group. Let me be direct with you, today not only the one who hurt my son will die, but your Song family can also wait to be erased from Lingzhou. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's face turned as pale as paper. Her forcefully built courage vanished in an instant, her body trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. Facing Huang Feihu's gaze, she felt like a little white rabbit in front of a fierce wolf. So helpless, so weak. At this moment, she truly realized that under the immense pressure of the Flying Tiger Club, daring to stand out would only lead to a tragic end. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba smirked with delight, knowing that his father always protected him. Even if others were in the right, and even if he was at fault, his father would never let them off the hook. After a chilling silence, Huang Feihu lightly uttered one word, kill. Hearing this, the dozens of goons brought by Huang Tianba, as well as the ones following Huang Feihu, rushed forward to surround Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao felt the pressure lighten. If he were to confront Yi Xiao alone, he would have no chance of winning, but with dozens of Flying Tiger Club members surrounding him, it was different. He just needed to hide among the goons and deal Yi Xiao a fatal blow when the time was right. Just as the goons rolled up their sleeves, and Song Qingxue's heart was in her throat, Yi Xiao slowly turned around, cracking a smile. Huang Feihu, President Huang, oh my. What an impressive title. At the sound of this voice, the top boss of Lingzhou, Huang Feihu, felt a pang of despair. Seeing this familiar face that he could never forget, Huang Feihu felt his heart sink into an abyss, his hands and feet turning icy cold, his knees instinctively wanting to buckle. Prison lord. Huang Feihu bitterly cried out. My God! What sin have I committed to have attracted this demon? Chapter 29, Zhao Zilong is not as brave as him. Huang Feihu would never forget that year in the world's #1 prison. A ruthless man like him could only cower in a corner, trembling in fear in a prison filled with fierce and savage figures. Fortunately, at that time, he clung to Yi Xiao's thigh, managing to secure a job fetching footwater for Yi Xiao, which kept him from being toyed with by the group of ruthless criminals. At this moment, everyone in the office hadn't heard Huang Feihu's voice, as they were still stunned from the moment Yi Xiao mockingly called out Huang Feihu's name. Giggle giggle. This was the sound of teeth chattering, as Ho de Guine, Louis, and others felt that Yi Zhao's behavior was no longer just self-destructive, this was a way to have his ashes scattered. Song Qingxue also lost her ability to manage her expression, imagining many scenarios of Yi Xiao facing Huang Feihu, some involving him being scared to death or directly escaping through a window, but she never expected Yi Xiao to speak to Huang Feihu with such contempt. Damn it! Kid, you want to die, don't you? Even at this point, you still dare to. Prison lord. Huang Feihu finally came to his senses. At this moment he was drenched in sweat, and his heart seemed to want to stop beating. He thought Yi Xiao was going to kill him. A strong desire to survive forced Huang Feihu, his legs went weak, and he was about to kneel to Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao patted him on the shoulder and whispered in a low voice. Don't make a scene, act like you don't know me. Wait for me at the back door of the company in half an hour, I have something for you to do. Huang Feihu was stunned at first, but then he quickly reacted. He stopped kneeling and his CPU was running at high speed, thinking about how to help Yi Xiao cover up this lie. However, Yi Xiao's actions caused everyone in the office to break out in a cold sweat, and countless people gasped in shock, their faces changing dramatically. How did he do it? Did he take the head of a general from 1,000,000 soldiers? Was Zhao Zilong less brave than him? It really was a tattoo artist showcasing their skill with eyes closed. That falconer was also scared out of his mind, secretly thankful that he hadn't attacked Yi Xiao just now, or else his whole village could have been in trouble the next day. Huang Tianba, on the other hand, was unconcerned with all of this. He roared, "Kid, let go of my dad. Even if you get out of this office, you won't get out of Lingzhou. My Feihu Association will chase you to the ends of the earth and turn you into ashes." Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Huang Feihu even had the thought of wanting to strangle this dumb son. He should have shot this fool against the wall back then. Is it not enough to offend the prison lord? Does he have to bring trouble to his old man? At the same time, Huang Feihu was thinking quickly, but no matter how hard his CPU worked, he couldn't come up with a way that would let him escape and help Yi Xiao cover up the lie. Just then, a voice that sounded like thunder came from outside the office. "Yi, if you want to die, get out of here and don't drag our Song family down." The speaker was Song's mother, Huang Meyer, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Following her were Song Guancheng and Fong Honggang. The three of them had hurried over after receiving Song Qingxue's urgent text message. They arrived to see Yi Xiao kidnapping Huang Feihu, which truly frightened them. After scolding Yi Xiao, Huang Meyer turned and urgently said to Fong Honggang, "Honggang, you quickly say something. Persuade Lord Tiger, let's minimize this situation, at the very least, it can't involve our Song family." Fong Honggang, however, came with a stiff upper lip. He had already privately called Huang Feihu, but unfortunately, he didn't even get a response. Now he was being asked to speak, what face did he have to say anything? However, when Huang Feihu saw Fong Honggang, his eyes lit up, and a plan formed in his mind. So Huang Feihu feigned calmness and said, "Yi, I admire your courage. Today, I can give young Master Fong some face, let's just let this go. From now on, my Feihu Association will no longer trouble you, but you also have to behave. If you dare to provoke my Feihu Association again, I will kill you." Huang Feihu was even a bit impressed with his own quick thinking. This way, he didn't expose Yi Zhao's identity and created an escape route for himself, it was simply perfect. Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang was directly dumbfounded. When did he have this much face? He had no idea. But then he realized it was likely that the big boss behind the scenes had spoken to Huang Feihu, and Huang Feihu said this out of respect for the big boss. So Fong Honggang smiled brightly, "Lord Tiger, you're truly too polite." Hearing Huang Feihu's words, Huang Meyer immediately brightened. "Yi, did you hear that? Lord Tiger is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Why don't you let go of Lord Tiger?" Song Qingxue and Lui were also dumbfounded. Does Fong Honggang really have such great power? Yi Xiao has beaten Huang Tianba like this, and Huang Feihu just says to let it go. The strangest thing is Huang Feihu had just vowed to kill Yi Xiao. Is it possible that Huang Feihu was really afraid of the big boss behind Fong Honggang? Yi Xiao smiled and moved his hand away from Huang Feihu's shoulder, although it allowed that somewhat shameless kid Fong Honggang to claim credit, it was unavoidable at the moment. He didn't want to expose his identity in front of the Song family, for if that happened, the resistance to his annulment of the marriage would multiply. Huang Feihu also let out a deep breath, finally managing to navigate through the situation. He waved his hand forcefully and ordered, "Let's go." However, the reality proved that Huang Feihu was indeed too early to be happy. Seeing his father about to leave, Huang Tianbai instantly became anxious. "Dad, you can't just let it go like this. That damned dog humiliated me again and again. He deserves to die 100 times. I'm your son, you can't not help me kill him." Huang Tianba didn't care about his father's abrupt changes, now, he was solely focused on wanting to kill Yi Xiao. Hearing this, Huang Feihu was furious to the point of nearly exploding. His stupid son was. What is going on? Just now, he was so polite to me, but why has he become so cold now? Huang Fei, who no longer cared about the insignificant Feng Honggang, he carefully glanced at Yi Xiao, and seeing that he wasn't angry, he waved his hand again, withdraw. After saying that, he took the lead, fearing that Yi Xiao might suddenly call out to him. The group of Feihu Club's thugs, though filled with questions, did not dare to discuss anything recklessly. After supporting Huang Tianba, they quickly followed Huang Feihu out of the office, looking defeated. Once Huang Feihu's group left, the dark clouds hanging over the Song family finally dissipated. Huang Mei exclaimed excitedly as she grabbed Feng Honggang's hand, "Honggang, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to have such a high position in Tiger Yi's heart. Unlike some ungrateful wolves who only create trouble for our Song family, making stupid moves like trying to kidnap Tiger Yi, if it weren't for you stepping in, our Song family would probably be ruined by him." While praising Feng Honggang, Huang Mei did not forget to kick Yi Xiao hard with her words. Then she turned to Song Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, you saw Honggang's abilities today, right? He is a great benefactor to our Song family. You should thank him properly." Feng Honggang finally came back to reality from Huang Feihu's sharp gaze. He said without a blush or breathlessness, "Aunt Huang, it's just a small matter, nothing to mention. From now on, we are one family. If you and Uncle Aunt encounter any troubles, don't hesitate to tell me, just speak up." After saying this, he feigned a concerned look and turned to Song Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, that Huang Tianba didn't do anything to you, right? As soon as I received your message, I rushed over, afraid that if I came late, you might be harmed. If that happens, I would regret it for life." "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Mr. Feng." Song Qingxue rarely smiled at Feng Honggang. After all, he had gone to great lengths for today's incident, and it wouldn't be right for her to keep a cold face toward him. Hearing Feng Honggang's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten an 82 fly. This guy was truly one who dared to say and believe everything. However, Yi Xiao was too lazy to explain. He also wanted to call off the engagement with Song Qingxue, and with Feng Honggang as the backup, his path to breaking off the engagement would definitely be much smoother. Seemingly noticing Yi Xiao's disdain, Huang Mei scolded, "Yi Xiao, why aren't you over here thanking Honggang? Don't you know that if Honggang hadn't arrived in time, you would have been chopped into pieces by Tiger Yi? Just a small jailer, yet thinks so highly of himself. To dare challenge a big shot like Tiger Yi, truly clueless." At this moment, Feng Honggang glanced at Yi Xiao with a half-smile, "Kid, there's no need for thanks. Today I saved you just because of Qingxue's face, it was nothing but a casual act. I hope you realize your place, a bodyguard should do his own job and not daydream about climbing the social ladder. Qingxue is not someone you deserve, and the Song family is not something you can aspire to." Taking advantage of this spotlight, Feng Honggang stopped pretending, tearing apart his mask directly with Yi Xiao. After all, the other party was just a poor bodyguard. With the support of the Song family, he could easily crush Yi Xiao. Hearing Feng Honggang's words, Song Qingxue felt a bit uncomfortable. She wanted to speak up for Yi Xiao, but the words got stuck in her throat. Indeed, without Feng Honggang today, Yi Xiao's fate would have certainly been unbearable. Yet Yi Xiao just smiled, tucked his hands into his pockets, whistled, and walked out of the office as if no one was around. Watching Yi Xiao's arrogant attitude, Feng Honggang was so angry that his face turned pale. The greatest humiliation is not how others attack you, but how they completely ignore you. Huang Mei couldn't hold back her anger either. She glared at Yi Xiao's back and shouted, "What a heartless wolf! Not a shred of gratitude. We should have just let him fend for himself. When old man comes back from vacation, I will definitely make him drive this heartless wolf away. This kid is already so arrogant, if he really gets together with Qingxu, won't he just ride on our heads?" Song Qingxu slightly furrowed her brows. She felt that Yi Xiao was going too far. Although Feng Honggang's words were somewhat hurtful, he was still Yi Xiao's benefactor. How could he treat his benefactor this way? On the side, Lui placed her chin on her hand, deep in thought. As an onlooker, she had a clearer view, having been standing in a third-party perspective and thus saw more than what Song Qingxu perceived. It seemed that Huang Feihu's attitude had already changed the moment he saw Yi Xiao, and from Huang Feihu's indifferent gaze towards Feng Honggang, it appeared that he was not really convinced by Feng Honggang at all. But what could force Huang Feihu to come in aggressively only to leave defeated, even going so far as to hit his own son? A bold thought entered her mind. Could it be that Huang Feihu knew Yi Xiao and was even afraid of him? Lui thought this for a reason. Based on Yi Xiao's displayed strength, this was not something a mere prison guard could possess. Previously, she had too quickly assumed Yi Xiao was just a toad, but today's events had greatly impacted her, making her break out of that fixed mindset. It seemed necessary for her to engage more with this Yi Xiao. Chapter 31. We all call him the Warden. Alright, Mei, there's no need to ruin our good mood over a heartless wolf. Song's father, Song Guanqing, stepped in to smooth things over. After speaking, he turned to Feng Honggang with a warm smile. "By the way, Honggang, next week is the wedding anniversary of me and your Aunt Huang. You should come and participate." After this incident, Song Guanqing had accepted Feng Honggang. After all, this man was much better than Yi Xiao. He felt he could create an opportunity for Fang Honggang and his daughter. Fang Honggang's eyes lit up, and he smiled brightly. Okay, uncle and aunt, I will definitely attend. How about we host your wedding anniversary banquet at our Manhin Tower? I will personally take care of it and guarantee your satisfaction. Ah, that sounds good. You and Xingshu can discuss the details later. In the past, Xingshu has always arranged the banquets. Song Guancheng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu's brows tightened even more. Usually, she would find an excuse to decline, but today was different. Fang Honggang had just helped their Song family. If she turned her back on him now, it would be too unreasonable. Meanwhile, outside the Song group, Huang Feihu dismissed everyone and brought Huang Tianba to a secluded corner. He felt it necessary to explain a few things to his son. If this fool provoked Yishao again, his well-preserved head after decades might not remain in place. However, before Huang Feihu could speak, Huang Tianba impatiently pressed, Dad, I don't understand what you were afraid of just now. That Fang Honggang is just a restaurant manager, right? Why are you afraid of him? I was beaten so badly, shouldn't I go find that guy named Ji to get revenge? Huang Tianba was so furious that his face twitched. He stared fiercely at Huang Feihu, demanding an explanation. Huang Feihu silently lit a cigarette. Forcing himself to calm down, if it weren't for seeing this fool hurt so badly, he would have slapped him across the face long ago. Tianba, do you think I'm afraid of Fang Honggang? Huang Tianba was caught off guard by the question. Didn't you just say with your own mouth, to give Fang Honggang face? Huang Feihu exhaled a puff of smoke, coldly scoffing through his nose. What is Fang Honggang? It's easier for me to crush him than to crush an ant. The one I fear is someone else. Huang Tianba felt like his brain was failing him. He quickly recalled the scene from just now, thinking about who this person really was in his mind. The Song family? Impossible. If his father feared the Song family, he wouldn't have come personally. Could it be the power behind Fang Honggang? No, his father said he could easily crush Fang Honggang, so he wouldn't fear the forces behind him either. Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind, Yi Xiao. After excluding all impossibilities, whatever remained, no matter how unbelievable, was the truth. Thinking of this, Huang Tianba couldn't help but swallow hard and said, Dad, that person wouldn't be Yi Xiao, would he? Huang Feihu suddenly nodded, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before saying, the strength of that person is so terrifying that I can hardly describe it with words. Just remember one thing, that person is someone we can't mess with. If he wants to kill me, it wouldn't take him any effort at all. Huang Tianba was stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard his father say such discouraging words. Suddenly, he thought of something. Dad, could he be someone from that prison? Huang Tianba had heard his father mention that prison before. According to him, that prison housed the worst criminals from all over the world. Someone like his father would be the bottom of the food chain there. Probably only those inside that prison could make his father so fearful. Though Huang Feihu did not answer directly, Huang Tianba knew his guess was right. At that moment, he suddenly remembered what he found out about Yi Xiao's profile. The file said Yi Xiao was a prison guard. Could he be the guard of that prison? Dad, what position does Yi Xiao hold in that prison? Huang Feihu finished his cigarette. Let me put it this way. In that prison, he is the only one on guard, yet all the inmates are obedient. No one dares to cause any trouble. We all call him the warden. As he said this, Huang Feihu seemed to recall the days spent in the world's #1 prison. Although he lived with no dignity during that time, it was there that he improved his martial arts, and he greatly admired the person who once protected him. Hiss. Huang Tianba gasped. At that moment, he felt even his breath was trembling. This is too intense. One person guards a prison, especially one that houses the most vicious criminals. Tianba, what I told you today is best kept to yourself. It seems the warden doesn't want to reveal his identity, Huang Feihu advised. Yes, I definitely won't say a word. Huang Tianba was already so scared that his soul was almost gone. He was not only shocked by Yi Xiao's identity but also terrified that he had provoked such a big shot. Fortunately, his father had a connection with Yi Xiao, otherwise, he feared his life would be in danger. A little over 10 minutes later, at the back door of the Song group, Huang Feihu waited here alone as per Yi Xiao's instructions. When he saw Yi Xiao appear, Huang Feihu dashed forward, ready to kneel before Yi Xiao. He had spent a year by Yi Xiao's side and knew his character all too well. Basically, it was better to kneel first if the situation was not right. It couldn't be wrong. Don't kneel. Yi Xiao said calmly. Yes. Huang Feihu nodded rapidly. Then, lowering his head in fear, he said, Warden, it's all my fault for not teaching my son well. It is my fault, please show mercy, Warden. As long as you can overlook this matter, even if I have to use my life to pay the price, I have no complaints. Although Yi Xiao let him and his son go just now, their actions must have left a thorn in Yi Xiao's heart. If this is not resolved, he won't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, casually saying, all right, those who do not know are not guilty. Let's just consider this in the past. However, you and your son need to change your ways. If I see you both causing trouble again, I won't hesitate to send you two for some re-education." Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu felt a chill, as if he had fallen into an ice hole. He naturally knew what Yi Xiao meant, he never wanted to go there again. "You are right, Warden. I will certainly reflect on my mistakes and discipline my son properly. I have a task that I need you to help me with." Yi Xiao changed the subject. He was quite satisfied with Huang Feihu's awareness, just a little scare was enough. "Warden, just give your orders. No matter if I can do it or not, I will go all out to accomplish it." Huang Feihu hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, don't act like you're going to walk on fire or climb a mountain. This task isn't difficult. Do you still remember Ghost Eye? I want to see him now." "Ghost Eye?" Huang Feihu naturally remembered him, he was one of his prison mates. Since they both came from Lingzhou, they had a very good relationship in prison. However, at this moment, Huang Feihu frowned. "Warden, you may not be able to see him anymore, because Ghost Eye died a month ago." "Died?" Yi Xiao's expression hardened. Ghost Eye was released from prison half a year ago, and at that time, Yi Xiao had seen Ghost Eye's condition, he shouldn't have died so quickly. "Is his information network still active?" Yi Xiao continued to ask. The reason he sought Ghost Eye was because he valued his abilities, he had a network in Jiangnan province that could rival that of the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence departments. This was the reason Ghost Eye got involved with some people's interests and was imprisoned in the world's #1 prison. Yi Xiao wanted to utilize Ghost Eye's information network to help him do things, one being to find out the whereabouts of his parents and the other to quickly find other betrothed partners. "I'm not too sure about that. After Ghost Eye's death, his daughter took charge. Since I and Ghost Eye only had private dealings, I don't know much about his daughter." Huang Feihu answered straightforwardly. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. "Take me to meet Ghost Eye's daughter." No matter what, Yi Xiao would not easily give up on the information network in Ghost Eye's hands. So Huang Feihu called one of his younger brothers to bring a car. To win Yi Xiao's favor, he planned to personally send Yi Xiao over, which left the younger brother dumbfounded. The Tiger Lord is actually acting as a driver for someone? This completely overturned his worldview. This person must be amazing. Half an hour later, Huang Feihu took Yi Xiao to an antique market in Lingzhou. Although Ghost Eye operated an information network, providing various information for those in need for profit, his identity was secretive, while his public identity was the owner of an antique shop. Moreover, he was quite famous in the Lingzhou antique circle, and that's how he got the name Ghost Eye. Lingzhou, being an ancient city with thousands of years of history, naturally has a booming antique industry, especially in recent years as the residents of Lingzhou have become wealthier, their enthusiasm for art collectibles has grown stronger. After arriving at Antique Street, even at the market's edge, you could see many small vendors selling various ceramics and paintings. Of course, the waters here are deep, finding a genuine item among these vendors is considered luck. Those who know the trade buy antiques, always picking and choosing in the antique shops of the market. Huang Feihu seemed very familiar with the Antique Street, leading Yi Xiao through the winding paths for a while before arriving at the antique shop, Tonggu Zhai. As soon as the two reached the entrance, they were frozen in shock by the scene before them, as Tonggu Zhai was surrounded inside and out by people, seemingly something major had happened. With the fierce Huang Feihu clearing the way, they soon got to the heart of the crowd, finally getting a clear view of the situation. In the nearly 100 square meter store of Tonggu Zhai, a dozen rough-looking men had cornered several shop employees, behind whom stood a very conspicuous woman. The woman was wearing a white blazer on top and a knee-length black skirt below, her shiny black hair elegantly piled up, her exquisite oval face painted with red lips, and her cold gaze reflected a certain queenly grace that was simply unmatched. Needless to say, this was the daughter of the Ghost Eye, Su Jianxin. Seeing Su Jianxin remain calm amidst the noisy chaos, Yi Xiao couldn't help but think highly of her. At that moment, Huang Feihu's voice came to Yi Xiao's ear. "Prison master, the one inside is indeed Su Jianxin. Should I step in and drive these pesky folks away?" Huang Feihu continued, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Having some friendship with the Ghost Eye, he naturally couldn't resist the impulse to help when he saw an old friend's daughter being bullied. Yi Xiao's eyes turned as he said, "Let's observe for now." He had never dealt with the daughter of the Ghost Eye before. If he wanted her help, showing her kindness would yield better results, but using brute force to suppress was never Yi Xiao's style. At that moment, among the troublemakers, a young man with a sharp nose and chin, whose appearance seemed like an earthling possessed by an alien, shouted loudly, "Everyone, I am Ho Yufeng, formerly the appraiser of Tonggu Zhai. Because I can't stand the dirty tricks of Tonggu Zhai deceiving customers, I can't bear to see everyone being fooled again, so I stand up today to expose their ugly face." As soon as Ho Yufeng finished speaking, many people in the crowd began discussing, "Isn't Tonggu Zhai the shop of Master Ghost Eye? I often bought antiques here before and never encountered a counterfeit. How could they deceive customers?" Not necessarily, you see, Master Ho was the appraiser of Tonggu Zhai himself, and also a disciple of Master Ghost Eye. He shouldn't be intentionally ruining Tonggu Zhai's reputation. At this time, among the employees of Tonggu Zhai, an old man with a goatee angrily scolded, "Ho Yufeng, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? If the old shopkeeper hadn't taken you in, you would have starved to death in the streets long ago. Now, just a month after the old shopkeeper's departure, you've brought people to cause trouble. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" In the face of the goatbeard man's accusations, Ho Yufeng remained unfazed, a sneer of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "I admit the old shopkeeper was good to me, but I am a man of conscience. I cannot tolerate seeing Tonggu Zhai ruin in the hands of this woman." As Ho Yufeng spoke, he cast a glance at Su Jianxin, and his motives were not as noble as he claimed. It was purely for personal gain. He had thought after the ghost eye's death, the antique shop would be entrusted to him, but unexpectedly in the will, the shop was handed over to a woman. If Su Jianxin were his woman, that would be fine, but this woman looked down on him in every possible way, so with a mindset of destruction if he couldn't have it, Ho Yufeng planned to bring down Tonggu Zhai. At that moment, the old man with the goat beard directly bypassed Ho Yufeng and spoke to the crowd. "Everyone, when the old shopkeeper was in charge of Tonggu Zhai, he established a rule that we never produced or sold fake goods, and we treat our customers honestly, which I believe everyone can see. Please do not believe the one-sided words of this despicable person who betrays his teacher and ancestors. He is purely fabricating facts out of thin air, trying to tarnish our reputation at Tonggu Zhai." Hearing the old man with the goat beard, many onlookers immediately echoed, "Indeed, I have been trading antiques at Tonggu Zhai for over a decade and have never been cheated. I trust Tonggu Zhai. This kid's behavior is so vile. I see he just wants to attract attention by slandering Tonggu Zhai. Such a person should not be allowed to stay in the antique street. Everyone, do not do business with him in the future." Well said, such people should be sent to prison. Yi Shao noticed that Ho Yufeng at this moment was completely unruffled, thinking to himself that he must have a backup plan. Sure enough, the next second, Ho Yufeng smiled slightly and shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet. The reason I dare to say this is because I have my reasons. The fake cannot be true, and the true cannot be false." After speaking, Ho Yufeng gave a glance to a man with a scarred face beside him, and that scarred man immediately walked out of the crowd holding a ceramic jar. "Everyone look carefully. This ceramic jar in my hand was bought at Tonggu Zhai for 200,000, and when I bought it, they repeatedly assured me it was genuine. In the end, when I got home and asked someone to check, I found out it was a counterfeit." The people in the antique market all recognized this scarred man. He was a bully on the antique street, often cheating unsuspecting tourists. Very few believed he would get cheated himself. After all, if he weren't scamming others, it would be pretty good. The old man with the goat beard immediately grew furious and shouted, "Nonsense, Scarface. I have always been in the shop, and every transaction in the shop has to go through my hands. When did our shop sell you any pottery? Moreover, this thing is obviously a counterfeit. I don't believe that after so many years in the antique market, you wouldn't be able to tell." But the scarred man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. "Old man, what do you see this as?" As he spoke, the scarred man took out a receipt. The moment the old man with the goat beard saw this receipt, he was instantly dumbfounded, and even Su Jianxin, who had been sitting calmly in the shop, furrowed her brows, her expression serious. This was actually a transaction receipt from Tonggu Zhai, and it even bore the bright red seal of Tonggu Zhai. Chapter 33, Old Huang, come out and settle the bill. Su Jianxin's eyes turned icy as she shot a glance at Ho Yufeng. She knew this must be Ho Yufeng's scheme. Ho Yufeng had previously been the appraiser at Tonggu Zhai, so hiding a few receipts was not difficult for him, but now they couldn't explain it clearly. The other party had the receipt as proof. Even if they went to court, their side would definitely be at a disadvantage. He. The scarred man sneered with disdain. "So, old man, you have nothing to say now, right?" The old man with the goat beard was shaking with rage, pointing at Ho Yufeng and cursing, "Despicable and shameless, using such lowly tricks." Ho Yufeng coldly snorted, "Old man, let me tell you, without evidence, don't speak recklessly. If you speak slanderous words, I can sue you for defamation." As he said this, Ho Yufeng gave a fake smile as he glanced at Su Jianxin. "I say, Jianxin, although in our antique industry there is a rule that once a transaction is made, we do not take responsibility, but you are now openly selling fake goods. This is tarnishing your father's reputation. Furthermore, I remember that master established a shop rule that if anyone buys a fake from Tonggu Zhai, they can receive double compensation, so should you compensate him now?" Ho Yufeng's voice sounded as if he had practiced it with the sunflower scripture. With a sarcastic tone, he felt very pleased. In his view, this move had already forced Su Jianxin into a dead end. If Su Jianxin did not acknowledge this rule, then the reputation of Tonggu Zhai would be finished. But if Su Jianxin enforced this rule, he had a lot of tickets in hand, which could directly lead Tonggu Zhai to bankruptcy. "You cheap bastard, this is what happens when you dare to defy me." Although many wise people present could see that there was definitely a thief from within Tonggu Zhai, the one causing trouble was the bully with the scarred face. They could only shake their heads and sigh, lamenting that Tonggu Zhai was unlucky and had to swallow this bitter loss. At this moment, Su Jianxin's delicate brows were almost twisted together, her white teeth biting down tightly on her pink lips, rapidly thinking of a way to respond. "Prison master, let me take action."
This bastard is too despicable. Compared to him, I can be considered a moral model, Huang Feihu said angrily. Yet, Yi Xiao shook his head. If Huang Feihu simply drove these people away, although some people understood the situation, most would still feel that Tong Guzhai was bullying others. Customers receiving counterfeit goods would instead be kicked out by thugs hired by the store. If that happened, Tong Guzhai's reputation would be utterly ruined, and with some malicious gossip, it was likely no one would dare to buy things in the future. He seriously examined the pottery jar in the hands of the scarred face and suddenly, his eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth subtly curled up as he softly said, "I have a way." After saying this, Yi Xiao stepped out of the crowd and approached the scarred face, saying, "Brother Scar, I am very interested in your pottery jar. May I take a look?" The scarred face glanced sideways at Yi Xiao and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm handling serious business? Get lost." In the eyes of the scarred face, Yi Xiao probably came to back Su Jianqin. If his pottery jar was taken away or broken, he would have no proof to defend himself. At this time, Su Jianqin also slightly turned her gaze towards Yi Xiao, wondering who this guy was. "Do I know him?" Regarding the scarred face's harsh words, Yi Xiao just smiled lightly. "If you don't want to show it, that's fine. I truly like your pottery jar. I'm willing to buy it for 500,000. As soon as Yi Xiao's words came out, everyone was stunned. Is this kid's brain flooded? That pottery jar can't even be worth $50 on the street, and he wants to pay 500,000 to buy it. Huang Feihu was also very confused, not understanding what game Yi Xiao was playing, but since Yi Xiao did so, he believed there must be a reason for it. Back in prison, Ghost Eye had told him that Yi Xiao had a high talent for antique identification, learning all of Ghost Eye's skills in just 3 months. At this moment, Su Jianqin looked at Yi Xiao with even more confusion. Could this person be here to help me? But spending 500,000 on a broken jar was too silly. Plus, this could only be a temporary fix. She believed that there were still many manipulated tickets in the hands of Hou Yufeng and his gang. Could this guy really buy it? The scarred face then seriously sized up Yi Xiao. Kid, are you serious about this? 500,000 was indeed very tempting. Even if he managed to get compensation from Su Jianqin, it would only be 400,000, and that wasn't guaranteed. If he swallowed Yi Xiao's 500,000, then it would be a sure win. Of course. If you don't believe me, we can exchange cash and goods. Yi Xiao said calmly. Sir, you'd better think this through. I've been appraising antiques for over 30 years, and this pottery jar is just a worthless fake. You don't need to spend this money, the old man with the goat beard said earnestly. Although Yi Xiao was helping them solve troubles for Tonggu Studio, he was always upright, and if he didn't speak out, his conscience wouldn't be at ease. Old man, did I ask you to butt in? Get out of my way, and wait until I finish this deal to deal with you, the scar-faced man said fiercely to the bearded old man. After saying this, the scar-faced man turned to Hou Yufeng to seek his partner's opinion. Hou Yufeng thought for a moment and nodded. He had seen the pottery jar, and it was just a piece of junk. Selling it for 500,000 would be a big profit for them. Moreover, even if Yi Xiao bought this pottery jar, it wouldn't change anything at all. Just as Su Jianqin guessed, the receipt he stole was not just this one, there were still more than 10 items behind it. He didn't believe this fool could buy them all. After getting Hou Yufeng's reply, the scar-faced man looked at Yi Xiao with a half-smile and said, Kid, I was actually quite interested in this pottery jar, but since you are willing to pay a high price for it, I'll reluctantly sell it to you. But I'll say this first, if I don't see the money, I won't let it go. Yi Xiao smiled and snapped his fingers. Old Huang, come out and settle the bill. Huang Feihu stepped out without hesitation. To him, being able to pay for Yi Xiao was an honor. It showed that the warden didn't treat him as an outsider. Seeing that Yi Xiao actually had a servant, the scar-faced man was somewhat surprised. Could it be that this kid was really a rich second generation? When he saw Huang Feihu, he felt a little familiar, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. But at this moment, he had no time to think about that. Earning this fool's money was the most important thing. The scar-faced man took out a bank card. Hurry up and transfer the money into this card. Yi Xiao laughed. Brother Scar, you have to give me a written receipt, right? We'll do this deal properly, so neither of us loses out. The scar-faced man sneered, feeling that Yi Xiao was being troublesome. Wasn't it just a piece of trash pottery jar? Pretending it was worth so much. However, he did not object and called a little brother to bring him paper and pen, then wrote a receipt for the transaction right there with Yi Xiao. Kid, is this good now? The scar-faced man impatiently handed the receipt to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Old Huang, transfer the money. The transfer process was very quick, and when the scar-faced man really saw 500,000 credited, his face almost split with laughter. He usually sought out targets to scam in the antique street, but today was truly fresh. A fool came right to his door. With a smirk, the scar-faced man tossed the pottery jar to Yi Xiao. Kid, this pottery jar was used by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. Take it back and keep it as a treasure. Ha ha ha.
Chapter 34, Do you think it's worth 801,000? Yi Xiao extended his hand and steadily caught the pottery jar, which happened to have its bottom facing up. On it, the words handled by Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty were clearly printed. When the crowd saw these 6 words, they burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what an amazing pottery jar! Even produced by Zhu Yuanzhang, what a fool! He can't even tell this junk apart. That's right. This kind of thing is clearly street stall goods. I would say it's overvalued even at 50 yuan, I wouldn't even buy it for 5. This kid is truly a fool with money. He even asked for a receipt just now, it's hilarious. I think this joke will make me laugh for a year. This kid is probably the one who got scammed the hardest in our antique street. The bearded old man also shook his head repeatedly, feeling that spending 50,000 on this piece of junk was not worth it. Su Jianqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly because she noticed that Yi Zhao's expression showed no change at all, completely unaffected by the crowd's ridicule. This didn't look like someone who had been deceived. Is this guy just rich and has nowhere to spend it, or does he have some tricks up his sleeve? Ho Yufeng curled the corner of his mouth in disdain, thinking that this kid could actually come up with some tricks. He really spent 500,000 to buy a broken pottery jar. With this kind of intelligence, how could he have the gall to help Su Jianqing out of trouble? He felt that crushing Yi Xiao was effortless. Scarface lit a cigarette, glancing sideways, and contemptuously mocked Yi Xiao. Kid, are you still going to buy it? I can find plenty of these things at home. If you can afford the money, I can bring you a whole truckload, ha ha ha. Anyway, the money was already in his hands, so Scarface felt there was no need to keep pretending. Yi Xiao chuckled and retorted, you think this thing isn't worth money? Ha 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 ha. Scarface laughed even more recklessly, you fool, you don't really think this is a pottery jar used by Zhu Yuanzhang, do you? Yi Xiao curled his lips and a teasing smile appeared. Whether it was used by Zhu Yuanzhang, I don't know, but I know it's worth something. I can at least make 10 times the profit. After he said this, the mocking laughter in the crowd intensified. What do you think this kid used as a pillow to sleep last night? How could he have such a beautiful daydream? 10 times the profit? I doubt he could even recover $10. Maybe he was too shocked and has gone stupid. What normal person would say something that insults others' intelligence? Even Huang Fei, who had a sliver of doubt about Yi Xiao, this thing looked like just a broken pottery jar. Furthermore, it had already been checked by the disciples of Gui Yan and the staff of Tonggu Zhai. At this moment, Scarface became interested, even temporarily forgetting to continue making trouble for Tonggu Zhai. I say, kid, if you can sell this broken thing for 5 million, I'll call you dad on the spot. Scarface's tone didn't change, his voice was filled with sarcasm. Yi Xiao grinned and replied nonchalantly, okay, since you want to be a son so badly, I'll give you a chance to acknowledge your father. Give me 1 minute, during this minute, you can savor the feelings. After saying that, Yi Xiao placed the pottery jar flat on the ground, then squatted down and forcefully twisted the handle of the jar, crack. The handle was brutally broken off from the jar. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, everyone was confused, a perfectly fine pottery jar wasn't worth much, now that the handle was broken, it was really worthless. But Yi Xiao's actions hadn't stopped, he extended his finger and carefully traced over the thick, curved handle, astonishing the crowd as a faint seam appeared along the handle as Yi Xiao's fingertip slid across it. It looked as if it had been cut out by a precise cutting machine. Seeing this, Huang Fei, who couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, after 2 years, had the prison master's skills become this powerful? At this moment, Ho Yufeng and Su Jianqing both felt a slight twitch in their eyelids. They thought of a possibility. Could it be that something was hidden inside this handle? In ancient times, some wealthy families would often hide treasures in inconspicuous vessels to conceal their wealth. But upon thinking it over, they felt it was unlikely. After all, they were disciples of Gui Yan themselves. If they couldn't even find it, how could this kid see it? However, the next second, they were slapped in the face. As the handle was cut open, Yi Xiao gently pushed, and the outer layer of ceramic peeled off completely, revealing a white jade dragon in a C-shape in Yi Xiao's hand. This white jade dragon was as smooth as mutton fat, appearing almost as pure as a baby's skin. Even those who didn't understand antiques knew that it must be worth a fortune. My God! What am I seeing? There is actually a jade dragon hidden inside this broken pottery jar. Ho Yufeng's smile, like a layer of mortar and cement, instantly froze. The cigarette that the scar-faced man had in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, completely unable to believe this scene was real. Damn it, he actually missed such a treasure. Su Jian's distracted gaze suddenly focused, her eyes shining bright like the full moon. She had gained a touch of admiration for Yi Xiao, who would have thought this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Young brother, could you please show me that jade dragon? At that moment, an old man in a red tang suit stepped out from the crowd. Seeing this person, everyone quickly made way, for this man was very well respected on the antique street, known as Su Banyan. It was said that he could distinguish the authenticity of any antique with just half a glance.
Yi Xiao looked Su Banyan up and down and then handed over the jade dragon.
Su Banyan truly lived up to his reputation. He just touched the jade dragon and excitedly said, "Young brother, could you sell me this jade dragon? I am willing to pay 8 million. Hiss.
As soon as this was said, the crowd gasped in shock.
8 million.
That's more than the 500,000 Yi Xiao just spent, over 10 times more.
Someone confusedly asked, "Old Su, although this jade dragon looks like ancient jade, it's so small. Isn't 8 million a bit too high?" This was the doubt of many. They did not question the authenticity of the jade or doubt that Su Banyan was a plant sent by Yi Xiao, because they had witnessed Yi Xiao take it out of the pottery with their own eyes. Su Banyan chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, "The Jade Classics record that in the south, there is spirit jade, which grows from wood and resembles fingers or branches. It can cure hundreds of diseases and prolong life. In our jade circle, this spirit jade is also known as jade chalcedony, and this jade dragon I have is carved from jade chalcedony. So, do you think it's worth 8 million?
Oh my goodness, this is actually made from jade chalcedony."
No wonder old Su is willing to pay 8 million.
At this moment, those who had just mocked Yi Xiao for being foolish felt a burning shame on their faces. He spent 500,000 and could sell it for 8 million. If that made him foolish, then they were definitely even more foolish. Huang Feihua was also greatly impressed. The prison master truly deserved to be called a genius in appraising treasures. The most displeased were Ho Yufeng and the scar-faced man, because this jade chalcedony had slipped right through their fingers. After years of hunting eagles, today they were pecked by one. This slap to the face could probably be heard across several streets. "You can't sell it, this jade chalcedony is mine," the scar-faced man jumped out, furious.
Chapter 35, Find out who was the father.
"I say, son, your old man is still here. How did it become yours?" Yi Xiao looked at the scar-faced man with a teasing gaze, full of kindness towards the mentally challenged. Hearing this, the scar-faced man's face twisted in anger. He had previously said that if Yi Xiao could sell it for 500,000, he would call him father, but he had said it casually, never expecting Yi Xiao to actually do it.
"Kid, don't get too proud.
You must give this jade chalcedony today, whether you want to or not," the scar-faced man said with a sinister expression. But Yi Xiao was completely unconcerned.
He raised the receipt in his hand. "What's wrong, son? Want to back out? We just made a legitimate deal, this jade chalcedony has nothing to do with you now." "Ha ha."
The scar-faced man sneered dismissively.
"A receipt? What does that even count for? This street is full of antiques, why not ask around who the father is? Here, I am the one who decides, understand? Brothers, grab this kid for me. If he doesn't hand over the jade chalcedony, break one of his hands."
The scar-faced man completely revealed his wolfish demeanor. He had always taken advantage of others, but today was the first time he suffered at Yi Xiao's hands.
But so what?
This was his turf. Upon hearing that, immediately about 10 ruffians surrounded Yi Xiao.
Ho Yufeng sneered, his eyes sparkling with mockery. He thought this kid was capable? Turns out he was just a fool.
Taking the treasure and not knowing to leave quietly, still daring to act all cool in front of the scar-faced man, truly reckless. Su Jianqin also frowned. Yi Xiao's insight was indeed surprising to her, but his actions seemed a bit too flashy. In this antique street, the scar-faced man was not easy to deal with. At this moment, she was also hesitating whether to step in. Just when the scar-faced man was overjoyed, thinking he had everything under control, suddenly, a shadow flashed before his eyes. In the next second, the scar-faced man trembled, his face full of shock. He could no longer smile. Because there was now a hand on his throat. The one who took action was Huang Feihu, who had endured this useless fool for so long, and now it was finally time for him to show his skills.
The scar-faced man panicked instantly, stammering, "What do you want? Do you know who I am?
If you dare touch a hair on me, I swear you'll never leave this antique street today."
A group of ruffians also turned to Huang Feihu and shouted, "Old man, do you still want to live? Hurry up and let Scarface go." "Ha ha ha."
Huang Feihu laughed, his laughter strange, filled with disdain.
"Who are you? I don't care, but do you know who I am?"
Upon hearing this voice, the scar-faced man's eyelids jumped. He suddenly remembered why he found this person familiar. He had previously seen him with a small leader from the Flying Tiger gang. Thinking of this person's identity, the scar-faced man stiffened, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes. He tremblingly said, "Why, you are Lord Tiger."
He.
Huang Feihu snorted, "Damn, at least you have some eyesight, I am Huang Feihu." Saying this, he threw the scar-faced man to the ground, not believing these little hoodlums would still have the guts to be unruly.
Tiger, Lord Tiger? Hearing this name, the ruffians, who were just high and mighty, were now so scared they could barely breathe. This was the most fearsome boss in Lingzhou. Compared to Huang Feihu, they were nothing. The scar-faced man, thrown to the ground, suppressed his fear, tremblingly knelt before Huang Feihu, slapping his own face and pleading, "Lord Tiger, I was blind not to recognize greatness, please spare me this time for the sake of the drink I offered you."
These types of bullies always bully the weak and fear the strong, acting tough with ordinary citizens, but upon seeing the number one boss in Lingzhou, he instantly became a coward. Seeing this, the group of ruffians also followed suit, all kneeling before Huang Feihu and slapping their own faces in unison. Since even the leader knelt, what could they do?
Huang Feihu?
At this moment, Su Jianqin's delicate face also slightly changed color, but soon her gaze turned to Yi Xiao. Who was this person?
How could he have a big boss like Huang Feihu acting as his muscle? At that moment, Huang Feihu's eyes narrowed, coldly speaking, "Tell me, who sent you here today?" Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Tiger, it was just a whim, I intended to extort Tonggu Zhai." However, before the scar-faced man could finish, he was kicked away by Huang Feihu. He stared hard at the scar-faced man. "Are you insulting my intelligence? I give you a chance to rephrase, otherwise, prepare to be chopped up and fed to the dogs." While speaking, Huang Feihu's overwhelming aura instantly pressed down on the scar-faced man. The scarred face immediately turned pale, and a wave of unprecedented fear surged within him. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, he might really lose his life. So he quickly pointed at Ho Yufeng and said, "Tiger Lord, it was him who sent me here. This pottery jar wasn't bought from Tonggu Zhai by me, the receipt was also stolen by him from Tonggu Zhai and filled out himself. Tiger Lord, I'm telling the truth. Please forgive me. I won't dare do it again." The scarred face kept bowing to Huang Feihu, begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, Ho Yufeng knew things were going terribly wrong and turned to run, but as soon as he took a step, he felt his left leg go limp and collapse to the ground. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, realizing it was the broken porcelain shard he had flicked that had injured Ho Yufeng. Upon hearing the truth, everyone was enraged and rushed up to stomp on Ho Yufeng. "Kill him. This guy is so despicable and shameless, I almost got tricked by him. I knew Tonggu Zhai always sold genuine goods, how could there be fake ones? Turns out it was this treacherous bastard trying to slander them. This kind of person has no conscience. He's not worth living." Of course, they didn't spare the scarred face either. They had hated this bully for a long time, and now with Huang Feihu, the big boss, here, everyone vented their past grievances with strong kicks. It wasn't until the people from Tonggu Zhai called the police that they took Ho Yufeng and the scarred face away, and the matter was finally settled. The old man with the goat beard excitedly walked up to Yi Xiao and bowed deeply. "Sir, thank you so much for helping today, or else our Tonggu Zhai would have been in big trouble." "You're too polite, old man." Yi Xiao helped the old man up. He had a good impression of this kind-hearted man. At this moment, Su Jianqin stood up and walked towards the store, seemingly not intending to thank Yi Xiao or Huang Feihu. Seeing this, Yi Xiao squinted his eyes. "This girl was pretty cold, huh? Su niece, please wait." Huang Feihu quickly called out to Su Jianqin. "Mr. Yi and I are old friends of Master Guiyan. Let us go and offer a stick of incense to Master Guiyan." Huang Feihu knew that Su Jianqin must have sensed something, but since they were already here, they couldn't let the prison master's trip go to waste. Upon hearing this, Su Jianqin finally stopped and coldly said, "Come in with me." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. How could he not see through this? Su Jianqin was playing hard to get. Wow, this girl has quite the mind, huh? With one little move, she changed the position of everyone. If Su Jianqin had started with a thank you, Yi Xiao would have taken the initiative, and his following request would have been expected. But with this move, the one taking the lead was now Su Jianqin. Tisk, interesting. Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu didn't waste time talking, and directly followed Su Jianqin upstairs to a small room on the second floor. Inside the room was a memorial tablet for Master Guiyan. Looking at the photo of Master Guiyan, both of them were moved. After all, they had lived together for several years, and Yi Xiao had a teacher-student relationship with him, as well as friendship. After offering the incense, Huang Feihu excused himself to step outside to smoke, leaving Yi Xiao to sit opposite Su Jianqin. Both of them sized each other up, yet neither spoke, as if they were in a silent competition to see who would blink first. Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This girl was too competitive, wasn't she? She really needed to be taught a lesson. Just wait, girl, you'll see how inappropriate it is to act so strong in front of me. Yi Xiao took out the white jade dragon from earlier and placed it on the table. It's our first meeting, and I didn't bring any gifts. Please accept this, Miss Su. Su Jianqin glanced at the white jade dragon on the table and, without changing her expression, said, "Mr. Yi, you're too generous." Is this how generous you always are? She knew the value of the white jade dragon. Su Banyang had only given the lowest offer, and the true value of this jade was at least 10 million. Guiyan has helped me a lot in the past, giving a small gift is nothing. Yi Xiao was not lying. Guiyan had not only taught him how to identify treasures while in prison but had also offered many reasonable suggestions to relieve Yi Xiao's burdens. You are someone from that prison. Su Jianqin's eyes shone as she stared at Yi Xiao. She knew most of her father's friends, but she was unclear about those years her father spent in prison, and he rarely spoke of it. Yi Xiao smiled, Alright, let me tell you straight. I want to take control of Guiyan's former intelligence network.
Since the other party was a smart person, Yi Xiao decided not to keep her guessing any longer.
My father disbanded it before he died.
Su Jianqin said coldly, and there was a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was slightly surprised because this was news even Huang Feihu didn't know, but he quickly said nonchalantly, I will fund it, you help me rebuild. At these words, Su Jianqin looked at Yi Xiao with increasing seriousness, her tone grew colder and more intimidating, laced with indifference. What makes you think I will agree? Yi Xiao stood up, his eyes shooting two piercing beams at Su Jianqin like two icy swords. Because I see ambition in your eyes, you are not satisfied with the status quo, you yearn to surpass your father Guiyan, or perhaps, you want to avenge him. Under Yi Xiao's gaze, Su Jianqin's expression showed a moment of avoidance for the first time, and her breathing grew slightly rapid. She had a feeling, as if she stood before this man completely exposed. From the moment Yi Xiao saw this woman, he knew she was not a person willing to be ordinary. He had seen many people like her, those fierce individuals in prison had such eyes, and so did the big shots he had encountered before. Moreover, Su Jianqin's earlier little schemes against him and Huang Feihu also indicated that she was eager to connect with them, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through such trouble to gain an advantage.
I can give you time to think, but you'd better not make me wait too long, because I have other options too.
After saying this, Yi Xiao walked straight out. He had his ways to deal with such people. I can agree to you, but you must give me a lot of support. I'm not just talking about money. In a very short time, Su Jianqin made her decision. Yi Xiao was not mistaken, she indeed wanted to avenge her father, and her intuition told her that this man before her could help her. A little over 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao walked out of the small room, and Huang Feihu, who was smoking outside, didn't ask any questions, following Yi Xiao like a loyal follower as they left the antique shop. Not long after they stepped out of Tonggu Zhai, Yi Xiao's phone rang. It was a strange number.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Shen Luoyan.
Thank you for saving me last time, please give me a chance to thank you in person. On the other end of the line, Shen Luoyan stated her purpose succinctly. After all, this was a promise she had made after losing a bet with her father.
Not interested.
Yi Xiao coldly replied with just 3 words before hanging up the phone. He had rescued Shen Luoyan at the time only because Xin Qianyi's desperate pleas had touched him. He did not want further involvement with this father-daughter pair. On the other end, Shen Luoyan stood frozen in place, hardly believing this was real. Yi Xiao actually dared to hang up on her call? She knew she could be considered one of the top socialites in Lingzhou. It was always those rich young men looking for chances to ask her out, and no man had ever dared to hang up on her before. This man's identity was just a small prison guard. She forcefully threw her phone onto the car seat, but immediately picked it up again and opened the car door. Yi Xiao, what I, Shen Luoyan, want to do has never been impossible. Just as Yi Xiao walked out of the antique street with Huang Feihu, his eyes suddenly moved, and he quietly said, Old Huang, you should hide for a moment. He didn't expect that this woman, Shen Luoyan, was already waiting outside. Having money really is powerful.
Huang Feihu quickly reacted and slipped into the crowd from Yi Xiao's right side.
However, Shen Luoyan still spotted Huang Feihu, although it was just a fleeting glimpse. How could she not recognize someone with such a powerful presence? Shen Luoyan's heart skipped a beat. She had originally looked down on Yi Xiao, but now she felt a bit lost. No wonder Yi Xiao could solve this trouble. It turned out he and Huang Feihu had already known each other. But she came from a big family, so she quickly regained her composure, and Shen Luoyan approached with a smile on her face.
Mr. Yi, you seem quite aloof. I just wanted to thank you in person, but you didn't give me the opportunity.
Since Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu didn't want her to know they were acquainted, she smartly didn't mention it. Only then did Yi Xiao carefully observe this capable daughter of a rich family. Shen Luoyan was wearing a chiffon coat today, with crystal sandals on her feet, her fair long legs swaying rhythmically, making her look exceptionally alluring. No wonder she is wealthy, this outfit is definitely at the top of the fashion trend. Yi Xiao chuckled, I'm just a small bodyguard, I can't afford Miss Shen's gratitude.
Since we've met, would Mr. Yi be willing to honor me by sitting down for a while?
Shen Luoyan's smile was as beautiful as flowers.
Let's forget it.
I'm not as free as Miss Shen, I still have to go back to work, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. Shen Luoyan's smile gradually froze, even though her emotional control was good. Being rejected by Yi Xiao twice left her feeling a bit embarrassed. After a pause, she spoke again, then let me give Mr. Yi a ride back. Yi Xiao glanced at Shen Luoyan and nodded. If he didn't accept this offer, he worried that she might lose her temper right there. For this woman, it was best to keep a distance, there was no need to offend her completely.
Seeing Yi Xiao agree, Shen Luoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, they got into Shen Luoyan's red Ferrari.
Yi Xiao only gave one address and remained silent throughout the ride. After a few awkward words of thanks from Shen Luoyan, she also fell silent. Shen Luoyan, filled with grievances, seemed to use the gas pedal to vent her frustrations on Yi Xiao, speeding down the road like a wild horse. In no time, Shen Luoyan had brought Yi Xiao to Song Qingshua's villa. Yi Xiao said thank you and quickly got out of the car.
However, just as he stepped out, he felt something coming at him, and instinctively caught it in his hand. It was a leather box. Yi Xiao turned back to glance at the attacker, Shen Luoyan, who pouted and said, "This is a gift for you." Her expression seemed quite displeased that she hadn't thrown it at Yi Xiao after all. With that, she slammed the gas pedal to the floor, roaring away. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more trouble she brings. This time it was a box, but who knows what it could be next time. Returning to Song Qingshua's villa, Yi Xiao felt no psychological burden at all. But inside the villa, Song Qingxua wanted to say something several times but swallowed it back. In her eyes, Yi Xiao's actions today were simply too irrational. Yi Xiao should apologize to himself for his impulsive actions at the company. However, Yi Xiao had no self-awareness at all. He simply cooked noodles and took a shower, as if nothing had happened, which made Song Qingxua extremely angry. For the next 3 days, Song Qingxua did not say a single word to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao actually thought this was quite good. It was very quiet, and if it lasted for 3 months, he wouldn't mind at all, while Song Qingxua's resentment swelled day by day like a balloon. One day, as Yi Xiao was about to finish work, he received a phone call from Louis. "Yi Xiao, I want to talk to you about you and Qingxua," Louis said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Yi Xiao hesitated. Could this girl be trying to play tricks on me again? On the other end of the line, Louis seemed to guess Yi Xiao's thoughts. "This time it's just me. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, let's meet at the Island Cafe in Fuxing Mall," she said before hanging up. Yi Xiao put away his phone and spun it on his fingertips, clicking his tongue. "Well, let's go meet her. It's time to warn this girl a bit to prevent her from causing me more trouble." At 6 in the afternoon, Yi Xiao arrived at the Island Cafe that Louis mentioned on time. It was a cafe that exuded Western elegance inside and out, with representative decor and pleasant music. He quickly spotted Louis sitting by the window, wearing a white t-shirt and slim-fit jeans, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking pure like a college girl who just walked out of campus. Indeed, a good figure is very important for women. No matter how they dress, they can always impress people at first sight. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. After sitting down opposite Louis, Yi Xiao casually ordered a 300 yuan coffee, then tapped his fingers lightly on the table while quietly watching Louis. It was a face looking at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, filled with arrogance and conceit. It was obvious that this woman wanted to play the same game as Su Jianxin, waiting for him to speak first, then taking the initiative. With Su Jianxin, Yi Xiao had something to ask, but with Louis, it was different. He had plenty of time to waste with her. Finally, Louis couldn't hold on any longer. She feigned strength and asked, "Yi Xiao, who exactly are you?" Yi Xiao answered calmly, "I'm a prison guard." "Didn't you already know?" Louis bit her lip and patiently asked again, "I mean, what is your background?" Qingxue and An Huang think the last incident with Huang Feihu was solved by Feng Honggang, but I believe this has little to do with Feng Honggang and is more related to you. Background? Yi Xiao curled his lips and smiled. "I have no background at all. If I have to say, I am my own biggest background." Yi Xiao stared directly at Louis, speaking slowly and clearly. The strong-willed Louis felt somewhat breathless at that moment. Yi Xiao's confidence nearly gave her the feeling of facing a family power holder. Indeed, looking at Yi Xiao from a fresh perspective revealed the most authentic part of him. Louis, using the excuse of drinking coffee to shift her focus, adjusted herself before asking again, "You knew Huang Feihu long ago, right? And how did you escape from Manhan Building back then?" These were questions Louis had been contemplating over the days. Yi Xiao casually replied, "That's right, I know Huang Feihu, he was one of my subordinates back then." He wasn't lying. As the ruler of the top prison in the world, Huang Feihu was indeed under his command. "As for Manhan Building, that's my property, I can go whenever I want." "If you want to go, then go." Louis coldly snorted, disdainfully saying, "Can you change your habit of bragging? You say Huang Feihu is your subordinate, and Manhan Tower is your business. If you're so impressive, why don't you say you're the son of the country's leader?" Louis scoffed at Yi Xiao's answer. She thought he was just unwilling to reveal the truth and was playing with her. Yi Xiao was speechless. What happened to trust between people? "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about Song Qingxua? Why are you just asking me questions?" Yi Xiao reminded Louis, urging her to get to the point. But Louis pouted, "You have no sincerity at all. What should I talk to you about?" After saying this, she directly stood up. "If you want to show your sincerity, then come shopping with me. I plan to buy a gift for Qingxua's parents." "Buy a gift?" Yi Xiao was stunned. "Don't you know tomorrow is Qingxua's parents' wedding anniversary?" Louis said unhappily. Yi Xiao smiled helplessly. He certainly couldn't say he hadn't spoken to Song Qingxua for 3 days. However, thinking about how Song Qingxua hadn't told him about this, he felt a strange sense of loneliness. So, on a whim, he agreed, "All right, I'll go shopping with you." An hour later, Yi Xiao regretted saying that. He really couldn't imagine that Louis, who usually couldn't walk a few hundred meters without wanting to take a taxi, could shop so much. She had gone to dozens of stores and nearly covered all the shopping tiers of the mall without even catching her breath. Even he, a martial artist, felt a bit tired. Seeing Yi Zhao's impatient expression, Louis was very happy. Finally, she had a small revenge on this. With a smug smile on her lips, she entered a jewelry store. As soon as she entered the store, a sales staff approached them. "Hello, sir and miss, can I help you with anything?" "Just looking around." Louis replied lightly, then wandered around the display cases by herself, gazing at the dazzling array of necklaces, rings, pendants, and diamonds. Her eyes seemed to shine with excitement. "Ah, women." Yi Zhao pouted, finding a seat to sit down and wait for Louis, planning in his heart never to agree to a woman's request to go shopping again. Before long, Louis picked out a jade bracelet for Song's mother. Just when she was about to pay, a loud voice suddenly interrupted. "I'll pay for this lady's purchase." A couple walked into the jewelry store. The man had a pale complexion, heavy eyelids, and looked as if he had been drained by the vices of drinking and women. Although he was dressed in an Armani suit, he gave off a feeling of a monkey wearing a crown. Beside the man was a heavily made-up woman, who also looked quite attractive. As soon as the man entered, he was captivated by Louis, his beady eyes greedily staring at her alluring figure, almost drooling. Louis glanced back at the man, her lips curling in disdain. "No need, I can afford this little amount myself." Louis came from a prominent family in Tianhai, and although she had issues with her family, she still had some savings. But the man was not about to give up, arrogantly saying, "Women become charming because of jewelry, and jewelry shines even brighter because of women. Miss, whatever you like in this store, just tell me and I will buy it for you." He liked this kind of wild woman, they were much more exciting, and he noticed Louis wasn't dressed extravagantly, at most just a city white-collar worker. He believed that as long as he was willing to spend money, he could definitely win her over. Chapter 38, If you don't ask for trouble, you won't get in trouble. Hearing this, the glamorous woman beside the Armani man immediately became a bit displeased. It is obvious that she feels inferior to the little brat in front of her. But she also doesn't dare to explode, only able to glare at Louis fiercely. Louis smiled gently. "All right. You said it, don't go back on your word later." Seeing the man's lewd expression made her feel disgusted. Someone like him wanting to pursue her was simply a toad wishing to eat a swan's meat, so she prepared to give him a little lesson. After saying that, Louis pointed to the central counter and said to the staff, "Take out that imperial green necklace worth 10 million for me." Upon hearing this, the Armani man paused slightly. He originally thought that a woman like Louis, who had no background, would only look at jewelry worth a few tens of thousands at most, but didn't expect her to come in asking for a 10 million necklace right off the bat. The glamorous woman was also taken aback and snorted disdainfully, "What a toad with a big mouth. Little brat, I advise you to be sensible and not make Brother Chang angry, or else you will certainly regret it." Seeing this scene, Yi Zhao became a little curious, but he did not have high hopes for Louis because he noticed 7 or 8 bodyguards brought by the Armani man at the door, and this guy seemed not simple. Louis seemed not to hear the warning from the glamorous woman. She glanced at the Armani man with contempt. "What's the matter, are you scared? Didn't you say you would buy me whatever I liked? Ha, if you don't have the ability, it's best not to have thoughts about me. Someone like you is not even worth a glance from me." Saying this, Louis prepared to walk outside. At this moment, the Armani man let out a cold smile. "Salesperson, go get the necklace she mentioned." This. The salesperson hesitated. In her opinion, this was just a matter of pride for the Armani man, and the other party would definitely not really buy it. Seeing the salesperson not moving, the Armani man narrowed his eyes and angrily shouted, "Why aren't you going to get it? If not, I'll smash your jewelry store." I'm going right now." The salesperson was scared by his words and hurriedly walked to the central counter. At this moment, the triumphant smile at the corner of Louis's mouth slowly stiffened. She also felt that something was off. Could it be that this toad is really willing to spend 10 million on her? Before long, the salesperson brought the imperial green necklace on a tray and presented it to Louis. Yi Zhao's gaze also swept over the 10 million necklace, and he saw that every bead on the necklace was made of emerald, with a 3-finger-sized imperial green pendant at the bottom, exquisitely carved with 2 swans. Under the light, the whole necklace sparkled and gleamed. The Armani man grinned with a false smile. "Miss, try it on. If you think it suits you, I'll pay for it right away." At this moment, Louis was instead held back. If she didn't try it on, it would definitely show that she was afraid, but if she tried it on and he really bought it, what should she do then? A 10 million necklace is not that easy to accept, and this toad would definitely make excessive demands. Boring. Louis coldly snorted and wanted to leave. This was her usual tactic when facing harassment from men. However, the Armani man was not fooled by this. He waved his hand. "Come on, block her." As soon as the words fell, 7 or 8 brawny bodyguards surged in and blocked Louis's path. The Armani man stepped forward and looked at Louis with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Miss, I, Huang Dashan, am not that easy to trifle with. I've had the necklace taken down, and you're trying to leave. If you want to leave, that's fine, but leave 10 million behind. He arrogantly stated, arrogance evident in his eyes. Louis was scared pale by the suddenly intruding bodyguards, and upon hearing the Armani man's words, her heart filled with even more fear. But she stubbornly said, this jewelry store isn't yours, so why should what you say go? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the back of the jewelry store, and a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a suit walked out. Miss, this jewelry store may not belong to Brother Chang, but this entire mall is owned by Brother Chang. Do you think what Brother Chang says doesn't count? By the way, let me introduce myself. I am the manager of this jewelry store. After finishing his words, the middle-aged man respectfully walked up to the Armani man, calling out, hello, Brother Chang. The sales assistant didn't recognize Huang Daxiang, but the manager did. He knew that he was the nephew of Lord Tiger. And he could see at a glance what Huang Daxiang was up to, so naturally he wanted to do a favor for him. Seeing this scene, Louis completely lost her calm. She realized she had underestimated the weight of this toad. At this moment, the Armani man smugly said, Miss, I now give you two options. One is to obediently come with me to the hotel and serve me well. If I am pleased, I might reward you with a few tens of thousands. The second is to buy this necklace. Think carefully. In his eyes, Louis certainly couldn't come up with 10 million. In the end, she would just be toyed with. He had seen many women like her, proud and aloof, difficult to entice with money. But with money and power combined, they often succumbed willingly. The jewelry store manager also chimed in, Miss, I advise you to choose the first option. Brother Chang's influence is something you cannot imagine. Being Brother Chang's woman would be an honor for a lifetime. On the side, Yi Xiao couldn't help but snicker. Were these people really so arrogant? So blatantly robbing innocence? However, he didn't rush to intervene. Louis, this little girl, was just thinking about taking revenge on him through shopping, so it's perfect to let her suffer a bit. Louis's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. With no other choice, she looked at Yi Xiao and said, Yi, are you going to just watch me? She knew Yi Xiao's skills. These little ruffians were no match for him. If he wanted to, he could easily rescue her. However, upon hearing this, Yi Xiao merely shrugged, with an expression that said, if you don't seek trouble, trouble won't find you. Seeing Yi Xiao's infuriating expression, Louis ground her teeth in anger. This man had no gentlemanly conduct at all. How dare he really turn a blind eye? At this moment, the Armani man and his companions finally noticed Yi Xiao's presence. The glamorous woman coldly snorted in disdain, saying, what a coward. You don't even dare to stand up for your girlfriend. Clearly, she regarded Yi Xiao and Louis as a couple. The Armani man also mockingly looked at Yi Xiao, speaking in a condescending tone, kid, I advise you to be sensible and lend me your girlfriend for a few days. Of course, I will compensate you. Saying this, he pulled out a stack of cash from his bag. Here are $3,000. That should be enough for you to have some fun for a few days, ha. At this time, the bodyguards brought by the Armani man also burst into laughter, watching the scene as if it were a show. This kid is really pathetic. Just watching while Brother Chang takes his woman away, not even daring to utter a peep. Didn't Brother Chang give him $3,000? He's not losing anything after all, ha. Brother Chang is generous. I mean, kid, why not hurry over and thank Brother Chang? Just think, letting Brother Chang have your girlfriend for a few days and you get money. What a deal. Kid, do you want to die? Brother Chang is standing while you are sitting, and you still don't come over? At this moment, Yi Xiao was also getting a bit impatient. He stood up and slowly walked over to the group, feeling speechless inside. If you want to bully that little girl Louis, just get it over with and let her suffer a bit. Why do you have to come and provoke me? Do I really look that weak and easy to bully? Chapter 39. Just these few heads of garlic, and they call it a people? Seeing Yi Xiao really walk over, the bodyguards became even more disdainful. They thought Yi Xiao was scared by their bravado. That stunning woman also looked down on Yi Xiao. For 3,000 yuan, he even gave up his girlfriend. This kind of man is truly useless. Only Louis was secretly delighted. She knew that the more silent Yi Xiao was, the angrier he became. Now her fears had vanished, and instead, she looked forward to the outcome for these arrogant guys. The Armani man glanced at Yi Xiao, then tossed the cash in his hand onto the ground, arrogantly saying, Kid, want money? Kneel down and pick it up. Seeing that Yi Xiao was easy to bully, he became even more excited, feeling that humiliating the man in front of Louis would show off his prowess, and who knows, he might even make this beauty willingly serve him. Seeing Yi Xiao with his hands in his pockets, appearing to walk slowly, a bodyguard stepped forward, ready to grab Yi Xiao by the collar. Kid, do you understand anything? Brother Chang gives you money, and you still look unwilling. Who are you showing that for? But before the bodyguard's hand could touch Yi Xiao's clothes, everyone heard a slap. The next second, they saw that tall and strong bodyguard fly out like a broken sack. Bang! With a heavy crash against the glass display case, the glass shattered everywhere. At that moment, the Armani man's dazzling smile froze on his face. How did this kid do that? He knew the strength of his bodyguards, it was no problem. Yi Xiao grinned and let out a sigh. Just a few heads of garlic, and you call that a person? That kidney-deficient guy, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to my friend immediately, or you will definitely face consequences you can't bear. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Huang Daqiang's face darkened like the bottom of a black pot. Even though he was kidney-deficient and could only last 3 seconds, being called out like this was still extremely insulting. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman could not help but feel a chill. She knew that Huang Daqiang hated it when others mentioned his kidney deficiency. It's over, this kid is definitely doomed. Kid, do you know you're playing with fire? Huang Daqiang shouted angrily, his eyes red like fire. Bring it on, kill him. Huang Daqiang waved his hand grandly, commanding his men. 7 bodyguards, who were already prepared, no longer spoke and drew daggers and batons from their waists. One fierce bodyguard charged forward, leaping up and swinging his baton down heavily towards Yi Xiao's head. This bodyguard's speed was incredibly fast, and his strength astonishing. In his usual fights, this move could crack open an enemy's skull. Even if they didn't die, they would become a vegetable. Seeing his men so fierce, Huang Daqiang coolly lit a cigarette, thinking that by the time he finished smoking, Yi Xiao would surely be beaten half to death by his men. Lie down, the fierce bodyguard bellowed, eager to feel the weight of the baton hitting his skull. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He found that his wrist was tightly caught by Yi Xiao. Pain flashed across his face like he'd been shocked by a taser. His body stiffened for half a second before Yi Xiao kicked him away. Bang! The bodyguard crashed heavily to the ground, his pupils dilated, mouth gaping, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, as if he was about to die. The bodyguard's blunder happened in the blink of an eye, and it did not greatly affect the other bodyguards' attacks. Die! Suddenly, 2 daggers appeared on either side of Yi Xiao, thrusting towards his waist. Come on! Yi Xiao shouted coldly, shifting his steps, turning his back violently, then bending forward with his fists striking out simultaneously. At this moment, it seemed as if Yi Xiao's fists had multiplied, even longer than the 2 bodyguards holding daggers. Puff, puff. With 2 muffled sounds, Yi Xiao's fists struck the chests of the 2 bodyguards in lightning speed. The 2 bodyguards' feet left the ground, caught off guard and flew away. Until they hit the ground, they were still dazed, thinking, is this even human? No gibbon has arms longer than yours. After knocking away the 2 bodyguards, Yi Xiao did not stop. He suddenly shifted his knee to block an attack aimed at his groin, then his arms flipped over like a snake coiling around a tree, gripping the bodyguard's arms. With a sharp twist of his wrist, the bodyguard let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Yi Xiao's move was called Shake Snake Hand. Experienced snake catchers in the mountains would usually shake a caught snake like this, breaking its bones to make it lose its ability to attack. And with Yi Xiao's shake, he directly shattered this bodyguard's bone. At that moment, the bodyguard felt his arms go soft and powerless, like rubber clay. Yi Xiao easily lifted the bodyguard and swung him in the air, knocking the remaining 3 bodyguards away. The 3 struck bodyguards were all hit in the head and fell unconscious upon hitting the ground. Yi Xiao tossed aside the bodyguard, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and a satisfied smirk appeared on his lips. Stinky fish and rotten shrimp, how boring. Chapter 40, is there really a tumor in your head? In just about 10 seconds, 7 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone tightened their chests, their eyes widening, quickly followed by a sharp intake of breath. Huang Daqiang, who had just lit a cigarette and taken a puff, couldn't help but let his finger tremble, burning his chin with the cigarette end, causing him to howl in pain. The jewelry store manager and the stunning woman felt their legs go weak. They had never seen such fierce fighting before and instinctively took a step back. Even though they knew Huang Daqiang was from the Flying Tiger Club, they couldn't help but feel worried about their own safety. Yi Xiao effortlessly took down 7 bodyguards armed with weapons. If he wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't have any chance to fight back. Louis clenched her small fist in excitement. She had seen Yi Xiao fight before, but the opponents were either self-chosen or under great pressure. Today was different. She was completely on Yi Xiao's side, and naturally, her mood was vastly different. She found it incredibly thrilling. It must be said, this guy looks quite handsome when he fights. Yi Xiao glanced sideways at Huang Daqiang and said, I told you, your men are useless. It's still not too late to apologize. If you force me to act, then it won't be so easy to talk. Feeling the killing intent in Yi Xiao's words, Huang Daqiang couldn't help but shiver all over. He licked his dry lips and said, Kid, don't think you're great just because you can fight. There are always people stronger than you. I'm a member of the Flying Tiger Club. In our Flying Tiger Club, there are many experts. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. The jewelry store manager quickly chimed in, Kid, I advise you to stop while you can. Do you know Brother Chang is the nephew of Tiger Yi? If you dare to harm Brother Chang, when Tiger Yi gets angry, not only will you die, but your whole family will be in trouble. He knew that only by bringing up the name of the Flying Tiger Club could he intimidate Yi Xiao. The Flying Tiger Club was the largest underground gang in Lingzhou, and he couldn't believe this kid would dare to challenge them. Upon hearing that the sleazy man was the nephew of Huang Feihu, Louis's pretty face turned pale. How did they get involved with the Flying Tiger Club again? Last time, Huang Feihu had warned Yi Xiao, saying that if he provoked them again, he would definitely kill him. What should they do now? We're dead, this time both I and Yi Xiao are surely going to die. Louis was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Hearing the two, Yi Xiao just laughed. He really had a connection with Huang Feihu. Not long ago, he had met his son, and now another nephew popped up. It seemed Huang's family education was not that great. You say you're from the Flying Tiger Club? Yi Xiao spoke indifferently. Huang Daxiang thought Yi Xiao was scared by the name of the Flying Tiger Club, so he raised his head haughtily and said, "Kid, don't be scared to death, I am Tiger Ye's own nephew. If you kneel down now and offer me your girlfriend as my maid, I might consider letting you live, otherwise." However, Huang Daxiang hadn't finished his words when Yi Xiao slapped him across the face. "I didn't tell you to say so much useless nonsense." Huang Daxiang was already weak, and Yi Xiao's slap sent him spinning through the air. This slap also silenced the jewelry store again. Gulp. Both the jewelry store manager and the stunning woman couldn't help but swallow. This kid is way too bold. He actually dared to hit Huang Daxiang, and that too under the circumstances where Huang Daxiang introduced himself. What kind of hick is this guy? Louis felt like she had been hit with a pause button, frozen in place. She really couldn't understand. Why was Yi Xiao so bold, so willing to risk his life? He treated the ruthless warning from Huang Feihu, the leader of the Feihu gang, like it was nothing. How did he manage to do that? Could Yi Xiao have developed a delusion, truly thinking that Huang Feihu was his subordinate? After a while, Huang Daxiang finally got up from the ground. Holding his face with one hand, trembling, he pointed at Yi Xiao with the other and said, "Kid, you have guts, don't leave. Let me make a call and get some help." The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman thought this was absurd. Why would Yi Xiao stand there waiting for Huang Daxiang to call someone? It made no sense. After all, Yi Xiao had just beaten people from the Feihu gang. If they didn't kill him to silence him, they would be lucky. But to their shock, Yi Xiao casually agreed. With a smile on his lips, he said, "Go ahead, I'm curious to see what Huang Feihu dares to do to me." Louis rushed over in a panic and tried to pull Yi Xiao away. "Let's go. Stop showing off. Since you stood up for me, I'll buy you a plane ticket out of the country, and you can never come back." She was truly scared now. Huang Feihu was a man who would wipe out entire families with ease. And Yi Xiao had already offended the Feihu gang twice. She couldn't even imagine how furious Huang Feihu would be when he found out. However, Yi Xiao gently shook off Louis's hand and smiled. "Girl, you really think I'm lying to you? Let me show you how honest I am." Upon hearing this, Louis stood frozen, like a puppet with its strings cut. Crazy, this guy must be insane. No one could say something like that without 10 years of mental illness. She truly wanted to turn around and leave, but she couldn't bring herself to. After all, she had caused all of this. If she hadn't dragged Yi Xiao out shopping, none of this would have happened. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman didn't know how to react. Just a moment ago, they thought Yi Xiao was some rare martial arts genius, but now he seemed like a fool. He had offended people from the Feihu gang, and instead of running, he was waiting for them to retaliate. Did he have a tumor in his brain? Huang Daxiang grinned widely, his face looking like a blooming chrysanthemum. While pulling out his phone, he said, "Kid, a gentleman's word is like a promise sealed with a horse. You better not go back on it." As he spoke, his hands never stopped, and soon, he dialed the number. "Cousin, it's me, Daxiang. I've been beaten at the jewelry store in the mall. The guy who did it is extremely arrogant. He doesn't even care about our Feihu gang, and he even said my second uncle is a nobody in his eyes. Okay, cousin, please come quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid you won't even get to see me." After hanging up, Huang Daxiang looked at Yi Xiao smugly. "Kid, I think you should start ordering a coffin. In 10 minutes, you'll be lying in it." The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Huang Daxiang felt invincible. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman were both grinning with excitement, looking at Yi Xiao with scorn. They thought his time was up, and Yi Xiao's calmness must have been forced. They were sure he was panicking inside. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep this up." Louis was stomping her feet in anger. But now, even if she wanted to leave, it was too late. Lingzhou was Feihu gang's territory, and after losing face like this, there was nowhere for her to run. Just as Huang Daxiang and the others were getting smug, and Louis was in a panic, Yi Xiao suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He walked over to the counter, grabbed a pen and paper, and wrote 2 big characters in a bold style. SSS. Yi Xiao ripped the paper off and, as everyone stood confused by his strange behavior, Yi Xiao flicked the note in his hand towards Huang Daxiang. Huang Daxiang curiously caught the note and looked at it, seeing 2 big words written on it, Yi Xiao. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Is this a will? Huang Daqiang scoffed.
Yi Xiao smiled. Ron, this is my masterpiece, worth 10 million.
Didn't you just say you wanted to buy the jewelry after seeing your jewelry store?
My masterpiece is the same. Now that you've seen it, remember to wire me 10 million later.
Chapter 41, Meeting Huang Tianba again. Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Huang Daqiang and the others burst into loud laughter.
Kid, are you trying to kill me with laughter?
You want to sell me a piece of paper for 10 million? Have you drunk too much fake wine or forgot to take your medicine today?
Huang Daqiang's tone did not change at all, filled with mockery.
He acted as if he was going to tear the note apart. It was just a broken piece of paper. Why would he take it seriously? However, at this moment, Yi Xiao's voice quietly came. I advise you, it's best to keep that note safe. Your life depends on it. If the note is torn, your head will also break. Hearing this, Huang Daqiang's movements instantly froze, cold sweat beating on his forehead. With his cousin not yet here, he dared not defy Yi Xiao. This guy was a lunatic. Who knows, he might actually kill him. At this time, Lu Yi was completely desperate for Yi Xiao. What was this? Black humor? Even if it were written by Wang Shiji himself, it wouldn't sell for 5 million a character. She thought of her best friend, Song Qingxue, wondering if she should call Qingxue. Maybe she could persuade Feng Honggang to come and negotiate again, but she quickly gave up on this idea. First, she doubted that Huang Feihu was just giving face to Feng Honggang, and second, she had secretly invited Yi Xiao out without Qingxue knowing. After all, Yi Xiao and Qingxue had a marriage agreement, and she didn't want her best friend to know. While Lu Yi was in turmoil, 10 minutes quickly passed. Suddenly, a dark crowd appeared at the entrance of the jewelry store, led by Huang Tianba, who was wearing a gray trench coat and had bandages wrapped around his head. Huang Tianba had been holding in his anger these days. His father, Huang Feihu, told him to keep a low profile lately and to avoid crossing paths with Yi Xiao again, so he immediately stayed at the villa to recuperate. But today, after receiving Huang Daqiang's call, the rage he had suppressed for a long time finally found an outlet. He was ready to thoroughly deal with the bastard who dared not to take the Feihu society seriously. Seeing Huang Tianba, Huang Daqiang instantly became energized and rushed over like a puppy. Cousin, you must help me vent my frustration. Look at what my face has become, and my men are all injured. If we don't make this right, how will the Feihu society face others? At this time, the jewelry store manager and a stunning woman also became excited. This foolish kid was finally going to get what he deserved. Seeing how Huang Xiao brought 4 to 50 people, he clearly intended to leave no way out for this kid. Lu Yi felt her body go weak and collapse to the ground. It's Huang Tianba again. This time there was definitely no hope for her. Last time Huang Tianba was beaten badly by Yi Xiao, this time he would probably settle old scores along with new ones. Yi Xiao happened to have his back to Huang Tianba, and because Huang Tianba didn't believe his luck would be so bad, to run into Yi Xiao every few days, he roared in anger. Good, I've been itching to move these past few days. Today is just perfect to stretch my muscles. I am going to personally ruin that kid. Suddenly, Huang Daqiang thought of something. By the way, cousin, that kid is quite funny. He even wrote a note trying to extort 10 million from our Feihu society. Look, this is what he gave me. Huang Daqiang still felt that Huang Baishan's anger was not enough and prepared to pour another bucket of gasoline. Huang Tianba squinted his eyes and casually glanced at the note, but when he saw the words on it, he instantly widened his eyes, and his hands, hanging at his sides, began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Xiao. This name had been his greatest nightmare for the past few days. Unexpectedly, he saw it again now. His gaze quickly swept around the jewelry store, praying that it was just a person with the same name, but when he saw Yi Xiao turn around and smile at him, in an instant, Huang Tianba felt like dying. Huang Tianba shoved Huang Daqiang away and cautiously walked up to Yi Xiao, his face looking worse than if both his parents had died. Yi. Mr. Yi, I didn't know it was you. What? Hearing this, the jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman were both frozen in shock. What was going on? Shouldn't young Master Huang go straight to kill Yi Xiao? Why did he look so terrified instead? Lu Yi was also a bit confused. Wasn't Huang Tianba supposed to hate Yi Xiao to the bone? Suddenly, she remembered that the day Huang Feihu saw Yi Xiao, he seemed to show a similar expression for a moment. At this moment, the clueless Huang Daqiang rushed up. Cousin, is he your man? Other than that, he couldn't think of any relationship between Yi Xiao and Huang Tianba. He knew that there were some expert followers in the Feihu society, and Huang Daqiang subconsciously assumed that Yi Xiao was one of them. My God! Huang Tianba kicked with all his might, sending Huang Daqiang crashing to the ground. Do you have any idea? Compared to Mr. Yi, I'm not even worth a fart. If you dare to say another word, I'll stab you right now. Huang Tianba's words were not exaggerated at all. If Huang Dak. It is an extremely foolish act, and now it turns out the fool is actually myself. They truly have this power, forcing the Flying Tiger Association to pay 10 million. At this moment, Huang Daqiang's limbs suddenly twitched like he was having a seizure, and even if he was foolish, he could see that this Yi Xiao was not a mere follower of the Flying Tiger Association, but their master. And just a moment ago, he still foolishly tried to lay his hands on his woman, humiliating Yi Xiao like that. Thinking of this, he was so scared that he directly fainted.
Chapter 42, I'm afraid he can't handle it.
At this moment, Louis became even more certain of her guess. Perhaps Yishio really hadn't lied, and Huang Feihu was indeed his subordinate. Thinking about it, she felt so ridiculous. If she had believed Yishio just now, she wouldn't have been so frightened. Suddenly, another of Yishio's words popped into her mind. Yishio also said that Manhan Tower was his property. Could that also be true? Huang Tianba took advantage of the time to transfer funds to find the jewelry store manager to clarify the matter, secretly glad that Huang Dashan, that fool, hadn't done anything too outrageous. When he learned that Louis had her eye on a piece of jewelry, Huang Tianba's mind turned, deciding to do her a favor. He asked the manager to wrap the necklace and present it to Louis. Miss Lu, my cousin was wrong just now, please don't argue with him. This necklace is our Flying Tiger Association's apology to you. Since Yishio could go shopping with Louis, Huang Tianba thought their relationship must be quite special. Perhaps he could use Louis to please Yishio.
Louis was stunned. This was a 10 million necklace. Even when her family hadn't fallen out with her, she wouldn't dare buy such an expensive necklace.
No, it's not necessary, young Master Huang.
I was just joking earlier. Louis hurriedly rejected. Hee, Miss Lu, you're being too modest. Just call me Xiao Huang from now on.
This necklace is my little token, you must accept it, or I won't have a clear conscience. Huang Tianba said with a flattering smile.
Louis hesitated. Which woman doesn't love jewelry? Moreover, she could tell that Huang Tianba meant her no harm.
However, at that moment, a voice came from behind. It was Yishio, Xiao Wang. Since Miss Lu doesn't want to accept it, just forget it. If you really want to apologize, just change it to cash and transfer it to my card.
At this statement, both Huang Tianba and Louis were stunned. Huang Tianba, Warden, are you really that short on money? You want to change your own woman's jewelry for cash?
Louis shot Yishio a fierce glare, her eyes filled with a murderous intent, secretly cursing, damn clueless man.
Doesn't he know that when a woman says no, she really means yes?
But the name Yishio seemed to be forever devoid of emotional intelligence. He appeared not to see Louis's expression and walked straight towards the jewelry store. Let's go, Miss Lu. Due to her fear of Yishio, Huang Tianba dared not raise any objections. Cash it is. After all, his good intentions had been expressed. Louis pouted, let out a cold snort, and turned to walk out of the jewelry store. By the time they stepped out of the mall, it was completely dark. Suddenly, Louis ran in front of Yishio, staring intently at him, questioning, what you said in the cafe earlier, was it all true? Yishio grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I told you before, I am honest and upright, and I never deceive anyone. Although Louis had already suspected in her heart, hearing Yishio confirm it still made her gasp. After all, Huang Feihu's reputation in Lingzhou was simply too large.
After a long while, Louis continued, what is your purpose in getting close to Qingxue?
Now she no longer believed that Yishio was after the Song family's assets.
Even Huang Feihu was Yi Zhao's little brother, how could such a person be short on money?
Yi Xiao stuffed his hands into his pockets and slowly said, who told you I want to get close to Song Qingxue? Actually, from the very beginning, I came to Lingzhou to ask her to cancel the engagement.
Boom!
Yi Zhao's words exploded in Louis's ears like a thunderclap, completely overturning her understanding. If this had been before, she would have thought Yi Xiao was just pretending to manipulate her and Qingxue's guard down.
Who would believe a small prison guard saying he didn't want a rich woman and didn't want to step into a wealthy family? But now, she actually had a reason to believe it.
At this moment, a hint of unintentional light flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes, almost mocking. Actually, you and Song Qingxue don't need to play those flashy tricks.
In 3 months, I will leave on my own. By the way, what you said before was not wrong. I really am not from the same world as you.
So, it's best for you to behave yourselves in these 3 months, it will be good for both of us. He didn't hide the warning in his words at all. This was Yi Zhao's ultimate purpose for coming to see Louis today. He intentionally let Louis see his connection with the Feihu society. While he said this in the cafe, it might not have seemed credible to Louis, but now he believed she would think it over carefully. After speaking, Yi Xiao quickened his pace and left. By the time Louis realized what had happened, Yi Zhao's figure had already disappeared. She stared in the direction Yi Xiao vanished, gradually lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking about. When Yi Xiao returned to Song Qingxue's villa, it was already 9 p.m.
Strangely, Song Qingxue was sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly waiting for him.
This surprised Yi Xiao a bit because, due to their Cold War these past few days, Song Qingxue usually ran upstairs as soon as she got home and wouldn't come down until the next day. After his surprise, Yi Xiao still did what he needed to do and prepared to go to the kitchen to make something to eat. At this moment, Song Qingxue called out to him, Yi Xiao, tomorrow is my parents' wedding anniversary, you should come. Her voice still carried a hint of distance.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yi Xiao knew that Song's parents didn't think highly of him, and him going would just be a waste of time.
Song Qingxue was quite angry with Yi Zhao's indifferent attitude. This is my grandfather's request.
Her tone became even colder.
Yi Xiao was taken aback. Was old Master Song really that bored? Did he need to meddle in such matters? But then he thought again, the token was not yet in hand, and it wasn't a good time to fall out with old Master Song, so he nodded, okay, I'll go. Hearing this, Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. Facing an invitation from one of the three beauties in Lingzhou, this guy actually remained so calm. Had it been anyone else, she might not even have given them the opportunity. Seeing Yi Xiao about to walk into the kitchen, Song Qingxue took a deep breath. Feng Honggang will also be there tomorrow. When you see Feng Honggang, apologize to him. I'll speak on your behalf. I believe he won't hold a grudge against you anymore. Actually, Song Qingxue had wanted to say this to Yi Xiao for days. Last time at the company, Yi Xiao had embarrassed Feng Honggang, and she thought Feng Honggang would seek revenge on Yi Xiao. Knowing Yi Xiao saved her at the bar, she felt guilty for not helping him. Ha! A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth. Apologize to him? I'm afraid he can't handle it. Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue angrily shot up from the sofa. Her delicate face turned cold, and her aura became imposing. Do you think you are? Even Huang Fei, who treats Feng Honggang with such courtesy, he's not someone you should provoke. Anyway, I've said my piece. If you want to throw your life away, you can choose not to do it. After saying that, Song Qingxue furiously walked up to the second floor. Yi Xiao helplessly shook his head. This little girl had a good heart but was just not very bright. Even Louis could see a bit of the situation, so why couldn't she understand anything at all? As for Feng Honggang, it seemed he needed to give that Su kid a warning. Chapter 43, The Emperor's Room. The next day, at 10 in the morning. With her makeup done, Song Qingxue came down from the second floor with a gloomy face, saying nothing as she walked straight out of the villa. Yi Xiao closely followed her. This was almost a tacit understanding the two had reached over the past few days. Half an hour later, the two appeared at the entrance of Manhanlu. Qingxue. At that moment, Louis's voice came from behind. Seeing her best friend, Song Qingxue's poker face finally lightened up a bit. Louis took a glance at Yi Xiao with the corner of her eye, her gaze a bit evasive, as she hadn't told Song Qingxue what had happened in the mall yesterday. Yi Xiao had already guessed this, otherwise Song Qingxue wouldn't have had that attitude towards him last night. But he couldn't understand what Louis was really up to. Given these two women's close relationship, Louis wouldn't hide things from Song Qingxue. Just when Yi Xiao was confused, he heard Song's mother, Huang Mei, with her sharp voice. Qingxue, why did you bring this useless guy along? Seeing him makes me lose my mood. Huang Mei glared at Yi Xiao with disgust, her face twisted. Beside Huang Mei, Song Guanqing also wore a stern face. Today, he had arranged for his daughter and Feng Honggang to cultivate their relationship. With Yi Xiao, this ungrateful wolf, tagging along, the effect would definitely be greatly reduced. Mom, this is Grandpa's wish. Song Qingxue had no choice but to mention the old man again. Indeed, the old man's name was quite effective. Even though Huang Mei's face was still dark, she said nothing more. Once everyone gathered, the group walked into the restaurant, just as the well-dressed Feng Honggang greeted them. Hello, uncle and aunt. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Feng Honggang said, his face flushed. But when he saw Yi Xiao at the end of the crowd, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, which quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect this toad to come, however, today he was well prepared, and this was his territory. He was sure to make this toad feel ashamed. Beside them, Louis glanced at Yi Xiao and then at Feng Honggang, finally rolling her eyes at Yi Xiao. In her heart, she scoffed. He spoke of honesty and integrity, yet Manhanlu clearly had nothing to do with you. If Yi Xiao were really the owner of Manhanlu, she wouldn't believe Feng Honggang could keep up an uninterrupted facade. Upon seeing Feng Honggang, Huang Mei immediately showed a smile that seemed to have been sunbaked for 180 days. Honggang. Why trouble you, the general manager, to personally come out to greet us? Although Manhanlu was just a restaurant, its powerful background made its status in Lingzhou unmatched. Many powerful and wealthy individuals prided themselves on dining here. Honggang, you are so kind. Song Guanqing was also all smiles. Though he had been here countless times, it was his first encounter being personally greeted by the general manager. Ha, uncle and aunt, you are elders, this is what I should do. Feng Honggang said graciously. Let's not stand here, follow me to the emperor's room on the top floor. What? The emperor's room? Hearing this, everyone except Yi Xiao looked shocked. In Lingzhou, the most luxurious and high-end restaurant was precisely Manhanlu, and its top private room was the emperor's room. It was said that only the highest-level members qualified to dine inside. Even a company like the Song family, with tens of billions in assets, wasn't qualified. Because a top-level membership cannot be bought just by spending money, it also requires status. In Lingzhou, only a few people like Huang Feihu and Shinsheni have the qualifications. After a while, Huang Mei realized, Honggang, I heard that only the highest-level members can dine in the emperor room. Won't this break the rules of your restaurant? Hearing this, Fang Honggang raised his head high and said proudly, "Auntie, don't worry. Although you don't have the highest level membership, I have a very good relationship with the boss. It is just a matter of my word." "Is that so? Then I can rest assured." Huang Mei then glanced at Yi Xiao and sarcastically said, "Did you see that? Honggang is what you call a successful person, someone with status and standing. Unlike some people who can only live off others for a lifetime, even coming to Manhan Tower to eat has to rely on others." Everyone could tell that Huang Mei was mocking Yi Xiao. Lui Yi had a playful smile at the corner of her mouth and quietly elbowed Yi Xiao. "I'm talking about you. Some people. This guy still has the face to say he is the owner of Manhan Tower. Now he's been slapped in the face." However, Yi Xiao seemed to not have heard anything at all, and he wore a faint smile on his face, making Huang Mei feel like she was hitting a cotton ball. TCH. Such thick skin. Huang Mei snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Yi Xiao. Fang Honggang didn't care much either, this was just an appetizer. "Kid, the good show is still to come." Soon, the group took the elevator to the Emperor Room on the top floor. Even though the Song and Lu families were already wealthy, they were stunned by the luxurious decoration of the private room the moment they entered. The high-quality redwood tables and chairs, cabinets, and the jade dragon and phoenix screen, along with antique decorations everywhere, made the 100-square-meter large private room feel like a small museum. Suddenly, Song Guanqing's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked in one direction. This is actually Tang Bohua's Pine Mountain picture." Song Guanqing exclaimed. He was also an antique enthusiast, especially fond of Tang Bohua's paintings, but since Tang Bohua's works are so scarce, he had never been able to buy one. Yi Xiao slightly tilted his head to look and saw an ancient painting hanging on the wall. The mountains in the painting had layered rocks and deep valleys, the pines were strong and bizarre, combined with waterfalls and streams, presenting a very artistic world, a genuine work of Tang Bohu, without a doubt. Seeing Song Guanqing's excited expression, Fang Honggang flatteringly said, "Uncle, you are indeed a master of antiques. This painting is indeed a genuine work by Tang Bohu, bought back from a Hong Kong auction by the previous boss for 30 million. TSK, your boss is indeed generous. He even dares to hang a genuine Tang Bohu in the private room for others to admire," Song Guanqing said enviously. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had carelessly sat down in a chair, chuckled, "Manager Fang, aren't you close to the big boss? Since Uncle Song likes it so much, why not let your boss give it to him?" Upon hearing this, Fang Hongdong's face instantly darkened, like he had lost something important. Can a 30 million painting be given away so easily? Not to mention that he had never even met the big boss. Even if their relationship was good, the other party wouldn't be so generous. Song Qingxue shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare. She had brought him here to create an opportunity for Yi Xiao to apologize to Fang Honggang, but she didn't expect this guy to make Fang Honggang feel so humiliated right off the bat. She really couldn't understand where he got his confidence from. Can't he just keep his mouth shut and play dumb? Huang Mei directly retorted, "You are just a loudmouth, thinking this is your home? Guests can just take whatever they like as gifts. Can't you use your brain when you speak? Let me tell you, Yi Xiao. Today, your presence here is already a blessing from your ancestors, so either stay quietly on the side or get the hell out right now." Yi Xiao curled his lips. If Song Guanqing could persuade old Master Song to agree to the divorce, giving him this painting wouldn't be a problem at all. Chapter 44, Who Gave Him the Courage? "Auntie, please don't be angry, let's sit down first." Fang Honggang stepped forward to mediate. He wasn't speaking up for Yi Xiao, but because the extravagant feast he prepared hadn't been served yet, now wasn't the time to kick Yi Xiao out. At this moment, Song Guanqing had also lost interest in admiring the painting, and everyone took their seats at the dining table. Noticing the atmosphere was a bit cold, Song Qingxue quickly pulled out 2 small boxes. "Mom and Dad, this is a gift for you both." Song Guanqing and Huang Mei finally revealed a hint of a smile. They opened the boxes to find a luxury leather belt and a pair of diamond earrings inside, both of which they were very pleased with. Lui quickly presented her gift as well. "Uncle Song and Huang, happy 26th anniversary. May your love be as deep as the sea and may you grow old together." Seeing the bracelet Lui presented, Huang Mei suddenly beamed with joy. "Thank you, Auntie loves it." At this moment, Fang Honggang cleared his throat and said, "Uncle and Auntie, please wait, my gift is about to arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, a knock echoed from outside the private room. "Come in," Fang Honggang instructed. Then, the door of the private room was pushed open, and in walked a man in a black suit with an oily 3/7 hairstyle. Seeing this person, Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows. This was actually the deputy manager Ho he met last time. Deputy manager Ho quickly spotted Yi Xiao. His smiling face instantly froze, and his feet paused as if someone had put him under a spell, rendering him unable to move. "My gosh! The big boss is actually here." Deputy manager Ho felt a twinge of fear towards Yi Xiao. After all, he had offended Yi Xiao quite severely last time. His mouth opened, ready to speak, but he suddenly saw Yi Xiao shaking his head at him.
Deputy Manager Ho hurriedly swallowed the words he was about to blurt out. Having worked at the restaurant for over 10 years, he indeed had some ability to read the room. It was obvious Yi Xiao didn't want to reveal his identity.
Deputy Manager Ho, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming over? Fong Honggang said somewhat impatiently. He thought this old guy was smart, why could he not move in front of a beautiful lady?
Naturally, he didn't connect Deputy Manager Ho's odd behavior with Yi Xiao.
Yes.
Deputy Manager Ho lowered his head, gingerly walking over to Fong Honggang.
He couldn't help but look at Fong Honggang in a new light.
Previously, he had felt dissatisfied that someone younger than him had climbed over him, but now, he saw that the guy was indeed capable.
He could even invite the big boss to dinner. Fong Honggang arrogantly said, Manager Ho, greet everyone. Deputy Manager Ho dared not slack off. He first approached Yi Xiao, bowing his head and saying, Hello, Mr. Yi. Seeing this scene, Fong Honggang's face darkened again. Was this old man going crazy today? How could he be so polite to a little bodyguard?
Song Qingxue also felt a bit surprised. According to their seating arrangement, her parents were sitting at the top seats.
This Deputy Manager Ho wouldn't make such a blatant mistake, would he? Louis's heart sank a little, involuntarily recalling what Yi Xiao had said yesterday. Could he really be the owner of this restaurant?
No, this must be Deputy Manager Ho's mistake.
Didn't he see how Fong Honggang had been looking down on Yi Xiao all along?
Maybe Deputy Manager Ho and Fong Honggang had a conflict, deliberately pulling this stunt to embarrass Fong Honggang.
Yi Xiao gently nodded. There is no conversation. Deputy Manager Ho then greeted everyone one by one.
Because Deputy Manager Ho held a high position, although Song Guanxing and Huang Mei both felt a bit displeased, they nonetheless greeted him with smiles, thinking that Yi Xiao received such treatment only because of their influence. After finishing the greetings, Deputy Manager Ho let out a long sigh of relief and was about to leave when he was called by Fong Honggang. Deputy Manager Ho, please introduce my gift to uncle and aunt. He put a lot of thought into this gift, and such things naturally needed someone to make it more meaningful, which he had discussed with Deputy Manager Ho beforehand. Hearing Fong Honggang's words, Song Guanxing and Huang Mei became excited, thinking that if the manager of Manhanlo personally delivered the gift, it must be quite valuable. Deputy Manager Ho helplessly had to say, Mr. Song and Mrs. Song, the gift from Mr. Fong is specifically sent by me from Tianhai. As he spoke, he opened the gift box to reveal a shiny golden watch inside.
This is this year's new model from Patek Philippe, worth 3 million. Worth 3 million for a Patek Philippe? Song Guanxing and Huang Mei were both taken aback.
Although the Song family was wealthy, Song Group was currently expanding its territory aggressively, and even a 1 million watch was something they wouldn't splurge on.
Song Qingxue also changed her expression slightly. Fong Honggang really was willing to spend money to please her parents. To actually give such an expensive gift.
Suddenly, she unconsciously glanced at Yi Xiao, wondering if he would prepare a gift for her parents. One of the reasons Song Qingxue called Yi Xiao was to use him as a shield. If Yi Xiao was too far from Fong Honggang, then this shield would lose its meaning.
Song Guanxing looked at the Patek Philippe watch lovingly and put it on his wrist, repeatedly praising, Honggang, your taste is excellent. I have wanted to change my watch for a long time. I really like this gift.
Fong Honggang couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth but still pretended to be regretful as he said, actually, I originally planned to buy the Patek Philippe watch King WT watch for Uncle Song. Unfortunately, that watch is limited globally, and only one was allocated to the dealer in our province, and that one was bought by Miss Shin Luoyen. But uncle, don't worry, next year I will definitely secure this opportunity to give it to you.
Ha, no need Honggang.
I am already very satisfied with this watch.
Song Guanxing laughed.
He was increasingly recognizing Fong Honggang. Sending someone all the way to the provincial capital to buy a watch for him was not something everyone could do. At this moment, Fong Honggang suddenly looked at Yi Xiao with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and a mocking expression on his face. Yi Xiao, I wonder what gift you have prepared for uncle and aunt on this most meaningful day for them. Hearing this, Deputy Manager Ho was stunned.
What was going on? Fong Honggang actually called the big boss by his full name directly and spoke in a tone full of provocation. Did he think his bonus was too much or that he was climbing too high in position? Who gave him the courage? Song Qingxue's heart suddenly sank.
Indeed, what one fears often comes true. How could Yi Xiao, the straight man, compare to Fong Honggang in flattering and preparing gifts? Moreover, Yi Xiao didn't even know it was her parents' wedding anniversary today, he only found out from her last night. Even if he wanted to give a gift, he probably wouldn't have time to buy it. At this time, Huang Mei coldly snorted, forget it, Honggang. This kid was just a small prison guard before, and now he is living off the salary of our Song family.
We don't expect him to give any gift.
She could see at a glance that Fong Honggang wanted to use Yi Xiao to highlight himself. She naturally had to support Fong Honggang a bit, to make Yi Xiao feel extremely ashamed.
Song Guanxing also said coldly, alright, let's end the gift-giving segment here.
Honggang,
please arrange for the dishes to be served. He had already given up any hope for Yi Xiao. The salary of this poor guy was barely enough to cover his own monthly cigarette expenses. Even if Yi Xiao really had a gift, it wouldn't catch his eye at all. However, the silent Yi Xiao suddenly said, "Uncle and Aunt, I also prepared a gift for you." Although he wasn't very interested in Song Guanqing and Huang Mei, he still understood basic etiquette. As he spoke, Yi Xiao casually pulled out a leather box from his pocket and handed it to Song Guanqing, the very one that Shen Luoyan had thrown at his head that day. Chapter 45. Are you playing with fire? Song Qingxue was stunned. When did this guy go buy a gift? How come I didn't know? Having one is better than not having one. Even if it can't compare to Feng Honggong's gift, it should suffice for the occasion. Lu Yi was also curious at this moment. When she was out shopping with Yi Xiao yesterday, she had hinted that today was the wedding anniversary of Song Guanqing and Huang Mei. However, Yi Xiao showed no intention of buying a gift at all. What could possibly be in this box? Song Guanqing was slightly taken aback as well. He didn't expect that Yi Xiao would actually buy a gift for him. Although he didn't think much of Yi Xiao, he still reached out to receive it, only to casually toss it aside right after. It was probably either a lighter or some cheap trinket. He didn't even bother to open it. But how could Feng Honggang miss such a chance to humiliate Yi Xiao? "Uncle, why don't you open it and take a look? What if Yi Xiao surprises you?" Although Feng Honggong's words sounded bland, anyone could hear the sarcasm dripping from his tone. Song Qingxue frowned tightly. The reason she rejected Feng Honggang was precisely because she looked down on his scheming ways and willingness to do anything for his goals. Song Guanqing felt somewhat troubled. Although he didn't think highly of Yi Xiao, he also didn't want to directly hurt Yi Xiao's feelings, especially since the guy was kindly giving him a gift. But Huang Mei was not concerned about that at all. "Great. I also want to see what this kid can give as a gift." As she spoke, she directly took the box and opened it. Just as Huang Mei cast a disdainful glance at the box, instinctively wanting to ridicule Yi Xiao, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing this, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi both turned their heads in immense curiosity towards the box. They both wanted to know what kind of tasteless gift Yi Xiao, the straight guy, had prepared that could leave Huang Mei speechless. But when they saw what was inside the box, they also displayed the same expression as Huang Mei. Inside the box was indeed a Patek Philippe watch, with a salmon-colored dial adorned with diamonds and sapphires, and at the center of the dial, the two letters WT were engraved in platinum. Oh wow, Yi Xiao's gift was actually the latest model from Patek Philippe, the WT watch, which was unbelievable. Just moments ago, Feng Honggang had been discussing this watch, lamenting that he couldn't get one, and he never anticipated that this watch would appear right in front of everyone now. At this moment, Feng Honggang also noticed the watch. He was initially shocked but then burst out laughing, sneering and saying, "I have to admit, Yi Xiao, you are really something. Patek Philippe WT is one of the few in the whole province. I wonder where you got this one. Did you find it after Miss Shen dropped it?" "Ha, you guys don't say, this imitation is actually quite convincing. This watch from Yi Xiao can't be bought for less than 500, right?" Feng Honggong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hearing Feng Honggong's words, everyone immediately reacted. Indeed. Where did Yi Xiao get this watch? There's only one in the whole province, and that one is in Shen Luoyan's hands. It's very likely that this is just a high-quality imitation watch. Huang Mei angrily slammed the box down on the table and shouted furiously, "You, Yi Xiao! Not only did you eat and live in my house, but now you also give a fake gift. Even if you have no money, even if you just bought a bouquet of flowers, we wouldn't say anything. But giving us a fake product is completely unacceptable. Do you want us to take it out and be laughed at by everyone?" Huang Mei was extremely furious, as she had just genuinely thought this was a Patek Philippe watch. If Feng Honggang hadn't reminded her, she might have been tricked. At this moment, Song Guanqing also put on a stern face and scolded, "Yi Xiao, we know you come from a poor family, but being poor isn't shameful. Being vain will only earn you disdain." His eyes were filled with anger and disgust. "Qingxue, you should keep your distance from such an uneducated person. When your grandpa returns, I will make sure he drives this kid away." At this time, Song Qingxue's mind was already blank. From the shock of seeing Yi Xiao give such an expensive gift to the disappointment after Feng Honggang exposed him, she stared fixedly at Yi Xiao, wanting to question him about why he did this. But she couldn't find the words, because she and Yi Xiao weren't really a couple, they had just agreed to fool her grandfather. How could she question Yi Xiao? Lu Yi, however, did not think so. Although Yi Xiao was a bit stingy, he wouldn't actually give a fake watch. As an observer, she was much calmer than Song Qingxue. After all, Yi Xiao had saved Shen Luoyan's life at the banquet. It made sense if Shen Luoyan later gave Yi Xiao a watch as a token of gratitude. Vice Manager Ho's focus was completely not on the authenticity of the watch. Would the big boss of Manhan Lu give a fake watch? He wouldn't believe it, even if he died. At this moment, he felt a chill up his spine. How bold was Fong Honggang? Yi Xiao was their big boss. How dare this kid humiliate Yi Xiao like this? Was he out of his mind, knowing he wouldn't live much longer?
Meanwhile, Yi Xiao wore a calm expression, seemingly without any intention of explaining himself. He didn't understand watches much anyway, he had just put it in his pocket when he left this morning and didn't care if it was real or fake. This was just right, ensuring that Song Guanqing and Huang Mei would completely give up on him, and perhaps Mr. Song would even soften his stance sooner.
Auntie, uncle, please relax. Let's start serving the dishes.
At this moment, Fong Honggang appeared to be trying to mediate, knowing that his goal had already been achieved. After today, I'm sure that in Song Guanqing and Huang Mei's eyes, Yi Xiao would definitely be worthless. Oh, by the way, Vice Manager Ho, please pack the leftovers for Mr. Yi later. I ordered our restaurant's top dishes. I believe Mr. Yi will be very satisfied, ha ha ha. Fong Honggang made sure to step on Yi Xiao's dignity one last time, completely burying him in the dirt. In fact, it proved that if Fong Honggang got cocky, even gravity couldn't stop him. Contrary to Fong Honggang's smugness, Vice Manager Ho was terrified, his face pale, sweat pouring down, his heart nearly stopping. You're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. At this moment, he felt it was necessary to give Fong Honggang a warning. If Fong Honggang continued like this, he might very well be dragged into a disaster.
Mr. Fong, I have something urgent to report to you.
Deputy Manager Ho tried to calm his emotions, avoiding a trembling voice.
Fong Honggang clearly showed some impatience, can't it wait a moment?
Deputy Manager Ho forced a bitter smile, Mr. Fong, it's a matter of utmost urgency. Seeing that Deputy Manager Ho was not joking, Fong Honggang excused himself from the Song family and followed him out of the private room. Watching the two disappear, Yi Xiao smiled. He could naturally guess what they would discuss. It was fine to give the Su slapstick kid a little scare, even though he didn't take Fong Honggang's various taunts to heart. Fong Honggang was like a fly, he didn't bite but was quite disgusting. Outside the private room, Fong Honggang frowned and said, Deputy Manager Ho, speak up.
What is it?
He didn't believe Deputy Manager Ho really had an urgent matter, he just wanted to take this chance to teach this disrespectful young man a lesson.
Deputy Manager Ho took a deep breath and said, Mr. Fong, do you know you were playing with fire just now?
Chapter 46 Self-inflicted wounds are not to be lived.
Hearing this, Fong Honggang immediately exploded with rage. Ho, what do you mean? Don't forget, I am the General Manager of Manhan Tower. You are just an assistant, how dare you lecture me? However, Deputy Manager Ho smiled instead of getting angry. You really don't know Mr. Ye's identity?
At this moment, he was no longer polite with Fong Honggang, he was sure this kid was playing werewolf with his eyes closed, not even knowing he was facing death.
Identity?
What identity does he have? I saved his worthless life, without me, he would have been torn to shreds by Huang Feihu long ago.
Fong Honggang boasted with self-satisfaction. Ho, I'm warning you, I've got that kid under my thumb, even the King of Heaven cannot save him. You better keep your distance from him, or I will take your position in no time. Deputy Manager Ho shook his head lightly and said slowly, he is our big boss. Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang instinctively burst into laughter. Ho, are you out of your mind or did you take fake medicine? You think I would believe you? If you dare to joke with me again, I will fire you right now.
Deputy Manager Ho looked at Fong Honggang as if he were a fool, coldly revealing a sneer. Fong Honggang, whether I stay or leave is not up to you, but you might really be the one to leave. Yi Xiao is the big boss, this is an order I personally received from the headquarters.
If you don't believe it, you can call and verify it right now. Seeing Deputy Manager Ho's serious look, Fong Honggang's body trembled, his pupils constricted, and he began to panic, urgently asking, Old Ho, are you really not lying to me? Deputy Manager Ho chuckled, Fong Honggang, think carefully, what good would it do me to lie to you? Bang! With a thud, Fong Hongggang's legs went soft, and he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching as if he were having a seizure. Fong Honggang had reached the position of General Manager of Manhan Tower not only because of his background but also because he was clever. At this moment, he could tell Deputy Manager Ho was not lying. Instantly, many things clicked in his mind, why Huang Feihu let Yi Xiao go, why Yi Xiao didn't take him seriously, and why Deputy Manager Ho greeted Yi Xiao as soon as he entered. My god, what have I done? Using the big boss's name to trample on Yi Xiao, only to find out that Yi Xiao is actually his big boss. At this moment, endless fear and panic filled his heart. Crack, he felt his heart shatter into pieces, like a QR code. Old Ho, you have to save me. Fong Honggang clung to Deputy Manager Ho's leg, pleading desperately. You need to help me plead with the boss, and from now on, I will do whatever you say. He knew the only way out now was to beg Yi Xiao for mercy. If Fong Honggang cannot seek forgiveness from Yi Xiao, not only will he lose his position as general manager, but he might also lose his head. Deputy Manager Ho really did not want to take care of Fong Honggang, this fool was digging his own grave. Besides, if Fong Honggang offended Yi Xiao and got thrown off stage, Ho would have the best chance to take the position. However, he couldn't ignore it.
If he let Fang Honggang act recklessly and foolishly expose Yi Zhao's identity, he probably wouldn't have a good outcome either. So, Deputy Manager Ho pushed the door open again, trembling as he walked over to Yi Zhao.
Mr. Yi, could you come out for a moment? I have something I want to discuss with you.
Yi Zhao naturally understood why Deputy Manager Ho was looking for him, but the others in the room were confused.
Song Qingshue's heart tightened. Could Fang Honggang be planning to deal with Yi Zhao? Impossible.
After all, this was a public setting. If something happened to Yi Zhao, Fang Honggang would be implicated, and perhaps he was just going to warn Yi Zhao.
Humph. Let this vain person learn a lesson. Lu Yi looked at Yi Zhao, then at Deputy Manager Ho.
Her viewpoint was completely opposite to Song Qingshue's. She speculated that the one being warned might not be Yi Zhao, but rather Fang Honggang. Yi Zhao took a tissue to wipe his mouth and casually replied, "Sure." When Fang Honggang saw Yi Zhao again, his mood had already turned upside down. The regret in his heart could not be washed away even with the world's waters. If he could replay the moment, he would never provoke Yi Zhao again. Without a word, Fang Honggang fell to his knees in front of Yi Zhao, slapping himself and begging, "Boss, I am the one who should die, I am worthless.
I will stay far away from Miss Song. Please give me another chance."
This scene was truly ironic. Before knowing Yi Zhao's identity, Fang Honggang had mocked him like a dog, but now he wished to worship Yi Zhao like an ancestor. Yi Zhao glanced at Fang Honggang with disdain, his gaze chillingly indifferent. After sitting in prison for 3 years, he had grown accustomed to seeing such people arrogant when they were powerful and crawling in the dust when they fell. Such a person wasn't worthy of pity, he wouldn't feel sorry for someone like that. Deputy Manager Ho was already delighted in his heart, secretly laughing and applauding.
This fool Fang Honggang was likely to be thrown out.
This is what happens when someone brings trouble upon themselves. One can survive heavenly calamities, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be lived through. However, reality proved he was too early in his joy. The next second, Yi Zhao said lightly, "Okay, I can give you another chance." Upon hearing this, both Fang Honggang and Deputy Manager Ho froze, their expressions blank.
Deputy Manager Ho thought, is this big boss a masochist?
No, last time Qi Tianhao provoked him, he retaliated harshly. He can't possibly let Fang Honggang, who insulted him even more, go.
Fang Honggang couldn't believe it either. Yi Zhao had easily agreed.
But deep down, he felt uneasy. Even if Yi Zhao beat him up or harshly scolded him, it would be better than this.
This big boss couldn't be planning something more sinister against him, could he?
But at that moment, he dared not question and could only take it one step at a time.
"Boss, I will explain to Qingxue and the others in a moment."
Yi Zhao smiled lightly, a teasing expression appearing on his lips. "No need, you don't need to explain anything, nor do you need to stay away from Song Qingxue. If you can woo Song Qingxue, I will give you double salary, of course, I mean through proper means." Yi Zhao's purpose was simply to make this person, who was using his name, hold back a bit and not annoy him again. As for whether this kid could actually win Song Qingxue's heart, instead of causing himself trouble, he naturally wouldn't oppose. Hearing this, Deputy Manager Ho and Fang Honggang both widened their eyes in disbelief, knowing that Song Qingxue is one of the 3 great beauties of Lingzhou.
How could Yi Zhao just let her go? Was Yi Zhao out of his mind, or was there something wrong with Song Qingxue?
However, neither of them dared to ask now. Whatever Yi Zhao said was the truth. Yi Zhao walked up to Fang Honggang, leaned down, and patted his face, smiling as he said, "Perform well later. Make sure you don't screw it up, or the consequences will be serious."
Fang Honggang felt like crying without tears.
A few minutes later, when Yi Zhao and Fang Honggang re-entered the private room, even though Fang Honggang was trying hard to act calm, his slightly trembling fingers and the way he walked, like he had just undergone surgery, still made Lu Yi notice something was off. At this moment, she completely believed Yi Zhao's words. My god, he really is the boss of this man Lu.
Chapter 47, Red Tide Bar.
However, the distracted Song Qingxuan and the couple Song Guanqing and Huang Mei who had a stereotype of Yi Zhao naturally didn't notice anything unusual. Huang Mei threw the watch Yi Zhao had just given her directly in front of him, coldly mocking, "Mr. Yi, take this roadside trash back.
Go trick those ignorant country bumpkins. Honggang, your restaurant needs to raise its standards. People with bad character shouldn't be let in.
It will lower your restaurant's class." Hearing this, Fang Hongdong's face turned pale instantly, and he nearly fell to the ground. To him, Huang Mei's words were not mocking Yi Zhao, rather, it felt like she was wishing for his death. He wished he could slap himself twice. What was he thinking back then to hold this banquet at Manhenlu? Thankfully, Yi Zhao remained carefree and calm, leaving Fang Honggang with no choice but to play dumb and pretend he didn't hear anything.
Hee, Aunt Huang, let's hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the dishes will get cold.
Fang Hongdong's words made Huang Mei feel it was quite strange.
This wasn't like Fang Hongdong's usual style. Previously, he would have taken the bait and trampled all over Yi Zhao, right?
However, Huang Mei didn't think much of it. Perhaps Fang Honggang felt that Yi Xiao was no longer a threat to him. She believed that after today's humiliation, this ingrate should fully know his place. The whole meal was particularly uncomfortable for Fang Honggang. The delicacies tasted like nails in his mouth. He only had one wish now, to end this banquet as soon as possible and find a place to soothe his almost broken heart. Even Song Qingxue sensed something was off with Fang Honggang's drastic change. He had always acted high and mighty, but now he seemed timid like a little wife. And every time Yi Xiao was mentioned, he would play dumb and change the topic. Could it be that Fang Honggang had a moment of conscience, feeling that he had been too hard on Yi Xiao and was now feeling guilty? Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. This guy couldn't handle pressure at all. Just a little push and he turned into this cowardly look. Finally, the uncomfortable banquet ended, and after Song Guanqing and his wife left with Yi Xiao and others, Song Qingxue stayed behind. She called Fang Honggang to the side and, finding it hard to speak, said, "Mr. Fang, I hope you can forgive Yi Xiao. You know he comes from a small place and hasn't seen much of the world." Song Qingxue felt it was necessary to plead for Yi Xiao. With Yi Xiao's silly and naive look, how could he possibly compete with Fang Honggang? After hearing Song Qingxue's first sentence, Fang Honggang felt completely unwell. For him to forgive Yi Xiao? What did he have to forgive? That person was his big boss, okay? He finally calmed down and said, "Miss Song, the past is past. I don't hold any grudge against Mr. Yi, truly. So please don't say such things again in the future." Fang Honggang's attitude towards Song Qingxue automatically became distant. Although Yi Xiao had said that if he could win over Song Qingxue, he would double his salary, he really didn't dare to do that. After all, she was the boss's woman. He still wanted to live a few more years. "If there's nothing else, Miss Song, please leave. I have official business to attend to." Fang Honggang directly issued the order to leave. Song Qingxue stared wide-eyed at Fang Honggang in disbelief. How did this guy suddenly become so understanding? Besides, according to Fang Honggang's previous character, shouldn't he take this opportunity to show off in front of her? Why did she feel that Fang Honggang was intentionally trying to distance himself from her? Could it be a case of stealing the limelight in reverse? Before Song Qingxue could figure it out, the anxious and scared Fang Honggang had already slipped away. On the other side, just after leaving Manhan Building, Yi Xiao received a call from Su Jianqin. "Mr. Yi, I need you to come out for a moment." Su Jianqin made her intentions clear right away. "What's the matter?" Yi Xiao asked casually. "I've gathered most of my father's old forces, but there are still a few key members who are unwilling to return. Without them, the intelligence network will be difficult to establish smoothly." Su Jianqin said honestly, without any concealment. In the past few days, with Yi Xiao's financial support and the help of Huang Feihu, she quickly set up the basic framework of the intelligence network from Ghost Eye. However, as she said, there were still some core members who found various excuses to back out. Su Jianqin knew these people did not trust her abilities, even mentioning Huang Feihu couldn't scare them. In desperation, she had to ask Yi Xiao for help. This was also something Yi Xiao had promised her from the beginning, not just to provide financial support but also to help her solve some tricky problems. Time and place. Yi Xiao agreed without a moment's hesitation. He didn't need Su Jianqin to say much, he could already guess she was indeed in trouble. At 5 in the afternoon, Hongqiao Bar. Su Jianqin's answer was straightforward. "Okay, I will be there on time." After hanging up, Yi Xiao spent the afternoon at the company slacking off, and after work, he took a taxi directly to the bar mentioned by Su Jianqin. When he arrived outside the bar, he realized that it was actually a bar that just opened today. Could it be that Su Jianqin was pulling strings to get people to come and support her? After entering the bar, Yi Xiao quickly found Su Jianqin. Today, she was dressed in a white shirt and straight pants, paired with black-rimmed glasses, looking exactly like a capable and strong woman. This naturally attracted quite a few ill-intentioned people who tried to hit on her, but as soon as they saw Su Jianqin glaring with her cold, sharp eyes, they all instantly backed down. When Yi Xiao approached Su Jianqin, he just happened to witness this scene and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. She really does live up to her name. I wonder if such a woman would also be so cold on the wedding night. He confidently sat down across from Su Jianqin, unceremoniously taking a swig from the wine in front of her, and then casually said, "All right. Tell me. What kind of unsolvable problem have you encountered?" Seeing Yi Xiao so domineeringly sit down and drink, those who had just tried to hit on Su Jianqin all sneered as if watching a show. It seemed everyone was waiting to see Yi Xiao being killed by the powerful woman Su Jianqin with her gaze. However, to their astonishment, Su Jianqin was not at all angry. Instead, her red lips lifted slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid my wine has poison?" Yi Xiao nearly choked. This girl was still as strong as ever. Did she have to dominate the conversation? He followed up with a smile. What poison could possibly be more potent than Miss Su's smile that could bring a man down? He.
Su Jianqing laughed even more brightly than before. One had to admit this man was quite eloquent. After laughing, Su Jianqing finally got to the point. My father has 3 key members under him, one of whom is named Qiu Kuanpeng. He is now allied with an elder of the Martial Extreme Association and refuses to return, not even willing to see me. I have received news that he will appear here today. Su Jianqing swirled the red wine in her glass. Though her tone was casual, she felt no confidence inside. So what do you want me to do? Beat him up and drag him back? Yi Xiao said playfully. Beat? Su Jianqing was amused by Yi Xiao's words. Don't you know what kind of existence the Martial Extreme Association is? The Martial Extreme Association is a powerful organization backed by the Dragon Kingdom government, boasting over 1 million members. In every city in the Dragon Kingdom, there is a branch of the Martial Extreme Association with hundreds to thousands of disciples. Moreover, these disciples are all martial artists. In front of the Martial Extreme Association, even someone like Huang Feihu would seem like a ragtag army. As long as the president of the Martial Extreme Association is willing, he could easily eliminate them without breaking a sweat. Therefore, in Su Jianqing's eyes, Yi Xiao's words were nothing but a complete joke. Daring to mess with the Martial Extreme Association was akin to courting death. If beating him could solve the problem, I wouldn't mind taking action. Yi Xiao said seriously, wearing his usual smile. Seeing Yi Xiao being so serious and not sounding like he was bragging, Su Jianqing for a moment truly started to believe him, but soon she shook that thought out of her mind. Was she insane? How could she believe such nonsense? Just as the two were talking, a figure approached them. When Su Jianqing saw this person, her pupils widened slightly, and her delicate brows twitched. It was actually Qiu Kuanpeng. Su Jianqing was quite surprised. This person who did not want to see her had actively come over now. Yi Xiao naturally noticed the change in Su Jianqing's expression. He slightly tilted his head to look at the approaching person, and saw a man around 30 years old, tall and elegantly handsome, but with an unmistakable hint of desolation in his demeanor. Miss Jianqing, I know the reason you are here today, but I have made up my mind. It's best for you not to look for me, Qiu Kuanpeng said, standing tall before them, speaking down to her. Brother Qiu, do you really believe my father died naturally? Su Jianqing asked, seemingly out of context. She knew that to get Qiu Kuanpeng to help her, her relationship with him wasn't enough. She had to bring up her father to be effective. Upon hearing this, a flicker appeared in Qiu Kuanpeng's gaze. His palm unconsciously tightened, but then he quickly relaxed. Miss Jianqing, the matter of Master Guiyan is in the past. I advise you to live your life well and not to get involved. This was also the arrangement made by Master Guiyan before his death. Qiu Kuanpeng naturally knew that Master Guiyan's death was not normal. In fact, he knew even more than Su Jianqing. But precisely because he was aware of this, he did not want Su Jianqing to get involved. Because the person responsible for Guiyan's death was someone Su Jianqing could not shake. Cough cough. At that moment, Yi Xiao coughed lightly twice. I say, why don't you introduce me first? Qiu Kuanpeng casually glanced at Yi Xiao, then quickly looked away, completely ignoring Yi Xiao. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was just a pretty boy trying to please Su Jianqing. Maybe he had some skills, but he was still not worth his notice. Miss Jianqing, I've said enough, goodbye. Qiu Kuanpeng said, turning around without a hint of hesitation. Su Jianqing's lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to speak. A look of confusion and helplessness flashed in her eyes, like a little rabbit lost in the city, unsure of its direction. Seeing Su Jianqing like this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips in silence. He knew that perhaps Su Jianqing didn't really approve of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been too timid to even introduce herself. What a coward. Always trying to show strength in front of me, but getting discouraged with just a little scare. It seems I need to find an opportunity to show off in front of this girl. Just as Yi Xiao pondered how to change his impression in Su Jianqing's mind, in another corner of the bar, 2 people had noticed him. The 2 were Yi Xiao's old acquaintances, Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao, who had come to support this newly opened bar. When Zhao Qiuping saw Yi Xiao, a flash of resentment crossed her eyes. Why did she keep running into Yi Xiao? Why couldn't this annoying person just stay away? Qi Tianhao's face also darkened, as if the face that Yi Xiao had slapped before was starting to ache again. Both of them noticed each other's odd expressions but tacitly chose not to speak about it. Naturally, Qi Tianhao was keeping the incident of being slapped by Yi Xiao a secret from Zhao Qiuping, and Zhao Qiuping didn't tell Qi Tianhao about her embarrassing moment at Xin Luoyan's birthday party. But with just a glance, they exchanged looks and both simultaneously glanced at the young man sitting in the same booth as them, instantly reaching some kind of agreement. They must give Yi Xiao a hard time today. Suddenly, Zhao Qiuping sighed, biting her red lips, her face filled with sorrow, looking pitiful as if she could win anyone's sympathy. Qi Tianhao pretended to be puzzled and asked, Qiuping, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The young man next to them also turned to look at Zhao Qiuping. It was then that Zhao Qiuping pointed in Yi Xiao's direction. Ah! It's him!
What a stroke of bad luck to run into this bastard here, Shi Tianhao said angrily. At this moment, the young man also followed Zhao Qiuping's finger to look in that direction, curiously asking, Tianhao, who is that guy? What's the grudge between you? Sigh. Shi Tianhao pretended to be helpless and sighed, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Brother Lei, this matter is really hard for me to explain. Seeing Shi Tianhao like this, the young man became even more curious. Tianhao, once your sister marries my brother, we'll be family, right? What can't you tell me? At this moment, Zhao Qiuping's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as she pitifully said, let me explain. Brother Lei, it's like this. Previously, Tianhao and I went to travel in the northwest. This guy took advantage of some skills to harass me, and when Tianhao tried to stop him, he ended up getting beaten. Zhao Qiuping calmly invented a completely fabricated story without a change in her expression. Bang! The young man slammed his fist on the table, his forehead bulging with veins. He really crossed the line. How dare he bully my friend Lei Dihua? The young man firmly believed in the duet Zhao Qiuping and Shi Tianhao played. Tianhao, wait. I'm going to help you get revenge right now. The young man said as he stood up. Shi Tianhao quickly grabbed the young man, feigning concern as he said, Brother Lei, this is Fai's new place after all. Forget it. It's not good to cause trouble. Although Zhao Qiuping felt proud of her cunning plan's success, she still advised, yes. Brother Lei, that person is Song Qingshua's bodyguard and has some connections with the Shin family. If you go find trouble with him directly, it wouldn't be good. Only then did the young man sit down again, showing a dismissive expression. What's there to be afraid of about a mere bodyguard? Tianhao, don't worry, today I will definitely help you take revenge. If he dares to bully you, that means he's going against our Lei family's boxing gym. But you're right, finding trouble with him directly isn't a good idea. At this point, a sly smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. A few minutes later, on the side of Yi Xiao and Su Jianqin. Yi Xiao was still thinking about how to make this little girl recognize his strength, while Su Jianqin was tormented by the rejection from Qiu Kunpeng. Shouldn't she really be avenging her father? Just when the two fell into silence, suddenly, a drunken bald man wobbled toward them. Whether intentional or not, as soon as the bald man reached the booth where they were sitting, he suddenly and vomited a huge pile of vomit, splattering it directly onto the table in front of them. Yi Xiao and Su Jianqin quickly got up one after the other, dodging just in time to avoid being splattered with the foul-smelling vomit. Chapter 49 How Deep Is It Hidden? Seeing this scene, Su Jianqin immediately furrowed her brows, feeling utterly disgusted. After the bald man finished vomiting, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and continued to stagger forward. Brother, isn't this a bit too much? Yi Xiao said calmly. Tisk. Unexpectedly, the bald man didn't even look at Yi Xiao and continued on his way. Yi Xiao's tone became harsher, clean up the trash and apologize. Due to the commotion over here, countless customers in the bar turned their attention toward the few people. TSK, looks like there's a good show to watch. It'd be thrilling if they had a fight, someone sneered, eager for trouble. Hee, but this is Sister Fei's bar. I doubt they would dare to fight even if they had 100 guts. But that bald guy is indeed too outrageous, to vomit all over someone's table. If it were me, I couldn't stand it either. Only then did the bald man pause his steps. He glanced sideways at Yi Xiao, pointed at himself with a prideful expression, and said, You want me to apologize? You piece of trash, do you think you have the right to make me apologize? I'm from the Lei family's boxing gym. Even if I vomited on you, that's an honor for you. You just have to bear it. Apologize? What the hell for? Hearing that the bald man was from the Lei family, the onlooking bar customers murmured among themselves, so he's from the Lei. Everyone was sneering. Brother Lei, your move is quite good. Using a drunkard to provoke that bastard, then forcing him to act first, this way even if Sister Fei blames us, we won't have any trouble. Shi Tianhao flattered. Lei Dihua swirled the red wineglass in his hand, a grin spreading across his face, feeling pleased with his own plan. The martial world is not just about simple fights, but also deeper schemes and deceptions. Tianhao, that's not all? The bald guy is a third-degree disciple of my Lei family martial arts. In terms of strength, beating 20 ordinary people is no problem. As long as that kid dares to act, the bald guy can directly cripple him. Hearing that they could directly cripple Yi Xiao, Zhao Qiuping's eyes gleamed with delight. Yi Xiao, aren't you the big shot? Didn't you have the Shin family blacklist my company? But unfortunately, you forgot, the power of others is ultimately theirs. You're just a salted fish, what do you have to challenge me? On the other side, Yi Xiao shook his head, with such trash daring to provoke him, he wanted to show off in front of Su Jianqin, but crushing such an ant would surely have no highlight. So you're the bald guy. Today I'm not in a good mood, it's best you don't provoke me, otherwise, I don't mind making you unable to take care of yourself. Yi Xiao said, feeling somewhat uninterested. The bald guy immediately became furious, You bastard.
I'm giving you face, right?
Saying this, he quickly walked towards Yi Xiao, swinging his hand to grab Yi Xiao's collar.
Ha!
Suddenly, Yi Xiao sensed something was off. The bald guy's steps were rhythmic, suggesting he had practiced martial arts, and his seemingly casual grab had great significance. If Yi Xiao tried to block or swat his hand away, he would be caught in a hold. His eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. It seems he underestimated the opponent. This is still a martial artist. Just don't know if there are others behind him. Swish. In a flash, Yi Xiao dodged the bald guy's grab. At the same time, he scanned his surroundings rapidly. When he caught sight of Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao from the corner of his eye, Yi Xiao smiled knowingly. It seemed they were the real ones wanting to deal with him. The bald guy showed a hint of astonishment. Yi Xiao actually dodged his grab, and this angle was in the blind spot of his arms change. Was this coincidence, or did the other party see through his techniques? No time to think too much, he decided to strike first. You little brat, how dare you dodge? Seeking death. As he spoke, the bald guy quickly twisted his waist. Whoosh. A whip kick swept horizontally, striking fiercely at Yi Xiao's waist. This kick was delivered with almost all his strength. Even if it were a wall, he could kick it down, let alone a human body. If he landed a hit, it'd mean cracked ribs at best or instant death at worst. Lei Dihua naturally saw the bald guy's fierce attack and smirked. Tianhao, watch closely, this kid is about to become a cripple. He was well aware of the bald guy's strength. At such a close distance, even he would find it tough to block this kick, let alone a small bodyguard. Hearing this, Qi Tianhao's face lightened with joy. Good. If you can cripple this kid, brother Lei, tonight you just enjoy yourself, all expenses are on me. Ever since being slapped in the face by Yi Xiao at the Manhuan building, he had been thinking about how to take revenge, but considering Yi Xiao's role as the owner of that building, he hadn't dared to act. Finally, today he could see Yi Xiao in trouble. How could he not be happy? Beside them, Su Jianxin also realized the bald guy's move was not simple, and she was greatly shocked inside. Now she understood that he had come intentionally to pick a fight with Yi Xiao. But this was to deal with Yi Xiao. But is he really going to deal with himself? Can Yi Xiao handle it? Facing the powerful kick from the bald man, Yi Xiao simply floated his hand and blocked it lightly. Seeing this scene, the bald man couldn't help but chuckle secretly. This kid really doesn't know his place. He actually dared to use his hand to block. What's the difference from a mantis trying to stop a cart? He could almost imagine Yi Xiao's hand being crushed by his kick, a scene of broken bones and blood everywhere. However, in the next second, he was stunned, because his leg was actually blocked in mid-air, and it felt as if he had kicked a mountain of iron, unmoving. Then, Yi Xiao swiftly grabbed, instantly forming a claw and clamping onto the bald man's calf. Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out, and the bald man's calf was actually crushed by Yi Xiao's squeeze. Ah! The bald man couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Well, what is happening? Lei Dihua's hand trembled, almost spilling his liquor. In his eyes, Yi Xiao, who should have been vulnerable, unexpectedly broke the bald man's leg, a scene he simply couldn't accept. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's smiling faces also froze instantly. They wanted to see Yi Xiao beaten like a dead dog, not to watch him show his might. This left them utterly astonished. Before, Qi Tianhao had suffered losses in Yi Xiao's hands, and now even the martial artist of the Lei family was no match for Yi Xiao. Just how deep had this kid hidden his strength? Chapter 50, you should ask if I'll give you a way out. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately, Yi Xiao pulled back his hand, and the bald man flew towards him like a scarecrow, losing all control of his body. Yi Xiao casually reached out and grabbed the bald man's neck, then slammed his face hard into the table. Bang! The bald man's face made intimate contact with his own vomit. Yi Xiao clapped his hands, coldly snorted through his nose, and smirked. I told you to clean it up, but you didn't listen. You had to chatter at me, so now I've changed my mind. Don't you like licking? Then clean up this pile of garbage before you leave. At this moment, the bar customers finally reacted, and they all gasped in shock. This guy is way too fierce. A martial artist from the Lei family can't even take one hit from him. The bald man, who had never suffered such a loss, gritted his teeth and turned to face Yi Xiao, baring his teeth and hissing, Kid, you wanna die? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao darted forward, lifting the bald man up again as if he were a chicken, and without a word, smashed his face into the table once more. Crack! The bald man's nose instantly collapsed, blood everywhere, pain and nausea nearly choking him. You trash dare to threaten me? You should be grateful this isn't prison, otherwise, you wouldn't need me to lift a finger, you'd have died 100 times already. Yi Xiao's voice was chillingly cold. Even Su Jianxin couldn't help but feel a chill. Although her personality was also cold, she couldn't act with such brutality as Yi Xiao did. At that moment, suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Kid, who the hell gave you the guts to touch a member of the Lei family? Yi Xiao turned his head slightly and saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall with a crew cut approaching. This man was dressed in a suit, polished shoes shining, his face full of anger. Yi Xiao smiled. He knew the main character behind the bald man had appeared. This person he had just seen, alongside Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping.
Seeing him, he finally felt a bit of motivation. This man's forehead had two protruding corners, his voice carrying a thunderous tone, undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered since his release. But he could only last 4 or 5 exchanges, right? Ah. This is young Master Lei Air. My gosh. The second young Master Lei is actually here, this kid is doomed. Many onlookers in the bar recognized Lei Dihua's identity. That's right, the second young Master Lei is the rightful heir of the Lei family martial arts. It's said that the Martial Arts League is preparing to recruit him. Wherever the second young master goes, who wouldn't give way to him? How dare someone offend a member of the Lei family martial arts in front of him? They really don't know how to live. At this moment, Su Jianqin's brow was also tightly furrowed. She had heard about the second son of the Lei family martial arts master. If it came to skill, she likely wouldn't be his match, but what made things even more troublesome was that behind Lei Dihua loomed the Lei family martial arts hall. The Lei family martial arts had a very good relationship with the Martial Arts League. Even if Yi Xiao could call on Huang Feihu for support, Huang Feihu might not even dare to act recklessly. Things had escalated, she might end up having her career cut short before it even started. Yi Xiao threw the bald man on the ground like a dead dog and smiled faintly. This bald guy vomited all over my table, didn't apologize, and even insulted me and my friends. I think you saw it just now, right? He vomited on me, so I hit him. Isn't that fair? If you want to stand up for him, that's fine too, I don't mind hitting one more person who knows nothing. Yi Xiao's sharp gaze fell on Lei Dihua, scrutinizing him with a condescending look, revealing a playful expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the bar patrons were all taken aback. Damn! This kid is too audacious. He actually dares to speak to the second young Master Lei like this, has he truly lost his mind? I've heard that the second young Master Lei has a temper as fiery as his name. Wait and see, he'll definitely turn this arrogant kid into a dead dog. No doubt. The Lei family martial arts hall is someone that even the Flying Tiger Club wouldn't dare to provoke. Who does this kid think he is, daring to be so arrogant in front of the second young Master Lei? Seeing this scene, Shi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping both smiled slyly. In their eyes, Yi Xiao might have some skill to beat the bald guy, but against Lei Dihua, he didn't stand a chance at all. Shi Tianhao's eyes sparkled with malice. Yi Xiao, I admit you have some ability, you're not my match. But do you think you are invincible? There are people in this world who can take you down. After you're ruined by Lei Dihua, just wait to see how I humiliate you. Su Jianqin clenched her fists, feeling that Yi Xiao was indeed a bit arrogant. Even though he came out of prison, didn't he understand the saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? Creating hostility with Lei Dihua brought him no benefits at all. Was choosing to trust Yi Xiao a mistake from the very beginning? Just as Su Jianqin was torn with doubts, Lei Dihua sneered, "Kid, you are quite impressive. Not only did you injure someone from the Lei family martial arts, but you also dare to challenge me, Lei Dihua. However, I am not unreasonable. I admit my man was at fault just now. I will pay you double for the drinks, but you cannot just let it slide after hitting my." If the young Master Lei makes a move, he only needs to wiggle his little finger to kill you. Now, according to young Master Lei's words, to cripple my own legs is your only way to survive. At this moment, Yi Xiao, instead of getting angry, smiled. The prison is empty, the world is quite arrogant. He coldly looked at Lei Dihua and spoke word by word, "You offer me a way to live? Ha! You should ask yourself if I will give you a way to live. If you, Lei, want to seek death, then come and try." As their eyes met, Lei Dihua felt extreme disdain and provocation. For a moment, Yi Xiao's eyes made even Lei Dihua dare not look directly at him. Lei Dihua was completely furious, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good, boy, since you seek death, I will grant it to you." As he spoke, Lei Dihua shifted his stance, and his hands secretly formed fists, already preparing to launch an attack on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and held his hands in a grabbing position. Although he was confident of defeating Lei Dihua, a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, so he naturally would not let down his guard. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came through. "What's going on? Why so unhappy?" Hearing this voice, the bar customers made way and respectfully greeted, "Hello, Sister Fei." Lei Dihua instantly retracted his intention to strike and turned to look at the woman. He knew that with her present, this fight would likely not happen. Even though he was the young master of the Lei family's gym, he had to give her face. Because behind the woman stood someone that even their Lei family's gym could not afford to offend. Chapter 51, In Collusion. This was a woman of about 30 years old. With willow leaf brows, peach blossom eyes, and crimson lips, her small oval face carried an alluring charm that seemed to stir a man's desire with every movement. This was the bar owner, Liang Feifei. Seeing Liang Feifei appear, Su Jianqin's fingers trembled slightly. As the daughter of the Ghost Eye, she naturally knew Liang Feifei's background. This woman was quite formidable, a social butterfly in Lingzhou's upper class, but what made her even more apprehensive was the man behind Liang Feifei. TCH, so boring. Yi Xiao cursed softly.
He hated being disturbed in two situations, one was having his dreams interrupted, and the other was having his fights interrupted. Lady Hua's eyes shifted, and he stepped forward with a smile. Sister Fei, today it's not me causing trouble in your bar, it's this fool who doesn't know the rules.
Look at what he did to my man.
Liang Feifei followed the direction of Lady Hua's finger, glancing at the bald man on the ground, covered in blood and in a sorry state. A flash of anger rose in her eyes. It had been a long time since anyone dared to act so recklessly in her establishment.
Young man, did you hit him? Liang Feifei looked at Yi Xiao with indifference, her lips slightly parted.
At the same time, Liang Feifei's mind was quickly searching for all information about Yi Xiao. Finally, she confirmed she was seeing this young man for the first time and had never encountered him in Lingzhou's upper class. Ha, so it turns out to be a greenhorn. Yi Xiao smiled lightly. Yes, I hit him, but this matter was started by this bald man himself. If he hadn't vomited on my table and refused to apologize, I wouldn't have made a move. Liang Feifei snorted coldly. I don't care who started it, in my bar, whoever strikes first is at fault. Clearly, Liang Feifei stood on Lady Hua's side. One was the second young master of the Lei family, while the other was an unknown outsider. Naturally, she could weigh the importance of each. Hearing Liang Feifei's words, Lady Hua felt even more confident. He smiled and said, Sister Fei, I know your bar's rules. Regarding the bald man's vomiting, I have already promised to compensate this young man. But this kid hit my people. I hope Sister Fei can punish him for me. As for how to punish him, I already said, let my men beat him until they're satisfied, then have him break his own legs. Liang Feifei's lips curled into a cold smile. Alright, Di Hua, since you already have a plan, do it as you said. Then, Liang Feifei's cold eyes turned back to Yi Xiao. Kid, I suggest you admit your punishment. If you don't want to, then we'll have to go according to my rules. Her tone was filled with an undeniable arrogance, as though she were the queen who ruled everything. Hearing this, the crowd watching knew that Yi Xiao's fate was sealed. As for what happened to those who caused trouble in Liang Feifei's bar, they knew a little bit too. It was said that there was once a second-generation rich kid from the capital who teased one of the bar's female staff and even dared to order Liang Feifei to accompany him. That second-generation kid was hurriedly put on a plane that very night, and all of his henchmen had their limbs broken. At this point, seeing that even Liang Feifei was standing with Lady Hua, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping no longer hid in the corner watching the show. They walked over to Lady Hua's side, casting sarcastic glances at Yi Xiao. They knew Yi Xiao's fate was already decided. He would either be crippled by Lady Hua or by Liang Feifei's men. There was no other option. Even if Yi Xiao had the support of Shinqiani, even if Yi Xiao had somehow gotten lucky and became the owner of Manhanlu, under the combined pressure of Lady Hua and Liang Feifei, he would be crushed without a doubt. But at this moment, Yi Xiao simply sneered. If he had known that this woman and this guy were in cahoots, he would have saved his breath earlier. He raised his head and looked at Liang Feifei, his eyes filled with mockery. Who do you think you are? Do I need to listen to you punish me? Since you want to collude with this guy, don't blame me later. My fists don't care about gender. As soon as Yi Xiao spoke, everyone in the bar was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. This kid is too arrogant. How dare he talk to Sister Fei like that? Even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't survive this. Is this a lack of brains, or a serious IQ issue? I can't even imagine what's going to happen to this kid. If he had just followed Sister Fei's words, maybe he could have saved his life, but now, not even a god can save him. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's smiles became even brighter. To them, Yi Xiao was just asking for a slow and painful death. I was planning to humiliate this kid after he got crippled, but now it seems the only thing left to do is to beat his corpse, Qi Tianhao whispered. Zhao Qiuping gleefully added, we probably won't even get the chance to beat his corpse. That bastard's body will probably be thrown into the river by Sister Fei to feed the fish. Ha ha ha. The two laughed maniacally, as though they had already seen Yi Xiao's miserable death. As expected, after hearing Yi Xiao's words, Liang Feifei's beautiful face instantly twisted with rage. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. Kid, I have to admit, your mouth is tough, but I'm curious to see if your bones are as tough as your mouth. Come here. Sister Fei, please wait. Just as Liang Feifei was about to give the order to have someone take action, a voice interrupted her. It was Qiu Kunping, who had met Yi Xiao earlier, stepping forward. Sister Fei, this person is my friend. Please, give me some face. Spare him. Qiu Kunping said with a serious face. Yi Xiao glanced around and saw Su Jianxin following Qiu Kunping, instantly guessing that this girl had pulled some strings to get Qiu Kunping here. He shook his head, feeling that Su Jianxin was simply unnecessary. This was a matter so trivial it was laughable to him, Yi Xiao. Back then, when he faced hundreds of ruthless attackers, he never called for backup. If this got back to the prison, those guys would probably laugh at him for a month. Lady Hua frowned suddenly. He hadn't expected someone to come and plead for Yi Xiao, and this person seemed to know Liang Feifei pretty well, or else they wouldn't have come to persuade her in such a furious state. Liang Feifei's tense face softened slightly as she coldly said, Kid, today you're lucky. I'll spare you for Kunpeng's sake.
Xiao Kuanping was someone the man had recruited, so Liang Feifei had to give a bit of face.
But, Kuanping, this little brat just disrespected me. If I break his legs, you shouldn't have an issue with that. Liang Feifei's tone changed, looking at Xiao Kuanping with a half-smile, her lips curling into a wicked arc. Xiao Kuanping's brows knitted tightly, and he ultimately sighed, Fei Jia, giving him a chance to live is already rare, let this be a lesson for him. He was only being lenient for Su Jianqin's sake, and in his view, he had already done his best. If anyone were to blame, it should be that this brat had been too reckless with his words. Liang Feifei was someone not to be offended by a young fool like him. Chapter 52, The Dark Send-Off, Not Knowing of Impending Death. Hearing Xiao Kuanping's words, Su Jianqin's heart sank further, she bit her lip, feeling utterly powerless. It seemed she had been too naive in believing that Yi Xiao could help her achieve her goals. After receiving Xiao Kuanping's reply, Liang Feifei's eyes turned cold as she looked at Yi Xiao. Kid, this time, I'll let you go, but if there's a next time, no matter who comes, no one can save you. Liang Feifei still held herself above everyone else, declaring Yi Xiao's punishment, and no one felt it was out of place. At this moment, whether it was the bar patrons or Qi Tianhao, Zhao Qiuping, and Su Jianqin, they all saw that Yi Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. He. But Yi Xiao suddenly laughed, a strange laugh full of mockery and disdain. After laughing for a while, his sharp gaze turned to Liang Feifei, making her tremble. Her body instinctively stepped back a little. Liang Feifei's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she almost instinctively asked, Kid, what are you laughing at?
What am I laughing at?
Yi Xiao slowly replied, I laugh at some people being mere clowns, yet thinking of themselves as superior. I laugh at some people boasting shamelessly, thinking themselves wise before true gods.
Aren't you here to ruin me? Well, no matter how many of you come today, I, Yi Xiao, will take you all on.
Yi Xiao's eyes were like blades, his gaze fierce. It was as if these so-called upper-class people in front of him were nothing more than a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. Hearing Yi Xiao's arrogant words, Xiao Kuanping lost all good feelings towards him. He had never seen someone so unaware of their own limits. What was Yi Xiao's skill worth in front of Liang Feifei? Just a hot-headed kid, yet daring to speak so out of line. He truly regretted coming out to plead for Yi Xiao. Su Jianqin was also stunned. She stared hard at Yi Xiao, hoping to see arrogance in his eyes, to see that foolish ignorance of impending doom, but she was disappointed. In Yi Xiao's eyes, she only saw indifference, a disdain as if everyone else were just grass and weeds.
Could it be that I was wrong again? Does he really have the confidence to fight against Liang Feifei and Lady Hua?
Lady Hua jumped out first, shouting, Fei Jia, did you see that? This kid is utterly worthless. Let me take him down myself. He had long looked down upon Yi Xiao, and now, with Yi Xiao being so arrogant, he believed that even if someone pleaded for him, it would already be too late for him with Liang Feifei deciding his fate. Liang Feifei's gaze was cold and decisive. All right, Dihua, go ahead. You don't have to take responsibility for anything that happens, I'll cover you. She greatly despised Yi Xiao, who came from a low background and had a low starting point yet still considered himself extraordinary. To her, stepping on such a small character carried no psychological burden at all. At first, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping were worried that Liang Feifei wouldn't go all out against Yi Xiao when they heard someone plead for him. But now, it seemed their concerns were completely unnecessary. This fool, Yi Xiao, was like a pile of mud that couldn't be propped up. He had even ruined his own escape route. Now, no one could save him. Kid, remember this, the one who will kill you is Lady Hua. Lady Hua shouted, then suddenly lunged forward, his fingers quickly turning into eagle claws. His sharp claws came directly for Yi Xiao's neck. Swift as the wind. The speed was so fast that it left after images in the air. Except for a few like Su Jianqin and Xiao Pang, most people's eyes couldn't keep up with Lady Hua's speed. At this moment, Yi Xiao stood like a wooden post, completely unmoving, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Seeing this, Xiao Peng shook his head, seemingly certain that Yi Xiao was doomed. He glanced at Su Jianqin, wanting to tell her not to be sad for someone like Yi Xiao. But he saw Su Jianqin looking at Yi Xiao with unwavering confidence, as if hoping for something. This left Xiao Peng puzzled. Did she really think this kid could survive? When Xiao Peng turned his gaze back to the struggle between Yi Xiao and Lady Hua, he was shocked by what he saw. Somehow, Yi Xiao had reached out his right hand, striking directly at Lady Hua's temple. What a quick punch! Xiao Peng was shocked. He hadn't even caught how Yi Xiao made the move. Similarly, Lady Hua's eyelids twitched, forced to reflexively withdraw and dodge, but the next moment, Yi Xiao seemed to have already predicted Lady Hua's route of escape. He suddenly sidestepped and struck with his elbow at Lady Hua's chin. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Lady Hua was actually sent flying 4 to 5 meters away. Wow! Lady Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. The clash between the two was completed in the blink of an eye. By the time most people reacted, all they saw was Lady Hua being sent flying by Yi Xiao. What? Second young Master Lei was actually wounded. How is this possible? This scene felt like the weak Pan Feng not only counterattacking Hua Xiong but also dealing a blow to Guan Yu. Su Jianxin relaxed her tightly clenched fist, as if she had really underestimated him.
Xiao Ping couldn't help but swallow hard.
Facing Lei Dihua's surprise attack, Yi Xiao not only emerged unscathed but also pushed Lei Dihua back, something he himself couldn't do.
It really was, even before the autumn breeze moves, the cicadas sense it, an unexpected turn of events. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's pupils dilated sharply. They never imagined that Yi Xiao could fight so well, to the point where even Lei Dihua had suffered losses against him. Whoa. At that moment, Lei Dihua let out a roar similar to a tiger's howl. Then everyone saw Lei Dihua's face turn as red as a statue of Guangong.
His aura visibly swelled up, like a balloon suddenly filled with air. This is the internal martial arts of the Lei family, both Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping recognized at the same time. In the martial arts world, skills are divided into internal and external categories. External skills mainly enhance physical strength, and when practiced to perfection, one's body can exceed ordinary people by several times in aspects like strength and speed.
In contrast, internal skills are different. They focus on qi energy, which, though invisible, delivers power far greater than any external move.
This is because internal skills can directly harm the body's organs. A single palm or fist can severely injure a person or even kill them. Seeing this scene, Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunpeng widened their eyes, not expecting that Lei Dihua was just in his early 20s yet had mastered the internal skills of the Lei family. No wonder he was noticed by Wuji Association.
Yi Xiao was in trouble. Su Jianxin couldn't help but feel nervous for him.
However, at this moment, Su Jianxin saw a hint of a smile at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth, as if he was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. It was like hunting, initially thinking he had caught a rabbit, only to find it was a small wild boar upon getting closer. How could this not be thrilling?
It seems today he could indulge in a bit more play. Chapter 53, using his own methods against him. Die for me. Lei Dihua roared like a thunderclap. In the next second, he charged forward, his speed seemingly 4 or 5 times faster than before, to the point that even Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping could hardly see his figure. Whoosh! With a single kick, Lei Dihua's leg shot straight out like a long spear, fiercely aimed at Yi Xiao. This kick targeted Yi Xiao's lower back. For an ordinary person, taking this hit would result in immediate paralysis, as it struck the spine, one of the most vulnerable parts of the body. Come!
Yi Xiao also yelled, then displayed his footwork, skillfully dodging the tip of Lei Dihua's kick as if his feet were greased.
Kid, do you think you can dodge? Too naive.
With a cold laugh, Lei Dihua's leg, which should have dropped due to the force, unexpectedly accelerated toward Yi Xiao again. It was like a rocket in mid-air suddenly boosted by a thruster. Seeing this, Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. This was far beyond their understanding. They never expected the internal martial arts of the Lei family to be this powerful. If it were them, they would likely be defeated in such a sudden attack, facing death or severe injury. Xiao Kunping couldn't help but feel a bit regretful for Yi Xiao. This kid did have some skills, but he was too arrogant and picked the wrong opponent. But at that moment, Yi Xiao made a move that surprised everyone. Facing the unstoppable attack of Lei Dihua, instead of retreating, he advanced, extending one hand like a snake striking grass, deflecting Lei Dihua's kick with ease.
What? How is this possible?
Lei Dihua's eyes widened like brass gongs. His fierce leg technique was easily neutralized by Yi Xiao.
However, what startled him even more came next.
After gaining the upper hand, Yi Xiao didn't stop. His feet lightly touched the ground, darting to the left of Lei Dihua like a flying swallow skimming the water, and suddenly, his arm like a blade stabbed sharply toward Lei Dihua's ribs.
What? Lei Dihua was horrified.
He had no way to defend against Yi Xiao's change because his body was still in mid-air, even though he had briefly accelerated using qi energy just now. But using his current ability just once was already his limit. So now, he was completely a living target for Yi Xiao, like fish on a chopping board.
Bang! A muffled sound came, and Lei Dihua was undoubtedly knocked back.
He barely managed to steady himself, feeling an icy chill at the place where Yi Xiao had poked him, but soon it was replaced by a burning pain. A stream of liquid dripped down from his ankle, and Lei Dihua knew he was injured. Moreover, this was not a normal injury. Just a moment ago, he had kicked Yi Xiao in the waist aiming to incapacitate him. Now, Yi Xiao's hand strike had returned the favor, almost piercing through his kidney. Even if Lei Dihua did not collapse on the spot, he would probably be a one-kidney cripple for life. For a martial artist, especially a man, this was utterly unacceptable. Thinking about his future miserable life, they still did not believe it, that Yi Xiao could stand undefeated under such a siege from so many people. Su Jianxin's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again lifted. She had also heard about the thugs around Liang Feifei. These were all bodyguards personally chosen by that person for Liang Feifei. The reason why Liang Feifei could intimidate all kinds of spoiled second-generation rich kids at the bar was largely because of this. Could Yi Xiao continue to win as before? It would be quite difficult. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao did not take these people seriously at all. If the fight with Lei Dihua was like a 7-point full lunch for him, then these people could only be considered dessert after the meal. His eyes slightly narrowed, and his right palm instinctively turned into a grasping position, deciding to savor these desserts one by one. But just when both sides were itching to fight, a powerful voice suddenly rang out.
What's going on here? Who dares to cause trouble in my woman's place? Hearing this voice, Xiao Kuanpeng's expression changed dramatically. It's over, this time it's completely over. Lord Yun is here, how could this kid still have a way out? Chapter 54. But I don't want it to end like this. Upon hearing this, Liang Feifei's eyes lit up, and an incredibly radiant smile spread across her face. To be honest, she was not very confident when she had her subordinates surround Yi Xiao. Even if Yi Xiao could not defeat her subordinates, escaping should not be a problem. However, now it was different, her backer had arrived. She believed that even if Yi Xiao was given a pair of wings, he would still be powerless. After hearing this voice, the group of thugs also put away their intentions to attack, waiting for their true master to decide. Sigh. That's boring. The dessert is gone. Yi Xiao pouted, casually pulled over a chair, and sat down with a great demeanor, uncorking a bottle of foreign wine and taking a big gulp without any hesitation. The dessert was gone, but Yi Xiao thought that he might encounter a grand meal, so he was not too displeased. Seeing Yi Xiao like this, Su Jianxin didn't know whether to say he was fearless like a newborn calf or truly had some holes in his brain. That person was an elder of the martial extreme society. He was a big shot that even Huang Feihu would avoid. Where did Yi Xiao get his confidence to be so carefree? On the other side, not long after that voice fell, a man in his 30s, tall and dressed in tight clothing, walked in. The man looked mighty like a spear, his demeanor fierce, but his slightly narrowed long eyes and the sly smile at the corner of his lips reminded everyone that he was not someone to be trifled with. This person was one of the elders of the martial extreme society, Liang Feifei's backing and the latest ally of Qiu Kunpeng, Shang Guanyun. Following Shang Guanyun were 8 others, all warriors from the martial extreme society. They looked like they were forged from iron, and the moment they appeared in the bar, everyone felt an invisible fierce aura gathering above them. Besides their unmatched ferocity, there was an indescribable violence and arrogance about them, as if they were no longer human, but a pack of wild beasts. Lord Yun! Lord Yun! The customers in the bar bowed to Shang Guanyun, bending down in a neat wave like cutting wheat, each showing utmost humility, fearing that they might offend this elder of the martial extreme society in any way. Seeing Shang Guanyun approach, Lady Dihua said with a face full of anger, Lord Yun, you have to stand up for me. Shang Guanyun glanced at Lady Dihua and immediately. For Lady Dihua's martial arts skills, he had a good understanding, and he had basically reached the threshold for entering the Martial Extreme Association. To have injured him this way was undoubtedly the work of a great master. Xiao Fei, what is going on? Shang Guanyun asked faintly. After all, he had been in a high position for a long time, and although he was momentarily surprised, he was not one to be frightened by such a small scene. Liang Feifei showed a look of grievance and said, Yun Yi, it's like this. Today a madman came to my bar. Not only did he cause trouble, but he also injured second young master Lei in front of me. This is not just disrespecting me, but also disrespecting you, Yun Yi. Liang Feifei was quite good at flattering and told half-truths, completely characterizing Yi Xiao as a troublemaker while portraying herself and Lei Dihua as victims. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyun's eyes flashed, radiating a fierce aura, is that so? Although his tone was calm, the cold glint in his eyes sent shivers down everyone's spines. At this moment, Qiu Kunpeng, with a stiff expression, stepped forward and said, Yun Yi, there is a misunderstanding. The person Sister Fei mentioned is my friend. Actually, it was Lei Dihua's people who provoked him first, which led to him acting. Oh. Shang Guanyun glanced at Qiu Kunpeng out of the corner of his eye. He still appreciated this old subordinate, but he didn't expect that Qiu Kunpeng would speak up for the madman Liang Feifei mentioned. Yun Yi. Liang Feifei sensed that things were not looking good. Shang Guanyun might let Yi Xiao go because of this, so she wanted to hurt Yi Xiao further. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shang Guanyun. Xiao Fei, I still have to give face to Kunpeng, so there's no need for you to say more. Having said that, he cast his gaze towards the shadow surrounded by the bar's bouncers and continued, Kid, consider yourself lucky today. Kunpeng is someone I value, so I can't ignore his feelings, but you hurt second young master Lei and upset my woman. This matter I still want to pursue. I won't make it too hard for you. You will apologize to Xiao Fei and let second young master Lei break one of your legs to vent his anger. For a moment, my hands and feet felt cold, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, how could you be so ungrateful? Shang Guanyun's face completely changed, he frowned, wore a cold expression, and looked incredibly serious. How could Liang Feifei miss such a perfect opportunity to add fuel to the fire? A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Yi Xiao and said softly, So, do you want to kill me in front of Lord Yun? Yi Xiao smiled indifferently and replied, So what if I kill you? Since you think other people's lives are worthless, in my eyes, your life isn't worth much either.
As he spoke, Yi Zhao's gaze pierced through Liang Feifei like two sharp swords. What kind of gaze was it? Deep as a prison, terrifying as an abyss. Even though Shang Guanyun was standing next to Liang Feifei, she couldn't help but shiver at that moment. Chapter 55, Spare me, Lord of the Prison. Kid, how can you speak like that? A member of the Wajihui shouted angrily behind Shang Guanyun, glaring at Yi Zhao, looking ready to swallow him whole. With that, the man took a swift step forward, aiming to grab Yi Zhao's neck in a flash. The Wajihui member's move was so quick that many didn't react, but in Yi Zhao's eyes, it was as slow as a snail crawling. He slapped out his hand casually, and with a loud smack, the sound echoed. The member who had rushed forward in a fury flew back at 10 times the speed he had charged. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. My gosh! Is this kid full of bear gall and leopard courage? How dare he act against Lord Yun? He's done for. If this kid survives, I will kneel and call him father. At that moment, Liang Feifei, Qi Tianhao, Zhao Qiuping, and the others all showed cold smiles of glee. If just now there was a chance for Lord Yun to spare Yi Zhao, now he was undoubtedly sentenced to death. Ha ha ha. Shang Guanyun laughed in anger. Good, good, good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to be so reckless in front of me. He stared at Yi Zhao's profile with an expressionless face, his voice icy cold. Young man, you were able to defeat Lady Hua. To be honest, I did have a slight admiration for your talent just now, but now, you must pay for your actions. It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do. I, Shang Guanyun, cannot lose face, and the dignity of the Wajihui cannot be violated. Kid, tell me, which force do you come from? What gives you the courage to be so arrogant? Of course, I'm not afraid of you, I just want to eradicate your backing and supporters. Shang Guanyun's words made everyone's scalp tingle. They knew that this elder of the Wajihui was utterly furious. Now not only was this ignorant kid going to die, but his friends and family would likely suffer as well. Because this was said by Shang Guanyun, an elder of the dragon country's biggest power. No one dared to question it. Shang Guanyun? Yi Zhao murmured, then grinned and said, Yun the cripple, you're pretty bold. Now you dare to threaten me. Yun the cripple. Upon hearing this title, Shang Guanyun's expression tightened, as if it had pulled him back to 2 years ago in the world's #1 prison. No one ever dared to call him that except for those in prison. At this moment, he carefully recalled Yi Zhao's voice, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This sounds a bit like the voice of the prison lord. Although 2 years had passed, the life in the world's #1 prison left many indelible memories for Shang Guanyun. Looking back, the 2 years in prison were the biggest shadow of Shang Guanyun's life. He had received more education in prison than in 9 years of compulsory schooling. Thinking of this, Shang Guanyun's whole body began to tremble, an unexplainable fear spreading throughout him. However, others at this moment had no idea of Shang Guanyun's feelings. Liang Feifei, closest to Shang Guanyun, knew that Shang Guanyun was indeed disabled. His left leg was a prosthetic. However, Shang Guanyun was very sensitive about others mentioning his limp. Once, after she accidentally brought it up, he slapped her so hard she flew away. Now, this reckless kid not only disregarded Shang Guanyun, but also touched his bottom line. She couldn't imagine what cruel means Shang Guanyun would use to deal with this kid. Though others didn't understand what was going on, they could still hear the mocking tone in Yi Zhao's voice. Look, Master Yun is shaking with anger. My god, Master Yun isn't really going to tear this kid apart with his own hands, right? This is what they call Guangong not opening his eyes. Opening them means killing. I think it's about to happen. This kid not only insulted Master Yun's woman but also attacked Master Yun's subordinate. Now he's even calling Master Yun a cripple. Anyone in a normal situation would explode with rage. Let alone someone as powerful and high-ranked as Master Yun. TSK Tisk, I'm increasingly looking forward to this kid's end. Do you think Master Yun will tear him into pieces? Xiao Kuanping shook his head in disbelief. He had seen arrogance, but he had never seen someone as wildly reckless as Yi Zhao. This was a complete challenge to Shang Guanyun's bottom line. It seemed the only thing he could do now was to collect Yi Zhao's corpse later. At that moment, Su Jianqin had little hope for Yi Zhao's survival. She sighed, thinking maybe she was really too naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to believe a madman like Yi Zhao. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look, Master Yun is moving. He's walking towards that kid. With an uneasy heart, Shang Guanyun approached Yi Zhao, constantly praying to the gods in his heart that this person wasn't Yi Zhao. But as it turned out, desperate prayers won't be answered. When Shang Guanyun finally saw Yi Zhao's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock, and his complexion turned pale, as if even his breath was trembling. He no longer cared about anything else and, thud, he knelt down in front of Yi Zhao. Spare me, Lord of the Abyss. Boom. Everyone who witnessed the scene felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded beside them, and countless people exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide open, filled with horror and disbelief. What? Master Yun actually knelt to a young kid? What is happening in this world? No one would dare to write such a story.
You have to understand, this is Master Yun.
One of the elders of the Martial Extreme Association, who crushed Huang Feihu. Even the powerful in the capital must respect Master Yun. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping were completely confused. They wished they could gouge their eyes out to pretend they hadn't seen this. They had hoped to see Shang Guanyin brutally deal with Yi Xiao. At the very least, they wanted to see Yi Xiao beaten half to death. But now, not only did Shang Guanyin have no intention of punishing Yi Xiao, he was kneeling to him instead, utterly overturning their views of the world. Liang Feifei was so frightened she collapsed on the ground.
As Shang Guanyin's woman, she knew his character too well.
Even when facing the president of the Martial Extreme Association, Shang Guanyin wouldn't kneel, but now he was kneeling before Yi Xiao. This could only mean one thing: Yi Xiao's identity far surpassed that of Shang Guanyin, even more than the president of the Martial Extreme Association.
Su Jianxin and Xiao Kuanpun were equally dumbfounded.
Earlier, they had completely lost hope in Yi Xiao, believing he wouldn't survive the night, but they never expected this incredible reversal to happen now.
Who on earth is he?
For the first time, Su Jianxin felt that Yi Xiao's identity was beyond her comprehension. Yi Xiao glanced at Shang Guanyin and said indifferently, "Yun the cripple, it seems that having your leg broken by the dark ghost back then wasn't enough.
You've gone so far as to act tough in front of me. You want to cut down the forces and supporters behind me to the root, right? Why don't you give it a try?"
Upper official Yun lowered his head, his face full of bitterness. Back when he entered prison, he thought he was the best of the best, wanting to rule the prison. But within 5 minutes, he was pressed down and rubbed against the ground by a killer named Dark Ghost. His legs were brutally broken, and if Yi Xiao hadn't come in time, he might have lost his life.
Clear the forces behind Yi Xiao? Even if he were given an army, he wouldn't dare.
You must know that the criminals in the #1 prison could make 100,000 troops guard it.
Chapter 56, You did it, I can do whatever. Slap.
With a loud sound, upper official Yun fiercely slapped himself. "Warden, it's my foul mouth, I deserve to die.
I didn't know it was you.
If I had known, even with 1,000 guts, I wouldn't have dared to say that.
For your magnanimity, just consider everything I said before as nonsense, okay?"
Now, dignity and face meant nothing to upper official Yun. As long as he could seek Yi Xiao's forgiveness, kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights would be no problem. Yi Xiao smacked his lips, glancing over at Su Jianxin.
He raised his chin, though he didn't speak. Su Jianxin understood what Yi Xiao meant. Wasn't he saying that her previous worries were unnecessary? Wasn't he just showing off his identity and strength?
Su Jianxin pretended to be proud and shot Yi Xiao a glance, wearing an expression of "You can be handsome all you want, but you're not my type." Yi Xiao didn't continue to trouble upper official Yun. "Alright, Yun Yaozi, let's find a quiet place to talk."
Good.
Upper official Yun nodded vigorously. He knew Yi Xiao was calming down, and although he didn't understand why the warden didn't punish him like in prison, it was undoubtedly the best outcome for him. Upper official Yun slowly stood up. Although Yi Xiao lightly brushed past the matter, he knew this couldn't just end like this. He coldly swept his gaze toward Lei Dihua. Without saying a word, he stepped forward, seemingly shortening the distance, and tightly gripped Lei Dihua's neck. Feeling upper official Yun's chilling killing intent, Lei Dihua pleaded in difficulty, "Master Yun, my father and older brother are also members of Wujihui, I beg you to spare me for their sake." Even if Lei Dihua reacted slowly at this moment, he knew he had kicked a steel plate.
That Yi Xiao made upper official Yun kneel, how could he provoke him?
Hearing this, the killing intent in upper official Yun's eyes slightly dissipated.
Bang! With a. In such an environment, the steadfast owl cannot possibly be a simple-minded person. Lei Dihua and the previous bald man had no enmity or grudge against him. Why would they come to trouble him for no reason? He had already known that these two were behind the scenes scheming. Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping was scared to the point of almost having a heart attack, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice pit. It turned out that from the very beginning, she was just a clown in the eyes of the owl. She fiercely pinched her thigh to regain her strength, then walked out in a daze. After dealing with Lei Dihua, Shang Guanyin personally brought the owl, Su Jianxin, and the enemy kunking into the most luxurious private room in the bar, and of course, Liang Feifei followed at the end. For this woman, Shang Guanyin still had some feelings. He naturally did not want to directly dismantle her like he did with Lei Dihua, but how to deal with Liang Feifei would depend on the owl's wishes. After everyone sat down, only Liang Feifei was trembling all over, standing uneasily.
Shang Guanyin gave a glance, and Liang Feifei hurriedly took a bottle of top-notch foreign wine to pour 2 glasses. Then she forced a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, it was my dog eyes that looked down on you, please don't hold it against me."
As she spoke, Liang Feifei directly lifted a glass of wine and drank it all.
However, the owl next to her showed no reaction at all, and the atmosphere in the private room dropped to freezing point. At that moment, Liang Feifei's hands were already trembling so much that she could barely hold the cup. Shang Guanyun's heart sank. He knew this jailer too well. Whenever the owl was silent, even prisoners 3 zhang away would kneel down because it meant the jailer was angry, and often it meant some prisoner would face dire consequences.
He cautiously said, "Jailer, Zhao Fei is just a girl, you." However, before Shang Guanyun finished his words, he was interrupted by the owl waving his hand. The owl smashed a whole bottle of foreign wine right in front of Liang Feifei and said indifferently, "If you drink it, I can do as I please." This was a standard 750 milliliters bottle of foreign wine. In the past, no one would have dared to speak to Liang Feifei like this, because she had Shang Guanyun backing her up. But now, even Shang Guanyun had become her lackey. Who could she rely on? Su Jianqin also felt her scalp tingle, but she thought there was nothing excessive about what the owl did, because earlier Liang Feifei wanted to team up with Lady Hua to eliminate the owl. Although in the end, Liang Feifei's people did not engage in direct confrontation with the real owl, the owl's decision to spare Liang Feifei was probably out of consideration for Shang Guanyun. Kung King merely shook his head, blaming Liang Feifei for misjudging the situation and aligning with the wrong side. Liang Feifei did not hesitate at all, directly grabbing that bottle of foreign wine and gulping it down. After finishing the entire bottle, she was almost unsteady on her feet, while the owl simply took a light sip of his red wine. Seeing this, Shang Guanyun finally relaxed. He waved his hand at Liang Feifei and said, "Get lost." Liang Feifei bowed to the owl as if granted amnesty, then shakily walked out of the private room. "Yun the Lame, take better care of your woman in the future. If this happens again, you know the consequences," the owl said lightly. "Yes, yes, yes. The jailer is right," Shang Guanyun responded begrudgingly. "Come, I'll also toast the jailer a drink. Consider it welcoming you, jailer," said Shang Guanyun, raising a glass and drinking it down, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the private room. This time the owl did not put on airs, and he drank a glass with Shang Guanyun. After finishing a glass, the owl pointed at Kung King and said, "I want this person, Yun the Lame, do you have any objections?" Shang Guanyun was taken aback, somewhat confused. Did the jailer's interests change? But he still decisively agreed. "My life is given by the warden, whatever the warden wants, just take it away." Yi Xiao could naturally see through Shang Guanyun's little thoughts. He curled his lips and said, "This woman beside me is the daughter of the Ghost Eye, and she is helping me now." At this point, Shang Guanyun could naturally guess Yi Xiao's meaning. He looked at Su Jianqin and said, "Miss, if you need my little Yun's help in the future, just ask." Little Yun? Su Jianqin's heart turned cold. She knew that Shang Guanyun was an elder of the martial extreme society. In Lingzhou, who wouldn't call him Yun Yi? Yet he called himself Little Yun in front of her. If she hadn't heard it herself, she wouldn't have believed it even if someone beat her to death. Yun Yi, you are too polite." Su Jianqin nodded awkwardly. Shang Guanyun then looked at Zhou Kuanping. "Kuanping, I know you chose to follow me for a reason, but you must understand that the warden's strength is 100 times greater than mine. If you want to deal with that person, it's more appropriate to pledge allegiance to the warden than to me." What could Zhou Kuanping say? He only knew the warden's power through Shang Guanyun's descriptions and understood how fierce it was. So, even if he was treated like a commodity and handed over to Yi Xiao, he could accept it. Because his goal was actually aligned with Su Jianqin's. Chapter 57, The So-Called Medical Skills. After some more conversation, Yi Xiao and Su Jianqin left the Red Tide Bar. Outside the bar, Su Jianqin hesitated for a long time and finally called out to Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, don't you have anything to say to me?" Yi Xiao's identity was simply too mysterious to her. Before this, she only thought that Yi Xiao had a prison-friend relationship with her father, but today she realized she might have guessed wrong. "You didn't ask," Yi Xiao said with an air of nonchalance. Hearing this, Su Jianqin felt an urge to hit someone. Indeed, she had only believed Yi Xiao based on her feelings, and his identity had never really mattered to her. Su Jianqin glared at Yi Xiao, bit her lip, and asked again, "You're not an inmate in prison?" Yi Xiao shrugged, "I never said I was." Upon hearing this, Su Jianqin's face twitched with anger. Seeing that Su Jianqin was about to explode, Yi Xiao quickly added, "All right, Miss Su, what you need to do now is build up your intelligence network. If you encounter troubles you can't solve, just come to me. As for everything else, don't think too much about it." After saying that, Yi Xiao walked straight past Su Jianqin. In front of such a strong woman, maintaining a sense of mystery and keeping her guessing was the best approach. Just as Yi Xiao hailed a taxi to return to Song Qingshua's villa, his phone suddenly rang. The call was from Lu Yi. "Yi Xiao, it's bad. Uncle Song has had a sudden brain hemorrhage. The situation is critical. Hurry to the first city hospital." As soon as the call connected, Lu Yi said urgently. Yi Xiao was a bit dazed. Wasn't everything fine at noon? How could he suddenly have a brain hemorrhage now? "Okay, I'll be there right away." Yi Xiao knew it wasn't the time to ask questions, he should go check the situation first. Just in case, he quickly called Huang Feihu to prepare a set of silver needles and bring them to the first hospital. Old Song knows his identity well. If he sees him not helping in a life and death situation, Old Song might just throw away the token and not give it to him. That would be disastrous. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the first hospital, where Lu Yi was already waiting for him at the elevator. What exactly happened?
Yi Xiao immediately asked upon meeting her.
As Louis entered the elevator with Yi Xiao, she frowned and said, "The financial director of Qingxue Company embezzled 100 million in public funds and ran away. Due to the current financial chain break of the Song Group, a huge crisis has emerged, and Uncle Song, hearing this news, became overly emotional and had a stroke." Embezzling 100 million?
Yi Xiao had been in the Song Group these days and knew something about it. Although the group claimed to have a market value of 100 billion, due to expansion into other fields in recent years, the usable funds on the books were quite limited. This 100 million might very well be all the liquid funds that the Song Group could use.
No wonder Song Guanqing was so furious.
Before long, the two arrived outside the emergency room of Song Guanqing, where Huang Mei was anxiously pacing back and forth, and Song Qingxue had a worried expression, looking troubled.
Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue suddenly thought of the day when Yi Xiao treated Shen Luoyan. Perhaps Yi Xiao could also treat her father? But before Song Qingxue could speak, Huang Mei sharply reprimanded, "You ungrateful wolf, what are you doing here? Are you here to see my family's joke? Get out of here. I can't stand the sight of you."
Huang Mei's eyes were filled with disgust. She never liked Yi Xiao, and now with her bad mood, she instinctively vented all her frustration on him.
Louis hurriedly explained, "Auntie Huang, Yi Xiao knows medicine, maybe he can help Uncle Song."
Yi Xiao was called by her, and she felt quite guilty seeing him being scolded.
Him? Just a little prison guard, what does he know about medicine? Huang Mei sneered. However, Yi Xiao's heart was calm amidst Huang Mei's ridicule, and he even wanted to eat Huang Men chicken. The more she looked down on him, the easier it would be for him to succeed in breaking off the engagement. At this moment, Song Qingxue also felt that her mother was a bit too much. Just as she was about to say a few words for Yi Xiao, the door of the emergency room opened. A attending physician wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out first. "Dr. Zhou, how is my husband?"
Huang Mei hurriedly rushed up to inquire.
Dr. Zhou sighed, "Mrs. Song, let's discuss this in my office."
Upon hearing this, both Huang Mei and Song Qingxue's hearts sank. They both sensed that Song Guanqing's condition was probably very serious. Entering the office, Dr. Zhou spoke bluntly, "Mrs. Song, let me be frank, I have done everything I can for your husband's condition."
"What?" Huang Mei stumbled and nearly fell. Song Qingxue helped her mother steady herself while anxiously asking, "Dr. Zhou, is there really no other way?"
She was calmer than her mother, knowing that if Dr. Zhou only said her father couldn't be saved, he wouldn't have asked them to come to the office. Dr. Zhou continued, "As it stands, the only option left is to ask Dr. Wang for help. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope."
Huang Mei seemed to have grasped a lifeline and pleaded, "Dr. Zhou, please help us contact Dr. Wang quickly." Dr. Zhou smiled bitterly, "Mrs. Song, I don't have any connection with Dr. Wang, you will need to contact him yourselves." The Dragon Medical Hall's Wang Ruohai was the best doctor in Lingzhou, and he had only heard Wang Ruohai speak a few times. Even his phone number wasn't available, so how could he contact him? Huang Mei suddenly turned to Song Qingxue, "Quick, Qingxue, call Hong Gang. He has such a wide network, he must know Dr. Wang." Although Song Qingxue was unwilling in her heart, for her father's sake, she still stepped aside to dial Fong Honggong's number. Louis looked at Yi Xiao with mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should mention that Yi Xiao was the boss of Fong Honggang. With Yi Xiao's identity, if he were to call Dr. Wang, it would surely carry more weight than asking Fong Honggang. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao's phone rang. He saw it was a call from Huang Feihu. "I knew the silver needles had arrived, so I didn't say much and walked straight out of the office." Not long after, Song Qingxue came over, dejected, holding her phone. "Mom, General Manager Fong said he can't help." "Ah. How could this be? Hong Gang is the general manager of Manhemlu. How could he not help?" Huang Mei was greatly disappointed, but soon her eyes brightened as she said, "Qingxue, didn't your dad introduce Master Hong from Jiangnan Bank to you last time? He seems to be related to Dr. Wang, hurry up and call Master Hong." Song Qingxue suddenly remembered that her father had indeed mentioned it before, so she hurriedly searched for Hao's phone number. The phone was quickly connected. "Mr. Hong, this is Song Qingxue, I need your help." On the other end of the line, Hao was surrounded by two young internet celebrities ready to enter a nightclub, but upon hearing Song Qingxue's voice, he immediately stopped in his tracks, as she was a woman he had long desired. If he could get together with Song Qingxue, it would be much better than being with these two internet stars. "Qingxue, you say it, even if I have to go through fire and water, I will." On the other side, Yi Xiao met Huang Feihu and took the silver needles from him. Then Yi Xiao turned and walked toward the emergency room where Song Guanqing was. Huang Feihu had witnessed Yi Xiao's medical skills countless times. Even in prison, famous families from all over the world would travel long distances to seek Yi Xiao's treatment, and some were willing to give away their entire fortune, but the prison owner might not even act. However, today the prison owner was treating an ordinary person. It can be said that in the world of love, what is it that makes one willing to risk life and death? Looking at Yi Xiao's hurried departure, Huang Feihu couldn't help but sigh. "Oh my, how did I just realize I am so talented?" Chapter 58, The 6 Marvelous Acupuncture Needles.
Seeing that no one was around, Yi Xiao slipped directly into Song Guanqing's emergency room. Just as he didn't want the Song family to know he was the owner of Manhenlu, now he also didn't want them to know he could save Song Guanqing, or else it would be difficult for Song Qingxue to let go. However, Yi Xiao's figure was still seen by two gray-haired old men who had just turned the corner, one of whom, wearing a white coat, was the old dean of the city hospital who had just come down to greet an old friend. Although the old dean was over 60, his eyes were still sharp.
Damn, that person is not from our hospital, what is he doing? Old Wang, hurry and grab a weapon, let's go see.
Saying this, the old dean left his old friend and rushed toward the emergency room. The old man beside him shook his head and followed quickly. Both were doctors and knew that lives were at stake, so they couldn't allow anyone to act recklessly. Inside the emergency room, Yi Xiao immediately spotted Song Guanqing on the hospital bed. Indeed, life is unpredictable. He was celebrating his wedding anniversary at noon, and now he lay on the bed, hanging by a thread. At the same time, Yi Xiao's gaze quickly scanned the various machines beside Song Guanqing, and the heart rate monitor was beeping constantly, with the fluctuating waveform getting smaller and smaller, indicating that Song Guanqing's heartbeat was problematic. If the waveform on the heart rate monitor turned straight, then Song Guanqing would be doomed. Yi Xiao knew that there was no time to lose, so he formed his right hand into a sword finger, swiftly slicing through Song Guanqing's clothes. Then, Yi Xiao took out his silver needle pack, quickly withdrawing a silver needle, his fingers twitching slightly at the tail of the needle. In an instant, the silver needle emitted a white smoke. If a martial arts master with profound skills were present, they would see that Yi Xiao was using his true energy to sterilize the needle. After sterilizing, Yi Xiao quickly pierced the needle into Song Guanqing's Higu point. Just then, the door of the emergency room burst open with a loud bang. The old dean, furious, shouted, "Kid, what are you doing? Who are you? Hurry and get out of here. This is the emergency room, if we're not careful, someone's life could be at risk," so the old director was very angry. As he spoke, he strode forward, about to grab Yi Xiao's arm. At that moment, the old man behind him pulled on his white coat and said in disbelief, "Old Nyo, don't be impulsive. Look at the silver needles on the patient's Higu point." Hearing this, the old director turned his gaze to Song Guanqing's Higu point. When he looked, his body shook, and his face filled with shock because he saw that the silver needle was actually rotating clockwise on Song Guanqing's Higu point. This is the rotating needle technique," the old director exclaimed. As a seasoned doctor, he knew quite a bit about traditional Chinese acupuncture, and the rotating needle technique was a high-level method among acupuncture techniques. In the Dragon Country, there would be no more than 5 people skilled in this method. Moreover, all 5 of them were undoubtedly respected national medical experts. How could this young man know the rotating needle technique? Could he be a disciple of one of these experts? Thinking of this, the old director decided not to disturb Yi Xiao anymore. If the other party was indeed a disciple of a divine doctor, he would definitely not be here to harm the patient. Interrupting him might hinder his treatment. During this time, Yi Xiao quickly inserted 3 more silver needles into Song Guanqing's Waiguan, Suqi, and Zhenjing points, each using the rotating technique and incredibly fast, so fast that even the old director and the man behind him couldn't see clearly. Both old men were secretly astonished, even they could not perform such rapid needle insertion. This undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions. This young man was definitely a disciple of some divine doctor. Then, Yi Xiao inserted more silver needles into Song Guanqing's Zusanli and Yanglingquan points. After the needles were placed, Yi Xiao's fingertips began to lightly flick the ends of the needles, just like a skilled musician plucking the strings of a piano. As he moved his hands, the 6 silver needles began to rotate in unison, giving a sense of indescribable harmony that was both mysterious and enchanting. Suddenly, the old man behind the director trembled with excitement and couldn't help but shout, "Young man, is this the 6-path channeling divine needle?" Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "That's right. The 6-path channeling divine needle." The old director also excitedly rubbed his hands. This was a technique of traditional Chinese medicine that had been lost for 100 years. It was now being demonstrated by a young man, and both old men looked at Yi Xiao with enthusiasm, admiration, and surprise. To witness the 6-path channeling divine needle in this lifetime was worth dying for. "Oh." At this moment, the old man suddenly murmured, catching a glimpse of a medical record beside him. Wasn't this the patient that his grandnephew had just called him about to treat? This old man was Wang Ruohai, the #1 divine doctor in Lingzhou. Coincidentally, he had planned to meet an old friend today to discuss medical issues. When he arrived at the hospital, he received a call from his grandnephew, so he also planned to stop by and check on the patient. He didn't expect the patient was already being treated by Yi Xiao. He couldn't help but sigh. The family of the patient was able to invite a divine doctor's disciple like Yi Xiao. Why did they still call him? Wasn't that unnecessary? Not long after, Yi Xiao pulled out all the silver needles. He remained silent, wanting to leave. Now that Song Guanqing's condition had completely improved, he would awaken in no time. He did not want Song Guanqing to know that he was the one who saved him. But Yi Xiao was stopped by the old director. "Little divine doctor, please accept me as your disciple." As he spoke, the old director deeply bowed to Yi Xiao. "Little divine doctor, please accept me as your disciple too."
Wang Ruohai followed suit.
Though Yi Xiao was young, he was a master of both the rotating needle technique and the six-path channeling divine needle. The path of medicine has always been one where the capable are the teachers. Both of them, in their pursuit of higher medical skills, disregarded everything and bowed deeply to the younger than their grandson Yi Xiao, seeking to become his disciples. Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated. He still had important matters to attend to.
Where would he find the time to take in these two old apprentices?
It would be best to make a quick escape. He didn't believe these two old bones could catch up to him. Just when Yi Xiao was planning to slip away, suddenly he heard the voices of Song Qingxue and Huang Meyer in the hallway.
Oh no! They mustn't find out.
Yi Xiao's brain raced, nearly overheating. Suddenly, he looked at the two old men, a crafty glint flashing in his eyes. "Ahem, it's not impossible for me to accept you two as my disciples, but I have one condition." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the two old men were filled with joy and replied in unison, "Master, don't say just one condition, even 10, we agree." Yi Xiao grinned, "Great.
Soon, you will say that you treated this patient, and you must not mention my involvement to anyone."
Ah! The two old men gaped in disbelief, staring at Yi Xiao. They had only heard of people fighting for credit, but never of someone voluntarily giving it up.
Could this really be the legendary, after finishing matters, leave without seeking credit or name?
Their master truly was noble and unselfish. The old dean puzzled, "Master, how can this be? The patient was obviously treated by you." Yi Xiao quickly interrupted the old dean, his face serious, "Do as I say, or don't even think about becoming my disciples." Xiaobi's eyes were sharp like swords, his tone leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, in the hallway of the emergency room, Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue were walking toward the emergency room with a young man in a beige coat, who looked somewhat cynical. "Aunt Huang, Qingxue, you don't need to worry. I've already called my uncle, he should be at the hospital soon. As long as my uncle steps in, my dad's illness will surely be cured immediately," the young man said, chin held high, full of pride.
"Jai Wei, thank you so much. This time, it's all thanks to you. You're truly a great benefactor to the Song family."
Huang Meyer expressed her deep gratitude, near tears.
At this moment, she also couldn't resist taunting Yi Xiao, "Qingxue, look. At the critical moment, it's still Jai Wei we can count on. Unlike that certain ingrate, who knows where he's off fooling around now." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue couldn't help but feel more disappointed in Yi Xiao. Did her mother say a few harsh words? That man just vanished. Such a man truly lacked any character. Chapter 59, just dismissed like that? Louis was also puzzled. Yi Xiao had come, yet he left without a word? She didn't think Yi Xiao had been driven away by Huang Meyer. At the restaurant, when Huang Meyer ridiculed Yi Xiao, he remained unfazed. How could he care about such a small scene? Just when Louis couldn't understand, 3 people walked out of the emergency room. Leading the way was Yi Xiao, followed by the 2 old men. What kind of combination is this? Everyone was confused. "You ungrateful wolf, did you just sneak into the emergency room to watch Guanqing make a fool of himself?" Huang Meyer yelled at Yi Xiao without any hesitation. "Why are you so petty? Didn't Guanqing just say some harsh words to you at noon? Do you really need to remember it until now?" Yi Xiao curled his lip. It was really just that the hairs on his body made everyone look like monkeys. The old dean and Wang Ruohai behind Yi Xiao were also taken aback by the scolding. No wonder the master doesn't want to admit he treated Song Guansheng. It turns out the patient's family disliked him so much. At this moment, Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle! What are you doing here?" "Uncle?" Song Qingxue and Louis then noticed an old man in a dark blue tang suit behind Yi Xiao. Wasn't that Wang Ruohai? Although they had never seen him in person, Wang Ruohai, as Lingzhou's top divine doctor, often appeared on television. Ahem! Yi Xiao cleared his throat twice, reminding his 2 old apprentices it was time for them to perform. Wang Ruohai instantly understood Yi Xiao's hint. "Well, Shihao, the patient has fully improved under the treatment of me and Director Niu. As for young friend Yi, he just came in to assist us." Wang Ruohai said this while slightly blushing. After all, he had done nothing and merely reaped the rewards of his master's efforts. Ah! Improved. So soon? Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue both wore expressions of disbelief. "Ha, Aunt Huang, Qingxue, I told you, once my uncle takes action, success is guaranteed." Jihao said proudly, not caring how his uncle achieved it, as long as he had a part in the glory. Huang Meyer then reacted, hastily stepping forward to repeatedly bow and thank Wang Ruohai and Director Niu. "Dr. Wang, Director Niu, thank you so much. Whatever the medical fee is, just let us know, the Song family will definitely reward you." When it came to medical fees, both old men instinctively glanced at Yi Xiao, who felt both amused and helpless, merely looking up at the ceiling as if he didn't see them. Still, Wang Ruohai was quick to respond, saying lightly, since you are Jihao's friends, let's skip the medical fee. Director Niu also quickly agreed, that's right, let's not mention the medical fee.
They were merely benefiting from their master's light, collecting a fee would be too unreasonable.
Everyone, old Wang and I have some academic questions to discuss, so we'll take our leave.
After speaking, Director Niu and Wang Ruohai left directly, fearing that they would reveal their embarrassment if they stayed any longer.
Wang Ruohai and Director Niu's actions made Song Qingxue feel a bit odd. Even if Wang Ruohai was Lingzhou's top divine doctor, he couldn't be so noble as to refuse a medical fee, right? Could it really be because of Jihao?
Louis felt even more suspicious about it. First, Yishao appeared simultaneously with the two old men, and second, would Dr. Wang go to treat the patient without first greeting the family?
Moreover, even Jihao seemed unaware that Dr. Wang was already treating Song Wancheng.
Thus, a bold thought arose in her mind. Could it be that Yishao had treated Song Wancheng, and Wang Ruohai and Director Niu just happened to encounter him? But Huang Meyer didn't care about any of that. Her face was full of smiles as she said to Jihao, Auntie doesn't know how to thank you, let Qingxue treat you to a good meal later. Upon hearing this, Jihao's eyes lit up. He felt like he had found a way to success without much effort. Previously, he had asked Song Qingxue countless times, confident that his handsome looks and wealth would make her heart flutter, but was rejected every time. Now, he had finally found a new breakthrough. It seemed that winning over the ice-cold beauty Song Qingxue was just around the corner. Song Qingxue frowned slightly. She was somewhat reluctant towards Jihao because she had heard rumors about his bad lifestyle, frequently linked with celebrities, and such a man was not a suitable partner in her eyes.
Mom, I still have work to do.
Dad's condition may be stable, but the crisis at the company isn't resolved yet. Song Qingxue hurriedly found an excuse to deflect.
Speaking of the company, Huang Meyer suddenly remembered something. Qingxue, don't you need to apply for a loan from the bank? Jihua can definitely help you with this. I'll also seize the opportunity to say, Qingxue, is your company in trouble?
If you need my help, just let me know. I still have some influence with my dad. His eyes carried a hint of undisguised pride. As a rich second generation, this had always been his badge of honor. Mr. Hong, thank you for your kindness, but I truly need to return to the company to handle some matters today. Song Qingxue lightly brushed off the topic. The Song Group was indeed facing financial issues, but it wasn't to the point of needing house help yet. After speaking, Song Qingxue turned to the idly sitting Yishao and coldly said, Yishao, drive me back to the company. Yishao didn't say much and directly followed Song Qingxue. Seeing this scene, Hao's smile instantly froze, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Had he really come out at night, abandoning two little internet celebrities, just to be dismissed like this? Huang Meiyao quickly noticed Hao's dissatisfaction and stepped forward to say, Jihua, don't misunderstand, our company is indeed facing significant changes, and that kid is just Qingxue's bodyguard. Whether it was the previous Fang Honggang or now Hao, Huang Meiyao felt that they were 100 times better than Yi Xiao, so she naturally didn't want to discourage Hao's pursuit of her daughter. Hearing this, Hao's expression finally improved a bit. So he's just a bodyguard. Seems I was overthinking it. A mere bodyguard, like an ant, can't compare to the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank. Chapter 60, No Retreat, No Surrender. After leaving the hospital, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao had no extra conversation on the way. In fact, just now, Song Qingxue wasn't really making an excuse to leave, it was that the Song Group had too many things needing her attention. 100 million in funds had been embezzled by the finance manager, and the group shareholders had almost blown up her phone. She needed to do more than just urge the police to find the finance manager. She had to think of a way to appease the shareholders, raise 100 million to fill the gap, and even guard against competitors trying to undermine her at this critical moment. Each of these issues was enough to make her feel overwhelmed. Song Qingxue finally returned home exhausted at dawn. Yi Xiao looked at the sleeping Song Qingxue in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Wouldn't it be better to find a man and marry early? Why did she insist on carrying all these burdens alone? The next day was another busy day for Song Qingxue. She took Yi Xiao to many banks looking for loans, but to her disappointment, all the banks in Lingzhou refused her applications. There was also no progress with the police, which made Song Qingxue increasingly uneasy. She had a feeling that someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. Returning to the office, Song Qingxue sat weakly in a chair, gently biting her lips, her brows tightly furrowed, desperately thinking of a breakthrough strategy. An hour ago, feeling helpless, she had called Hao to arrange a meeting with his father. Although Hao readily agreed, he had not replied since, and she knew that even this route seemed impossible. What should she do now? She couldn't reach her grandfather. Could she really just watch her company collapse in her hands? On the other side, Yi Xiao was leisurely playing mobile games at his desk when he suddenly received a phone call. It was Grandpa Song Qigong, calling. Xiao Yi, you have to help this time. Song Qigong said directly. Old man, what nonsense are you talking? I'm just a bodyguard, what can I do to help? Yi Xiao replied flatly. He naturally understood what Song Qigong meant by asking for help. Indeed, to help the Song Group through this crisis, Yi Xiao had countless ways to do so, but why should he do it? If that old man was willing to offer something of value, he could agree without hesitation.
Little Yi, I have a long-standing friendship with your parents, and considering your relationship with Qingxue, you can't just stand by and do nothing.
Song Qigong still thought he could take advantage of the situation. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. Old man, you said that was your friendship with my parents, why don't you contact them and let them help with this?
Song Qigong sighed, realizing that without offering something, Yi Xiao probably wouldn't budge. Little Yi, didn't we have a 3-month agreement before?
If you help this time, I'll shorten it to 5 days. Yi Xiao burst out laughing. This old man really knew how to bargain. 5 days, TSK, it's a wonder he could say that.
Old man, since you are so insincere, then forget it. Don't disturb me while I'm playing games. With that, Yi Xiao prepared to hang up the phone. No. 10 days, how about 10 days? Song Qigong gritted his teeth. At least a month.
Yi Xiao stated his expected time frame.
Half a month, that's my absolute limit.
If you don't agree, then let the Song group perish. Song Qigong said firmly.
Yi Xiao nearly sputtered on his own saliva. Was this old man this bold? He would just give up on his own company and directly pull the oxygen tube? Alright, it's a deal. Half a month it is. Better than getting nothing at all. After hanging up on Song Qigong, Yi Xiao dialed Shen Qianyi's number. Mr. Shen? This is Yi Xiao, I would like you to help me with something.
10 minutes later, the still frowning Song Qingxue suddenly saw 1 billion added to her company's account.
What is going on?
She quickly navigated the interface to find the source of the transfer, and it turned out to be from Jiangnan Bank.
Soon, the secretary of Jiangnan Bank's president called her to explain the loan approval. The gloom on Song Qingxue's face vanished in an instant. Who helped her? Was it Hao? Thinking about it, there was probably no one else. She never expected Hao would directly convince his father. With that thought, Song Qingxue dialed Hao's number again. Mr. Hong, I have received notification about the bank loan, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Although Song Qingxue wasn't particularly fond of Hao, he had helped her greatly, so she naturally couldn't show no gratitude at all. On the other end, Hao was dumbfounded. He had just called his father but only received a scolding about not doing anything serious. Had the old man changed his mind? That's a small matter. I actually wanted to tell you in advance, but a big client just came in, and I couldn't get away for a moment. Hao hesitated for just a second, then generously admitted it. Not taking advantage would be foolish. Thinking about having dinner with Song Qingxue tonight made him excited. Dinner was a good start. After that they could watch a movie, and then go to a hotel. This combination was his specialty. At that moment, he could almost imagine Song Qingxue's delicate body rising and falling on top of him. Meanwhile, in the office of Hu Wei Group, a competitor of Song Group, a middle-aged man in a suit, pale and puffy, looking like a squished sweet potato, was embracing his female secretary and fondling her. This man was Su Huwei, the chairman of Hu Wei Group. The female secretary gasped and said, Chairman Su, you really know how to play this game well. Not only did it cut off the Song family's funding chain, but it also removed the very foundation, making all the banks refuse to lend them money. Now, the plan to swallow the Su family group has moved forward another big step. Su Huwei narrowed his eyes slightly and disdainfully said, the Song family is just that old thing, Song Qigong. He might still be able to spar a few rounds with me, but Song Qingxue is just a tender flower that can't hold up. Just wait. This time, I won't only bring down the Song family, before long, Song Qingxue will immediately end up in my bed. The feud between the two companies has a long history. This time, Su Huwei seized the opportunity created by the Song family's transition from old to new, intending to deliver a fatal blow to them. Just when Su Huwei felt that it was time to loosen his belt and show off a move called eagle spreading wings in front of his female secretary, suddenly the door to his office was pushed open. President Su, bad news, a loyal subordinate of Su Huwei rushed in. Ah! The female secretary let out a shriek and hurriedly jumped away from Su Huwei. Damn it, do you not know how to knock? Su Huwei roared in anger, feeling like his proud eagle was suddenly scared into a quail. President Su, Jiangnan Bank has given a loan to the Song family. The subordinate said, gritting his teeth. What? Su Huwei shot up from his seat. Didn't we promise the president of Jiangnan Bank some benefits? How could he still lend money to the Su family? I'm not sure about the details. The subordinate frowned in distress. However, there are rumors outside that President Hong's son is pursuing Song Qingxue, and that's why he persuaded President Hong. Damn it! Su Huwei slammed the table hard. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a ruthless glint flashing in them. We can't let the Song family catch their breath. Let's not waste time, go contact the Hell's Gate people and get them to take action. Upon hearing the words Hell's Gate, the female secretary's pretty face immediately turned pale with fear. This is a famous assassin organization in Long Country. Could it be that Su Huwei intends to kill Song Qingxue? Yes, I'll arrange it right away. the subordinate replied before quickly exiting the office. Chapter 61, Clumsy Reasoning. For all this, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao were naturally unaware. At this moment, one was busy arranging cash flow and calming the company's shareholders, while the other was immersed in a mobile game. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that Yi Xiao was startled by the sudden clamor outside. A security guard rushed into the office, excitedly shouting, "Everyone, come out and see! Someone is confessing to President Song outside." Really? Which young master is it this time? Several security guards in the office chattered and laughed as they headed outside, eager not to miss the highlight. Yi Xiao sneered, "With a woman as cold as Song Qingxue, how could so many people be after her? Isn't she afraid of catching a cold?" Though he thought so, he still honestly stepped outside. Who could resist the temptation of watching the drama unfold? Before long, Yi Xiao followed the crowd downstairs, where he saw that the front of the Song family building had already been surrounded by countless bright red roses forming a heart shape. The man, Hua Hao, who had met Yi Xiao the day before, was standing in the center of the heart shape holding a bouquet of blue enchantresses, loudly declaring, "Song Qingxue, I love you." At that moment, countless girls witnessing this scene had stars gleaming in their eyes. "If someone confessed to me like that, I would definitely marry him. Hee, this is Hong Xiao. Who wouldn't want to marry him?" But in his eyes, he probably only sees women like our president. Yi Xiao laughed disdainfully. Such an old-fashioned trick, does it really work? At that moment, a girl beside him shot him a contemptuous glare. "Hick, you just don't understand. The roses in Hong Xiao's hands were specially airlifted from Austria. Each one costs $1,000. The price of just a single flower from him is already worth your entire outfit." Yi Xiao was quite indifferent to this. What does it matter? As long as I, Yi, am willing, I could display this look with diamonds, no problem at all. After all, I have a diamond mine in my hand. Hao was very pleased with the momentum he had created himself. He had used this trick to win the hearts of many women before. Plus, Song Qingxue now held a strong sense of gratitude towards him. Romance combined with gratitude made Hao believe that Song Qingxue absolutely could not refuse him. Before long, the main character, Song Qingxue, finally came down. In the past, Song Qingxue wouldn't even bother to look at these boring confessions, but now she needed something from Hao. So out of a sense of obligation, she had to come over and say something. As soon as Song Qingxue walked in front of Hao, he got down on one knee, holding the bouquet of blue roses in front of her, and said with deep affection, "Qingxue, ever since I first saw you a year ago, I knew I was hopelessly in love with you. That one glance was like a lifetime. Since then, you've been the only one in my eyes and heart. There's no other woman. Qingxue, I really can't do without you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As soon as Hao finished speaking, many people around them started to cheer as if it were a show. Be together, be together, be together. Yi Xiao shook his head. This guy was clearly just talking nonsense, not a word of sincerity. Although he didn't mind Song Qingxue being pursued by other men, he still hoped that Song Qingxue wouldn't agree to someone like Hao. At that moment, Kuo Dagwan from the security department noticed Yi Xiao shaking his head. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was aware that he couldn't compare to Hao, so he had given up. He couldn't help but sneer internally. Hao was the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank. You, a guy living off others, naturally can't compare. Just wait, Yi. As long as President Song finds a new love, I bet you won't be able to keep being so proud. He always believed that Yi Xiao was so arrogant only because of Song Qingxue. As long as she kicked Yi Xiao out, he'd be nothing. At that moment, Song Qingxue was also feeling a bit conflicted. Which woman doesn't like romance? But reason told her she could never agree to Hao. At that moment, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Yi Xiao, who was watching the show with a calm expression. She raised her brows. After all, she had a formal engagement with Yi Xiao. How could he remain so relaxed while watching? Thus, Song Qingxue steeled her heart and took the rose from Hao's hand. Just when Hao thought he had succeeded and would embrace the beautiful woman, Song Qingxue's voice came, "Mr. Hong, I can accept your flowers, but to be your girlfriend, I still need to think about it." Hao's face stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. "Okay, Qingxue, I can wait for you, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I'm willing to wait. Now let's go have dinner." Saying that, he elegantly extended his hand. Song Qingxue shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiao out of the corner of her eye, as if to provoke him, then placed her hand in Hao's palm. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. What did that last look from the girl mean? Was she trying to anger him on purpose? What was there to be angry about? They had nothing to do with each other, right? After Song Qingxue and Hao left, the crowd slowly dispersed. At this moment, Hua Dagwan walked over to Yi Xiao's side, gloating as he said, "Kid, a woman like President Song is not someone you can aspire to. You should give up on this soon. Hao was born into a rich and powerful family, while you were born to work at a construction site. The gap is too big. As long as President Song isn't crazy, she will never look at you." For Hua Dagwan, Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to care, so what if he won a wrestling match against a pig? Song Qingxue was taken away, and he couldn't be happier.
He could use this to threaten old Song to hand over the token earlier. But just as Yi Xiao prepared to return to his office, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Su Jianxin. "Mr. Yi, I just received news that the Hellgate assassins are likely to make a move on Song Qingxue," Su Jianxin said succinctly. Her intelligence network had already taken shape, and naturally, she knew Yi Xiao's current identity, so after receiving this news, she informed him right away. "Got it, I know," Yi Xiao replied and abruptly turned around after hanging up. "Let me borrow your car," he blurted out as he rushed past Hua Daiguan. Hua Daiguan was quite bewildered and snorted coldly, "How ridiculous." But a minute later, he belatedly realized that the car key hanging on his belt was missing. "Bastard, I have a date with my girlfriend tonight." Half an hour later, following the location information provided by Su Jianxin, Yi Xiao arrived at the Western restaurant where Song Qingxue and Hao were set to eat. Just as the two were about to enter the door, Yi Xiao called out to Song Qingxue. "President Song, come back with me, I've received news that someone has hired an assassin to kill you." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Song Qingxue was momentarily stunned. She never expected that Yi Xiao would chase her here. It seemed this guy wasn't indifferent to her, he had been hiding it deep down, and today, seeing her with another man, he finally couldn't take it anymore and showed his true feelings. Thinking of this, Song Qingxue couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride arise in her heart. But in an instant, she revealed a hint of disdain. "An assassin?" This excuse Yi Xiao made up was too flimsy. He. Hao sneered contemptuously, a mocking expression on his face. "Kid, stop making a scene here." "An assassin? What nonsense! Do you take me and Qingxue for fools?" "You have 3 seconds, get lost quickly, or don't blame me for being rude," Hao warned, his posture menacing, threatening Yi Xiao. He had long been unhappy with Yi Xiao. Last night, Song Qingxue had dumped him to hang out with this little bodyguard, and if he didn't need to maintain a gentlemanly image in front of Song Qingxue, he would have exploded last night. At this moment, Song Qingxue also reacted, her face darkened as she said, "Yi Xiao, stop making trouble, okay? This is a public place. I don't want to argue with you, please leave here quickly. I don't need your protection tonight." Damn! Yi Xiao was speechless. This little girl was getting too arrogant. Did she think he really wanted to meddle in her affairs? Playing games in the office was much more enjoyable. If it weren't for worrying about old Song's change of heart, he wouldn't even blink if she were killed by an assassin on the spot. Chapter 62, Sonda Champion, hee. Yi Xiao let out a breath, stepped forward, and grabbed Song Qingxue's hand. "I don't have time to joke with you, if you want to live, come with me now." Feeling the seriousness in Yi Xiao's words, Song Qingxue couldn't help but freeze. Could it be he wasn't lying? "Stop." Just as Song Qingxue was lost in thought, Hao, filled with rage, blocked their path. "Kid, you're just a little bodyguard, how dare you steal my woman? Are you tired of living?" Since the three were at the entrance of the Western restaurant, many passers-by gathered to watch the commotion. "Oh. Isn't that young Master Hong from Jiangnan Bank? What's going on? Could this be some kind of cheesy love triangle? TSK tisk, need to ask? This must be young Master Hong trying to steal love, but this kid deserves it, dressed so shabby, you can tell he's not fit to compete with young Master Hong for a woman." Still making a loud scene in front of such a fancy Western restaurant, truly lacking quality and upbringing, you deserve to be a poor pan Jun your whole life. Hearing someone recognize him, Haoang raised his neck. In this situation, he could not let Yi Xiao take Song Qingxue away, or else he could not mix in the second-generation circle anymore. He glanced sideways, proudly looking at Yi Xiao and said, "Kid, let me tell you, my father is the president of Jiangnan Bank, and I am the general manager of a foreign enterprise with an annual salary of 10 million. It can be said that Qingxue and I are a match made in heaven. What do you have to compare with me? Look at the car you're driving, just a broken Jetta, while I'm driving an 800,000 Maserati. You can't even afford a single wheel, you aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes, understand?" Hao's tone showed no change, and his voice was full of sarcasm. The onlookers, upon hearing this, couldn't help but turn to look at the two vehicles, many showing expressions of contempt. This really can't be compared, it's simply heaven and earth apart. 800,000 is enough to buy dozens of Jettas, right? Yes. If I were a poor pan, I would also choose Master Hong. However, I think this kid looks decent enough, playing around occasionally is fine. What's the use of being handsome? Being a kept man is okay, but being a husband is absolutely out of the question. When choosing a man, the most important thing is still to look at his abilities. A stream of gazes shot towards Yi Xiao, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. There were mockery, sympathy, and pity. Everyone thought Yi Xiao was merely a loyal dog, no one believed this poor Pan Jun could compete with Haoang. Song Qingxue frowned heavily. How did things turn out like this? At first, she intended to hit Yi Xiao down a notch, showing this loser that she was one of the 3 beauties of Lingzhou and had many wealthy suitors. But if that turned into some kind of ridiculous scandal, that wouldn't be good. She pulled her hand away from Yi Xiao and said coldly, "Yi Xiao, I said I wouldn't go with you.
You can afford to lose this face, but I cannot. Seeing Song Qingxue decisively abandon Yi Xiao, Haoang couldn't help but reveal a sneering smile. Kid, did you see?
Qingxue has made her choice, you'd better be sensible and get lost, don't provoke me. I am the amateur fighting champion, I could take you down in a second.
As he spoke, Haoang waved his fist arrogantly, the provocation was quite obvious.
In his view, a country bumpkin like Yi Xiao couldn't compare to a rich kid like him. If he dared to annoy him, he would crush him directly. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he quickly reached out his hand.
One grab. One twist.
In the next second, a pig-like scream came from Haoang's mouth.
Fighting champion, ha!
Yi Xiao snorted, showing a sneer.
Seeing this scene, everyone stood frozen in place. How did he do that? Isn't Master Hong the fighting champion? How did this kid easily subdue him? TCH, what's the use of being able to fight? What's Master Hong's status?
He can easily find a group of martial arts masters to deal with him. I think this kid is looking for death. Exactly, in this era, you still have to rely on money and power.
No matter how skilled you are, if you can't get into the martial arts club, aren't you just guarding someone's home?
Haoang's face twisted in pain, he roared angrily, Kid, let me go right now, or else.
Or else what?
Yi Xiao said lightly, once again increasing the pressure in his grip.
Ow.
It hurts, it hurts. Tears streamed from Haoang's eyes. At this moment, he didn't dare to talk back. If this reckless guy actually broke his hand, that wouldn't be worth it. At this time, Song Qingxue, not knowing where her courage came from, rushed forward and slapped Yi Xiao's arm. Yi Xiao. You need to be more rational, Mr. Hong is not someone you can provoke. I know you're angry, but Mr. Hong is not your outlet for venting. Doing this will not only bring you trouble but also cause me problems.
Do you understand? Song Qingxue was truly furious. How was the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank?
Not to mention that the lifeblood of the Song group was in the hands of the other party, just the fact that the Hong family was so powerful meant they could easily summon high-level fighters to deal with Yi Xiao. Even if Yi Xiao was a good fighter, how could he possibly defend against that? So in her eyes, Yi Xiao's actions now were nothing but reckless and brainless behavior. Yi Xiao completely ignored Song Qingxue's heartfelt advice.
What was the Hong family?
The tough guys in his prison could easily take down the Hong family 10 times over.
You're really not going? Yi Xiao asked again. How many times do I have to say it?
Even if there really are assassins, I won't go with you, Song Qingxue glared at Yi Xiao, her voice extremely harsh.
Fine.
Yi Xiao replied coldly with one word. After saying that, he let go of her, turned, and walked away without looking back. Hao fell with a thud to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear. After Yi Xiao's figure disappeared in the distance, Hao began to curse, you muscle-bound idiot.
How dare you hit me?
If it weren't for Qingxue, I would make you wish you were dead.
Did Hao hate brutes?
Of course not, he just hated those who bullied him.
Because he couldn't fight back.
Song Qingxue didn't take a word of Hao's frustrated rage to heart. She watched Yi Xiao's sudden departure and felt a hint of disappointment.
Was she really being too much this time? No, I didn't do anything wrong.
I'm doing this for his own good. This foolish man has already offended Huang Feihu and Feng Honggang. If he offends Hao again, his life may really be in danger. Song Qingxue argued with herself in her heart.
Chapter 63, There Really Are Assassins.
A few minutes later, in the Western restaurant, Hao was looking at the menu to order food. Although he had just been taken down by Yi Xiao with one quick move, which embarrassed him a bit, at least he was the one who ended up with the girl, so he quickly composed himself and returned to his usual elegance. Qingxue, the almost white whale caviar here and the black truffle brie are very good.
You must try them later. Song Qingxue forced out a professional smile. Mr. Hong, it's all up to you. Hao naturally caught the coldness in Song Qingxue's voice. He closed the menu, raised an eyebrow and said, Qingxue, you're not still bothered by what happened earlier, are you?
I really am a champion in Sanda, I was just caught off guard by that kid. If you let him face me properly in a one-on-one, I could definitely knock some sense into that fool's head.
Do you believe me?
Men are most afraid of women thinking they're not capable or that they're not as good as another man, and Hao was no exception, so he wanted to prove he was stronger than Yi Xiao.
Song Qingxue smiled lightly. Mr. Hong, let's not talk about him. Let's enjoy the food. Song Qingxue quickly brushed aside the topic. Could Hao really defeat Yi Xiao? She didn't believe that at all.
Although Yi Xiao was reckless, he had real skills. Song Qingxue couldn't help but recall the scene in the bar, where Yi Xiao single-handedly rescued her and Louis. It wasn't until Hao reminded the waiter to bring the dishes that Song Qingxue finally snapped back to reality. She saw a waiter in a black vest pushing a cart, which held the Western dishes Hao ordered and a bottle of Bordeaux red wine. However, what surprised both of them was that the waiter didn't rush to leave after serving the dishes. Hao impatiently pulled out a stack of red bills from his wallet and threw them onto the cart.
Hurry up and leave, don't disturb us while we eat. Song Qingxue didn't pay much attention, thinking the waiter was only asking for a tip, which is quite common in Western restaurants.
At that moment, the waiter had a mocking glint in his eyes. Sir, you're mistaken, I'm not here for a tip, but to collect this young lady's life. After saying this, he raised his head to look at Song Qingxue. Miss, someone asked me to convey a message to you, safe travels. A bloody cold smile crept across the waiter's lips, sending chills down one's spine.
Ah!
Song Qingxue gasped, her pretty face turning pale in disbelief as she stared at the waiter.
You want to die? Hao suddenly stood up.
However, before he could make another move, there was a crisp sound of slap, as the waiter casually slapped Hao, sending him flying.
Get lost. Otherwise, I won't mind making it a 2-for-1 deal.
The waiter glared, his gaze lethal. Hao, who was sent flying, trembled in fear, sweat pouring from his body. He could be bold before Yi Xiao, but standing against this cold-blooded killer, he felt utterly powerless. The waiter flipped his wrist, and a glinting dagger appeared in his hand.
Swish! With a sound, the dagger lunged toward Song Qingxue's neck like a viper.
At this moment, Song Qingxue was already terrified, realizing there was indeed a killer.
He wasn't lying to me.
But there was no remedy for regret in this world. Even if Song Qingxue understood everything now, it was too late. She knew she was going to die.
I really want to say sorry to him.
This was the only thought in Song Qingxue's mind at that moment. Just at this critical juncture, a wineglass soared through the air like an arrow and smashed against the waiter's wrist.
Clatter! The dagger slipped from the waiter's hand and fell onto the table.
At that moment, a figure darted forward as if skimming over water, crossing 10 meters in a single step, appearing before Song Qingxue as if shrinking the distance.
It was Yi Xiao.
The instant she saw Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue's tense expression relaxed, and her beautiful eyes reflected a complex mix of guilt, remorse, and surprise.
Yi Xiao, however, didn't have so many thoughts. He considered this a paid job.
He had promised old Song to help the Song group through the crisis. If he broke that promise, it would greatly affect his reputation, as the world's greatest prison lord had always been fair to both the young and old.
The killer's sharp gaze sharply focused on Yi Xiao. Kid, do you know who I am?
I'm from Hell's Gate, so you better scram, otherwise Hell's Gate will ensure you don't live to tell the tale. He realized that Yi Xiao was not someone to mess with, now proclaiming the name of Hell's Gate just to confuse Yi Xiao and buy himself some time. At that moment, his right hand, hidden behind him, had already slipped out several throwing darts.
TCH. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, let's get on with it.
Yi Xiao said calmly, keeping his gaze fixed ahead.
Then you can die.
The killer shouted coldly, throwing the darts in a swift motion. 3 darts like 3 bolts of lightning shot towards Yi Xiao's face. At the same time, the killer stepped and crouched, fiercely moving to Yi Xiao's side, his left hand revealing another dagger, aiming for Yi Xiao's waist.
Puff puff puff. It stuck to the wall.
As the leaf owl soared in midair, its body suddenly twisted like a tiger jumping down a mountain gorge, fiercely pouncing towards the waiter, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, the sound thundered as if a real tiger were descending the mountain, causing the assassin's pupils to constrict involuntarily. How could this person's waist be so flexible?
Is this really a human?
But at that moment, he had no time to think about these things and could only slash his dagger towards the direction the leaf owl was coming from, attempting to force it back. But he still underestimated the leaf owl too much. With a twist of its wrist, the tiger punch instantly transformed into an eagle claw, steadily grabbing the waiter's wrist like a hawk catching a snake. Eagle form, tiger form, these two styles flowed seamlessly together, perfectly executed by the leaf owl.
If Shangguan Yun and Huang Feihu were here, they would probably applaud in delight. In the next second, the leaf owl bent its hand. With a crack,
a sound of bone breaking echoed, and the assassin's hand was forcibly snapped. As the assassin let out a shrill scream, seeing this scene, Hao could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, feeling incredibly fearful inside. It seemed that the leaf owl had already shown mercy. If it had used the same technique on him, his arm would have probably been ruined by now.
Chapter 64. Just a transaction.
At this moment, Song Qingxue was also somewhat startled by the leaf owl's brutality, but she had no ill feelings. After all, this waiter was an assassin sent to kill her. Though the assassin's wrist was broken and he was shocked by the sudden pain, he did not give up resistance. She saw the corner of his mouth curl, revealing several sharp steel needles, just as the assassin was preparing to spray the needles and ambush the leaf owl.
Unbeknownst to him, the leaf owl had already thrown a punch that struck his lower abdomen. Bang!
With a muffled sound, the assassin was blasted backward 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a bull-sized dent in his abdomen, with all the organs inside shattered. Even she once wished that this time could be shorter, could be quicker. But at this moment, hearing that Yi Xiao returned to save her just to shorten 15 days, Song Qingxue's eyes dimmed, a feeling of indescribable disappointment filled her heart. Yi Xiao couldn't care less about Song Qingxue's feelings. In his eyes, the tears this foolish woman shed were just water that had filled her head back then.
Although Yi Xiao was very cold to Song Qingxue, he still drove her back to the villa. As for whose car it was? Whether he needed to return it? Yi Xiao couldn't care less about those things. Not long after the two returned to the villa, in the chairman's office of Hu Wei Group, Su Huwei also received news of the assassin's failure. With a loud bang, Su Huwei directly smashed his luxury smartphone worth over 100,000 yuan on the ground. Damn, what hellish door is this, completely useless, can't even kill a woman. Su Huwei's roar was frightening, his tightly clenched fists were bulging with veins. The female secretary and Su Huwei's trusted subordinates in the office lowered their heads, not daring to speak a word. They all understood Su Huwei's personality, and they knew they would be cursed if they disturbed him at this moment. After a long while, Su Huwei spoke again, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Go get me Song Qingxue's phone number. Even if I can't kill her, I want to bite a piece of meat off Su's group. Yes, Su's own. The confidant quickly used the office landline to dial Song Qingxue's number. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Song Qingxue was attacked, Lu Yi rushed to the villa to comfort her friend. When she learned that Song Qingxue had angrily driven Yi Xiao away, she felt a little unfair for Yi Xiao. Suddenly, Lu Yi turned to Yi Xiao and asked, Yi Xiao, how did you know someone was going to assassinate Qingxue? Song Qingxue had always wanted to ask this question, but she was still angry with Yi Xiao and couldn't find the words to speak. At this moment, she perked up her elf-like ears, wanting to listen in. Casually sitting in the chair slurping noodles, Yi Xiao replied blandly, my friend told me. Song Qingxue was even more furious at Yi Xiao's vague answer and his focused eating without comforting her. What a deadpan man. Lu Yi pouted and continued to ask, did your friend say who sent the person? No. Yi Xiao still sounded as if he was infuriating without a care. In fact, Yi Xiao wasn't deliberately hiding anything, it was already good that Su Jianqing could get the news of the assassination. As for who wanted to kill Song Qingxue, the assassin probably didn't even know that himself. Song Qingxue really couldn't stand it anymore, she coldly snorted, stood up, and was about to go upstairs. She didn't want to see Yi Xiao's unsympathetic face any longer. But at that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Song Qingxue picked it up and, upon seeing, her delicate brows furrowed, it was actually a call from Hu Wei Group. Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in her mind, could all this be Su Huwei's doing? First, her company's funding chain broke, and then she was attacked. If anyone benefited the most from all this, it would undoubtedly be Su Huwei. After calming her emotions, Song Qingxue finally answered the call. What is it? She said coldly. On the other end of the line, Su Huwei's laughter came through. Hee, President Song, I heard you encountered an assassin. I'm just calling to check on you. It's not safe outside these days, you need to be extra careful. Song Qingxue tightened her grip on the phone, as if she wanted to crush it. She was almost certain that these events were all orchestrated by Su Huwei, but without evidence, she wouldn't confront him head-on. Thank you for your concern, President Su. I am doing just fine now. I wonder if Mr. Su is disappointed. Su Huwei chuckled, President Song, what are you talking about? With a beauty like you, I wish I could see you every day. Why would I ever think about your death? Mr. Su, since there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. Song Qingxue said, forcing back her disgust. President Song, don't be in a hurry to hang up. I want to talk to you face to face about the land in the south of the city. Tomorrow at noon, at Jinhua Hotel, I hope President Song will grace us with her presence. Su Huwei said with a smile. Song Qingxue pondered for a moment, glancing at Yi Xiao. All right, I will definitely be on time. After hanging up, Song Qingxue stared intensely at Yi Xiao and said, Yi Xiao, come with me to Jinhua Hotel tomorrow. With that, she went upstairs without looking back. Feeling angry, Song Qingxue thought, Yi Xiao, didn't you make a deal with my grandfather? Aren't you so full of yourself with me? Well, I will give my bodyguard something to do. Although she didn't know Su Huwei's specific intentions for inviting her, since the other party had laid all cards on the table, she could naturally guess that tomorrow's banquet was likely a trap, so bringing Yi Xiao along was necessary. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao almost sprayed the noodles in his mouth out. Going to a hotel? Is he planning to use me? I'm someone who sells talent, not my body. Chapter 65, The Banquet. The next day, in the office of the president of Song Group, Song Qingxue summoned both Hua Dagwan and Yi Xiao, informing them about Su Huwei's invitation to Jinhua Hotel. Minister Hua, Su Huwei is from a rough background. This banquet might involve force. I hope you can arrange for 2 capable subordinates to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Hua Dagwan hurriedly patted his chest and assured her, President Song, you don't need to worry. Just so happens I have an old comrade who has come to support me. As long as we have each other, President Song will be safe and sound. Faced with a large gang like Huang Feihu, Hua Dagwan felt a bit intimidated, but against the regular enterprise of Tiger Wei Group, he was quite confident in himself. While speaking, he glanced sideways at Yi Xiao, probably knowing that President Song would take Yi Xiao with her, so he thought today would be a good chance for this good-for-nothing to see who's the real tough guy.
Yi Xiao curled his lip, thinking that last night, he thought Song Qingxue had feelings for him. Now he realizes she just doesn't trust him at all. With me here, what do we need these guys for? As cheerleaders? Song Qingxue nodded. Alright, you guys go prepare. We'll leave at 11. Back in the security department's office, Hua Daguan immediately called in the comrade he mentioned, who was also a burly man named Tang Xiaobo, skilled in combat like Hua Daguan. Yi Xiao took one look at this man and then ignored him. Tang Xiaobo, like Hua Daguan, had only practiced some hard qigong in military boxing. Such a person was no better than the bald men he had fought at the Red Tide Bar before, utterly unimpressive to him. Xiaobo, you must perform well today, and let those useless drunks see what a real security elite looks like. Hua Daguan said sarcastically. Don't worry, brother Hua, I won't let you and President Song down. Tang Xiaobo confidently replied. That's right, great job. If you perform well this time, I'll apply for a raise for you from President Song. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his tone. We real talents need to start from the bottom step by step, but the advantage is we are down to earth. Some people aren't that lucky. Do they really think that with a pretty face, they can live off of it for a lifetime? Once the boss loses interest, this fate is just waiting to be kicked away. Yi Xiao knew well that this was Hua Daguan's cold sarcasm, but his face showed no change. He continued to sit at his workstation, playing mobile games. If hard work alone could make a fortune, then the world's richest person should be a donkey. Yi Xiao's silence led Hua Daguan to believe he had self-awareness. What else could it be? He couldn't believe that Yi Xiao would dare to fight him. In his eyes, if he really let loose, he could knock Yi Xiao's shit out with one punch. Finally, by 11 o'clock, Song Qingxue led Yi Xiao, Hua Daguan, and others toward the Jinhua Hotel. Su Huwei had booked a luxurious private room, which was spacious enough for 80 to 90 square meters. In addition to the usual facilities, a space had been deliberately cleared. Yi Xiao could guess with his knee that this was definitely the place Su Huwei had prepared for a fight. As soon as they met, Su Huwei, with his big belly, greeted them with a smile. President Song, long time no see. As he spoke, his dead fish-like eyes bulged out, shamelessly invading Song Qingxue's exquisite figure. Song Qingxue's face was filled with disgust. President Su, I'm sorry, my hand is not convenient today. Saying that, she walked past Su Huwei directly. Su Huwei retracted his hand reluctantly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. You little woman, just wait. One day I will ride you and whip my horse. Turning around, Su Huwei's face once again showed a smile as if the earlier embarrassment had never happened. Hua Daguan and Tang Xiaobo quickly followed him to stand behind Song Qingxue, while Yi Xiao sat directly beside her, showing no awareness of being a bodyguard. Hua Daguan and Tang Xiaobo both froze, their expressions blank and unable to believe it. However, since Song Qingxue hadn't said anything, they couldn't ask and could only glare at Yi Xiao's back with expressions as if they were suffering from constipation and painful urination. Song Qingxue said indifferently, President Su, weren't you going to discuss the land in Nanchang? Su Huwei did not rush to answer. Instead, he slowly took out a cigar. His subordinate hurriedly pulled out a lighter to light it for him. After Su Huwei happily exhaled a puff of smoke, he finally spoke. President Song, although you have acquired that piece of land in Nanchang, I heard that you recently offended someone and cannot even ensure your own safety. You probably won't have the extra energy to handle that chaotic land, right? How about you take advantage of your small losses now, transfer the land to me, and you can recover some of your investment? Otherwise, if you fall too deep, it will be too late for regrets. Song Qingxue smiled slightly, her sexy lips parting slightly. There's no need for President Su to worry about that. I still have some elite soldiers under me. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be alive to meet you today, right? Isn't that right, President Su? The two exchanged sharp words. Even though both sides knew about the assassination the day before, neither poked through that thin layer of paper. That was the art of language. It seemed as if neither side had said anything, yet they had said everything. Hearing Song Qingxue mention elite soldiers, Hua Daguan and Tang Xiaobo instinctively straightened their backs, naturally thinking that Song Qingxue was talking about them. Otherwise, would it be that freeloading Yi Xiao? At this moment, Yi Xiao impatiently said, Isn't it just about drawing lines and showing off? What's the point of all this useless stuff? Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue frowned slightly. While she could ignore Yi Xiao sitting next to her, the confrontation between her and Su Huwei was a clash of two company heads, and Yi Xiao's interjection was indeed a bit out of line. Su Huwei also cast a fierce glare at Yi Xiao. Seeing his master unhappy, Su Huwei's trusted underling immediately jumped out and shouted, Kid, who the hell are you? Do you really think you can speak here? Can't you see that Mr. Su is currently negotiating with Mr. Song? If you say another word, I'll kill you. That underling looked arrogant, as if he were a eunuch by the emperor's side, looking down on everyone. Yi Xiao, shut your mouth. Song Qingxue's pretty face turned cold as she said in a chilling voice. TCH. Yi Xiao curled his lips. He was just stating a fact. Did this little girl really need to react so strongly? At this moment, Su Hui said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Mr. Song, your way of controlling your subordinates is truly something even I can't bear to watch. If someone so ignorant of rank and rules were with me, I would have broken their limbs and thrown them out. I advise you to fire him as soon as possible. Keeping someone like him will only bring you trouble. Are you planning to keep him around to celebrate the new year? Hearing Su Hui's words, Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo behind Song Qingxue both agreed deeply, feeling Su Hui had spoken their minds. In their opinion, Yi Xiao was just someone who rose to power by relying on women, and while he might show off his power usually, to be so reckless in such a setting was truly unaware of the sky's height and the earth's weight. Alright, Mr. Su, why don't you just say it directly? What do you want to do today? Song Qingxue brought the topic to light. He. Su Hui slowly rotated the cigar in his hand, saying, I want my people to test just how strong the elite warriors you speak of really are, whether they can continue to protect you, Mr. Song, and hold down the territory of South City. I wonder if Mr. Song dares to accept. Yi Xiao sneered coldly, wasn't this just confirming what he had just said? Truly a ridiculous situation. Song Qingxue hesitated in her heart. Although she was somewhat confident in Yi Xiao's skills, fighting was inevitable, and injuries could occur. After thinking for a moment, she still agreed, as she wanted to use this opportunity to show Su Hui a thing or two. Alright. Since Mr. Su has this idea, I too would like to see how strong my subordinates really are. However, if I end up slapping Mr. Su's face, please don't take it to heart. Su Hui, however, laughed instead of getting angry, Mr. Song, you better not be too confident. The person I invite to test is quite formidable. Having said that, he instructed his underlings, bring in Mr. Lei. The underling hurriedly took out his phone to contact, and soon after, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a man in his 40s walked in. This man had eyebrows like sharp blades, and his short, straight hair stood up like porcupine quills. He gave everyone the impression of being an endlessly energetic beast. Seeing this person's momentum, Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo could not help but tighten their hearts. This was a master. Yi Xiao also glanced at the man, a faint and barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This man was at least 3 points stronger than the previous Lei Dihua. If he could fight, he probably wouldn't feel the itch to fight for the next few days. Seeing the man enter, Su Hui personally went up to greet him. Master Lei-san, thank you for your trouble. Master Lei-san? Could he be Lei Kaishan from the Lei family boxing gym? Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo were deeply shocked in their hearts. If this really was Master Lei-san from the Lei family, then they were in big trouble. This man was a renowned master. Song Qingxue also had some guesses about the man's identity, her brow raised slightly. She did not expect Su Hui to go so low as to invite a master from the boxing gym. In her view, since both sides had drawn lines to resolve the issue, it would surely be a battle between their own subordinates. Finding a fighter is like cheating. She instinctively looked at Yi Xiao, and when she saw him calm and even smiling, Song Qingxue felt a bit more relaxed. With this guy around, it should be fine, right? Master Lei-san said with a serious face, Mr. Su, no need to be polite. Over the years, I have received many favors from you, Mr. Su, and it is only right for me to lend a little help. For this battle, Lei Kaishan didn't take it seriously. After all, it was just beating up a company's security guard. Even with one hand, he could easily handle it. Su Hui turned around, a teasing smile on his lips. Come, Mr. Song, let me introduce someone to you. This is the person I invited, Master Lei-san from the Lei family boxing hall. Since Mr. Song just agreed readily, let's send someone up directly. No matter how many people you have today, I believe Master Lei-san won't mind. Su Hui's words completely cut off any chance for Song Qingxue to refuse or make excuses. Although Song Qingxue had already guessed Lei Kaishan's identity, hearing Su Hui say it out loud still made her a bit displeased. Just as Su Hui expected, Song Qingxue also had nothing to say at this moment. Could she say the other side was despicable? Would Su Hui, who could hire assassins, care about her saying that? Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo felt a cold chill shoot up their spines. The ambition they had before setting off vanished completely. If they could, they really wanted to grab their things and run away. Just when Song Qingxue was angry and helpless, and Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo were terrified, Yi Xiao suddenly said, I don't think this person is anything special. Knows how to fight but not how to retreat. It's hard to survive in this world. Indeed, Lei Kaishan's martial skills were superior to Lei Dihua, but his skills were still superficial, not refined enough. Like a sharp dagger, his power was obvious at first glance, which was a big taboo for martial experts. A true master would never reveal their true form and power unless it was absolutely necessary. Those creatures that appeared with overwhelming aura were often just lowly demons with insufficient skill, not worthy of respect. In Journey to the West, a single stick from the monkey could take them down. As soon as Yi Zhao's words were spoken, everyone in the room turned pale with shock. No one expected him to dare speak so recklessly about Lei Kaishan. After all, he was a second-rank master of the Lei family boxing. His power was only below the top few in the Lei family.
Lei Kaishan immediately glared, his eyes sharp as swords shot toward Yishao. Kid, who do you think you are to comment on me? Do you believe that with a single finger, I could pierce you to death? In his eyes, such words could only be spoken by someone like Shangguan Yun or the president of the Martial Extremes Association. As for Yishao saying it, that was just reckless. Feeling the bone-chilling killing intent in Lei Kaishan's tone, Hua Daguang and Tang Xiaobo both felt their scalps tingle. This reckless fool was really bold to provoke Master Lei Sanso. Did he not realize that he wouldn't be the one to fight? They certainly didn't believe Yizhao's words were serious. He probably just read some martial arts novel and was trying to show off. Song Qingxue also shot Yishao a glare, seemingly blaming him for speaking too much. Lei Kaishan, although invited by Su Hui, was not enemies with the Song group. During the fight, he probably wouldn't go all out. If Yishao offended him, Lei Kaishan would surely retaliate. Su Hui, however, found it very amusing. This kid was probably just a silly monkey. Inadequate in success, more than enough in failure. Besides Song Qingxue, there was such a person, who feared that he could not destroy the Song group. Cough cough. Su Hui cleared his throat and said, President Song, I think we shouldn't waste Master Lei San's time anymore. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can start the banquet. Ha ha. His tone showed no disguise of contempt for Song Qingxue and others. In his eyes, today he was already sure of victory. Song Qingxue took a breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, and said, Who will step up? Yishao coldly raised his teacup, seeming to hear nothing at all. It was like playing cards, who would show their trump card right away. If he played first, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Hua Daguang snorted in disdain. He felt Yishao was backing down, a silly clown that could only talk big. Now that Master Lei San was here, he didn't even dare to let out a sound. Xiaobo, you go first and spar with Master Lei San. Hua Daguang instructed. Tang Xiaobo, new to the Song group, naturally did not dare to defy, so he stood up with a stiff expression and bowed to Lei Kaishan, saying, I am Tang Xiaobo, please teach me, Master Lei San. However, Lei Kaishan did not even raise his eyelids, turning away and walking towards the empty ground. Just an unknown junior, not worth his courtesy, even looking at him felt tedious and dull. Chapter 67, Turning Real into False. Tang Xiaobo felt Lei Kaishan's contempt but did not dare to express his anger. He knew all too well that the other side had the qualification to look down on him. After both stood firm, Tang Xiaobo did not waste words and threw a straight punch at Lei Kaishan's chest. Having come from the War Department, Tang Xiaobo's martial arts was vigorous and fierce, full of spirit. But Lei Kaishan remained unfazed, even with one hand behind his back, showcasing the aura of a true expert to the fullest. He spun off the ground, using his right hand to instantly apply a clever strength that diverted Tang Xiaobo's punch, sending the unsteady Tang Xiaobo flying off balance. Seeing this, Hua Daguang had already lost hope for Tang Xiaobo's victory, but Song Qingxue didn't change her expression much, because neither Hua Daguang nor Tang Xiaobo were her trump cards. Su Hui naturally noticed Song Qingxue's reaction. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be she wasn't intimidated yet? Song Qingxue, let's see what happens. When you are defeated, let's see if you can still sit still. Tang Xiaobo yelled loudly and attacked Lei Kaishan again. This time, Tang Xiaobo did not use a straight punch but executed a tiger-shaped chopping punch. He tucked his left hand behind him while his right hand shot out to strike, both hands clamping down towards the center line of Lei Kaishan's face, like a fierce tiger opening its jaws. Lei Kaishan's mouth curled into a sly smile as he reacted instantly, stepping forward instead of retreating, and used one palm to meet Tang Xiaobo's leading punch. Upon seeing this, Hua Daguang furrowed his brows. He couldn't understand the meaning of Lei Kaishan's move. Didn't he see Tang Xiaobo's follow-up? Tang Xiaobo was also confused, but he couldn't care less now. Maybe Lei Kaishan was just too arrogant, thinking his fists couldn't hurt him. It should be noted that he could smash 6 bricks with one hand. Hitting Lei Kaishan on the back could definitely turn him into meat paste with broken bones. At this moment, Yishao casually turned his teacup while softly saying, a small trick, just turning real into false. As soon as Yizhao's voice fell, Lei Kaishan suddenly changed his palm into a claw, his fingers cracking like an eagle's talons, powerful and immediate, and in an instant, he caught Tang Xiaobo's wrist. Tang Xiaobo couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Lei Kaishan's claw had already pierced his flesh, and instantly, all strength drained from Tang Xiaobo's body, making his so-called backup plan as useless as a snake shedding its skin, no longer a threat at all. However, at this moment, Lei Kaishan did not hold back. His claws loosened, like a meteor rushing toward the moon, diving straight in, grabbing at Tang Xiaobo's throat. Because Lei Kaishan advanced too quickly, Tang Xiaobo was caught completely off guard. By the time he tried to retreat, it was already too late. Sweat poured from his forehead uncontrollably. He had felt the force of Lei Kaishan earlier, and if that grip were to catch his throat, even if he were lucky enough not to die, his windpipe would surely be seriously injured. Just as Tang Xiaobo was filled with dread, he heard a whoosh sound. Lei Kaishan had already sidestepped, 3 steps behind Tang Xiaobo. Tang Xiaobo, still trembling, touched his neck, and to his disbelief, he was completely unharmed. But when he turned to look at Lei Kaishan, he saw the other man holding a piece of fabric, which was none other than the collar of his shirt. Gulp! Tang Xiaobo suddenly swallowed hard. Then, he clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed, "Thank you, Lei Sanyi, for showing mercy." Lei Kaishan still did not look at Tang Xiaobo, casually tossing the collar onto the ground. Clap! Clap! Su Hui clapped his hands. Lei Sanyi, truly impressive skills. After that, he smugly glanced at Song Qingxue. "President Song, dare you send someone to fight?" "I'll do it." Hua Daiguang stepped forward immediately, although he knew he was probably no match for Lei Kaishan. Today he wanted to prove to Song Qingxue that he was not like Yi Xiao, someone who only talked big but was a coward, and that he could be relied upon in crucial moments. At this moment, Song Qingxue still maintained her calm demeanor, but couldn't help glancing at Yi Xiao, seeing him leisurely snacking on pine nuts from a fruit platter, which made her heart settle again. "Hope this guy can be of use." Hua Daiguang walked straight up to Lei Kaishan and said loudly, "I am Hua Daiguang, head of the security department of Song Group. May I have your guidance, Lei Sanyi?" Even though Hua Daiguang knew Lei Kaishan might not pay attention to him, he still adhered to the necessary etiquette. Who knows, Lei Kaishan might hold back because of it, just as he had for Tang Xiaobo earlier. At this moment, Lei Kaishan did take a slightly longer look at Hua Daiguang, but still did not speak and kept one hand behind his back. Hua Daiguang shifted his feet slightly, clasping his hands in front and behind in a fist stance. He was more seasoned than Tang Xiaobo and was not so anxious. But Lei Kaishan seemed unwilling to engage in such a pointless standoff with Hua Daiguang. He stepped forward and rushed at Hua Daiguang like a galloping horse. Hua Daiguang's eyes flashed. He finally found the right moment, lowering his waist and curling his body, suddenly throwing a punch, instantly creating a punch wind that ripped through the air, sounding like tearing cloth. Although he had retired for 4 or 5 years, he still exercised daily, maintaining both his punching power and physical condition at peak, enabling him to strike at full force like a leopard at the moment of attack. Lei Kaishan couldn't help but pause slightly. "Kid, you have some skill, but the boxing style you practice is too poor." After saying that, Lei Kaishan also threw a punch, instantly unleashing a tremendous tiger roar, which was not one bit slower than Hua Daiguang's fist. The two fists collided, and with a loud bang, it sounded like 2,000-pound hammers hitting together. Hua Daiguang's face turned pale instantly, gritting his teeth in pain, while Lei Kaishan remained unfazed, giving an impression of being completely immovable. Tap, tap, tap. Hua Daiguang quickly retreated, wanting to ease the pain from his injured fist, but he did not expect that Lei Kaishan would not give him a moment to breathe. With a swift motion, Lei Kaishan transformed his punch into a claw and charged violently at Hua Daiguang. Hua Daiguang's eyelids twitched, and he could only lift his uninjured arm to block. "Ha ha!" A sneer flashed in Lei Kaishan's eyes. He exerted force with his claws, and the skin on the back of his hand turned a dark blue color, the veins bulging out like steel chains, making one feel a chill at first glance. Swoosh! In an instant, Hua Daiguang's sleeve was torn off, but fortunately, he retreated in time, so his arm was not injured. Yet Lei Kaishan's attack did not stop. The powerful eagle claw struck relentlessly, each wave fiercer than the last, each hitting more viciously. Seeing the situation was dire, Hua Daiguang had no choice but to lower his body and roll on the ground to evade Lei Kaishan's claw strikes. At that moment, Yi Xiao, who was peeling pine nuts, sighed and said, "Fool, don't you know that the second decline leads to the third exhaustion? You still dare to roll on the ground? You'll just end up being stomped like a dead dog." Tang Xiaobo, who had already returned behind Song Qingxue, glared at Yi Xiao's words and wanted nothing more than to retort right there. He thought, if you're so capable, why don't you step up? In his eyes, Hua Daiguang's evasion was quite wise, he would have done the same. However, in the next second, he was completely left speechless because Lei Kaishan, within a blur of movement, was already in front of Hua Daiguang and suddenly stomped a foot towards his chest. Chapter 68. Tell me, what are the consequences? Before Lei Kaishan's foot landed, Hua Daiguang felt the fierce wind rushing at him, causing his hair to stand on end, so he dared not stand up and could only roll faster. Lei Kaishan sneered, "Dodge? Can you even dodge?" As he spoke, his feet continued to stomp toward Hua Daiguang. His force was swift, precise, and fierce, moving almost in a straight line like a lion relentlessly pursuing its prey. Step, step, step. The room echoed with a deafening stomping sound as if the entire floor was trembling. This sound made Song Qingxue and Tang Xiaobo's hearts race, fearing Hua Daiguang might not dodge in time and get crushed, which would surely lead to a dire outcome. At this moment, Hua Daiguang also cried out in agony. Lei Kaishan's footsteps came rushing like a swarm of wasps, buzzing in his head, making him dizzy. "I surrender, I surrender." Hua Daiguang could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly pleaded for mercy, realizing that preserving his life was more important than anything else. Just as Hua Daiguang shouted for mercy, Lei Kaishan indeed ceased his assault. He was there just for a friendly match. There was no need to injure someone and create enmity, especially knowing that the Song Group's status in Lingzhou was not inferior to that of the Tiger Might Group. Seeing Lei Kaishan pull back, Hua Daiguang helplessly lay on the ground, panting like a bellows. After a while, he crawled up and cupped his hands towards Lei Kaishan, dejectedly returning behind Song Qingxue. Ha ha ha.
At this moment, Su Hui pointed at Hua Daguang and Tang Xiaobo, mocking, President Song, look at Master Lei, then look at your subordinates.
Is this garbage classification?
Upon hearing this, Hua Daguang and Tang Xiaobo clenched their fists but dared not speak a word. In the world of literature, there is no first in arts, the defeated have no right to speak.
Song Qingshue's face also turned a bit ugly.
Although she had not planned to rely on Hui or Tang from the beginning, the quick defeat of both was too swift, and under the circumstance where the opponent had only used one hand, she really had a hard time saving face.
Seeing Song Qingxue remain silent, Su Hui grew even more smug.
He exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, President Song, I see that your Song group really is not suitable for developing the land in South City. Why not transfer it to me at the original price?
Otherwise, I worry that with your security level, you will be in shambles in less than 3 days.
Of course, don't blame me for being pushy, this is how the world works. Under the law of the jungle, it's all about strength.
Whoever has the strongest fist is the ruler, huh?
Su Hui pressed step by step, thinking that since he had invited someone to make such a scene with Song Qingshui, she would definitely bow down to reality.
Song Qingshui frowned slightly. Su Hui really was shameless.
Wanting her land at original price, when the Song group had already invested 100 million in development, how could that be possible? She did not rush to reply but instead glanced at Yi Xiao, signaling that it was his turn to act. Yi Xiao understood Song Qingshui's meaning and felt a bit restless himself, so he smiled with sarcasm and said, General Su, do you think your fist is very strong?
I think it is nothing much.
Hua Deguang and Tang Xiaobo sneered at this, really wondering where this good-for-nothing who relies on connections found the courage to be so arrogant. They had experienced how strong Lei Kaishan was, he could probably turn Yi Xiao's hands into dead dogs. Su Hui's face instantly darkened, he had long been displeased with this pretty boy beside Song Qingshui. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was just someone Song Qingshui dragged out to deliberately annoy him. Seeing his master being confronted by Yi Xiao again, Su Hui's trusted subordinate suddenly pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted, Brat, if you have the guts, challenge Lei San Yi to a duel. If you don't have the guts, then shut your mouth, or the consequences will be unimaginable. This trusted subordinate relied on Lei Kaishan's consecutive victories to be so arrogant. Hadn't he seen that even Song Qingshui was too scared to speak? A little pretty boy daring to babble like this? Wasn't he asking for a humiliation? However, as soon as this subordinate finished speaking, there was a loud smack, and Yi Xiao slapped him across the face, sending him spinning like a top for 3 circles.
Did you think I was being nice to you? Saying this, Yi Xiao kicked the trusted subordinate down to the ground. Tell me, what are the consequences?
The trusted subordinate was kicked away or. Seeing that Yi Xiao really had the guts to challenge Lei Kaishan, Su Hui shifted his eyes, and with a tone like he had practiced the sunflower scripture, spoke in a strange way, Third Master Lei, you can just let loose and hit him. Even if by accident you kill or cripple this brat, I believe Manager Song won't hold us accountable. If there's any blame, it can only be on this brat for having such a dirty mouth and being so ignorant of his limits.
Right? Manager Song.
Su Hui's words were clearly a hint for Lei Kaishan to go all out against Yi Xiao, while also hypocritically seeking Song Qingshui's approval. This way, even if Song Qingshui tried to stop it later, it would be useless, as he had already labeled Yi Xiao as someone who didn't know his place and brought this upon himself.
Song Qingshui's fist tightened under the table. Manager Su, don't underestimate it.
My bodyguard is quite strong, he might just slap you in the face. Although Song Qingshui felt a bit anxious in her heart at this moment, it was what it was, you can't lose face, and the momentum still had to come out. Hearing this, Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo, who stood behind Song Qingshui, were both bewildered.
What was wrong with Manager Song?
How much sugar water had this useless Yi Xiao poured into her?
Did she really think Yi Xiao had any ability?
When Huang Feihu came to provoke earlier, though Hua Daguan had seen Yi Xiao show some skills, in his view, Yi Xiao was just a mediocre fighter. If it weren't for Fang Hongang from Manhan Tower, Yi Xiao would have been minced by Huang Feihu and fed to the dogs. Unexpectedly, this brat got addicted to showing off. In front of Su Hui, he was so arrogant. Now there was no Fang Hongang to help him, he probably wouldn't even know how he would die soon.
Chapter 69, Hidden Strength.
This is hidden strength.
Ha ha ha.
Su Hui couldn't help but laugh wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
Him? Hit my face?
I reckon even if he practiced for another 20 years, he wouldn't be a match for Third Master Lei.
Alright, I won't say any more nonsense.
Kid, since you're looking for death, go ahead. I'm a decent person, I'll help you arrange for a coffin, ha ha ha. Yi Xiao didn't say anything more, directly walking in front of Lei Kaishan. Lei Kaishan was quite displeased with Yi Xiao's arrogance. From the moment he entered, he had the audacity to threaten him directly after winning 2 rounds. This was clearly not putting him, Lei Kaishan, in his eyes. He decided that next, he would cripple this brat's limbs, making him live like a worm in the next life. At this moment, Lei Kaishan still had one hand behind his back, clearly wanting to continue his record of winning with one hand, and to him, this was no problem at all.
Because. How is this possible? This kid Yi Xiao is just a useless person who climbed up by flattering President Song, right? How could he knock Lei Kaishan flying with one punch? It's a sneak attack. He must have taken advantage of Lei Kaishan's complacency after winning 2 matches. If it were me, I could do it too. They secretly comforted their wounded hearts. Song Qingshue's lips curled slightly. This guy didn't let her down. It would be even better if his temper could be changed. Su Hui's fingers trembled, and he almost dropped his cigar. What happened to Lei Kaishan? Is he holding back? This kid clearly looks weaker than the last 2. How could he knock Lei Kaishan away? But Su Hui had seen a lot. The small accident didn't completely make him lose faith in Lei Kaishan. After one move, Yi Xiao did not continue to press the attack because if he did, Lei Kaishan could withstand at most 2 of his punches. That would be like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit without any flavor. This was clearly not the result Yi Xiao wanted. In a big city like Lingzhou, it's rare to meet a master and have a good fight, so when he finally came across one, he naturally wanted to savor the experience, preparing to feast like a fine meal. Lei Kaishan retreated 5 or 6 steps before finally stopping. He felt like his bones were about to crack. It seems he misjudged. This is a tricky kid, and his skills are not inferior to his own. But so what? He had been practicing martial arts for over 40 years, and even if this kid started learning from the womb, he probably wouldn't surpass him. Calming his mind, Lei Kaishan finally started to take it seriously. He crossed his arms in front of his body. Roar! With a roar like a tiger's, Lei Kaishan's arms bulged, revealing knobby muscles on his palms and backs, resembling hardened iron. His hair and sweat stood up like steel needles. This scene was somewhat similar to when Yi Xiao fought Lei Dihua at the Red Tide Bar, but Lei Kaishan's skills were clearly more refined. This is Lei family's internal martial arts. Hua Daiguang exclaimed, already having heard of this internal technique. It is said that only members of the Lei family can practice it, and once mastered, not only is the body as tough as iron, but various internal energy techniques can also be unleashed. This is the secret to why Lei family martial arts holds the top spot in Lingzhou. Seeing this, Su Hui smirked coldly. Arrogant kid, now that Lei Kaishan is serious, let's see if you still don't die? Song Qingshuo secretly felt nervous for Yi Xiao. Though she didn't understand martial arts, Lei Kaishan's look made him seem like a porcupine, prickly all over and not easy to deal with. But Yi Xiao was excited, licking his lips. His eyes narrowed, and his right hand slightly clenched into a fist. That's right, finally, he could enjoy himself. Die for me! Lei Kaishan roared, his footsteps pounding the ground. Boom! 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 Wherever he stepped, the ground fractured. Seeing this, Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo both gasped in shock. Only now did they realize how lenient Lei Kaishan had been earlier. If he had unleashed this from the start, they probably wouldn't have withstood even one punch. In the blink of an eye, Lei Kaishan rushed in front of Yi Xiao, throwing his fists like lightning. His arms spun like spiral steel columns, one punch aimed at Yi Xiao's head and the other at his chest. The unstoppable momentum seemed ready to pierce right through Yi Xiao. Come on! Yi Xiao shifted his feet, sank his waist, and also threw his punches to precisely clash with Lei Kaishan's 2 incoming fists. At this moment, if there were any keen-eyed warriors present, they would surely notice that Yi Xiao's arm was also undergoing a transformation. The sweat hairs on his arm stood up like thorns, and the muscles and bones emitted thunderous sounds, as if a greenish-black python were coiling around his bones. Seeing Yi Xiao dare to confront his 2 punches, Lei Kaishan couldn't help but reveal a cold, bloodthirsty smile. Really, you are quite overestimating yourself. His martial arts technique was the authentic Lei family fist, capable of punching through a 30-centimeter thick reinforced concrete wall, let alone Yi Xiao, a mere mortal. However, in the next second, Lei Kaishan was left unable to smile. After the intense collision of bang bang, Yi Xiao not only did not face the inevitable outcome of broken bones, but even remained completely unmoved under his attack. But the truth proved that Lei Kaishan had still misjudged the situation. Completely unmoved? A faint arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth. In the next instant, his fists burst forth with hidden power. Ah! Lei Kaishan let out a miserable scream, feeling excruciating pain in his fists, as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh. Hidden power. This is hidden power. The muscles at the corners of Lei Kaishan's eyes twitched incessantly. It was then that he realized he was up against a warrior whose strength far surpassed his own. Chapter 70, Are you happy? Are you surprised? But Lei Kaishan was, after all, a fighter with countless duels under his belt, and his fighting experience was exceedingly rich. In an instant, he sharply pushed off the ground with his toes, leaping backward. Want to escape? Can you get away? A hint of mockery flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes as he unleashed a tiger-shaped chopping punch straight toward Lei Kaishan's face. However, this time, a cold smile crept onto Lei Kaishan's lips.
In the next instant, his belly swelled, and the energy from his dantian surged up to his throat. Gulp! Lei Kaishan's throat emitted a muffled sound, much like a frog. Swoosh! Following that, Lei Kaishan suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled like an arrow. A blood arrow, wrapped in energy, shot straight for Yi Zhao's face. This was a method of using the Lei family fist's internal power, devious and ruthless. It was often used to lure enemies deeper when one was at a disadvantage. Lei Kaishan had used this move many times, having faced numerous strong opponents, but without exception, they all fell victim to his surprise assault. At such a close distance, the speed of this blood arrow was comparable to a bullet. In his eyes, Yi Zhao had no chance of dodging. Kid, if you die now, remember to behave well in your next life and keep your tail tucked in. Lei Kaishan laughed maniacally, seeing Yi Zhao as nothing more than a trivial target. In his view, even if Yi Zhao survived, he would end up blind, making it easy for him to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack and finish him off. At this moment, Huo Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo were also filled with dread and despair, realizing how ridiculous they had been. They had initially thought they could shine in this competition, completely unaware that a powerhouse like Lei Kaishan was beyond their reach. They had truly underestimated the gravity of the situation. Su Hui couldn't help but take several deep puffs from his cigar. Facing the blood arrow of Lei Kaishan, Yi Zhao surprisingly transformed his fist into a claw and reached out to grab it. He. Unaware of your own death. Lei Kaishan sneered disdainfully. His blood arrow was comparable to a bullet. Daring to grab it with his hand would surely result in a hand shattered to pieces. But the next second, he was stunned. Yi Zhao's hand was completely unharmed, not a single drop of blood was shed. While Lei Kaishan stared blankly, scratching his head in confusion, Yi Zhao flicked his hand back, and the blood arrow he had just sprayed transformed into countless blood droplets, raining back at him like shotgun pellets. Not good. Lei Kaishan suddenly crouched down, trying to dodge, but his movement was still a bit too slow. Although he avoided most of the blood droplets, some grazed his scalp. In an instant, Lei Kaishan's scalp was marked with dozens of bloody, flesh-tearing white lines, as if combed by a thorny rake. His whole image became comical and ridiculous. But now, he had no time to care about his image, nor did he have time to shout in pain, because Yi Zhao followed up with a fierce punch aimed right at Lei Kaishan, who had just tried to kill him. How could Yi Zhao let him off so easily? Caught off guard, Lei Kaishan had no choice but to bow his body and cross his arms upward in a move called Overlord Lifts the Dings, trying to block Yi Zhao's powerful punch. However, this block backfired. With a loud bang of muscles colliding, Yi Zhao's fingers exploded with a swift power. Crack! He directly shattered both of Lei Kaishan's raised arms. What a domineering skill, I admit defeat. Lei Kaishan began to speak, but his teeth were chattering like they were in a fight, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead as if every word he spoke was a mouthful of unbearable pain. Only then did Yi Zhao withdraw his hand, smiling slightly. You did all right, go back and practice your internal skills well, suppress the killing energy within you, and maybe you can master your skills in the future. Actually, Yi Zhao had said the same thing when he first saw Lei Kaishan, but at that time, Lei Kaishan was arrogant and didn't listen to the words of this young man. But now, he not only heard it but also deeply agreed. There was no other reason, it was because Yi Zhao had the right to say such things. At this moment, Huo Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo's eyes were as white as copper gongs. They couldn't believe Yi Zhao had defeated Lei Kaishan, and they couldn't connect this loafing waste of a man to a martial arts expert. However, the facts were before their eyes, and when Yi Zhao walked back, they both buried their heads like ostriches. At this moment, recalling their mockery of Yi Zhao in the office, they both wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Song Qingshue's eyes sparkled with a bright light. Yi Zhao had once again proven his strength, and his tall figure had left a deeper impression in her heart. But when she saw Yi Zhao looking at her with a faint smile, Song Qingxue had instantly turned back into an ice mountain. She turned her head, snorted coldly through her nose, appearing indifferent. Su Hui could no longer hold onto the cigar in his hand, it slipped away, and his face darkened like the bottom of a black pot. Defeated, he actually lost to Lei Kaishan. Yi Zhao slowly returned to his seat, grinning at Su Hui. Mr. Su, look, I saved you the money to buy a coffin, are you happy, surprised? Just now, Su Hui was convinced that Yi Zhao would be crippled even if he didn't die, mocking him loudly, but now, Yi Zhao was completely unscathed and had shattered Lei Kaishan's hand bones, effectively giving Su Hui a hard slap in the face. And now Yi Zhao's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into Su Hui's wounds. Su Hui let out a heavy breath of frustration through his nose but dared not respond. The Yi Zhao now was no longer the soft persimmon he saw earlier, the situation was no longer in his favor. The knife was in Yi Zhao's hand, and one misstep could lead him to end up like his subordinates or Lei Kaishan. Song Qingxue also struck, saying, Su Zong, I've told you not to let your guard down. Look, you've just been slapped in the face by my people. I believe Su Zong now understands the strength of my Song Group's security department, right? You shouldn't resort to meaningless tricks anymore. Humph. Su Hui snorted coldly and stood up. Song Zong, don't think that just because you've temporarily beaten me in this round, you can be proud. Soon, Jinha Group will come to Lingzhou. As long as I cooperate with Jinha Group, crushing your Song family is just a matter of time.
The mountains and rivers will meet again, let's see. Su Hui left in defeat, but the frown on Song Qingshue's brow returned once more. She was also aware of Jinhe Group's future investments in Lingzhou.
Jinhe Group was the property of Wang Jinhe, the richest man in Jiangnan province, and this was another battlefield for her and Su Hui.
Whoever can obtain Jinhe Group's cooperation projects will truly stand undefeated.
This battle was not like the clear confrontation today, but would involve various overt and covert attacks. This time, she could not afford to lose more.
Chapter 71, Jinhe Group Banquet. Unlike Song Qingshue's frown, Yi Xiao was banging on the table broadly. Song Zone, quickly order. We can't let us poor laborers go back on an empty stomach. Right, Minister Hua.
After saying that, he raised his chin towards Hua Daguang. Hua Daguang dared not respond and could only force an unpleasant smile to handle the situation.
Eat, eat, eat. Are you just a glutton? All you know is to eat.
Song Qingxue erupted without warning, as if she recalled the scene yesterday when Yi Xiao was still eating noodles while she was scared. Yi Xiao was taken aback. This girl flipped her emotions too quickly.
Isn't coming to the restaurant for food? At a banquet, one must at least have the appearance of a feast. 8 dishes and a soup cannot be missing.
Song Qingxue seemed to realize her emotions were somewhat out of control and coldly added, those who want to eat can stay and dine, reimbursed by the company.
Those who don't want to eat can go back to work with me.
After that, she stood up and left, leaving Yi Xiao and the three with a completely puzzling back view.
Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo naturally dared not stay.
As the saying goes, listen to the sound of drums and the words of the wind. They could clearly hear that Song Zong was upset, and how could they dare stay, even if it meant missing a lavish feast? Yi Xiao smacked his lips. This girl's thoughts were truly hard to guess. He felt more of a headache than if he had to take on 10 Lei Kaishans. Whatever, let's eat and drink first. So, the next moment, he shouted, waiter, bring me the best dish according to the highest standard. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue, who just stepped outside the door, ground her silver teeth together in anger. How she wished to crack open Yi Xiao's pig brain to see what was really inside.
Hua Daiguang and Tang Xiaobo almost stumbled and fell.
Now they no longer believed Yi Xiao was living off a woman who had ever seen someone eat soft food like this. Even the lion of the homicide division, Chao Dahua, probably couldn't match him. This was completely a demonstration of what it meant to master the art of staying single, ensuring you'd remain single for life. 2 days after the banquet, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao returned to their previous cold atmosphere, colder than strangers. If the two could exchange glances, he would never waste a drop of water. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yi Xiao returned to the villa, planning to go to the kitchen to make food as usual, but Song Qingxue unexpectedly called out to him.
Wait, come with me to the Jinhe Group's evening party.
Her tone remained incredibly cold, the kind that could freeze a polar bear into sneezing. After saying this, Song Qingxue threw a cloth bag she had pulled out from somewhere at Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao caught the bag, feeling confused, Song Qingxue's voice came again, change into this outfit tonight, and don't embarrass me. After saying this, she hurriedly went upstairs.
Hey! But I don't like this color.
Yi Xiao protested, looking at the Versace suit in the bag.
I like it. Song Qingxue replied indifferently with just 3 words, and stopped paying attention to Yi Xiao.
At this moment, with her back turned, a smug smile appeared on her lips. In fact, her mood was not as calm as she seemed. This was the first time she had ever bought a gift for a man aside from her grandfather and father. An hour later, Song Qingxue finally walked down the stairs elegantly, now wearing a rose-colored evening gown, occasionally revealing her long, white, tender legs, which any man would find perfect.
Although Yi Xiao pretended to watch TV, his gaze secretly lingered on Song Qingxue's graceful figure and couldn't move away for a long time.
Suddenly, Song Qingxue shot him a look, signaling him to move, and Yi Xiao understood, standing up. But Song Qingxue was also momentarily stunned. Yi Xiao's tall frame, enhanced by the suit, looked even more ethereal. His handsome features, mixed with elegance and sunshine, radiated a unique and mysterious charm. Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to urge her with his eyes, wondering why they weren't leaving yet. Song Qingxue finally came to her senses, snorting quietly to herself, he really did look somewhat impressive. 20 minutes later, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao appeared at the Jinhe Group's banquet, held at a top-level estate. When Song Qingxue presented the invitation to enter the banquet hall, many people were already inside, each engaged in small circles, raising their red wine glasses and chatting with faint smiles. Due to Yi Xiao's attire today, which was not as casual as it had been at Xin Luoyan's birthday party, many people did not pay much attention to him. Of course, the socialites and wealthy ladies were exceptions, and upon seeing Yi Xiao enter, many pairs of eyes sparkled with interest. Yi Xiao was simply too charismatic, his aura was reminiscent of the nobility they had encountered before, and unknowingly, he became a target for many socialites and wealthy ladies. As a woman, Song Qingxue naturally sensed the unusual looks from other women toward Yi Xiao. She huffed and pushed him away, going to greet some business associates on her own. Yi Xiao, feeling bored, was about to head toward the buffet area to fill his stomach when suddenly a voice called out to him.
Mr. Yi, long time no see. The person was Shen Luoyan.
Shen Luoyan was wearing a white qipao, walking gracefully toward him, especially her long legs, which caught Yi Xiao's attention even more than Song Qingshue's.
Yi Xiao could only say, Shen Luoyan's legs were not legs but the spring waters of the Jinjiang River. Seeing Shen Luoyan intercept Yi Xiao first, many socialites and wealthy women felt a bit frustrated, but knowing that Shen Luoyan was the beloved daughter of Shen Qianni, they naturally dared not compete with her.
Hello, Miss Shen. Yi Xiao responded with a smile. He had always maintained a policy of neither getting too close nor overly distancing himself from this woman, so after exchanging greetings, Yi Xiao continued walking toward his initial destination.
Shen Luoyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, instantly feeling as if her proud heart had suffered tons of damage. Was it possible that, as the heir of 100 billion group, she was less attractive than a buffet?
Other men were lining up to flirt with her, but with Yi Xiao, she felt no sense of being coveted at all, as if she were just a cabbage by the roadside.
Reluctantly, Shen Luoyan approached Yi Xiao again. Mr. Yi, you're here to accompany Qingxue to meet young Master Wang today, right?
She was aware of the rivalry between the Song Group and the Tiger Group, both wanted to collaborate with the Jinha Group, and young Master Wang, the host of this banquet, was naturally a key target for both parties. Yi Xiao tossed a piece of ham into his mouth and mumbled, I don't know, I'm just here to grab some soy sauce. Shen Luoyan felt disheartened again. She felt that she had no common language with this guy, but the mystery surrounding Yi Xiao made her quite obsessed. This feeling of being able to see yet not fully understand, being able to approach yet unable to touch, made her heart feel as if it were being scratched by a cat. At this moment, on Song Qingshue's side, another woman approached her. President Song, you're looking more and more beautiful. Song Qingxue turned to glance at her. This was a woman with delicate makeup, curvy figure, and dressed in an incredibly stunning and eye-catching outfit.
Xiao Yuning.
The name flashed in Song Qingshue's mind. She was a popular actress who had once interacted with Song Qingsue, but it was quite an unpleasant experience.
Song Qingsue displayed a commercial smile. Thank you for the compliment.
Miss Xiao, you've also become incredibly popular recently. Though Song Qingsue felt some aversion toward this woman, as a mature businesswoman, she was very good at hiding her emotions in front of others.
He. Xiao Yuning chuckled, how can I compare with President Song?
Even if I am popular, I'm still working for others. Now as the spokesperson for Jinha Group, with one call from young Master Wang, I have to rush over from the capital. While speaking, Xiao Yuning shifted closer to Song Qingsue, which seemed like a friendly gesture, but suddenly, she grabbed Song Qingshue's wrist. Just as Song Qingsue was astonished, Xiao Yuning had already splashed the red wine from Song Qingshue's hand onto her own skirt.
Chapter 72, Kneel Down and Apologize. Ah!
Xiao Yuning suddenly let out a sharp scream.
Song Qingsue, what are you doing? Even if we have had conflicts in the past, you can't humiliate me in such an occasion. Xiao Yuning's outcry quickly attracted many onlookers. Since Xiao Yuning's body had just blocked everyone's view, no one saw her little trick. At this moment, the misunderstanding crowd, combined with Xiao Yuning's words, instantly assumed that it was Song Qingsue who had splashed red wine on Xiao Yuning. TSK. Song Qingsue is too overbearing. To splash red wine on Miss Xiao at such an occasion, she really doesn't know where her manners went? I think she is just jealous of Miss Xiao. I heard that Miss Xiao was handpicked by young Master Wang and has a very close relationship with him. Song Qingsue must have failed to court young Master Wang, so she resorted to humiliating Miss Xiao. Who would have thought that Song Qingsue is such a jealous woman? I thought she was truly as pure as she seemed. People really can't be judged by appearances. At that moment, in a corner, Su Hui was watching this scene with a mocking expression. Yes, this was all directed by him. He had long heard about the conflict between Xiao Yuning and Song Qingsue, so he had promised Xiao Yuning $1 million. Let her perform this play. Naturally, Xiao Yuning is willing, as it can avenge Song Qingsue and also earn money. Why not? Song Qingsue, I already told you that you are not my opponent. You didn't believe it, and today I want to see how you will end this.
Song Qingsue frowned tightly. She never expected Xiao Yuning to be so despicable and shameless. It's not what you think, the drink wasn't thrown by me, it was her own. Song Qingsue explained for herself. At this moment, Xiao Yuning scoffed coldly and pretended to be wronged. Song Qingsue, I am already a top star in the country, do you think I would falsely accuse you? What benefit would that bring me? Have I lost my mind? Throwing a drink on myself? Song Qingsue, you really dare to do it but not admit it. You can even tell such a low-level lie. Xiao Yuning truly deserves to be a professional actress, the lies flow easily from her lips, and no one can see any signs of deceit, as if she is truly the victim. Yes. I believe Miss Xiao, she is a popular star now, and today she is here as the spokesperson for Jinhai Group. Why would she lie to slander Song Qingsue? Instead, Song Qingsue has a strong motive to harm Miss Xiao's image. It's a shame she is the president of Song Group. With such character, I see Song Group will soon be doomed. Many people stood up to criticize Song Qingxue because they knew Qiao Yunying had a special relationship with the host of today's banquet, Wang Ershao. Supporting Qiao Yunying meant siding with Wang Ershao. As for whether they would offend Song Qingxue, they did not care at all. Song Group's strength was far from being able to compete with Jinhai Group. In simple terms, they were the kind of people who shouted justice with their mouths while thinking only of business in their hearts. At this time, Yi Xiao also noticed the disturbance on Song Qingxue's side. Due to his superior hearing, he quickly gathered the gist from the crowd's chatter. He knew well what kind of personality Song Qingxue had. How could she do something so thoughtless? However, Yi Xiao did not rush over. He had a feeling that this matter was probably not that simple. On Song Qingxue's side, she tightly clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. Looking at Qiao Yunying's fake, pitiful face, she really wanted to slap her, but reason told her not to do it. Once she did, she would truly be unable to clear her name even by jumping into the Yellow River. At that moment, Su Hui approached with a glass of red wine, smiling mockingly. President Song, if I were you, I would stop making these pointless explanations and quickly apologize to Miss Qiao to seek her forgiveness. Hearing Su Hui's words, Song Qingxue's anger only intensified. She coldly replied, I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize to her? Song Qingxue was still in the midst of the situation and had not yet connected Su Hui and Qiao Yunying, but Ji Xiao saw everything clearly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, laughing coldly in his heart. This troublemaker has dropped into the soup and irritated people, but if they encountered maggots, it would feel like meeting family. Su Hui curled his lips into a mocking smile. President Song, you truly disappoint me. I originally wanted to help you persuade Miss Qiao to calm this matter, but now I see President Song's attitude. You don't seem to want to resolve this. Su Hui's words pushed Song Qingxue further into the spotlight and established himself as a good guy. Even Yi Xiao couldn't help but admire this move. Hearing Su Hui say this, those among the crowd, wishing to ingratiate themselves with Wang Ershao through Qiao Yunying, all began to shout. What Su said is right. Song Qingxue quickly apologized to Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao's reputation cannot be tarnished by you. Song Qingxue, the only way out for you is to apologize, otherwise, even if Miss Qiao lets it go, we won't. At this moment, Qiao Yunying's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Did you think you were better than me back then, Song Qingxue? How does it feel now? With just a little trick, I've made you into a rat everyone wants to hit. Hearing the sharp words from the crowd, Song Qingxue's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and lifted her leg to leave. She realized she might have fallen into a trap. If she stayed longer, she would undoubtedly become more entangled and would suffer even more humiliation. However, could Song Qingxue just walk away? Su Hui extended his hand to block Song Qingxue's path, sneering, Song, if you don't apologize to Miss Qiao today, we can't answer to young Master Wang. I advise you to apologize obediently. Su Hui would not miss such a great opportunity to humiliate Song Qingxue and provoke the relationship between the Song Group and the Jinha Group. It was absolutely impossible to let her leave easily. Song Qingxue glared, instantly piercing through Su Hui's intentions. She said coldly, I believe young Master Wang is reasonable. I will naturally explain myself to him. After saying that, Song Qingxue tried to go around Su Hui, hoping to leave this place of trouble from the side. Su Hui signaled to the people he had arranged in the crowd, and suddenly several more people blocked Song Qingxue's path. Song Qingxue, today you must apologize to Miss Qiao, otherwise we will definitely not let you leave. Don't blame us for bullying you, you brought this upon yourself. One person said domineeringly. That's right. You did something wrong and want to walk away? There's no such easy thing in this world. Miss Qiao, just say how you want Song Qingxue to make amends, and we will definitely make it happen for you. Another person coldly agreed. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue couldn't help but tremble, her pretty face paling. At this moment, she finally understood this was definitely Su Hui's plot. It's over, this time she had truly fallen into Su Hui's hands. Qiao Yunying cleared her throat and smiled charmingly, Song Qingxue, I won't make it hard for you. If you kneel and say sorry to me, I can pretend this never happened. She glanced at Song Qingxue with a condescending attitude. Kneel and apologize? At this moment, many people in the crowd also reacted. Qiao Yunying was not being lenient, she wanted to rub Song Qingxue into the ground. Combining that Su Hui, Song Qingxue's deadly enemy, was jumping so high and happy, how could everyone not understand? This was mostly Su Hui and Qiao Yunying's deliberate plot to humiliate Song Qingxue. However, although many people saw through everything, they chose to remain silent. On one hand, the Song Group and Hui Group were evenly matched, and speaking up for Song Qingxue would inevitably offend Su Hui. On the other hand, Qiao Yunying had the support of young Master Wang, they did not have the courage to offend him. Song Qingxue tightly bit her lip, feeling dizzy. At this moment, she was so helpless, as if the whole world was against her. At this time, those whom Su Hui arranged also began to verbally attack Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue, hurry up and do as Miss Qiao says. Do you want this matter to get bigger?
That's right.
Since Miss Xiao is magnanimous enough to give you a chance to apologize, you should cherish it and not resist anymore.
Otherwise, if Miss Xiao gets angry, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Su Hui squinted slightly, his gaze fierce. Trying to fight with me?
Song Qingxue, you're still too inexperienced.
He believed that after today's incident, she would. Song Qingxue's face was undoubtedly filled with shame, and as for the collaboration with the Golden River Group, if Song Qingxue still had any self-respect, she probably wouldn't dare to discuss it.
At that moment, among the crowd, an even more aggressive person directly stepped forward, intending to forcibly drag Song Qingxue and push her to the ground. However, just as that person's hand was about to grab Song Qingxue, a sharp slap echoed through the air, a clear sound of a slap.
In the next second, that person was sent flying away. Yi Xiao.
Song Qingxue looked timidly at the man in front of her, her wrong tears were welling up in her eyes, almost ready to spill. Unknowingly, she had begun to rely on Yi Xiao. As long as Yi Xiao was there, she felt at ease. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Su Hui's brows were almost knitted into a knot. He was still quite wary of Yi Xiao's skills. But then, the cold look on his face disappeared, and his brows relaxed again, because he thought of an even deadlier idea for the song group. Su Hui stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Kid, what the hell are you doing? Do you really think Song Qingxue shouldn't apologize to Miss Xiao? Song Qingxue, if you don't take good care of your bodyguard, this is the Golden River Group's banquet. Dare to make a move here, just wait for the Song family to be finished." Su Hui's words were cunning. They added fuel to the fire and also revealed Yi Xiao's identity, allowing Xiao Yunying and everyone else to disregard Yi Xiao and fight back without worry. Sure enough, after hearing Su Hui's words, everyone couldn't help but cast contemptuous glances at Yi Xiao, especially those wealthy women who had just thought Yi Xiao was impressive. They were greatly disappointed. Haha, I originally thought this kid was well dressed, thinking he was some rich young master out to protect a flower. I didn't expect he was just a mere bodyguard, truly clueless. How dare a bodyguard meddle in such matters? He probably won't even know how he dies. I think this kid has a problem with his head. Even his master is struggling to protect himself, and he, a small bodyguard, dares to intervene? Truly unaware of his own mortality. The so-called pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, and choose the watermelons that are easy to cut. In the eyes of these people, Yi Xiao was completely someone they could crush, which is why they acted so recklessly. Xin Luoyan, who had been following Yi Xiao earlier, had now also come to the edge of the crowd, and she felt that Yi Xiao's actions were too extreme. What kind of existence was the Golden River Group? Even her Shin family could hardly match up to it. Even if Yi Xiao had Huang Feihu's support, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything against them. However, facing everyone's criticism, Yi Xiao was unfazed. He coldly swept a gaze at Su Hui and said flatly, "Su, when one lives, it's best to be sincere, and not to play tricks. After all, no one at this banquet is a fool." Feeling the threat in Yi Xiao's gaze, Su Hui appeared calm, but the trembling wine glass in his hand betrayed him. This was the kind of person who could break a man's hand with a single blow. After taking a deep breath, Su Hui gathered his courage to say, "Kid, do you dare to threaten me? Let me tell you, no matter how you argue, this matter is clear for all to see today. You can't change the fact that Song Qingxue has humiliated Miss Xiao, and you can't deny that you hit someone. This is the Golden River Group's banquet. If Yi Xiao really attacked him, he would have a better excuse to instigate conflict between the two families, so Su Hui decided to go all out. Yi Xiao, enough. Don't waste your breath on these people, quickly take me away." Song Qingxue had also calmed down at this moment. She knew Yi Xiao was standing up for her, and naturally, Yi Xiao had this ability. However, now that her feud with Xiao Yunying was already on the table, dragging it out further. It is very likely that it would offend Wang Erxiao, who was behind Xiao Yunying, and it would be a big trouble at that time. Yi Xiao also did not say much more? If it were him being framed, he would definitely want to smash the faces of those who plotted against him, but Song Qingxue is not him, and since Song Qingxue wants to let it go, he will not stop her. But what Yi Xiao did not expect was that Xiao Yunying was now crossing her arms and blocking the path of the two, arrogantly saying, "Song Qingxue, you want to leave, but it won't be that easy." Since she knew that Yi Xiao was just Song Qingxue's bodyguard, there was no way she would let the two off easily. After all, this was a hard-won opportunity for revenge, and if she didn't rub Song Qingxue's face into the ground, how would it be worth her previous performance? "I told you, kneel down and apologize, and your little lackey over here must leave a hand today, otherwise I cannot face the friend who is protecting me," Xiao Yunying said arrogantly, lifting her chin. In her eyes, she had the pride to do this, just a bodyguard, like an ant, wanting to cripple a hand was just a matter of a single word. At this time, the man who was just knocked away by Yi Xiao also covered his face and shouted angrily, "Kid, you trashy bodyguard dare to slap me, which hand was it? Stretch it out and break it yourself, or I'll make sure you won't survive." Some followers of Su Hui and Xiao Yunying also jumped out, using their power to scold Yi Xiao. That's right, not only can Song Qingxue not leave, but this bodyguard must also be punished. What is he? How dare he hit someone at the Jinha Group's banquet? If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think he's someone important. I think making this kid break a hand is not enough, he must crawl out like a dog.
If we let such an ant ride on our heads, do we still need our faces?
Hearing these remarks, Song Qing became increasingly uneasy. She was worried that this matter would escalate out of control and would ultimately be impossible to resolve, and also worried that Yi Xiao would do something irrational. After getting along for so many days, Song Qing still understood Yi Xiao's temperament. This guy never knew how to hold back when dealing with enemies. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, shooting straight at Xiao Yuning. Get lost. Although Yi Xiao only said 2 words, there was an overwhelming aura that shook the heart. Hearing this, Xiao Yuning felt a twist in her heart, cold sweat rushing down her back, as if being stared at by a fierce beast. After a while, Xiao Yuning finally came to her senses, realizing she had been frightened by a little bodyguard. This made her even more furious. Kid, what the hell are you, to dare talk to me like this? Do you believe? However, before Xiao Yuning could finish her words, the crowd heard a crisp bang sound. Xiao Yuning turned in place and fell awkwardly to the ground. Chapter 74, Why Don't You Go to Heaven? Yi Xiao's slap was like a bolt from the blue. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did I just see that right? This kid actually dared to hit Miss Xiao? Crazy. This kid must be crazy. Miss Xiao is a top star. Not to mention the powerful Wang Xiao behind her, just Miss Xiao's personal influence could crush this kid. Even Shen Luoyan was dumbfounded at this moment, thinking that Yi Xiao was too daring. Xiao Yuning was someone whom Wang Xiao had supported, and he had just attacked an ordinary guest. That could be accepted, but now he actually dared to hit Xiao Yuning, which was equivalent to slapping Wang Xiao's face. Song Changshui was completely stunned, knowing that Yi Xiao couldn't control himself. She now deeply regretted bringing Yi Xiao here. Without him, she would only face some humiliation, but at most, she would just give up the contract with Jinhai Group. But now, they had truly offended young Master Wang, and with Su Hui and Xiao Yuning adding fuel to the fire, it was no longer just about losing a contract. The Song Group might very well face suppression. What to do? Song Qingshue's mind was racing, but even with it nearly overheating, she couldn't come up with any solutions. At this moment, Su Hui felt the most pleased. This was indeed an unexpected joy. He originally just wanted to humiliate Song Qingxue and force her to give up competing with him. But now, that fool Yi Xiao had actually hit Xiao Yuning. Even without his instigation, young Master Wang surely wouldn't let the Song Group off the hook. Recovering her breath, Xiao Yuning covered her swollen cheek and glared at Yi Xiao with rage. Kid, are you looking for death? How dare you hit me? Just wait to be torn apart. And you, Song Qingxue, you shameless woman? Daring to let your bodyguard attack me, I will make you infamous and bring the Song Group to bankruptcy. You will never rise again. At first, she just intended to put on a show with Su Hui to discuss Song Qingxue, but now she truly desired to crush Song Qingxue completely. She believed she had that strength. Ha! At this moment, Yi Xiao sneered, You? You think you can kill me? Crazy woman, since you still want to play, I'm not going to just back down. I'll give you a chance now. Admit to the dirty tricks you just pulled, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuning laughed, doubling over, her face nearly splitting from laughter. Kid, are you threatening me? Do you know I'm a top star with millions of fans? Do you know I'm the spokesperson for Jinhai Group, with connections everywhere? Not even you, but even your master Song Qingxue, if I want her on her knees, she can't stand. At this moment, the onlookers burst into laughter. They completely dismissed Yi Xiao's words. One was a bodyguard earning a few thousand a month, while the other was a hot star earning millions per show. It was truly eye-opening to see a mere bodyguard dare to threaten such a star. Yi Xiao was too lazy to waste words with Xiao Yuning. He took a step forward and smack. Another slap landed on Xiao Yuning's face. A top star, millions of fans, so what? Smack. Yi Xiao delivered a third slap. Being a spokesperson for Jinhai Group makes you amazing? Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Smack. You'd rather be a clown in front of me than be a good actress, right? Smack. I'm not threatening you, I'm actually hitting you. What can you do? With several slaps, Xiao Yuning spun on the ground like a top, unable to stop herself. Once Yi Xiao stopped, everyone realized that Xiao Yuning's face was completely ruined. Her eyeliner that she had put on just moments ago hung down and the hyaluronic acid fillers in her face even started to leak out. Seeing this, everyone's expressions froze, gasping for air, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. After a brief moment of shock, Su Hui couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Go on. Hit her harder. The worse you hit, the worse the Song Group's end will be. New. Just as Xiao Yuning was beaten to the point of having no temper left, Song Qingxue was in a state of panic and Su Hui was gloating. Suddenly someone shouted, Young Master Wang has arrived. Hearing this, many people turned to look, and saw 3 people walking into the banquet hall. The one in the lead wore a white suit, had a long face, a sharp chin, and a hint of a feminine expression. It was none other than the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Chufeng. Everyone had heard of the name Young Master Wang. Although he was not as capable as his older brother, he was still the son of Mr. Wang, the richest man, and had considerable authority in the entire group.
TSK, now the song group and that guy who hit someone is definitely finished.
I heard young Master Wang Er is famous for protecting his own. There was once a person with some connections in the government who said a few disrespectful words to young Master Wang Er's girlfriend, and that person ended up with 3 knife wounds that very night. Soon after, their connections to the government collapsed as well.
Yeah.
I also heard that young Master Wang Er dotes on Miss Chow a lot. Whenever Miss Chow's movie is released, he spends money inviting everyone from the company to support her. Now seeing Miss Chow beaten like this, I bet he will have that guy chopped up right on the spot. Su Huwei could hardly contain his excitement, thinking he wouldn't have to wait long to see that guy named Ji suffer, and that the song group would certainly be finished after today.
Song Qingxue was completely flustered at this moment.
She hurriedly grabbed Yi Xiao's hand and said anxiously, "Yi Xiao, young Master Wang Er is a typical second-generation rich kid.
If he blames you, he will definitely be merciless.
We should leave first and think of a way to solve this later." However, Yi Xiao remained motionless.
He grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "Why are you acting so cowardly in front of outsiders? We are clearly in the right, why should we leave? If we leave now, won't it seem like we're guilty?" Song Qingxue was speechless. What does being in the right matter? Could young Master Wang Er, who was called a playboy, be someone who would reason with them? "Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. I have dealings with your grandfather." Yi Xiao saw Song Qingxue was truly scared and gave her another dose of reassurance.
When Song Qingxue heard the first half of Yi Xiao's sentence, she felt very warm, but the second half made her start to resent him.
Deals, it's all about deals?
Now she didn't even want to wait for young Master Wang Er to arrive, she just wanted to stab Yi Xiao first. Finally, young Master Wang Er, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, arrived at the center of the crowd. At this moment, the onlookers dared not breathe, even though they all wanted to greet and flatter the second young master of the Jinha group, they knew it was not the right time.
What happened? Young Master Wang Er's dark gaze swept over the crowd.
At this point, Xiao Yuning, who had been beaten into a pitiful state, seemed to grasp a life-saving straw and suddenly jumped up from the ground, stumbling to young Master Wang Er's side.
"Young Master Wang, you must stand up for me." Young Master Wang Er was startled, wrinkling his brows and asking, "You are Yuning?"
It was no wonder he didn't recognize her immediately. At this moment, Xiao Yuning had completely lost the demeanor of a star, and she looked like someone dragged out from a car accident.
Who beat you like this?" Young Master Wang Er thundered angrily.
Although Xiao Yuning was just one of his many women, she was still Wang Chufeng's woman. Touching Xiao Yuning was akin to slapping his face.
"It was them."
Xiao Yuning pointed angrily at Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue, her eyes filled with hatred.
Whoa.
Young Master Wang, I had a grudge with Song Qingxue before. Today, she suddenly splashed me with a drink as soon as she arrived, and her bodyguard, taking advantage of the Qiao group backing him up, even directly hit me. Young Master Wang, you must help me take down the Song group, make that guy kneel down and kill himself.
Let me vent my anger.
Xiao Yuning was in tears, unable to speak, and this might be her best performance of crying since she started in the industry. Because her face really hurt.
Song Qingxue, Song group?
Young Master Wang's face turned dark as he repeated these somewhat unfamiliar names.
At this moment, Su Huwei hurriedly stepped forward to add fuel to the fire. "Young Master Wang, I witnessed everything that happened just now. Miss Chow is right, it was Song Qingxue and her bodyguard, relying on the Song group's recent success in Lingzhou, who arrogantly bullied Miss Chow." His words completely put the Song group in the spotlight. As long as young Master Wang wanted to avenge Xiao Yuning, he would have to deal with the Song group. He. Young Master Wang sneered repeatedly. What a Song group! Just how big is it to dare touch my woman? Song Qingxue couldn't help but step forward and said, "Young Master Wang, I am Song Qingxue, it's not as they said, Xiao Yuning and Su Huwei deliberately framed me." "Enough."
Young Master Wang directly interrupted Song Qingxue, "I don't care about your reasons, just tell me, was it your person who laid hands?"
Song Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, she could not argue about this point.
Although Xiao Yuning set a trap that no one saw, yet Yi Xiao's attack happened right in front of everyone. Yi Xiao shook his head. How could this woman be so clear-headed earlier, knowing that reasoning with this rich kid was useless, but now she completely forgot.
Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Seeing that Song Qingxue could not find words to say, young Master Wang coldly laughed. "So it's Song Qingxue."
"Let me tell you, even if Xiao Yuning is at fault, that's only natural. Because she is not only my woman but also the spokesperson for Jinha Group, she is the face of Jinha Group."
"So what if she framed you?" "Don't say it's framing you, even if she broke your hands and feet on the spot, you should kneel down and accept it obediently." "But you?
Clearly, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. You dare to hit my woman back, that." In the eyes of Wang Ershao, the Song family group holds no weight, but surely Shen Luoyin should have some say. Su Hui's face instantly froze. He didn't expect this kid to have such connections. Now it seems Wang Ershao might go easy on Yi Xiao and the Song family group. Wang Ershao gave Shen Luoyan a disdainful glance and casually said, "Who are you? Do I know you? 100 billion group, what is that, anyway? Do I even need to give you face? I'll tell you, even if Shen Xianyi came personally, he would have to respectfully greet me. As for you, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take you down as well." Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He didn't expect Wang Ershao to be this arrogant, not even paying attention to him. He clenched his fists and helplessly glanced at Yi Xiao, thinking that he had done his best. "Yi Xiao, you better take care of yourself." At this moment, Song Qingshue's heart sank again. It's over, it's over. Even Shen Luoyan's words don't work. It seems the Song family group is truly in danger this time. Suddenly, Wang Ershao cast a fierce glance at Yi Xiao. "Kid, you're really pathetic. Hiding behind two women to avoid disaster. Ha, I thought the person who dared to touch my woman was someone impressive, turns out he's just trash. Now, I'll give you a chance to save your life. Kneel down now, break your own arms in front of my woman, and then kneel at her doorstep for 3 days and nights. Then you might just earn your pathetic life back," Wang Ershao said domineeringly. In his eyes, someone like Yi Xiao, who didn't even dare to speak in front of him, would definitely obey meekly. Su Hui immediately jumped out to echo, "Kid, Wang Ershao is being merciful in sparing your life. Why don't you hurry up and do as he says? If you hesitate even a little and make Wang Ershao angry, Su, won't let you off the hook." Su Hui wouldn't dare to do anything to Yi Xiao, of course. But hiding behind Wang Ershao, he still had the courage to act tough against Yi Xiao, and he was quite confident about it. As soon as Su Hui finished speaking, several people seized the opportunity to mock Yi Xiao. The person with the toughest mouth indeed. "Alright, since you choose to defy me, I will see who is tougher, your bones or your mouth." He spoke each word as if squeezing them out from between his teeth, giving an utterly chilling impression. After saying this, Wang Ershao waved his hand. "Someone, go break that kid's limbs." It was as casual as commanding to step on an ant. Yes. At his command, a tall man with a cold face emerged, his eyes dull and lifeless like a corpse. "Kid, this man is the underground boxing champion I hired from South Vietnam for 10 million. Before this, he has snapped almost 100 opponents' necks. I hope you can hold on to the second move against him." Wang Ershao smiled with his lips, but it was not a smile of warmth. Hearing this, everyone became interested and stepped back to create a larger circle. These self-proclaimed high society people had long been satisfied with ordinary thrills, only such bloody fights could stir their fanaticism. "Yi Xiao, be careful," Song Qingxue whispered before retreating a few steps. She had great confidence in Yi Xiao's skills and did not want to be a burden to him. Yi Xiao glanced casually at the South Vietnamese man and couldn't help but curl his lips. "Is that it? Wang Er, you might as well let that guy behind you join in. With such quality, I can take down 10 with one hand." Wang Ershao couldn't help but burst into laughter. He thought Yi Xiao's bravado was absurdly amusing. "Kid, you are just a mere bronze rank, yet dare to show off in front of me? Get him. Within 10 seconds, I want to see both his hands and feet." The South Vietnamese man was furious with Yi Xiao's arrogance and, without wasting words, instantly smashed his fist at Yi Xiao. In that moment, his fist turned a deep black, like a steel hammer. Some spectators who were closer could even hear the sound of his muscles striking and bones cracking. TSK, look at that fist, he must be a boxing champion for sure. I fear that punch could crush a bull to death." Su Hui and Xiao Yuning wore expressions of delight, eager for the ferocious South Vietnamese man to crush Yi Xiao with one punch. Shen Luoyan shook her head. She had never seen Yi Xiao fight, so she naturally didn't believe he could match the South Vietnamese man. At this moment, she hesitated whether to call her father, fearing it would make her enemies with the Jinha group. At this time, facing the overwhelming punch from the South Vietnamese man, Yi Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he forcibly stepped forward and swung a powerful hammer fist to collide head-on with the South Vietnamese man. In prison, Yi Xiao disliked fighting against such brute-force foreign criminals the most. It lacked any technical content and robbed him of the joy of fighting. Boom! A massive sound echoed, the entire hall seemed to shake. Next, everyone felt as if a bee had buzzed into their ears, buzzing, sounding loudly. Everyone was temporarily deafened in an instant. The next second, they saw the fierce South Vietnamese man fly back like a kite with a severed line. Bang! He crashed to the ground, and when people looked closely, one of his arms had turned into a mass of flesh, lying on the ground unconscious. Seeing this scene, everyone changed dramatically, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Ershao's bodyguard is indeed the South Vietnamese boxing champion. How could he be knocked out in one punch by this kid? Wang Ershao's smile froze on his face as if covered in glue. He knew exactly how strong his bodyguard was, having saved him from disaster several times before.
Even the famous fist masters of Jiangnan province could do nothing about it. And now, unexpectedly, this kid was taken out with one punch. It was truly hard for him to accept. The corner of Song Qingshua's mouth lifted in delight. For some reason, she found herself increasingly fond of watching Yishao fight, feeling it was particularly manly. Shen Luoyan raised her brows. It seemed she had indeed underestimated him. At least in terms of strength, Yishao was now qualified to challenge young Master Wang Er. After a brief moment of distraction, young Master Wang Er shouted to another bodyguard, "Tan Lang, kill him, and I'll give you 10 million. As soon as the words fell, another bodyguard stepped out from behind Wang Er. Yes, young Master Wang. This was a man around 30 years old, about 1 meter 80 tall, with very pronounced temples, sharp eyes like lightning, and hands so large they looked like two fans. Yi Xiao could tell these hands were definitely enhanced with some secret potion. Tan Lang? This is actually Tan Lang, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. What's so special about this person? Someone next to him asked, confused. The first person continued, I once did business in the South Seas. Tan Lang is the top disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sect. 3 years ago, he left the sect and reportedly killed 3 elders and dozens of disciples. TCH. Isn't that just a small sect in the South Seas? What's so impressive about that? The man shook his head. You've never been to the South Seas, so you don't understand the situation there. Let me put it this way, the Heavenly Martial Sect is like our Dragon Kingdom's Martial Extreme Association. They often exchange martial arts, and the strengths are evenly matched. Ah. Tan Lang is that strong? The crowd was stunned. While they were unfamiliar with the Heavenly Martial Sect, they knew of the Martial Extreme Association. Any fighter drawn from there would be at the Great Master level. This battle was going to be exciting. A cold smile curled at the corner of young Master Wang Er's mouth. Kid, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Tan Lang was his secret weapon, one he hadn't used before, but he once had Tan Lang fight against that man from South Vietnam, and with just one hand, Tan Lang easily defeated him. Yi Xiao licked his lips. It seemed he would be able to enjoy another big feast. Tan Lang's strength was even greater than Lei Kaishan. If Lei Kaishan was a sharp dagger, then Tan Lang was a military knife coated with deadly poison. Though he looked unremarkable, one strike could take a life. Chapter 77, If you can't beat them, join them? Hiss. Suddenly, Tan Lang let out a sound from his nose. In the next second, he darted forward like a cheetah suddenly leaping from the grass, covering 7 to 8 meters in the blink of an eye, launching a surprise attack right in front of Yi Xiao. Tan Lang struck down with a fierce palm, aiming hard at the top of Yi Xiao's head. He had noticed Yi Xiao's strength as well, so he went all out from the start, giving Yi Xiao no time to react. TSK, this Tan Lang truly lives up to his name. His speed is so fast that I didn't even see how he attacked. I think that kid is done for. He'll probably be knocked out before he even moves. At this moment, young Master Wang Er was bursting with pride. He had seen Tan Lang's palm strike before. It could leave a dent even in a 10-centimeter thick iron brick, let alone Yi Xiao's head. As long as Yi Xiao got hit, it would be a scene of brain matter bursting forth. The sudden fierce wind raised by the punch blew even the greedy hare into a flutter. The greedy wolf's eyelids jumped violently, and his heart was filled with terror. Such a powerful punch, even he did not dare to take it head-on. So, he had to retract his hands in the air, bending his waist backward as if it were fitted with springs, narrowly avoiding Yi Xiao's hand whip. However, the fierce wind generated by Yi Xiao's punch still grazed his face, and the greedy wolf instantly grimaced in pain, feeling as if a steel brush had scrubbed harshly across his face. The greedy wolf felt a lingering fear. He could hardly imagine what would happen if he had clashed directly with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao grinned, seemingly more satisfied with the greedy wolf's performance. The more difficult and cunning the prey, the happier he was, because only by fighting such prey could he grow. Seeing the greedy wolf actually retreat, young Master Wang exploded in anger and shouted, Greedy wolf, what are you doing? I want you to kill him, not to watch your silly tricks. With young Master Wang's keen eyes, he naturally couldn't see the power of Yi Xiao's earlier strike, so he thought the greedy wolf was holding back, leaving his guard down at a crucial moment. The greedy wolf didn't have time to explain. At this moment, every pore on his body was open, and his brain and limbs were on alert. He knew this person was the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering Dragon Country, no exceptions. If he showed even a hint of carelessness, that would mean death. Watch out! Yi Xiao shouted, stepping forward, instantly shooting towards the greedy wolf, and at the same time forming his palm into a hammer. Bang! At that moment, the air exploded with a fierce sound, like a car suddenly blowing a tire. The greedy wolf's expression turned serious. He bent his body and drew an oval shape with his hands in front of him. This was the Taiji stance. The only way he could cope with Yi Xiao's fierce hammer fists was through the softness of Taiji overcoming hardness. Yi Xiao's mouth slightly curled up. This was interesting. He immediately transformed his fist into a palm, striking directly at the greedy wolf's 2 hands. The greedy wolf narrowed his eyes, not understanding what kind of technique Yi Xiao was using. Didn't this guy know that the 2 hands in the center of Taiji formed a pocket formation? If he fell into it, he would be like a turtle trapped in a jar. Would Yi Xiao make such a mistake? Since the greedy wolf couldn't understand, he simply stopped thinking. He believed that no matter what scheme Yi Xiao had, he couldn't succeed within his own pocket formation. Stop! The greedy wolf roared, instantly bringing his hands together like two giant pincers, suddenly clamping down on Yi Xiao's arm. Ah!
Seeing this scene, Song Qingxue instinctively covered her mouth. Even though she didn't understand martial arts, she knew that Yi Xiao was now in trouble. Shen Luoyan sighed secretly, Yi Xiao, you have ultimately lost. Young Master Wang's eyes sparkled, and he shouted excitedly, greedy wolf, quickly break his arm for me. For someone who often watched fighting matches, he naturally understood that the greedy wolf had taken the initiative. As long as the greedy wolf performed steadily, Yi Xiao would definitely lose an arm, and a one-armed Yi Xiao would be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter for the greedy wolf. Su Huwei and Xiao Yunying also showed unprecedented enthusiasm on there. It unexpectedly became as slippery as an eel, instantly slipping out of his iron grip. The greedy wolf's expression suddenly turned dull, as if he saw a ghost in broad daylight. Suddenly, his scalp tingled, and his hair stood on end. This was the warrior's instinct warning him of danger, just as he instinctively wanted to leap back. Yi Xiao was already crouched low on the ground, and in a flash, he kicked out like a spring-loaded knife suddenly unsheathed. Whoosh! Yi Xiao's heel scraped the ground and struck directly against the greedy wolf's calf. The greedy wolf abruptly realized this was the ground-sliding palm. Since the attacker was seated, kicking forward with the sole of the foot, it looked like a hand attack, hence the name. Just as this thought flashed through the greedy wolf's mind, the next second, he felt a sharp burning pain in his left leg. Clearly, Yi Xiao's kick had shattered the muscle tissue, and at once, his balance was lost, causing him to fall down. After successfully landing a blow, Yi Xiao rolled forward, and his right foot struck out fiercely, like an axe chopping down at the greedy wolf's abdomen. The greedy wolf swallowed hard, his body accelerating downward, while he slapped his hands against the ground, forming a bridge with his body, like a long rainbow over the water, allowing Yi Xiao's toes to just graze past his belly. Good! Upon seeing this move from the greedy wolf, Yi Xiao couldn't help but cheer. It was rare to find such agile prey even when wounded. Just when Yi Xiao was ready to continue his attack with a leap like a carp, the greedy wolf shouted urgently, I concede, I concede. At this point, how could the greedy wolf fail to see the situation clearly? He had exhausted all his skills, while Yi Xiao was as relaxed as a cat catching a mouse. Continuing to fight would only lead to two conclusions: he would either be beaten to death by Yi Xiao or crippled beyond repair. There was simply no third option. Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. Just when he started to feel something, this kid gave up. How boring. But he also valued the code of martial arts, and since he had no deep hatred with the greedy wolf, he put an end to the fight. Seeing this, Song Qingxue's heart finally settled. Indeed, Yi Xiao had never disappointed her in a fight. However, she still didn't dare to relax, because brute force was only part of Wang Erxiao's strength. His greater power lay in the business world. Shen Luoyan gently pressed her lips together. She had to admit that Yi Xiao opened her eyes. Not only did he defeat the king of Southern Yu, but he also made the greedy wolf, comparable to a grand elder of the martial arts world, kneel. No wonder he could stand alongside Huang Feihu. It turned out he was a master of martial arts himself. While the greedy wolf secretly sighed in relief, he thudded down to his knees before Yi Xiao. Sir, please take me as your disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was shocked. Everyone was in disbelief. Can it be this way? If you can't win, you just join? Wang Erxiao's face felt a burning pain. Was there anything more humiliating than this? The hired thug he found was kneeling and begging to his enemy for guidance. Greedy wolf, what are you doing? Do you no longer want money? Get up and beat this kid to death. Wang Erxiao screamed at the greedy. How could showing just a little strength make someone come begging to be a student? Last time in the hospital, he had no choice but to agree to the two old men, but now he had no such concerns, and unhesitatingly refused. I'm not interested. After saying this, he shifted his attention away from the greedy wolf and looked at Wang Erxiao with a half-smile. So, Wang Xiaoer, do you want to step up and try it yourself? He did not hide the mockery in his words, aiming directly at Wang Erxiao's throat. Wang Erxiao's eyelids twitched, and his palms hanging at his sides trembled uncontrollably. Kid, don't get cocky. Do you think defeating my two subordinates can do anything to me? The strength of the Wang family is a terrifying existence that low-level bugs like you can't even imagine. Although he had lost, he still had his pride as the second young master of the Jinha group. Yi Xiao sneered disdainfully, how terrifying. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Feeling the overwhelming momentum from Yi Xiao, Wang Erxiao felt his scalp tingle and his legs weaken. Why you, don't come over. At this moment, he was already terrified of the greedy wolf, let alone someone who could make the greedy wolf kneel. Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive. Song Qingxue hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Yi Xiao's arm. Today, Yi Xiao had already embarrassed Wang Erxiao. If he attacked Wang Erxiao again, there would be no place for him in the world.
Yi Xiao glanced back at Song Qingxue. Why are you pulling me? I just want to scare him. Song Qingxue was taken aback for a moment, then released her grip and rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao. She really couldn't understand how this guy could still joke so calmly at such a critical moment of life and death. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the corner of Wang Erxiao's mouth twitched, almost choking on his own saliva. He had always looked down on these ants, and now he was being mocked from a higher position by an ant. Alright, the Song Group, ha! I remember this. Today, I, Wang Chufeng, declare that anyone who dares to cooperate with the Song Group in the future will be my enemy. Wang Erxiao said through gritted teeth. Since he could not deal with Yi Xiao with force, he would use his strongest weapon, business influence, to suppress him. He didn't believe that a little-known Song Group could withstand the pressure from the Jinha Group. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's expression turned even uglier. Indeed, what was to come had arrived. The people present had long expected this, some shook their heads and sighed, while others gleefully watched the show. No one believed in the Song Group. At this moment, Su Huwei jumped out and said, on behalf of the Huwei Group, I firmly support young Master Wang. What young Master Wang says is what the Huwei Group says. The Huwei Group is irreconcilable with the Song Group. Moreover, the Huwei Group will be the first to suppress the Song Group, and I dare guarantee that the Song Group will go bankrupt within a week. Hearing this, many people scolded Su Huwei for being cunning. In Lingzhou, who didn't know that the Huwei Group and the Song Group were mortal enemies? Thus, Su Huwei's seemingly unwavering support for Wang Erxiao was really just for his own interests. However, with Su Huwei taking the lead, the other guests felt compelled to express their stance. They all knew who was the more powerful side between the Song Group and the Jinha Group, so many began to echo Su Huwei, declaring their firm support for Wang Erxiao. The words of these business leaders from various Lingzhou groups felt like daggers stabbing into Song Qingxue's body. Facing the pressure from the Jinha Group, the Song Group was already defenseless, and with these companies joining in, the Song Group would be left with no way out. Song Qingxue closed her eyes in pain, panic and fear flooding her heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Erxiao laughed triumphantly. This feeling of commanding thousands with a single word and pointing straight to the target made him thoroughly enjoy it, but he seemed still unsatisfied. In an instant, he looked coldly at Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue again. Kid, don't say I didn't give your Song Group a chance. Within 3 days, I can accept your apology, but I want you to crawl here in front of me and then commit suicide to apologize. And you, Song Qingxue, aren't you high and mighty? I want you to hold a press conference naked and apologize to Yuning. Remember, only 3 days. Once 3 days pass, you, along with your company, can wait to be erased from this world. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuning also stepped forward and arrogantly said, Song Qingxue, did you hear that? This is your family's only way out. If you want to live, just obediently follow Wang Xiao's words. What good is the Song Group? How strong is Yi Xiao? In front of absolute power, isn't it all about bowing down and then kneeling like a dog, begging them for forgiveness? Song Qingxue remained silent, her expression filled with confusion and pain. If she had to do that, she would rather die. Yi Xiao, however, looked at Wang Erxiao with a smirk, casually extending a fist, then suddenly raising his middle finger. Wang Xiao, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Since you want to compare backgrounds, I'll give you this chance. You can use all your resources to try to suppress me, and I will deal with it together. But at that time, don't you dare back down. After saying that, he took Song Qingxue's hand and walked towards the exit of the banquet hall. Once Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue's figures disappeared into the distance, Su Huwei asked in confusion, Wang Xiao, are you really planning to let that kid in the Song Group go? He. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Wang Erxiao's mouth. Let them go? How could that be? Crushing the Song Group is too easy, I could do it with a flick of my finger. Wang Erxiao's face showed a slightly mocking smile. I just want to give them a glimmer of hope, watching them crawl step by step over here, kneeling down in front of me, only to finally crush all their hopes and let them die regretting in endless despair. This is the consequence of offending me, Wang Chufeng. Though Wang Erxiao spoke in a plain tone, the cruel and violent undertone made even Su Huwei, a schemer, break out in cold sweat. Chapter 79, Forced to the Palace. Less than an hour after the banquet ended, with the spreading of a concerned mind, the news that Wang Erxiao of Jinha Group wanted to blacklist the Song Group spread throughout Lingzhou. Just returning to her villa, Song Qingxue, who wanted to quietly think about a countermeasure, had her phone bombarded by calls from the group's shareholders, and in the end, she had no choice but to turn off her phone. But this still could not escape her fate. Soon, the second largest shareholder of the company, Song Qingxue's second grandfather Song Qingshan, came visiting, along with her mother, Huang Meishue, and some of the Song family's relatives who had shares in the Song Group. After Huang Meishue entered, she first scolded Yi Xiao, you worthless fool, is that Xiao Yuning someone you can fight? Is Wang Erxiao someone you can offend? I've long said to kick this waste out. But the old man just wouldn't listen. Now look, the entire Song family is going to be harmed by this waste.
Song Qingxue had already explained everything that happened at the banquet to her in detail, but Huang Meishue still put the main responsibility on Yi Xiao. In her view, this could shift some blame away from Song Qingxue in the eyes of the shareholders. But the other shareholders were not fools. How could they not see Huang Meishue's intention? Song Qingshan pressed down with his hand, saying, Meishue, do you think dragging out a little bodyguard is useful now? What we need is a way to truly solve the problem. Song Qingshan said, and behind him, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses responded, that's right, Song Qingxue, you are the president of the group, so I think you should take full responsibility for this incident. Therefore, you should do everything possible to satisfy young Master Wang's conditions, to gain Miss Chow and young Master Wang's forgiveness, in exchange for their pardon of our Song family group. This person was Song Qingshan's grandson, Song Zihao, who had long been dissatisfied after the old man stubbornly handed the presidency to Song Qingxue. He believed his abilities were equal to hers, so how could he miss this opportunity to attack her? Hearing Song Zihao's words, Song Qingxue gritted her teeth, her body trembling. Compared to the external blows, this knife from a relative hurt her even more. Satisfying young Master Wang's demands, wouldn't that mean stripping herself bare at a press conference? This is what a wealthy family is like, where family ties are weak and interests come first. Zihao, are you even speaking like a human? Qingxue is not only your sister but also our group's president. If you want her to do that, how will she face others in the future? Where will the face of our Song family group go? Huang Meiyao immediately reprimanded. Other shareholders lowered their heads in silence. They were also part of the Song family and still had some sense of shame. Now, they were torn between choosing interests or choosing family ties. Ha ha! Song Zihao sneered, Auntie, this Song family group isn't just yours, it's all of ours. Besides, tell me, if we don't follow young Master Wang's words, are we just going to let our Song family group die? This. Huang Meiyao was speechless. Before this, she had called everyone she could, but no one was willing to help them. Cough, cough. At this moment, Song Qingshan coughed twice and said, Qingxue, ever since you took over as president, you've brought a lot of trouble to the company. This shows that your abilities are questionable. I suggest you step down sooner. Hearing this, some shareholders' faces brightened. They could naturally tell what Song Qingshan meant. Now that Song Qingxue was the group's president, if she stripped herself bare for a press conference, it would undoubtedly damage the reputation of the Song family group. But if she stepped down first, then there would be no such impact. I think second uncle is right. If Qingxue steps down early and hands over the position, maybe the company will have a chance. A relative chimed in. I also support second uncle's opinion. More and more of Song family relatives clearly expressed their support for Song Qingshan. Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. She never expected that even at this time, her second granduncle and the others were thinking about seizing power. Is this the group she worked hard to strengthen? At this moment, she felt a little sad and thought her past efforts were in vain. Song Qingshan smiled at Song Qingxue. Qingxue, look how many shareholders have expressed their opinions. Now that the chairman is not here, you, as president, should quickly take a stance. Otherwise, we might just default to approve this resolution. Although he had a smile on his face the entire time, his words were cold enough to make Song Qingxue feel as if she was in an icy wilderness. Huang Meiyao was now in a panic, sweating profusely. She wanted to plead for her daughter but had no way to start. With the old man absent, Song Qingshan was the absolute elder of the Song family. No matter what she said, it would probably be rejected. The smile on Song Zihao's face could no longer be hidden. He never expected the coup would go so smoothly. As long as Song Qingxue stepped aside, the presidency would likely be his. At that time, he would use his president status to order Song Qingxue to apologize and make amends. Thoroughly ruining Song Qingxue, even Song Qigong's return would be powerless to change the situation. Song Qingxue closed her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears streaming down her cheeks, just as her lips slightly parted, ready to accept her fate. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, who says old Master Song is not here? Yi Xiao? Song Qingxue turned her head, looking at Yi Xiao in confusion. Song Zihua could not accept that a mere bodyguard would interrupt his rise to power, and immediately shouted angrily, Kid, this is the internal meeting of the Song family's upper echelon, what are you, a little bodyguard, doing here? Song Qingshan also looked down on Yi Xiao, saying, Kid, you better keep a low profile. After we handle Song Qingxue's matter, we'll settle the score with you. Yi Xiao curled his lips and smiled, I think you guys should take care of yourselves first. Saying this, Yi Xiao raised the phone in his hand, revealing old Master Song Qigong's face, looking dignified and intimidating. At the sight of Song Qigong, Song Qingshan suddenly stood up from the sofa, even his breathing seemed to tremble. Elder brother, you how come, are here? For this elder brother who founded the Song group, Song Qingshan felt a deep fear, even a video image made his legs go weak. Hello, chairman. Hello, chairman. The other shareholders of the Song family also stood up one by one, respectfully greeting him.
Qingshan, you guys are amazing. Have you forgotten how you got your shares? Since I could give them to you, I can take them back just as easily.
Song Qigong's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over everyone, his eyes filled with indifference. Song Qingshan and the other shareholders were scared to the point of sweating profusely, lowering their heads, afraid to say a word. Song Zihua unwillingly stepped forward and said, "Great-granduncle, we are also doing this for the good of the company, forced by circumstances, we..."
Shut your mouth. What position do you think you are in to speak here? Song Qigong directly interrupted Song Zihua's words with authority.
At this moment, Song Qigong shifted his tone and said, "Since the problem has arisen, everyone in the group must work together to face and resolve it, not like you all, squabbling amongst yourselves to assign blame. Now, I appoint Yi Xiao as the assistant to the chairman. During my absence, Yi Xiao will have full authority to supervise the group." Yi Xiao was immediately stunned. Wasn't it agreed that he would only act as a bodyguard?
How did he suddenly become an assistant?
Just as Yi Xiao was ready to ask for clarification, Song Qigong spoke first. "Assistant Yi, your first task is to assist Song Qingxue in securing the contract with the Jinha Group and resolving this crisis. If you fail, Song Qingxue will be directly dismissed from her position as president." With that, smack, the video call ended. Yi Xiao suddenly felt like he had been played. "I kindly acted as a messenger for you, but you plan to have me do 2 jobs for 1 salary. Old Song, is this how you show respect?" Chapter 80, the rest will be left to miracles. Although the video call was disconnected, Song Qigong's words undoubtedly dropped a massive nuclear bomb in everyone's mind. What is the chairman thinking? Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue have offended young Master Wang so badly, and they still want a bid? Yeah. Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Several shareholders whispered to each other, expressing disbelief that bidding could succeed. But Song Qingshan did not think so. He understood his elder brother well and knew he would never speak without reason. Since he said so, he must have some confidence. Song Zihua's focus, however, was entirely on the latter part of Song Qigong's statement. If Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue failed to complete the task, Song Qingxue would be dismissed as president. Wasn't this a death sentence? As long as Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue dare to take it, there will definitely be only one dead end. It seems I still have hope to sit in the position of president. Grandpa, I think since the chairman has already made the decision, why don't we just do as the chairman says? Song Zihao said with a fake smile. Song Qingshan knew his grandson was getting carried away, but at this moment he had no better way, so he waved his hand and left Song Qingxue's villa with a group of shareholders. From the appearance of Song Qigong to his arrangements, Huang Meyer and her daughter Song Qingxue were both in a state of shock, and after a long while, Huang Meyer stammered, "Qingxue, do you think the old man is out of his mind?" Song Qingxue ignored her mother's question and looked intently at Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, what do you plan to do?" Yi Xiao shrugged, "What else can I do? You just need to give it your all, the rest will be left to miracles." After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen to prepare himself a bowl of noodles. Song Qingxue forcibly controlled her urge to hurl a slipper at Yi Xiao and gritted her teeth to ask, "What if we can't get the contract? Then just calculate my salary, and I'll leave." Yi Xiao still acted as if he didn't care, ready to drive people crazy. Huang Meyer angrily pointed at Yi Xiao's back and scolded, "Qingxue, listen to him, is he even speaking human words? I think he's sent by the Tiger Power Group to harm us. I don't know what kind of mind control soup the old man drank to believe this ungrateful wolf." Hearing her mother mention grandfather, Song Qingxue finally put down the slipper in her hand and her eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Yes. How could grandpa possibly be confused? Thinking back on it, in less than half a month since Yi Xiao came to her side, he had either offended the father and son Huang Feihu and Huang Badian or confronted Feng Honggang and Su Hui head-on, and the result was, this guy not only came out unscathed but also continued to be spirited and enjoyed his meals every day, even having free time to make her furious. Maybe this guy really has something that grandfather values? With that thought, Song Qingxue sighed and headed to the second floor. "Mom, I'm going to prepare the bidding documents. If there's nothing, don't come to bother me." Huang Meyer looked at Yi Xiao in the kitchen, then glanced at her daughter going upstairs. "Sigh, what kind of sin have I committed?" In the kitchen, Yi Xiao smiled and was somewhat pleased with Song Qingxue's performance. A brave person isn't without fear but doesn't escape when fear arrives. Meanwhile, in a luxurious clubhouse in Lingzhou, Su Hui was holding a wineglass, smiling obsequiously at the seated Wang Ershao. "Wang Xiao, how do you plan to deal with the Song Group?" "I am willing to serve you." Wang Ershao snorted coldly and smiled disdainfully. "Do I need to do anything to deal with them? From what I know about this kind of family group, that woman Song Qingxue is probably already being forced by her company to come and apologize to me." Su Hui rolled his eyes and smiled slightly. "Wang Xiao, you underestimate the Song Group. I just received news Song Qingxue has got the support of Old Man Song, and she not only has no intention of coming to apologize but also plans to submit a bid to the Jinha Group." "What?" Wang Ershao raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "This old fool really deserves to die.
But in an instant, a smile spread across his lips. They dare to bid? I think they are looking for their own death. Well, let's wait and see. Wang Ershao did not rush to respond, but instead poured himself another glass of wine and said slowly, that depends on whether you know how to handle people. Su Hui quickly snapped his fingers, and immediately 7 or 8 provocatively dressed seductive women walked out. Although these women had different looks and outfits, they shared one common trait: they were all alluring. Seeing this, Wang Ershao's pupils widened, and a flower-like smile appeared on his face. Very good, Xiao Su, you understand me well. Leave the contract matter to me. Wang Ershao was never short of money or power. His only true passion was for such alluring women, which was one of the reasons he held Xiao Yuning in such high regard. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of the Qiani Group, Shen Luoyan shared her observations from the banquet without reservation with Shen Qiani. Dad, I think Wang Chufeng is too overbearing, giving me no face at all. In front of her father, Shen Luoyan completely dropped her mask, expressing her anger toward Wang Chufeng. Luoyan, face is not something anyone gives to you, it's something you have to earn yourself. Look at Ji Xiao, although he's just a little bodyguard, after fighting with Wang Chufeng's men, who would dare to look down on him again? Shen Qiani advised his daughter. Humph, that's just brute force. He can defeat Wang Chufeng's men, but when it comes to the upcoming blockade from the Jinhai group, I still don't believe he can handle that. Shen Luoyan was clearly still a bit dissatisfied. Yi Xiao had ignored her several times. He. Shen Qiani laughed lightly. Luoyan, do you dare to make another bet with me? I bet Yi Xiao will manage to retreat unscathed this time. Shen Luoyan stared at her father in disbelief, completely unable to understand why he was so optimistic about Yi Xiao. Shen Qiani could clearly see through his daughter's thoughts and continued, Luoyan, do you think Yi Xiao will definitely lose to the Song family? If I remember correctly, you said the same thing last time, but what was the result? Last time, Yi Xiao just happened to know Huang Feihu, but the Wang family is a big family in the provincial capital. Do you really expect Yi Xiao to have connections with them? Shen Luoyan retorted. Then let's just wait and see. A cunning glint flashed in Shen Qiani's eyes. Chapter 81, Su Hui's Provocation. The next 3 days were the most difficult days for Song Qingxue. All employees of the Song Group were anxious, and at the same time, all company projects came to a standstill. Almost no one believed that the Song Group could survive under the suppression of the Jinhai Group. In the president's office, Song Qingxue sat with a furrowed brow in her office chair. Ever since completing the bidding proposal, she had completely idled away her time. The once bustling office had turned quiet, seemingly as if everyone in the company was deliberately distancing themselves from her. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. In the past, Song Qingxue would likely have thrown a tantrum and scolded the intruder for not knocking, but today she felt a trace of joy. Lifting her head, she saw Yi Xiao coming towards her, hands in pockets and a relaxed expression, before he casually sat down across from her. Why are you here? Are you here to discuss the bidding matters with me? Song Qingxue spoke calmly, seemingly softened after being neglected by the company for a few days. Yi Xiao grinned and said, Wrong, I came to see if you were frightened. After all, we're about to attend the bidding conference soon. If you chicken out at the last moment, that wouldn't be good. You can't just let me bear the blame alone. Song Qingxue was feeling relatively good at first, but upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, her mood instantly soured. Why couldn't this guy just go along with her words and give her a bit of comfort? Why did he have to provoke her? She shot Yi Xiao an annoyed glance. With a cold grunt, she said, Assistant Ji, you're thinking too much. I, Song Qingxue, am not that kind of person. Since I am the president of the company, I will never back down at a critical moment, nor let someone else bear the blame alone. Yi Xiao stood up and laughed lightly, then I can rest assured. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the door. Song Qingxue did not expect Yi Xiao to come to see her, just to say such a meaningless thing, making her so angry that her teeth itched. She raised her middle finger at his back. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came again, actually, this is also an opportunity. When you have some free time, you can take a good look at who is sailing through the storm with you, and who is secretly updating their resume, looking for a chance to run away. Ha! Song Qingxue was stunned. Could it be that this was actually said by that reckless Yi Xiao, who only knew how to solve problems with brute force? Indeed, for the past few days, all her thoughts were focused on how to face the pressure from Jinhai Group. She had not paid much attention to the internal matters of the company. Watching Yi Xiao's disappearing figure, Song Qingxue felt a bit confused. Perhaps this guy was not as simple as she thought. An hour later, Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue hurried towards the hotel where the Jinhai Group's bidding conference was being held. As soon as they arrived at the hotel's entrance, they unexpectedly saw Song's mother, Huang Mei. Mom, what are you doing here? Song Qingxue asked in surprise. Huang Mei frowned and said, Of course, I'm worried about you. Instead of waiting for news with your dad at the hospital, I'd rather come here and take a look. Song Qingxue had no objections to this. Just as the three were about to enter the hotel, suddenly Su Hui's voice was heard. Oh. Isn't this President Song? I must say, you really have thick skin.
Having offended young Master Wang, you still dare to come to Jinha Group's bidding meeting.
Isn't this just putting your face out to be slapped? Hearing this, Song Qingxue tightly clenched her fists.
However, since she dared to come, she had mentally prepared herself, so she wasn't easily defeated by Su Hui's words.
Instead, she continued to walk forward.
Su Hui continued to speak pompously from behind. President Song, don't rush to leave.
I can give you a chance to live.
If you sleep with me for 3 days and then merge Song Group into my Hui Group, I can reluctantly speak up for you in front of young Master Wang.
Ha ha ha. You're really annoying. Do you want me to smash that fly's mouth?
Yi Xiao said nonchalantly.
Yi, are you a pig brain? All you know is to fight and kill. Do you want to make it so we can't even enter the bidding conference? Huang Mei scolded Yi Xiao with a stern expression.
Song Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive. Seeing that this couldn't provoke Song Qingxue, Su Hui continued, President Song, do you see who this person next to me is?
This is your former financial director.
Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue suddenly stopped and turned her head. Sure enough, she saw the financial director who had embezzled 100 million in public funds. Seeing Song Qingxue turn around, Su Hui intensified his mockery, President Song, let me tell you the truth. Your financial director embezzling 100 million was my instruction, and the assassin who was going to kill you was also arranged by me.
How does that feel? Aren't you furious? Aren't you crazy? In Su Hui's view, since Song Group was about to go bankrupt, he didn't care about letting Song Qingxue know these things. Could a company on the verge of bankruptcy still find trouble with him? Song Qingxue's brows furrowed in anger as she glared at the financial director, Hu Sanjin, why did you betray the company?
At that time, your mother was seriously ill, and my grandfather paid for her treatment. Hu Sanjin, emboldened, said, President Song, coming out to work is a matter of mutual consent. Of course, people seek higher positions, and water flows downward. The chairman helped my mother with medical expenses.
You still want to buy me off?
After all these years of hard work for the Song Group, I've already paid my debts. So don't use this to morally blackmail me, I won't fall for it. However, out of the kindness of our master-servant relationship, I must kindly remind you that it's best to follow President Su's words. Otherwise, the Song Group will only end up in ashes. Hu Sanjin had a cunning look, as the Song Group had already been blacklisted by the Jinha Group, its collapse was just a matter of time, which is why he dared to act so openly in front of Song Qingxue. At this moment, more and more people arriving for bidding gathered at the hotel entrance, many pointing and laughing at Song Qingxue with schadenfreude. What is Song Qingxue thinking? How dare she come to bid? Is she seeking humiliation? She probably hasn't woken up yet. How dare she ignore young Master Wang's warning? Song Qingxue took a deep breath, calming her emotions somewhat. Just as she was about to turn back into the hotel, another voice interrupted her. Song Qingxue, you really are something. Have you forgotten what I said 3 days ago? Hearing this voice, Song Qingxue instinctively trembled. It was Wang Chufeng. It is said that it is easy to break a thief in the mountains but hard to break a thief in the heart. Song Qingxue still felt fear in her heart for young Master Wang, as the Jinha Group behind him was just too powerful. Huang Meiyao was also scared, hiding behind, not daring to say a word. In front of Yi Xiao, she could rage and curse, but before this powerful young Master Wang, she lost all courage. At this moment, Yi Xiao stepped forward and patted Song Qingxue's shoulder, then turned to the smirking Wang Chufeng and said, Wang Er, I advise you to treat others as people when you're on top of the mountain. Once you slide down to the foot of the mountain, you might have a chance to be a person again. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wang couldn't help but laugh wildly, as if he had heard a funny joke. You little nobody, how dare you say something like that to me? Let me tell you, I will always be on the mountaintop, while you will be crawling under my feet for the rest of your life, licking my toes. Chapter 82, Tear Up the Bid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning and the onlookers around young Master Wang nodded in agreement. Young Master Wang's status as the son of the richest man in Jiangnan province meant he should be high and mighty, and he should be domineering. In their eyes, Yi Xiao looked ridiculous. Just a bodyguard, a person as insignificant as an ant dared to provoke young Master Wang. This was simply seeking death, as the Wang family was powerful enough to crush Yi Xiao with just a finger. Hey, kid, listen well. When this bidding is over, it will be your death date. I'm kind-hearted, I can gift you a coffin for free. Tell me, do you want a sliding lid or a flipping lid for your coffin? Ha ha ha. Young Master Wang laughed maniacally, completely dismissing Yi Xiao's words. Ha ha ha. The crowd also laughed along, some unflattering. Young Master Wang is truly kind-hearted. He's even giving this kid a coffin. I think this kid's ancestors' graves must be smoking, otherwise, how could he receive such kindness from young Master Wang? Kid, stop being dumbfounded. Kneel and thank young Master Wang for his great kindness.
Right, do you think everyone has the chance to receive a coffin from young Master Wang? Ha ha ha.
Yi Xiao wore a smirk of mockery, saying, "Young Wang, I hope you stay this arrogant."
After speaking, he took Song Qingshue's trembling hand and walked into the hotel. Young Master Wang, do you really allow Song Qingxue to bid? Isn't she slapping your face? Xiao Yuning said sweetly, hoping to see Song Qingxue denied entry. He.
Young Master Wang scoffed dismissively.
Let them submit their bids.
Soon, I'll make her understand what despair truly is. Wang Erxiao's lips curled into a cold smirk.
Alright, let's go in too.
The bidding conference of Jinhai Group was held in the largest banquet hall of the hotel, but it was not Wang Erxiao who hosted the event, rather a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The woman wore a fiery red qipao, adorned with stunning begonia flowers. Ordinary women could not pull off such attire, yet on her, it was a perfect match, elevating her stunning presence even further. Watching the woman's curvy figure, Wang Erxiao couldn't help but swallow several times, but he dared not be reckless, for she was someone his father highly valued. Director Lin, long time no see. Wang Erxiao greeted her with a smile.
Long time no see.
Lin Hongjiao only nodded slightly, with a hint of coldness that seemed to keep Wang Erxiao at a distance, as if she didn't take him seriously. Despite Wang Erxiao flaunting the name of Jinhai Group outside, the core executives of Jinhai Group knew he was not favored by Wang Jinhai. He was merely a discarded pawn living off the family's resources.
Wang Erxiao had long become used to Lin Hongjiao's attitude and sulkily sat next to her.
Lin Hongjiao paid no attention to him. She took the microphone and began her speech. "I am Lin Hongjiao, the director of Jinhai Group.
First, I welcome everyone to our bidding conference.
Now, I invite all interested bidders to submit their proposals. My team will evaluate the proposals on site, and I will announce the winning bid in 1 hour." Lin Hongjiao's voice was cold and assertive. As soon as she finished speaking, CEOs from various companies present began to stand up and walk toward the stage. In addition to Song Group and Huawei Group, there were more than a dozen other companies at the bidding event today. Although they knew they couldn't compete with Su Huawei, they were satisfied just to make an appearance at Jinhai Group's bidding conference.
And wasn't there always a chance? What if they were selected?
Song Qingxue also mustered her courage and handed her bid to Lin Hongjiao's secretary. At that moment, she noticed Wang Erxiao making a throat-cutting gesture toward her. Song Qingxue gritted her teeth, afraid to react at all. Once all the proposals were collected, Lin Hongjiao stood up and, accompanied by her secretary, headed backstage. The review would naturally not take place in front of everyone, as it would greatly affect the bidder's mindset. At this moment, Wang Erxiao hurriedly followed and called out to the secretary at a corner backstage, "Xiao Huang, wait a moment." Although Lin Hongjiao dared to disregard Wang Erxiao, Secretary Xiao Huang didn't dare to be disrespectful.
"Young Master Wang, do you have any instructions?"
Wang Erxiao smiled, snatching all the proposals from the secretary's hands. After searching through them, he pulled out Song Qingxue's proposal and tore it apart right in front of the little secretary. The little secretary was instantly terrified, her face pale. "Wang.
Young Master, what are you doing?"
Wang Erxiao raised a finger in a silencing gesture and awkwardly laughed. "Remember, Jinhai Group belongs to my Wang family.
I will do as I please.
Lin Hongjiao is merely a dog of my Wang family. You can certainly try to tell Lin Hongjiao about this, but the consequences..."
"I believe I need not elaborate." The little secretary trembled. I understand, I know what to do." "Good, you may go. Don't keep Director Lin waiting." With that, Wang Erxiao turned and walked away with the torn proposal from Song Group. The company CEOs who had submitted their proposals. Everyone was nervously pretending to be calm and laughing in the banquet hall, while the three from the Song Group were completely isolated by the crowd. At this moment, young Master Wang Er was holding a glass of red wine, smiling as he walked toward Song Qingxue and the others. "Song Qingxue, why haven't you left yet? Are you here waiting for the bid results? You can't be that naive. Do you think that by provoking me, Wang Chufeng, you can still win the bid?" Young Master Wang Er's tone was full of mockery. "I know you are holding your breath, wanting to seek fairness.
In the eyes of ordinary people, your behavior indeed shows guts and courage. But in my eyes, you are being overconfident and bringing humiliation upon yourselves." Xiao Yuning stepped forward and linked her arm with young Master Wang Er, casting a contemptuous glance at Song Qingxue, happy to see her sad. Su Huawei, standing nearby, snickered repeatedly. Although he didn't know how young Master Wang Er was doing it, he believed that as part of the Wang family, a little trick could easily push the Song Group out. Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly, unable to speak. If it weren't for her grandfather insisting on having Yi Xiao assist her in bidding, she wouldn't have had the courage to come at all.
He.
Yi Xiao said with a playful smile, "Wang Xiaoer, are you that sure that the Song Group can't win the bid?"
Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuning laughed loudly. "Kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death?" To say such brainless words, did you forget to take your medicine this morning?
The onlookers also looked down on Yi Xiao. Since young Master Wang Er could speak so assertively, he was definitely confident, yet this kid was still stubbornly clinging to hope.
If someone's brain hadn't absorbed 250 pounds of water, they surely wouldn't say such things?
Song Qingxue looked at Yi Xiao with a puzzled expression. She really couldn't understand where Yi Xiao's confidence came from. She had been paying attention to his movements these days, and he had just stayed in his villa and company, not going anywhere else. It surely wasn't possible for the Song group to turn the situation around. Young Master Wang Er's lips.
Pointing at Wang Ershao, she scolded, "How can you do this? You are breaking the rules." "What? Old lady, do you want to complain about me? Let me tell you, Jinhai Group is my Wang family's business. I can do whatever I want."
As he spoke, he raised his neck and lifted his chin high, radiating arrogance and disdain.
Reason? Fairness? In this world, how many strong people are willing to talk about reason and fairness with the weak?
It has always been that powerful families look down from above, trampling on the dignity of the weak. My fist is harder than yours, and that is reason. I have a stronger background than you, so I can ignore you.
Wang Ershao cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Xiao. So, kid, weren't you very cocky that day? Now you've become a sick cat? Scared and can't say a word, right?
Yi Xiao, however, smiled instead of getting angry. His eyes sparkled with mockery as he said softly, "Sometimes, a cat isn't necessarily sick, it just doesn't want to show its power.
If it shows its power, a cat will turn into a tiger and will bite."
Kid, I see you now are just a dog sweeping a curtain, relying only on your mouth.
Turn into a tiger? Go ahead and try to bite someone. Wang Ershao wouldn't take Yi Xiao's words seriously.
A trivial ant like him was nothing to be concerned about. If he couldn't stand it, he could just be crushed.
"Yi Xiao, let's go," Song Qingxue said gloomily.
She now had no desire to stay, and although the results hadn't come out yet, it definitely wouldn't be her Song Corporation. Yi Xiao glanced at Song Qingxue, feeling that this girl was too impatient. But he couldn't explain, so he told a lie. "I suddenly need to pee, wait for me a moment." Without waiting for Song Qingxue to respond, he hurriedly walked towards the bathroom.
Song Qingxue was completely speechless.
After such a long time of not going to the bathroom, he chose this moment, when she was feeling the worst and wanted to escape, to go to the bathroom. Huang Meyer wouldn't be polite with Yi Xiao. She directly lashed out at his back. "Lazy donkeys and horses always pee a lot.
Qingxue, let's just leave.
Don't wait for this bastard." Huang Meyer also thought that staying any longer was meaningless, only leading to more ridicule, and why should she wait for Yi Xiao, that ingrate?
Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xiao Yunying laughed mockingly. "I think this kid must be using the bathroom as an excuse to slip away. What, the spring breeze can't compare to her? Turns out he is a heartless bastard. Ha ha ha. I think Miss Xiao is right.
That kid must be unable to bear the pressure from Wang Xiao, leaving Song Qingxue here as a scapegoat. Tsk tisk, truly, when disaster strikes, everyone flies.
Song Qingxue, I think you should follow Wang Xiao's previous request and act fast. Otherwise, it won't just be one bodyguard abandoning you. I'm afraid your whole family and all your relatives will abandon you." Ha ha ha. The onlookers began to mock Song Qingxue without restraint.
On one hand, they thought the bankruptcy of the Song Corporation was a done deal. On the other hand, they wanted to flatter Wang Ershao. After all, doing this just required a bit of tongue work, and at most wasted a little saliva, which could possibly earn them Wang Ershao's favor.
Why not take the chance?
Hearing the harsh mockery of the crowd, Song Qingxue truly wanted to just leave and end it all. But a voice deep down told her that Yi Xiao was not that kind of person. He wouldn't abandon his own.
So, Song Qingxue pushed her mother's hand away.
"Mom, I want to wait for him," she said with firm determination.
Huang Meyer couldn't help but be stunned. What was wrong with her daughter? Did she really have feelings for that damn Yi Xiao?
As someone who had been through this, she could easily see that her daughter's behavior was not typical of a superior to a subordinate.
Only an emotional woman can have this.
Time passed 1 second after another, and after more than 10 minutes, Yi Xiao didn't appear even in shadow.
During this time, Wang Ershao and Xiao Yuning naturally couldn't help but mock Song Qingxue for being a fool who couldn't recognize people.
Finally, Huang Meyer couldn't hold back her anger and exclaimed, "Qingxue, I believe that White-Eyed Wolf must have slipped away on his own. I told you men like this are unreliable.
You didn't believe me.
When you get home, you should hurry and kick him out.
Once unfaithful, always untrustworthy."
At this moment, Song Qingxue began to waver. Her face was cold, her brows knitted, and her expression was extremely serious. Her feelings were also extremely complicated.
Could it be that Yi Xiao really abandoned her and ran away?
Were all his previous efforts to protect her fake, just to numb her?
Surely that's the case. He came to Lingzhou just to break off the engagement with her, right? If the Song family went bankrupt, he would have a better reason to do so.
The more Song Qingxue thought about it, the more desperate she became, the more heartbroken she felt, to the point that it made her want to vomit. Just when Song Qingxue was feeling hopeless and wanted to leave, Lin Hongjiao's voice rang out, "Everyone, thank you for waiting. I now announce the bidding results." Hearing this, Song Qingxue's heart felt as if it had been struck by an electric current. She no longer wanted to stay a moment longer and stepped towards the exit of the banquet hall. However, wanting to leave, how could Su Hui agree? He signaled, and immediately 2 bodyguards reached out to block Song Qingxue's path. Su Hui said with a half-smile, "President Song, at such a glorious moment for my Tiger Way group, how can you not stay to witness it? Am I not worth your respect, Su Hui? Get out of my way." Song Qingxue shouted fiercely. But the 2 bodyguards remained unmoved. Su Hui coldly shook his head and said, "President Song, now even that little white face with a bit of 3-legged cat kung fu of yours has run away. What do you have to give orders? I advise you to stay here quietly and await young Master Wang's decision. I can still offer you a decent treatment. Of course, if you don't want decency, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Song Qingxue had no choice but to grit her teeth and yield. The situation was stronger than the person, she had to temporarily choose to back down. Chapter 84, Song Group won the bid. At this moment, countless business owners also came over to congratulate Su Hui. "Congratulations, President Su. I don't think Director Lin needs to announce it, the winner must be your Tiger Way Group. President Su, you've received the big order from Jinha Group. Don't forget to share some leftovers with your little brother." "Yes. President Su, I knew that only your Tiger Way Group could collaborate with Jinha Group. That Song Group is just a pile of dog poop." Hearing everyone's flattery, Su Hui became more and more self-satisfied. He couldn't help but admire his own methods. He only used a slight trick and not only obtained the opportunity to cooperate with Jinha Group, but also kicked his biggest rival, the Song Group, into an abyss. Such an extraordinary achievement could be said to be the most vivid stroke in his business career. Just as Su Hui was self-congratulatory, feeling that the situation was settled, and Song Qingxue felt her life had reached its darkest moment, Lin Hongjiao's voice came again. "I announce that the winning bid is the Song Group. Next, I invite the personnel from the Song Group to come on stage and sign the preliminary cooperation agreement." Lin Hongjiao's words were like dropping a heavy bomb among the crowd. Boom! A sound, everyone's heads buzzed, feeling extremely dizzy. Su Hui's smile, brighter than a flower, immediately froze on his face. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, completely unable to believe his ears. Others were the same, the Song Group's bid had been torn apart by Wang Ershao. There wasn't even a bid document left. What kind of game is the Song Group playing? This is simply outrageous. Could it be that the Song Group is also using connections to manipulate things behind the scenes? But that doesn't seem realistic. The biggest behind-the-scenes player is young Master Wang Er. Who would dare to go against the young master of the Jinha Group? At this moment, young Master Wang Er's face suddenly darkened, tightening as if covered in a layer of glue. Lin Hongjiao's words hit him like an incredibly loud slap in the face. The Song Group, which had issued a kill order, actually awarded the bid to his company? Is there anything more embarrassing than this? What is happening? How could this happen? Song Qingxue was already petrified in place. Like most other people, she couldn't believe her ears. How could her bid win when it hadn't even reached Lin Hongjiao's hands? Huang Miao swallowed hard and said in disbelief, "Qingxue, pinch me. Is this a dream?" Hearing her mother's words, Song Qingxue snapped back to reality. It seemed she hadn't heard wrong, Lin Hongjiao truly announced the Song Group's name. "Who helped me from behind? Could it be Yi Xiao? It has to be him. It seems I wronged him. He wasn't abandoning me to run away but rather helping me behind the scenes." Song Qingxue thought with delight. Besides that, she really couldn't think of any other possibilities or find any other reason to explain Yi Xiao's sudden disappearance. "Is there anyone from the Song Group still present?" Lin Hongjiao urged. "Yes." Song Qingxue instantly regained her usual composure and calmly walked toward the stage. Just as Song Qingxue was about to step onto the stage, young Master Wang Er suddenly shouted, "Director Lin, as far as I know, you haven't seen the Song Group's bid. How do you determine that the Song Group qualifies to cooperate with my Jinha Group?" Young Master Wang Er wasn't a fool, he naturally wouldn't directly say that he had torn up the bid. However, he believed his question would definitely undermine the signing between Lin Hongjiao and Song Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue immediately stopped, wanting to listen to what kind of explanation Lin Hongjiao would give. Lin Hongjiao's gaze turned cold, her eyes flashing like storm clouds charged with lightning. "Wang Chufeng, I can responsibly tell you that this is our final review result. If you doubt my decision, you can go report it to Wang Dong." "Lin Hongjiao, stop flaunting yourself. Do you think I wouldn't dare to escalate this matter to my father? Just wait."
You will regret what you have done today for the rest of your life.
At this moment, young Master Wang Er no longer cared about anything else and directly confronted Lin Hongxia. He was absolutely certain that the bid had never reached Lin Hongxia. That the Song Group could win the bid was undoubtedly a manipulation by Lin Hongxia. As long as he seized this point, bringing. He glared at Song Qingxue with extreme resentment, staring at the contract that was originally meant for him, wishing he could rush up and tear it to shreds. But he didn't dare. This was a contract from the Golden River Group. If he openly destroyed it, it would be akin to opposing the Golden River Group, and the consequences could be imagined. It could be said that Song Qingxue, holding the contract of the Golden River Group, was like holding a precious sword. Even the young Master Wang did not dare to touch her, but that did not mean he would just let it go. He looked at Song Qingxue with a sinister gaze and sneered, Song Qingxue, don't think you can be proud just because you got the bid. I have 1,000 ways to kick you out. Don't forget, the Golden River Group is decided by my Wang family. Even if you can bribe Lin Hongxiao, what of it? She is just an employee of my Wang family. What my Wang family can give her, we can also take back. Hearing the young Master Wang's words, Song Qingxue's hand tightened around the contract, trembling uncontrollably. She had just begun to suspect that Yi Xiao had bribed Lin Hongxiao for the contract, which is why it was given to her, leaving her feeling insecure. If the young Master Wang brought this matter to Wang Jinhai, she would surely suffer a terrible fate and become a laughingstock again. At this moment, the onlookers also reacted, indeed. It was still too early to say that the Song family had completely won. With the young Master Wang as a roadblock, it was likely that this contract would soon be unilaterally torn apart by the Golden River Group. Su Hui's expression also improved a lot. Song Qingxue, just enjoy your moment of pride for now. Soon you will understand just how foolish and ignorant you are. Chapter 85 Wang Family's Benefactor. Watching her daughter surrounded, Huang Maya stepped forward in indignation and scolded, Young Master Wang, this contract was personally given to our Song family by your Golden River Group's director, don't make baseless accusations. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wang laughed maniacally, old lady, are you questioning me? Let me tell you, I am the young master of the Golden River Group, so when I say you bribed her, it is bribery. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. If it were before, young Master Wang really didn't have the confidence to bring down Lin Hongxiao, but now he was 100% sure. Let's go, Qingxue, now we are partners with the Golden River Group. Let's see who dares to stop us. Huang Maya finally had a clever moment, grabbing her daughter's hand and heading out. Of course, Song Qingxue didn't dare to delay. After all, it was best to leave this hotbed of gossip, and she now believed that Yi Xiao should be safe, so she had no other concerns. Young Master Wang, are you just going to let this be *tch Song Qingxue leave like that? I'm so unwilling. Xiao Yuniying clung to young Master Wang's arm and whined. Hee, let her jump around a bit longer. I guarantee that within a day, I will make her willingly kneel in front of you, ready for your disposal, young Master Wang said cruelly as he watched Song Qingxue's retreating figure. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, his pupils constricted. It was his father, Wang Jinhai. What he had just thought had really come true. So, young Master Wang answered the call in front of everyone. Dad, what's the matter? Hearing young Master Wang's address, the crowd held their breath. Oh my god, this was a call from the richest man. What? Dad, you're already in Lingzhou and at this hotel? Okay, I'll come see you right away, young Master Wang said excitedly before hanging up. Heaven is helping me. Yuniying, I take back what I just said. Within an hour, I will make that Song Qingxue obediently come to you, young Master Wang said, a fierce glint in his eyes. Everyone present was sharp, piecing together the contents of young Master Wang's call. They could naturally guess most of the things. Wang Shoufu came to Lingzhou, and he was staying in the hotel. Now Wang Ershao was going to meet him, and perhaps he could confirm the bribery case involving Lin Hongxia. In that case, not only would the contract in Song Qingxue's hands be void, but even the Song Group might end up on the blacklist of the Jinha Group. In short, Song Group was finished. Even if the King of Heaven came, they couldn't be saved. Yuniying, you should come with me. Wang Ershao commanded. He thought he could use the injury on Xiao Yuniying's face to better tell his father about the situation. Of course, Xiao Yuniying readily agreed. After all, this was an opportunity to meet the richest man in Jiangnan province. She had followed Wang Ershao for 2 years, and this was the first time she had this chance. So, the two of them set off towards the presidential suite where Wang Jinha was, both eager to reach the top floor and meet Wang Jinha sooner. Before long, they were brought into the suite by Wang Jinha's bodyguards. Xiao Yuniying's eyes immediately caught sight of a middle-aged man in blue clothing, with silver hair, slightly stooped. If it weren't for this man's imposing demeanor and Wang Ershao's cautious appearance, she would never have associated him with the richest man in Jiangnan province. Dad, I have something important to tell you. Wang Chufeng couldn't wait to speak. He pointed to Xiao Yuniying beside him. Dad, this is Xiao Yuniying, our spokesperson from the Jinha Group.
Look at her now, she has been beaten up by the bodyguards of the Song group in Lingzhou. This is an outright slap in the face to our Jinha group. Not to mention, at today's bidding conference, Director Lin even openly bribed someone and gave the contract to the Song group. If you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter thoroughly. I assure you, not a word I said is a lie. Wang Chufeng revealed all the crimes of the Song group in one breath. He believed that with his father's temper, he would most likely investigate this matter and then severely punish Lin Hongjiu and the Song group. At that point, he could further push things along, making the Song group's downfall easy. Who knows, he might even earn his father's appreciation and possibly be entrusted with a heavy responsibility in the future. Ha, he thought to himself, he was really clever. Just as Wang Chufeng was feeling proud, thinking he had made a brilliant move, he didn't notice that his father Wang Jinha's face had turned as dark as a burnt pot. But Wang Jinha, with his experience, took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "Chufeng, let me introduce you to someone first. I can clearly tell you that if it weren't for him, our Wang family would not be where we are today." Wang Chufeng was instantly dumbfounded, not understanding why his father shifted the topic. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his eyelid and noticed there was another person in the room, sitting in a rocking chair, only showing his back. Hiss! Wang Chufeng immediately gasped. My God, what kind of big shot is this? His own father can only stand in front of him. But in the next moment, he became excited. It seemed that his father was really planning to reuse him, otherwise, he wouldn't have introduced such a big figure to him. I, Wang Chufeng, am finally going to make a name for myself. Xiao Yunying was also glowing with excitement, not expecting that today not only could she see Wang Jinha but also the great benefactor of the Wang family. She secretly unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt. In her heart, she was already pondering how to win this big shot's favor. If she could make a connection with such a person, her future career would surely soar to new heights. Just as Wang Chufeng was overjoyed, his mind racing, wildly drafting compliments in his head. The back figure turned around. Wang Chufeng hurriedly showed a smile that had been sunbaked for 180 days, preparing to leave a good impression on this big shot. But in the next second, his expression froze, his face twisted, and he could no longer smile. Yi Xiao. Wang Chufeng wanted to cry without tears, unable to believe what he was seeing. The benefactor his father spoke of was actually Yi Xiao. Wasn't he just a little bodyguard? What virtue and ability did he have? Xiao Yunying was also frightened to the point of turning pale, her body shaking uncontrollably. What? The Wan family's great benefactor is actually this little bodyguard? What kind of international joke is this? Chufeng, haven't you met Mr. Yi yet? Wang Jinha reminded from the side. Even though he already knew his foolish son had provoked Yi Xiao, he still needed to protect his own blood. Yi, Mr. Yi. Wang Chufeng called out bitterly. Kneel. Yi Xiao said lightly, spitting out 2 words. Wang Chufeng immediately broke into a sweat the size of beans on his forehead. He turned his head unwillingly to look at his father. Dad, I am your son. Do you want me to kneel to an outsider? Although Wang Jinha had said that Yi Xiao was the great benefactor of the Wang family had already grown stronger. Did they still need to fear him so much? However, Wang Jinha did not hesitate at all, sharply reprimanding, do as Mr. Yi says immediately. Otherwise, get out of the Wang family. Chapter 86, then break one of his legs. Ah! Wang Chufeng opened his mouth wide, seemingly in disbelief that his father would punish him so harshly. He knew that everything he had, all his wealth and power, came from being a member of the Wang family. If he were kicked out, he could only imagine how miserable his ending would be. At this moment, he finally understood Yi Xiao's weight in his father's heart, so he dared not say more. Directly thud, he knelt in front of Yi Xiao. Xiao Yunying naturally did not dare to be slow, quickly kneeling after him, hoping that this could lighten their punishment. She no longer hoped for revenge against Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao, just surviving was enough. Yi Xiao stood up, looking down at Wang Chufeng, his lips curling into a smirk. Wang Xiar, do you remember what I said before? I said not to be cowardly. Ha, do you still want me to crawl in front of you and commit suicide? Do you need to prepare a coffin for me? Do you know, if it weren't for your father's face, I could have ruined you 3 days ago? At this moment, Yi Xiao's entire aura had completely changed, as if he possessed a mighty presence, overlooking everything. Not only did Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yunying feel unable to lift their heads in front of Yi Xiao, even Wang Jinha, the leader of tens of billions in capital, had his heart in fear. The prison lord was still as domineering as ever. Lord of the prison, this matter is all Chufeng's fault, however you want to punish him, I have no objections. Wang Jinha understood Yi Xiao's character well. Rather than let Yi Xiao hold back, it would be better to plead for mercy himself to protect his son as much as he could. Yi Xiao smiled slightly and slowly said, then break one of his legs. If this were in prison, someone like Wang Chufeng who acted recklessly towards Yi Xiao would probably have 3 legs broken, but this was not prison, after all, and he still had to give Wang Jinha some face. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinha breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, being able to exchange the forgiveness of Yi Xiao for 1 broken leg of his son was very worthwhile.
But Wang Chufeng was already scared to the point of wetting his pants. Having been treated as a discarded son by Wang Jinhe, he had hardly received any discipline from his father and had never even been slapped in his life. How could he not be terrified at the thought of having his leg broken now?
Dad, no. Please help me plead for mercy. Wang Chufeng begged bitterly. However, Wang Jinhe was completely unmoved.
He took the baseball bat handed to him by his subordinate and swung it down hard at Wang Chufeng's calf without mercy.
A person who could become the richest man is certainly not an easy target.
With a scream, Wang Chufeng fainted.
Wang Jinhe calmly approached Yi Xiao and asked, "Prison master, are you satisfied?"
Yi Xiao then waved his hand, "Take him away. By the way, make sure he wakes up and goes to apologize to the Song Group." Yi Xiao knew that just a contract wouldn't make Song Qingxue feel secure, nor would it dissuade those who were eyeing the Song Group. Only by having Wang Chufeng personally appear could they truly quell this storm. After Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yuning were taken away, Wang Jinhe personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Xiao and handed it to him.
"Prison master, why didn't you let me know you were coming to Jiangnan province? I could have come to welcome you."
Yi Xiao picked up the tea and took a gentle sip.
"Old Wang, I didn't want to delay your business, you know." Wang Jinhe chuckled, "Prison master, what are you saying? If it weren't for you and the old master and mistress helping me clear my name back then, I might still be a prisoner today. As long as you want, I can hand over all my assets to you."
Wang Jinhe felt deep gratitude toward Yi Xiao and his family. Years ago, when he was framed by enemies and imprisoned in the world's #1 prison, Yi Xiao not only helped him regain his reputation but also provided him with start-up capital.
It could be said that the Jinhe Group's success today was largely due to Yi Xiao's assistance.
Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively.
"No need for that, what do I need so much money for? But I heard you want to develop in Lingzhou, why not establish an investment company?"
"I have some mortgage documents lying around collecting dust, find someone trustworthy to help me manage them." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinhe eagerly volunteered, "Prison master, you don't need anyone else, let me come help you personally." Wang Jinhe knew Yi Xiao's influence, and if he wanted the Wang family to thrive, forming a strong bond with Yi Xiao was the best choice.
"No need for that, your goals are too big.
Coming here personally will inevitably draw others' attention, and I don't want to be too high profile right now." Yi Xiao directly rejected him, but didn't completely shut the door. He added, "Old Wang, you can invest in the new company and take a 20% stake."
"Great.
Don't worry, prison master, I will immediately send a capable person over." Wang Jinhe was a smart man and knew Yi Xiao had made a decision, so he didn't insist further. As they parted, Wang Jinhe took out a villa key and gave it to Yi Xiao, saying it was a small gift for their meeting. Yi Xiao didn't refuse and casually tucked it into his pocket. Meanwhile, on the side of Song Qingxue and Huang Maya, the two rushed back to the company after getting the contract. Along the way, Song Qingxue dialed Yi Xiao's number dozens of times, but no one answered.
Song Qingxue couldn't help but start to worry about Yi Xiao. Could something have happened to him? What if he was caught bribing the Jinhe Group and was now detained? Her imagination ran wild. Once they returned to the company, instead of immediately going to her office, Song Qingxue headed to the security department. She wanted to see if Yi Xiao had come back already, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any trace of him. As she walked out of the office, somewhat disappointed, she saw Yi Xiao whistling and walking towards her down the hallway. Song Qingxue's face lit up with joy, just as she was about to ask if he was the one who secured the contract. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao spoke first. "General Song, didn't I tell you to wait for me? I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back, you all vanished. Now can I settle my wages and leave?" Seeing Yi Xiao's seemingly clueless expression,